Chapter 1. The Thunder of a Dark Night. In the year 890 of the Tianyuan era, a mountain village in the region of Dengzhou faced an abrupt change in weather during the early spring. At the stroke of midnight, a fierce wind sprang up and dark clouds amassed in the sky. Changsheng, who had been lying beside old Huang, quickly propped himself up upon hearing the howling wind. Limping slightly, he made his way to the door, pulling aside the wooden door of the dilapidated hut to gaze skyward. As he observed the ominous transformation of the sky, sensing the impending storm, Changsheng reluctantly turned back inside, retrieving an old straw raincoat and a bamboo hat from the wall to prepare for his departure. However, as he glanced back at old Huang, who lay atop a heap of grass, doubt crept in. Old Huang was not human, he was a yellow cow. Changsheng was unsure of old Huang's exact age, but he knew that he had been rescued shortly after old Huang had given birth to a calf. It was old Huang's milk that had sustained him, and now, at 14 years old, old Huang had a mouth full of aged teeth, a clear sign of his advanced age. Lately, old Huang's health had deteriorated. He had been lying down for days, having not eaten any grass or drank water for nearly a week. Changsheng felt uneasy leaving old Huang alone in the house, yet he couldn't remain. Thunder was imminent, and he could not risk staying in the village when it struck. As Changsheng wrestled with his indecision, a woman's voice rang out from outside, filled with scorn. "You little lame fool. Why are you dawdling? Can't you see the storm brewing? Hurry up and get out of here. Brother Changsheng is going to thunder. You should go hide." A childish voice chimed in. "Brother? What brother? How many times must I tell you? Stay away from that jinx," the woman scolded loudly. "An orphan without a father or mother, a worthless creature. Wang Matzi shouldn't have brought him back. He brought ruin upon himself, and now drags all of us down with him." Hearing the insults outside, Changsheng stepped out of the house, closing the door firmly behind him without sparing a glance at the mother and daughter. Clutching his raincoat and hat, he headed eastward. His and old Huang's dwelling was at the eastern end of the village, and beyond it lay the wilderness and forest. As he walked, the woman continued to wail, "Heavens! They say debts must be settled with the right people. If you must unleash your wrath, strike true. Don't let us suffer any longer." Changsheng remained silent, not out of cowardice, but out of guilt. The woman did not accuse him falsely. His presence had indeed brought calamity to this village called Wangjiangqua. Since the day the car driver, Wang Matzi, took him in, the village's peace had been shattered. Over the 14 years of Changsheng's life, the village had suffered multiple lightning strikes, 7 or 8 in total, with each incident occurring near his home. The misfortune had not only befallen him and Wang Matzi, but also affected their neighbors, leaving walls and homes damaged and even killing numerous chickens and ducks. Yet miraculously, no lives had been lost. As Changsheng walked with his head lowered, a sudden scream pierced the air. "Ah!" Spinning around in alarm, he saw the little girl, 6 or 7 years old, staring in terror at the back of the house. The woman, startled by her daughter's cry, scolded her, "You little brat, what are you screaming about?" Eyes. 2 glowing red eyes, right behind Brother Changsheng's house. The girl stammered, fright evident on her face. At the girl's words, both the woman and Changsheng turned their gaze toward the back of the house. The darkness of the night was thick, but it was not entirely pitch black. They focused intently, yet saw nothing. "If you lie again, they'll tear your mouth." Although the woman saw nothing, a flicker of fear crossed her face as she dragged her daughter away. "Come on, let's go home." The girl stumbled as she was pulled along. "But Mama, I'm telling the truth. I really saw 2 big red eyes. They seemed to dart into the woods to the east." Ignoring the girl's protests, the woman led her into their compound. Once the woman had shut the gate, Changsheng turned his gaze back to the forest, donning his raincoat as he ventured into the woods. Most would feel fear when leaving home at midnight, but not Changsheng. He had grown accustomed to it. While not every thunderstorm resulted in lightning strikes, he had learned to seek refuge in the wilderness during windy nights. As the saying goes, a seasoned traveler becomes adept by experience. After witnessing many storms, Changsheng had developed a knack for discerning the sky. Typically, rain clouds that manifested during storms hung higher in the air, while those that brought lightning loomed closer, appearing almost to hang directly above. Recognizing the threatening clouds tonight, Changsheng quickened his pace. His left leg carried the weight of a past injury. It had been shattered by a fallen rock during a thunderstorm when he was but 7 years old. In the absence of medical aid in the village, it had healed poorly, leaving him with a permanent limp. The faster he walked, the more pronounced his lameness became. Upon entering the woods, he was greeted by a graveyard. It served as the village's burial ground. Yet it was not his intended destination, rather. He aimed for a cave located 3 miles northeast of the graveyard. The cave, nestled halfway up a mountain, offered meager shelter from the elements. Just as he crawled into its mouth, a torrential downpour began, accompanied by blinding flashes of lightning and deafening roars of thunder. The cave was small, no more than 5 feet deep, barely sufficient for shielding against the rain. Changsheng leaned against the rocky wall, his mind consumed with worry over the storm raging outside. His concern was not for himself, but for old Huang. All signs indicated that old Huang was nearing the end of his days, and it seemed futile to hope for a miracle. The only thing he could do was find a way to procure some nourishing food for old Huang. However, the previous year's drought had led to poor harvests, and this early spring left villagers with little to sustain themselves. The 30 households in the village had resorted to subsisting on husks and wild vegetables, nearly starving to death. Where could he possibly find sustenance for old Huang? After much contemplation, he remembered that he had a few pounds of beans at home, originally meant for spring planting. Consuming them now would mean he would be without seeds come the planting season. While he wrestled with these thoughts, a thunderous crash reverberated through the cave. Lightning struck directly above, shaking the very ground beneath him and sending fear coursing through his veins. Before he could recover from the shock, another resounding boom echoed, followed by successive roars. A violent rattling shook the cave, causing stones to tumble and dust to cloud the air. Though Changsheng had experienced similar storms before, he had never encountered one quite so intense. As panic gripped him with the fear that the cave might collapse, he contemplated bolting from his refuge. Another crash rang out, and the force of the impact rendered him unconscious. Time passed, though he couldn't say how long, before Changsheng gradually regained consciousness. Upon waking, a throbbing pain pulsed in his head. Clutching his temples, he rolled over and sat up, peering outside the cave. It was still dark, but the wind had ceased, and the rain had stopped. The air bore a faint earthy scent, the aftermath of the storm. After taking a moment to catch his breath, Changsheng regained his senses and rose to his feet. It was then he caught sight of a round object on the ground. He bent down to pick it up and stepped outside to examine it closely. This object was about the size of his palm, irregularly shaped, and appeared dark, perhaps a bluish-black hue. Its texture was cool to the touch, hard yet not overly heavy. He had frequented this cave countless times before and had never encountered this object. It must have been left behind by someone who had passed through recently. In a rush to return home to tend to old Huang, Changsheng didn't linger in the cave. He casually tucked the object into a crevice on the right side of the cave's entrance before heading back. By the time he arrived home, dawn was breaking. To his surprise, old Huang seemed to have recovered from his previous lethargy. Upon Changsheng pushing the door open, the old cow stood up and approached him. Seeing old Huang with a spark of energy filled Changsheng with joy. He hurriedly jumped onto the earthen Kong and retrieved the bag of beans from the woven basket hanging from the beam. Drawing fresh water from the well, he began grinding the beans into a fine soy milk. As Changsheng labored over the grinding, old Huang emerged from the house. For years, the two had lived together, though it had always been Changsheng accompanying old Huang, since the house was originally a cowshed. Old Huang strolled toward the eastern wall, sniffing at the plowhead that hung there, nudging it with his head. The beans had been few, barely half a stick of incense's worth sufficed to yield 1 bucket of soy milk. Uncooked soy milk couldn't be given to cows, as it would cause them to bloat. As Changsheng started a fire to boil the milk, the sound of something clattering to the ground broke the morning silence. Perking up at the noise, he peeked outside and noticed that old Huang had knocked the plowhead off the wall. It's still before the new year. You shouldn't be fiddling with that until it's time to plow. Come baking, Changsheng called out. Old Huang turned to him, letting out a soft, low moo in response. Seeing that old Huang wouldn't return inside, Changsheng refrained from calling him again. The morning air was refreshing, and after lying indoors for days, it would do old Huang good to breathe some fresh air. Before long, Steam began to rise from the pot. The aroma of the soy milk was enticing. The little girl from next door rushed over, peering through the doorway. Her name was Ernyo, a 6 or 7-year-old girl, one of the few friendly faces in the village. Upon seeing her, Changsheng waved her in and poured a bowl of soy milk for her. "Brother Changsheng, did you see that reed monster last night?" Ernyo asked, cradling the earthenware bowl. "What monster?" Changsheng chuckled. "I really saw it. 2 big red eyes," she said, glancing around nervously. Changsheng dismissed her fear with a smile. After she finished her bowl, he poured her another. "It's so fragrant, Brother Changsheng. What day is it today that you're treating me to soy milk?" Ernyo asked, looking up with curious eyes. Before Changsheng could answer, the woman's voice from the west courtyard broke through, scolding loudly. Upon hearing her mother, Ernyo hurriedly finished her bowl and dashed away. Once Ernyo had left, Changsheng took up a wooden bucket, transferring the remaining soy milk from the pot to bring it to Old Huang. However, Old Huang remained stationed under the eastern wall, continuing to nudge the fallen plowhead. When Changsheng approached with the soy milk, Old Huang barely acknowledged him. At first, Changsheng thought the soy milk was too hot, but after waiting a long while, it cooled, yet Old Huang still refused to drink. Instead, he persistently nudged the plowhead as if eager to be harnessed and returned to the fields. Having spent years together, Changsheng knew Old Huang's temperament well. The cow's current behavior was unusually abnormal. It was time for planting, yet the old cow was exhibiting an odd urgency. As they remained in their standoff from the early hours until late morning, Changsheng ultimately relented, begrudgingly fitting the harness on Old Huang. Once harnessed, Old Huang slowly ventured out of the house, while Changsheng strapped on his machete, hoisted the plowhead, and followed behind with the half-bucket of soy milk. Changsheng was deeply concerned over Old Huang's peculiar behavior. If the cow's condition truly improved, it should be willing to eat. The only reasonable explanation for Old Huang's current demeanor was what people referred to as a final flourish before death. Chapter 2. A glimpse of the past. The cultivable fields of the village lay behind it, where not only the old horse knew the way, but the old ox did as well. Old Huang, having stepped out, headed straight to the back of the village, while Changsheng followed closely, burdened with a shoulder yoke and carrying a wooden bucket. Observing Old Huang's current demeanor, Changsheng's heart was a tumult of emotions, filled with sorrow, as he suspected it was merely a fleeting moment of vitality before the end. Upon reaching the field's edge, Old Huang paused to glance back, waiting for Changsheng to attach the plow. Having gone several days without water or grass, Changsheng could not bear to exert the old ox any further. Attempting to offer him some soy milk, Old Huang merely sniffed it, refusing to drink. With a heavy heart, Changsheng set the wooden bucket aside and gently tapped Old Huang's horns with a stone, but the gesture bore no fruit. Old Huang did not ruminate. Noticing that Changsheng had not yet attached the plow, Old Huang let out a low, rumbling moo, which seemed to urge him onward. After much hesitation, Changsheng ultimately chose to honor Old Huang's will. After all, the old ox was nearing the end of its life, and it would be unkind to deny it the opportunity to do as it wished. With the plow finally connected, Old Huang bore the weight in front while Changsheng guided from behind. Changsheng felt a profound ache in his heart. Old Huang had labored tirelessly throughout its life, and now, with its days numbered, it truly should not be forced to work. Yet, this was Old Huang's own choice, perhaps motivated by a desire to avoid regrets and to till the soil one last time for its master while it still had strength. To ease Old Huang's burden, Changsheng kept the plow's depth shallow, for his fields were modest, amounting to less than 2 acres that he merely wished to finish quickly and return home with Old Huang. Compared to previous years, Old Huang's pace was noticeably quicker, further confirming Changsheng's suspicions that the old ox was indeed experiencing a brief resurgence of vitality. Feeling the weight of sadness, Changsheng widened the furrow spacing, striving to minimize Old Huang's exertion. At long last, just before noon, he completed tilling his 2 acres. However, as Changsheng unfastened the plow to lead Old Huang home, he noticed the old ox heading straight for a neighboring field, one that belonged to another villager. In a village where Old Huang was the sole ox, it had grown accustomed to plowing every field since the days of Wang Matzi. Witnessing this, Changsheng's heart sank further. With over 100 acres of land, Old Huang could never hope to till them all, and Changsheng could not bear to compel it to labor any longer. Grieving, he tugged at the reins with all his might, attempting to draw old Huang back, but the old ox remained steadfast, unmoving. Fearing he might hurt old Huang, he hesitated to pull too hard, and in utter despair, he reattached the plow and followed the old ox as it continued to till the soil. As the afternoon wore on, old Huang's pace grew sluggish, a sign that did not escape Changsheng's notice. He again tried to pull the old ox back, but old Huang, stubborn as ever, resisted. After a brief standoff, Changsheng wiped away his tears and returned to guiding the plow. By the time the sun was setting, old Huang began to tremble. This time, Changsheng refrained from attempting to halt him. The old ox could no longer endure, its collapse imminent. To his surprise, upon reaching the field's edge, old Huang paused and lowered his head, as if to unfasten the yoke. Seeing this, Changsheng hastily removed the harness and brought forth the wooden bucket filled with soy milk. At last, old Huang drank a few sips and then extended his tongue to lick Changsheng's face. Overcome with emotion, Changsheng raised his hand to wipe his tears, only to find old Huang turning to head towards the back mountain. "Where are you going?" Changsheng called out, hurrying to follow. Old Huang offered no response, moving forward at a slow pace. Changsheng gently tugged at the reins, but the old ox continued onward. Reluctant to pull too forcefully, he simply carried the wooden bucket along as he trailed behind, aware that animals often seek solitude before death, just as cats and dogs do. At the boundary between the fields and the woods lay a sun-drenched patch of grass, where old Huang lay down, sheltered from the wind atop a thick layer of dry hay. Quietly he rested, and Changsheng sat beside him, gently stroking his body. As the sun dipped below the horizon, dusk approached. Initially, old Huang would occasionally lift his head to lick Changsheng's hand, but soon he lacked even the strength to do so, his breathing growing increasingly labored. In the midst of Changsheng's sorrow, a voice called out from a distance. "Changsheng, what are you doing here?" Looking up, he saw a middle-aged villager returning from gathering firewood, a bundle strapped to his back. "Nothing, just finished tilling the field, taking a break," Changsheng replied, forcing a casual tone. "Why aren't you resting at home?" "Why come here?" the villager inquired. Changsheng could only offer a vague response. "I brought old Huang to eat some grass." The villager said nothing more, continuing on his way with the firewood toward the village. However, he soon paused, turning back. "By the way, I heard from Daoist that your ox is nearing the end. Is that true?" Changsheng, feeling despondent, did not wish to engage, but was compelled to respond. "It's nothing of the sort. He worked for you all afternoon." "That's not right," the villager replied, returning to Changsheng. "I can see he is barely breathing." Changsheng shot him a glare, irritation bubbling within, choosing not to respond. The villager approached and poked old Huang with a stick. Changsheng swiftly pushed the stick away. "What are you doing? Just tell me the truth. Is he dead?" the villager pressed. "Whether he lives or dies is none of your business." "He is my ox," Changsheng retorted fiercely. "Hey, you little cripple, why are you acting so tough?" the villager sneered, baring his teeth. Changsheng turned away, refusing to engage further. The villager shot him a contemptuous look before departing. As night fell, Changsheng continued to stroke old Huang, uncertain whether his touch could provide any solace, but he only knew that if he were nearing death, he would yearn for the comfort of a loved one's touch. Not long after the villager returned to the village, Changsheng noticed the flickering light of torches appearing, that a considerable number of them moved directly towards the grassy patch where he and old Huang lay. A sense of foreboding gripped Changsheng as he observed the approaching torches, realizing that the villagers carried not only torches but also baskets, wooden buckets, and basins. Leading the group was the village chief, Wang Quangu, alongside the butcher, Wang Dayo, who bore an assortment of carving knives. The sight sent a chill through Changsheng. It was evident that this gathering was directed at old Huang. The villagers encircled him and the old ox, torches held aloft. Clearing his throat, the village chief asked, "Changsheng, how is old Huang?" Changsheng was not naive. The very vessels the villagers carried revealed their intentions, igniting a flame of anger within him. "Old Huang is my ox. How he is doing is of no concern to you." "Who says it's your ox?" the village chief retorted, his demeanor stern. "This yellow ox was bought with contributions from the entire village. It was merely entrusted to Wang Matzi to care for." At this assertion, Changsheng recognized the chief's attempt to deceive him. Old Huang once told me he purchased this ox for 2 taels of silver. You claim it was bought collectively. Do you have any proof? What proof do we need? We can all testify, Wang Dayo exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, the villagers echoed in agreement, insisting they could attest to the claim. Changsheng scrutinized the crowd, having never believed that rural folk were universally kind-hearted. Yet he was taken aback by their audacity to twist the truth and lie so shamelessly. "Why are you staring, you cripple?" someone shouted. "Wang Matzi is my cousin. Even if the ox belongs to him, it doesn't mean you inherit it after his death. Who do you think you are?" "That's right. You're an outsider, thinking you belong here," another chimed in. "Indeed, haven't we suffered enough misfortune because of him over the years? The wretched thing. I see that ox is still breathing. Let's drag him away and bleed him out now before he dies, or it will be too late." The villagers' angry chorus made Changsheng tremble with rage, pointing toward the fields. "For all these years, it has been old Huang who plowed your lands. Have you forgotten? Even now, on the brink of death, he does not hesitate to work for you, and you wish to kill him. Are you even human? We're starving. We can't afford to worry about such things," retorted the man who had been chopping wood earlier. "He's just a beast." "You really think of him as a person?" a woman added. "Get out of the way, or I'll break your other leg too," Wang Dayo threatened, glaring at Changsheng. Changsheng, armed with a sickle, withdrew it from his waist, declaring, "Whoever dares to kill my ox, I will fight to the death." Seeing Changsheng brandishing the sickle, the villagers turned to the village chief, who seemed affronted, his authority challenged. His nostrils flared, and his face darkened as he commanded, "Seize him." Several strong men, hearing the village chief's orders, approached, brandishing torches and farming tools. In that moment, Changsheng, filled with desperation, swung the sickle wildly, attempting to fend off the advancing villagers. One struck him with a shoulder pole, causing him pain and igniting his fury. He charged forward, wounding one villager in the thigh with the sickle. But in the chaos, the weapon was knocked from his grasp, and the crowd descended upon him, raining blows. Changsheng, unable to defend himself, feared for old Huang's safety and shouted that the law strictly prohibited the slaughter of working oxen, threatening to report them to the authorities if they harmed old Huang. As one villager was injured, the crowd's anger escalated. Hearing Changsheng's threat to report them only fueled their rage, and their blows grew fiercer, intent on silencing him for good. At that critical moment, old Huang, who had been on the brink of death, suddenly opened his eyes. Upon witnessing the villagers assailing Changsheng, a surge of concern and strength welled within him. With a mighty moo, he stood up, charging toward the crowd. The villagers, taken by surprise at old Huang's unexpected resurgence, were unprepared. In an instant, several were knocked down as the old ox barreled through. However, this final act of defiance drained the last of old Huang's strength, and after scattering the crowd, he stumbled and collapsed. After a brief moment of shock, the villagers regained their composure, brandishing their weapons and rushing toward old Huang. With the sickle lost, Changsheng could no longer stop them. In a desperate bid, he threw himself over old Huang, attempting to shield him from their assault. The mob descended upon them, striking mercilessly. Changsheng sustained severe blows to his body and head, and just as he resigned himself to his fate, a thunderous roar erupted from the northern woods. Stop. Chapter 3. The master and his 4 disciples, upon hearing a furious roar, the crowd instinctively halted, turning their gazes northward. Longsheng, still dazed from the beating he had endured, raised his head a moment too late. By the time he looked up, a towering figure had already rushed down from the northern mountains. In the flickering light of the torches held by the onlookers, Longsheng discerned the visage of the newcomer. A young man in his early 20s, remarkably tall, standing at an impressive 9 feet, clad in a gray robe and wielding a hefty copper staff. "What brings so many of you to strike down a single man?" the giant glared at the crowd. The onlookers, taken aback by his imposing stature and unsure of his origins, remained silent, glancing expectantly at the village head for a response. Noticing the collective gaze directed at him, the giant pointed his copper staff at the village head, demanding, "Are you the leader? Speak. Why did you assault him?" The sudden appearance of this man left the village head momentarily speechless. He could only mumble evasively, "Well, noble warrior, it appears there has been a misunderstanding regarding this ox." The giant seemed puzzled by the village head's response and turned to Longsheng, asking, "Boy, Are you a thief of cattle? No, Longsheng hastily clarified. This is my ox. They wish to kill it. Before the giant could respond, a woman interjected from the side. Hero, do not heed his nonsense. This ox belongs to our village. What do you mean? Whose ox is it really? The giant furrowed his brow, scratching his head. It is mine. It is ours. As both parties insisted on their claims, the giant found himself in a quandary. After scratching his head in frustration, he turned and shouted towards the north. Master, hurry up! The crowd had initially assumed the giant was alone, but this proclamation revealed that several others were hastening from the northern mountains. Upon hearing his call, the approaching figures quickened their pace, and soon 4 individuals arrived. Leading them was an elderly man with white hair. Despite his age, he appeared relatively youthful, likely in his 40s, slender in build, and holding a horsehair whisk. To the left of the elderly man stood a short, stout young man, of average height, clad in a blue robe, likely 17 or 18 years old, with squinting eyes and a jovial countenance, carrying a large bundle on his back. On the elderly man's right was a girl of about 16 or 17, petite and fair-featured. Her gender was somewhat ambiguous due to her flat chest and the gray robe she wore, which flickered in the firelight. A youthful man, also around 17 or 18, carried 2 large wooden boxes, strikingly handsome, who sat down after placing the boxes, lazily chewing on a dry blade of grass and observing the scene with a nonchalant demeanor. Upon their arrival, the giant addressed the white-haired man. Master, please mediate this dispute. They all claim ownership of the ox. Hearing the giant's words, the white-haired man turned to the crowd and respectfully bowed. Infinite heaven's blessings, compassionate souls, may I inquire who represents the authority here? I am Wang Quangu, the village head, replied the village head as he stepped forward. The white-haired man pointed to the fallen ox and asked, Pray tell, village head Wang, what transpires here? Before the village head could respond, the villagers began to babble incoherently, accusing one another, claiming the ox had been purchased by them years ago and entrusted to Wang Matzi, who had since passed away, and now Longsheng sought to seize it. Once the clamor subsided, the white-haired man turned to Longsheng for his account, which naturally contradicted the villagers' claims. After listening to both sides, the white-haired man remained silent, while his companions also refrained from speaking. Only the towering giant, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed, You clearly intend to take his ox for meat. When he refused, you resorted to violence. Upon hearing this, the young man sitting on the wooden box tilted his head and chuckled. Big guy, why must you speak such unvarnished truth? Aren't you afraid they might turn on you as well? Who dares touch me? I wouldn't hesitate to strike back, the giant retorted, his copper staff planted firmly on the ground as he glared at the villagers. His imposing presence instilled fear, and none dared to challenge him. The white-haired man cast a glance at the young man before leaning closer to Longsheng and whispering, I believe your account, but this is their village. If you provoke them too much, it will be difficult for you to live here. They will surely ostracize you. The villagers had already harbored resentment towards Longsheng, and now, with their attempt to harm both him and the ox, he felt utterly disheartened. If they want to leave, let them, he said numbly. The white-haired man gazed intently at Longsheng, waiting for a change of heart. When none came, he finally spoke, If that is your decision, I shall seek justice on your behalf. Turning to the village head, the white-haired man stated, Regardless of whether this ox belongs to you or this young man, to harm it is to violate the law. The laws of our dynasty are clear. Killing a working ox results in 20 strokes and a year in prison, though we have seen clearly that you all participated in this assault. Should this young man choose to report it, we are all witnesses. Upon hearing this, an uproar ensued, the villagers exchanging anxious glances, fear evident on their faces. Wang Quangu hurriedly protested, The Daoist is mistaken. This ox died of natural causes. We are not at fault. Haha, the young man on the box chuckled, removing the grass from his mouth. We witnessed clearly that you all wielded farming tools to strike the ox. Even if you did not strike yourself, you commanded them, and they obeyed you. When did I ever give such orders? Wang Quangu stammered in frantic denial. Was it not you who commanded them? The young man twirled the grass in his fingers. Do you mean to suggest they acted maliciously on their own accord, deliberately breaking the law? Wang Quangu lamented in despair. The young man's words echoed in his mind, for if the authorities pursued the matter, the villagers would assuredly shift the blame onto him. The stout young man who had remained silent thus far squinted with a smile and said, "Third brother, let us speak reasonably. Wang Quangu is the one in charge here. How could he knowingly break the law and bring ruin upon himself and his neighbors?" Upon hearing this, the butcher, the only one among them holding a knife, felt a wave of panic. He too would be implicated should blame fall upon them, and seeing that old Huang still breathed, he quickly interjected, "The ox isn't dead yet. We can't be accused of slaughtering it." As the situation reached a critical point, the white-haired man approached Wang Quangu and whispered a few words. After a lengthy pause, Wang Quangu finally nodded reluctantly, raising his hand to signal the others. "You may return for now. I will handle this matter." As the crowd began to gather their belongings to leave, the white-haired man turned to the young man on the box and said, "Liqiao, it seems this ox cannot be saved. Take some of the lethal yinwang powder from the box and grant it a swift end." Understanding his master's intent, the young man retrieved a small cloth bag from the box and approached Longsheng and old Huang. Before Longsheng could rise to protest, the young man crouched down, speaking softly. "Master fears that once we leave, the villagers will consume its carcass. Hence this suggestion. This is merely corn flour, a harmless substance." After speaking softly, he raised his voice. "Young brother, step back. This poison is deadly upon contact, with no antidote." Longsheng felt a surge of gratitude and complied, stepping back a few paces. The young man feigned solemnity, covering his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, then poured a small amount of flour from the bag onto old Huang. It soon became evident that the white-haired man's concerns were not unfounded. Upon seeing the ox succumb to poison, the villagers sighed in regret and disappointment, reluctantly retreating. The white-haired man beckoned to the young man. "Liqiao, accompany me to the village to resolve this matter." After receiving a nod from the young man, the white-haired man turned to the towering giant, instructing, "Big guy, bury the ox where it lies to prevent villagers from inadvertently consuming its flesh." Once the giant nodded in agreement, the white-haired man, along with the young man, followed Wang Quangu back to the village. At this moment, old Huang lay on the brink of death, breath shallow and labored. Longsheng, heartbroken, returned to his place beside him, gently stroking his fur. Empathy was a foreign concept to the three remaining individuals, who were unaware of the profound bond between Longsheng and old Huang, nor did they comprehend that old Huang had been his nurturing mother. Though they felt a tinge of sadness, it was nothing compared to Longsheng's grief, and they opted not to disturb him, instead gathering to drink and rest. Ultimately, old Huang passed away, peacefully departing this world. As he closed his eyes, Longsheng felt an icy chill pierce his heart. Death was an irrevocable separation, a departure from which there was no return. From that moment on, old Huang vanished permanently from his life. With outsiders present, Longsheng initially restrained his emotions, but as memories of the years spent together with old Huang flooded his mind, the dam of his composure broke, and he wept bitterly over the lifeless form. After a considerable time, he felt a gentle hand on his shoulder. Turning around, he found the young woman standing behind him, holding out a handkerchief. "My condolences," she offered softly. Longsheng declined the handkerchief, waving his hand in gratitude. "Thank you." The giant, who had been waiting nearby, approached as Longsheng stood, saying, "Do not cry. Your tears cannot revive him. Rise quickly. I will help you bury him." Longsheng wished to bury old Huang alone, but feared he could not complete the task before dawn, when the villagers might discover it and complicate matters further. After a moment of contemplation, he stifled his sorrow and nodded to the giant. "All right, I will fetch a shovel." "No need, we have." Before the giant could finish, the stout young man interrupted. "Our tools won't suffice. Let us have him return to the village." "What do you mean they won't suffice?" "Ours." "Have you forgotten the master's instructions?" The stout young man interrupted again. Upon hearing this, the giant suddenly understood. "Fine, we will use his tools then." Until this point, the crowd had not noticed Longsheng's limp. Only upon his attempt to rise did they realize his leg was impaired. The young woman hesitated for a moment before following the two, joining them in gathering the tools for digging. At this time, it was not yet the season for farming, and as they passed a field, the young woman casually inquired, "Did that ox plow these fields during the day?" Longsheng had ceased his tears, But upon hearing her words, sorrow surged anew, and tears streamed down his face. Seeing his profound grief, the giant could not help but offer consolation. Do not cry. You have done your best, that if not for your valiant protection, it would have been slaughtered and devoured by those farmers long ago, leaving nothing but bones. Though the giant's intentions were good, his words had the opposite effect, deepening Longxing's anguish as he reflected on the villagers' ingratitude. Chapter 4. Exile before long. The three returned to Changsheng's dwelling. Upon entering the room, the burly man and the woman began to grasp the depth of Changsheng's sorrow. He and his cow resided in the same space, a testament to their profound bond. Changsheng possessed but a single set of bedding. Once inside, he rolled up the mat along with it. Noticing Changsheng tidying his meager belongings, the burly man inquired, "Are you planning to leave this place?" Changsheng nodded in response. "Don't think you can come with us. You're a cripple, and Master would never want you," the burly man asserted. Changsheng nodded again. "I understand that I won't be a burden to you. I simply wish to depart." After packing his things, Changsheng emerged once more to dismantle the door planks. It was not uncommon for the impoverished to forego coffins for their deceased, opting instead for door planks to serve as a makeshift burial. Observing this, the burly man extended his assistance. His towering stature and remarkable strength rendered the two planks, weighing 50 to 60 pounds, nearly weightless in his hands. That as the three prepared to leave, a small girl suddenly dashed in. It was Ernyo, the child from the neighboring house. Clutching a cornmeal bun, she had secretly saved it for him, expecting to share it after his return, which had been delayed. The villagers' actions left Changsheng despondent, yet Ernyo's offering of the bun rekindled a sense of genuine kindness in him. There remained at least one person in this village who harbored goodwill towards him. He declined the bun but pressed the few copper coins he had into her hand, determined never to return to this place that had become a source of heartache. Back at the village's outskirts, the burly man and Changsheng began to dig a pit. Changsheng had not eaten all day and lacked strength, but the burly man's incredible might saw him digging 3 feet deep in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Noticing Changsheng drenched in sweat, the stout young man stepped forward to relieve him. Changsheng expressed his gratitude and declined, but the stout fellow unceremoniously snatched the spade from Changsheng's grasp, pushing him out of the pit. As Changsheng raised his hand to wipe his brow, the young woman offered him a water pouch from the side. Changsheng politely refused, opting instead for the soy milk he had brought earlier in the day. "Hey, little cripple, what are you drinking?" the burly man queried. "Soy milk," Changsheng replied. "Let me have a taste," the burly man insisted. "Old Huang used to drink this before," Changsheng mentioned. "That's of no matter." "I don't mind," the burly man said, setting down his shovel and beckoning Changsheng. "Come, pass it over." Changsheng brought the wooden bucket over, and the burly man gulped down the soy milk, consuming half the bucket in mere moments. Seeing Changsheng's astonished expression, he chuckled. "There are those who can eat but cannot work. I am a man of great appetite by nature." Grateful for his assistance, Changsheng fought to suppress his sadness and managed to muster a faint smile in response. The burly man and the stout fellow worked swiftly, and after a brief respite, Changsheng returned to old Huang's side, brushing its fur to bestow a final dignity. The pit for burying the cow was far more laborious to excavate than that for a human being, and the burly man certainly did not waste the soy milk, digging the pit wide and deep. Upon reaching a sufficient depth, the stout man produced a measuring stick, declaring they needed to dig to 4 feet 7 inches. Noticing Changsheng's confusion, the young woman explained, "For a cow without offspring, 3 feet 9. For one with a calf, for feet 2. For one with multiple calves, for feet 7. The second brother is adhering to the proper rites for constructing its grave." Hearing her words, Changsheng felt a swell of gratitude and bowed to thank the two men in the pit once more. With old Huang able to be buried whole, he was able to safeguard his own life. All thanks to this group that Tio remember them. He inquired after their names and origins. The young woman did not hesitate to divulge the truth. The white-haired Taoist was their master, surnamed Lin, with the Daoist named Luoyangzi. The burly man was named Bachalu, the eldest brother. The stout man digging alongside Bachalu was the second brother, Li Zhongyong. Accompanying their master to the village was the third brother, Chen Liqiu. The young woman, rank 4th, was named Tian Jingong. Hearing the conversation, Bachalu added from the pit, "I am from the Iron Lu tribe in the northern desert. Many bear the name Bachalu there, which means hero in our tongue. You righteous Taoists. Before Changsheng could finish, Bachelor interrupted, don't call us Taoists. Although we learn our craft and earn our keep under master, we are not priests. Although Changsheng found this perplexing, he refrained from probing further, opting instead to refer to them as heroes and express his gratitude anew, silently committing their names to memory. He then inquired about their places of origin. As he could discern their accents were distinct, his assumptions were confirmed. Master Lin hailed from the Genzhao Mountain. The eldest brother Bachelou was from the northern desert. The second brother Li Zhongyong was from Hejian. The third brother Chen Liqiu's ancestry lay in Jiangnan. And the only woman, Tian Jingong, was from the Anong Protectorate. As they spoke, the pit was completed. Changsheng laid down the wooden boards he had prepared, and Bachelou displayed his extraordinary strength by single-handedly lifting Old Huang into the hole. Changsheng entered the pit once more to cover Old Huang with bamboo mats. Given the cow's size, the mats did not fully conceal it. So Changsheng placed his own bedding atop. As he covered Old Huang's head and face, tears streamed down his cheeks. This was his final gaze upon Old Huang, that in the midst of his grief, the white-haired Master Lin and Chen Liqiu returned. Noticing Changsheng's reluctance to cover Old Huang's head, Master Lin sighed deeply, drew Li Zhongyong's long sword, leaped into the pit, and severed one of Old Huang's horns. Since Old Huang was a cow, the horn was not large. Master Lin handed the severed horn to Changsheng, saying, keep this as a memento. If it has a spirit, it would surely wish to remain with you. As Changsheng held the horn, his heart felt less hollow than before. After a moment of reflection, he covered Old Huang's head and face. Upon seeing Master Lin and Changsheng emerge, Bachelor picked up a shovel to cover the grave. After just a few shovels, Changsheng leapt back into the pit, lifted the mat, and placed a bamboo flute next to Old Huang. Once Changsheng climbed out of the pit, Master Lin casually asked, can you play the flute? Changsheng numbly nodded. Can you make music? Master Lin inquired again. Changsheng, unclear on the reason behind Master Lin's question and overwhelmed with sorrow, chose not to answer. The astute Tian Jingong quickly interjected. Master, although he walks with difficulty, he can manage to walk normally. Now that he is homeless, why not let him accompany us? Master Lin tilted his head to glance at Tian Jingong, but did not respond. Bachelou, still shoveling, chimed in, fourth sister is right. I think this little cripple is quite good. Just look how kind he is to the cow. He must be even kinder to people, that if one day you are bedridden, he would surely take good care of you. Master Lin found this amusing, yet did not express an opinion. Eldest brother speaks wisely, Chen Liqiu added in agreement. Master, this young man is loyal and fearless. He risked himself to protect Old Huang from the villagers' greed. Now, he has nowhere to stay, and in this chaotic world, survival will be difficult for him. Have compassion and take him in. Seeing all three speak on behalf of Changsheng, the second brother Li Zhongyong also interjected. Master, the ritual for the deceased requires a flute player. It is rare to find someone competent, and you often say that meeting is fate. Why not accept him? Once they finished speaking, Master Lin chuckled. He hasn't even spoken, yet you all are advocating for him. Do you know if he wishes to join us? Knowing Changsheng's name, Tian Jingong asked, Changsheng, do you wish to follow us? Changsheng had not previously considered this. Upon hearing Tian Jingong's question, he hesitated before shaking his head. I appreciate your kindness, but I am a cripple. Following you would only burden you. Bachelou's deep voice resonated. You've offended everyone in the village. You can't stay here anymore. Do you realize how chaotic it is outside? For someone like you, finding food will be exceptionally difficult. I can hunt and fish. I will not starve, Changsheng replied calmly. Chen Liqiu admired Changsheng and urged, a young man should aspire to roam the world. You can't remain alone in the wilderness. Follow master to learn a trade. In this tumultuous time, you must find a way to sustain yourself. Changsheng cast a grateful glance at Chen Liqiu but did not respond. Seeing Changsheng's reluctance, Master Lin retrieved a small cloth pouch from his sleeve and handed it to him. This is the medical fee I requested from Wang Xunjing on your behalf. Keep it well, for you shall surely need it in the future. Realizing now why Master Lin and Chen Liqiu had accompanied Wang Xunjing back to the village, Changsheng felt a wave of gratitude. Thank you, Master, but I cannot accept this money, he said, shaking his head in refusal. At this moment, Bachelou had finished filling the pit and set down his shovel. Master Lin pressed the coins into Changsheng's hand. urging everyone to depart. Changsheng, do you truly not wish to come with us? Tianjingnong asked again. Changsheng shook his head. Very well. Each has their own aspirations. Do not pressure him further. Master Lin waved his hand. Besides, not all our actions are above board. Following us could bring him unforeseen troubles. As the group prepared to leave, Changsheng hurriedly pressed the pouch of coins into Bachelu's hands. Though Bachelu appeared fierce, he was quite kind-hearted, and Changsheng was unafraid of him, hence the transaction. What is this for? Bachelu furrowed his brow and asked. I will forever remember your kindness. In the future. Before Changsheng could finish, Chen Liqiu interrupted. Don't speak of useless things that if you truly wish to repay our kindness, wouldn't it be easiest to come with us? Otherwise, once we leave today, where will you go to find us again? As Chen Liqiu spoke, Master Lin had already begun to lead the group away. After Chen Liqiu finished, he too turned to leave. Changsheng stood rooted to the spot, watching as the group gradually receded into the distance, his heart a whirlpool of conflicting emotions. After much hesitation, he ultimately decided to follow, limping along behind them. Chapter 5. The Heavenly Tribulation of Thunder upon careful reflection. Chen Liqiu's words indeed hold considerable merit. If one harbors the intention to repay a debt of gratitude, why postpone it to a later date? The parting today may render any future reunion an uncertain prospect. As Changsheng observed Chen Liqiu approaching, he quickly turned to greet him and inquired with a playful tone, Oh, have you changed your mind? Changsheng nodded in affirmation. Let us proceed to converse with the master, Chen Liqiu said, taking him by the hand and moving forward. Lin Daoshang and the others halted and turned, awaiting the two to catch up. When Changsheng reached Lin Daoshang, he bowed his head and spoke. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the master and several valiant heroes, I fear I would have perished at the hands of the villagers. Old Huang, too, would have met a tragic end. It is only right to repay kindness, yet I possess no gold or silver for immediate recompense. Hence, I wish to accompany you all and see what assistance I might offer. Should you accept me, I shall follow. If not, I shall seek my fortune elsewhere. Upon hearing Changsheng's words, Chen Liqiu and the others were somewhat taken aback. They had anticipated him to beseech Lin Daoshang to take him as a disciple, yet he articulated such sentiments instead. Nevertheless, Lin Daoshang was quite pleased with Changsheng's response. After all, taking on a disciple requires time for observation and understanding, and to request such a thing upon a mere chance encounter would be rather presumptuous. Ha, let us go, Lin Daoshang said, turning to lead the way. With this, it was clear he had granted his consent, and the group set forth with Changsheng and TOW this juncture. As dawn approached, the group opted not to seek lodging, traversing the path in darkness toward the east. Despite his limp, Changsheng was able to walk normally and did not impede the others. The group held a favorable impression of him, admiring his deep sense of loyalty and righteousness. The courage he displayed in defending a dying plow ox against a throng of villagers was commendable. Additionally, they felt a twinge of sympathy for him, for he was both alone and physically challenged. Among them, Chen Liqiu was the most talkative. Unbeknownst to him, during the time he and Lin Daoshang had entered the village, Bachelu and Tianjinxiong had already introduced Changsheng to the others, yet he proceeded to elaborate further. The eldest, Bachelu, is 25 years old and has been with the master for 9 years. The second, Li Zhongyong, is 19 and has been a disciple for 4 years. I am 18 and have followed the master for 3 years. The fourth, Tianjinxiong, is 16 and was accepted as a disciple last year. Except for Bachelu, the other 3 had families of their own. As Chen Liqiu rambled on, Lin Daoshang, who was walking ahead, suddenly came to a halt. The others followed his gaze northward and beheld a fallen mountain jujube tree not far off, its trunk charred black, appearing as though it had been scorched by fire. Master, could it be a lightning-struck tree? Li Zhongyong exclaimed with enthusiasm. It seems so, Lin Daoshang replied, striding toward it. The group followed him to the fallen jujube tree, which was as thick as a bowl. The break was located at the lower part of the trunk, which was blackened, yet its branches remained lush and green. As they examined the tree, Bachelu suddenly pointed northwest. Master, there appears to be another one over there. Upon hearing Bachelu's words, the others indeed spotted another lightning-struck elm tree a dozen paces away to the west. After closely inspecting the two trees that had been struck by lightning, Lin Daoshang's expression shifted to one of confusion. He furrowed his brow and shook his head. Something is amiss. What troubles you, master? Bachalu inquired. Lin Daoshang responded, These two trees have only recently been struck by lightning. Under ordinary circumstances, thunder would not strike two such close locations during a regular rainstorm. What do you mean? Li Zhongyong pressed. Rather than answering Li Zhongyong's question, Lin Daoshang addressed the group. Search this area thoroughly and see if there are any anomalies. Upon hearing Lin Daoshang's command, the group immediately dispersed to search, leaving only Changsheng behind. He refrained from joining the search for two reasons. First, he was unsure of what to look for. Second, he was quite familiar with this area, having sheltered on this very hill the previous night. The hill was not substantial in size, and soon the others had scoured it entirely, even discovering a small cave halfway up. However, the cave was so diminutive that they only examined it from the outside. The search yielded no answers, leaving Lin Daoshang with heightened perplexity. He instructed the group to chop down the lightning-struck jujube tree while he ascended to survey the terrain further. For practitioners of the Dao, lightning-struck wood is considered a superior material for crafting talismans, particularly jujube wood, which embodies the essence of yang. After being struck by lightning, it retains the lingering power of thunder, making it ideal for subduing malevolent forces. While the others were engaged in cutting the tree, they chatted casually, and through their conversation, Changsheng gleaned two important pieces of information. First, although they followed Lin Daoshang, he had not imparted any martial skills or techniques to them. Second, their confusion stemmed from the fact that, aside from the two trees recently struck by lightning, there were also several ancient fallen trees in the area that had likewise been struck. All indicators suggested that this location had experienced multiple occurrences of tribulation thunder. Brother Li, what exactly is tribulation thunder? Changsheng asked quietly. We are all comrades here. There's no need for formality. Just call me Ergo from now on. Li Zhongyong corrected Changsheng with a smile, before explaining, to understand tribulation thunder, one must first consider the cultivation of otherworldly beings. These beings are inherently flawed and their practice is at odds with the heavenly order. Thus, they must endure numerous tribulations, minor tribulations every 100 years and major tribulations every 1,000 years. Each tribulation triggers the manifestation of tribulation thunder. Should they possess fortune and evade the thunder, their prowess deepens. However, if fortune is lacking and they fail to escape, they may be obliterated by the thunder. Are you suggesting that there are monsters in this mountain? Changsheng asked anxiously. Li Zhongyong shook his head. If there were indeed a powerful otherworldly being here, it would make sense. Yet, this mountain does not harbor favorable conditions. The flora is sparse, and there is no clean water source. Thus it is unsuitable for such beings to dwell and cultivate. After Li Zhongyong spoke, Chen Liqiu interjected. Aside from the trees struck by lightning, we also discovered numerous lightning scars throughout the mountain. Based on the orientation of this peak, it does not appear to be a region prone to violent storms. It should not attract such an abundance of thunder. The only plausible explanation is that an otherworldly being once underwent tribulation here. However, this theory also falters as the location is too close to the village, noisy and bustling, making it ill-suited for an otherworldly being's repose. Additionally, tribulations occur at intervals of hundreds to thousands of years, yet a closer inspection of the trees struck by lightning reveals that these events transpired not centuries ago, but rather within the last few years. What do you imply? Changsheng asked cautiously. I mean to say that this situation defies logic and cannot be reconciled. Chen Liqiu replied with a grimace. By the way, since you reside nearby, do you know if any peculiar occurrences have taken place here? Changsheng shook his head. Chen Liqiu and the others appeared puzzled. Yet he was acutely aware that the frequent manifestations of thunder in this area were due to his own actions, a truth he dared not reveal to them. Seizing the rare opportunity to converse with someone perceptive, Changsheng inquired, Third brother, does tribulation thunder only strike monsters? Will it strike humans? It will not, Chen Liqiu replied, shaking his head. Unless it is a transformed being or an exceptionally skilled practitioner of qi who, upon reaching a pinnacle of cultivation, triggers the thunder during their ascension. Changsheng initially contemplated questioning whether he himself was human. But the thought merely flitted across his mind. He knew he was human. Even if he held doubts about himself, he trusted Lin Daoshang and the others that if he were truly a monster, they would surely perceive it. He also considered asking whether any impurities within him could attract thunder, but that absurd notion vanished as swiftly as it came, for Lin Daoshang was a Daoist. If he harbored any such impurities, Lin Daoshang would undoubtedly discern them. After the group had felled the lightning-struck jujube tree and tidied up, dawn had already broken. Lin Daoshang returned, his expression still one of uncertainty, indicating that he had not uncovered the reasons behind the frequent occurrences of tribulation thunder in this area. As the group continued eastward, Lin Daoshang and Li Zhongyong engaged in ongoing discussions regarding the matter. Based on their previous observations, the possibility of otherworldly beings residing there had been largely dismissed, yet the frequent manifestations of tribulation thunder remained a tangible fact. Thus, the only reasonable explanation was that otherworldly beings, originally from elsewhere, had specifically come to this location to undergo their tribulation. Chapter 6. The three teachings while Daoist Lin and the others engaged in casual conversation. Changsheng, who trailed behind, felt a chill run down his spine. He was aware that the matter at hand pertained to him, yet the specifics eluded his understanding. Fortunately, it was not long before they set foot on the official road leading to the county town. Once on the official road, the presence of pedestrians increased, prompting the group to refrain from discussing private matters. Li Zhongyong seemingly engaged Changsheng in lighthearted small talk, which was in fact quite purposeful. His inquiries were designed to delve deeper and gain a better understanding of Changsheng. Prior to this, Changsheng had seldom ventured far from home. His last visit to the city had occurred 3 years prior. This time, he noted with great concern that the lives of the villagers had worsened significantly. Most travelers appeared ragged and impoverished, and the once frequent sight of itinerant vendors had become increasingly rare. Recognizing Changsheng's lack of worldly experience, Li Zhongyong succinctly briefed him on current affairs. The reigning emperor was Li Zong, the younger brother of Emperor Shi, a man still in his 20s. Although the Yellow Turban Rebellion had been quelled by the court, its repercussions had ravaged over half of the Tang Empire for 6 to 7 years, in an effort to restore order. The Tang had nearly exhausted its national strength and military resources, resulting in a diminished grip on local military governors. The direct consequence of this was the fragmentation of power, with various regions operating independently and conflicts erupting across the nation. Furthermore, internal strife within the court, exacerbated by the undue influence of eunuchs, piled additional woes upon the empire. Once a dominant force in the east, the Tang was now like a candle flickering in the wind, perilously close to extinguishment. Changsheng listened attentively, though he remained indifferent to the political landscape. He felt detached from the events Li Zhongyong described. Sensing Changsheng's disinterest in political matters, Li Zhongyong shifted the conversation to the martial arts world, a topic that piqued Changsheng's curiosity, prompting him to listen intently and ask questions. Most of the discourse was led by Li Zhongyong, with occasional input from Chen Liqiu, who explained that the Tang Empire was now home to a plethora of sects and factions, numbering in the hundreds, if not thousands. Most of these were newly established brigands whose activities hardly qualified them as true practitioners of martial arts. There were approximately 200 to 300 sects with rich histories and traditions. These factions could be categorized into 3 main types based on their martial arts practices. The first type, rooted in Confucian teachings, was the most ancient and widespread, characterized by its vastness and inclusivity. The second type stemmed from Buddhism, with martial arts derived from the teachings of the West, emphasizing pure yang energy and formidable strength. High monks who grasped the true essence of Buddhist teachings could even perform miraculous feats. The third type comprised Taoist sects, whose practitioners often focused on the principles of yin and yang. Their martial arts emphasized change and transformation, embodying the concepts of endless cycles and infinite possibilities, with formally initiated Taoists capable of drawing talismans and performing rituals. As the conversation unfolded, the group arrived at the city of Muping. Dengzhou was the easternmost prefecture within the Tang Empire, beyond which lay the vast, unending sea. The jurisdiction of Dengzhou included the counties of Huangxian, Muping, and Wending. Upon entering the city, the group found a modest inn to rest at, managed solely by a husband and wife. During dinner, each person ordered a bowl of noodles, with bachelor's portion being 5 times larger. The innkeeper's wife, noticing the group's well-kept appearance, eagerly recommended a dish, stating that a rooster had just been slaughtered that morning and was ready to be served if they wished. Daoist Lin inquired about the price, and upon learning it was 10 copper coins for the chicken, he politely declined. Changsheng, carrying a pouch of copper coins obtained the previous night as a reimbursement for herbal medicine, estimated he had around 100 coins. Wanting to express his gratitude, he called out to the innkeeper's wife and requested the stewed rooster be brought to the table. The others looked at him in confusion. Feeling slightly awkward under their gazes, Changsheng reddened and said, "If it weren't for Daoist Lin and everyone's assistance last night, I might not have survived, and old Huang would certainly have met a grim fate. Besides, this pouch of coins was procured with Daoist Lin's help, so I must repay this kindness. Allow me to treat you all to this meal." His words took the group by surprise. They had not anticipated that a sheltered youth would possess such manners. However, with Daoist Lin present, they felt it inappropriate to interject, instead looking to him for guidance. Daoist Lin met Changsheng's gaze and smiled, nodding in approval. With Daoist Lin's consent, Changsheng then inquired about the price of liquor, learning it was 5 coins per pound, and he ordered 2 pounds. The innkeeper's wife happily complied and went to fetch it. Observing Changsheng's generosity, Li Zhongyong surmised that he was unfamiliar with current prices due to his lack of travel, and thus casually explained that copper coins were the standard currency, with silver being rare and gold exceedingly so. 1 tael of silver was equivalent to 1,000 copper coins that in earlier prosperous times. 5 copper coins could purchase a dough of rice, approximately 12 pounds. But now, due to the decline of the tang's power, 10 copper coins were required to buy a dough of rice, equating to roughly 1 copper coin per pound. Changsheng had spent 10 coins on a chicken, which could have otherwise bought 10 pounds of rice. Additionally, he had overpaid for liquor. Generally, it took 4 pounds of grain to produce 1 pound of liquor, and the innkeeper was clearly charging him a premium. Upon hearing Li Zhongyong's explanation, Changsheng became aware of the situation but felt no regret over his expenditure. One ought not to forget the kindness of others simply because adversity had passed. Had it not been for Daoist Lin and the others intervening last night, the villagers would have undoubtedly butchered old Huang before his eyes. Such a horrific sight would have haunted him forever. Before long, the food and drinks arrived, and the group began their meal. Having lived in the countryside and rarely encountering meat, Changsheng was eager to eat, yet he refrained from touching the chicken, focusing instead on his noodles and occasionally rising to pour wine for Daoist Lin and the others, seizing the opportunity to express his gratitude once more. The others, while not dwelling on the previous night's events, were increasingly impressed by Changsheng's earnestness. Noticing that he had not touched the chicken, they seized the chance to offer him some while he was busy pouring wine, filling his bowl with chicken meat. Feeling the warmth of their concern, Changsheng's resolve to learn from them deepened. Though he knew Bachelou had a hearty appetite, he was astonished to see him devour 5 bowls of noodles with an insatiable hunger. Observing this, Changsheng ordered 5 more bowls. Bachelou feigned reluctance, but merely went through the motions. When the noodles arrived, he consumed them with the same ferocity, leaving not a drop of broth behind. Having eaten enough for 10, Bachelou's capacity was nothing short of astonishing. After the meal, Changsheng settled the bill and offered the remaining copper coins to Daoist Lin, who smiled and waved his hand in refusal. "Keep it for yourself," he said. Changsheng, wishing to accompany Daoist Lin and the others, felt it inappropriate to keep the money for himself and insisted on handing it over again. Sensing Changsheng's thoughts, Daoist Lin smiled and said, "Aside from Bachelou, the other 3 each have some savings. You need not worry. Just accept it." With Daoist Lin's words, Changsheng finally tucked away the pouch of coins and followed the others to the back courtyard. Daoist Lin requested 6 rooms in total. Having never stayed at an inn before, Changsheng was unaware of their size. Upon opening the door, he discovered the room was quite spacious, containing 2 beds, sufficient for 2 occupants. As Changsheng stood at the doorway, peering inside, Chen Liqiu patted him on the shoulder from behind. "You didn't sleep a wink last night. You should take a good rest." "I'm not tired." Changsheng shook his head and then inquired, "Third brother, it's still early. What are you all doing?" "Master is going out to attend to some matters with the eldest. We'll remain here at the inn to rest," Chen Liqiu replied casually, yawning as he entered the adjacent room. After watching Chen Liqiu enter, Changsheng stepped into his own room. Unbeknownst to Chen Liqiu, Changsheng had not only been sleepless the previous night, but also the night before that. The sudden upheaval had left him feeling unsettled. Though he was exhausted, sleep eluded him. After surveying the room's furnishings, he set down his belongings and lay on the bed fully clothed, lost in thought. His emotions were tumultuous. Having only recently met Daoist Lin and the others, he knew little about them, aside from the fact that they were not malevolent. However, he remained oblivious to their true intentions, unsure of what lay ahead on this journey with them. Yet, compared to his anxiety about the unknown future, an inexplicable emptiness weighed heavily on him. For years, he had been inseparable from Old Huang. Now, with Old Huang gone, he felt an overwhelming void within. As memories of Old Huang resurfaced, he recalled the events of the previous night. Had Daoist Lin and the others not intervened, Old Huang would have undoubtedly faced a grim fate at the hands of the villagers. It was only due to their timely arrival that Old Huang was allowed to pass peacefully, preserving his dignity. For this single act of kindness, Changsheng felt compelled to follow Daoist Lin and the others, recognizing that he owed them a debt of gratitude, no matter what awaited him in the future. Chapter 7. The ancient books in the tomb lost in thought. Changsheng was suddenly roused by the voices of Daoist Lin and Bachalu, which drifted in from the bustling street outside. Upon hearing them, Changsheng hastily rolled out of bed, opened the door, and hurried out onto the street, quickly taking a few steps to catch up with the two. Daoist Lin, I heard from Third Brother that you were going out on an errand. Is there any way I can assist you? Daoist Lin chuckled. We appreciate your kind intentions, but you should return and rest. Noticing that Changsheng still wished to say something, Bachalu interjected. You only want to follow us because you know what we're up to. Hurry back and don't make things more chaotic. Realizing he truly could not be of help, Changsheng stopped in his tracks, watching as the two headed northward. Once they had gone far, just as he was about to turn back, he noticed a villager nearby selling red fruits, so he approached and purchased some, wrapping them in his clothing for the journey home. Upon returning to the courtyard, he requested several ceramic bowls from the shopkeeper, washed the fruits, and knocked on the door of second brother, Li Zhongyong. Zhongyong opened the door and welcomed Changsheng inside, busily tinkering with something at the table while conversing with him. On the central table lay an assortment of peculiar items, varying in material, some carved from wood, others seemingly cast from metal, along with several bottles and jars. The room was permeated with a strong scent of saltpeter and sulfur. Second brother, what are you working on? Changsheng inquired curiously. I am contemplating the works of Mozi, Li Zhongyong replied casually. Changsheng found himself puzzled by Li Zhongyong's words, and seeing that he was preoccupied, he discerned it would be best to leave him to his tasks. He stepped back and returned to his room, carrying the bowl of red fruits to knock on third brother Chun Lichio's door. Chun Lichio opened the door, a brush in hand, that it would be quite discourteous not to let someone in when they came bearing gifts, especially since Chun Lichio was quite fond of Changsheng. So he warmly invited him inside, casually taking a red fruit and sitting down at the table, nibbling while he wrote. Third brother, you seem busy. I want to disturb you, Changsheng said, preparing to leave. Not at all. Stay for a moment, Chun Lichio urged. Hearing this, Changsheng hesitated to depart. Noticing a stool beside the door, he bent down to grab it and sat nearby. Why are you sitting so far away? You look like a sulking little bride. Come closer, Chun Lichio remarked. You are writing, Changsheng replied. I will write my own, and you. Chun Lichio trailed off, suddenly realizing, oh dear, you can't read, can you? Well, I know a few characters, Changsheng nodded. How rare. Who taught you? Chun Lichio asked casually. There used to be an old scholar in the village. During the off-seasons, I would go to his home to learn, Changsheng answered. Chun Lichio laughed. Then just sit by the door. You can't read what I'm writing anyway. Third brother, do you have someone special in your life? Changsheng asked, as Chun Lichio was the most affable among them, and he held a fondness for him. Naturally, with my handsome and dashing looks, how could I not have admirers? Chun Lichio replied half-jokingly. Changsheng chuckled and rose to take his leave. Third brother, you are busy. I will go deliver some fruits to fourth sister. Chun Lichio, still chewing on the red fruit, mumbled in response. Changsheng then knocked on the door of fourth sister Tian Jinxiong. Given the differences between the sexes, he initially hesitated to enter, but Tian Jinxiong insisted on giving him something and urged him inside. Like Chun Lichio, she was also seated at the table, but rather than writing letters, she was recording something in a thick ledger. When Tian Jinxiong unwrapped a bundle, Changsheng inadvertently caught a glimpse of the ledger and noticed that the characters were quite different from the common Chinese script. He could not recognize more than half of them. Before long, Tian Jinxiong turned around, holding a flute. "This is for you," she said. Changsheng glanced at her with confusion, then looked down at the flute, which was entirely green, imbued with a subtle radiance, and crafted from a single piece of jade. Such a rare and precious item, he could not accept, and he shook his head vigorously, refusing. Without allowing him to protest further, Tian Jinxiong pressed the flute into his hands, saying, "I am not skilled at playing, and it would be of no use to me. Take it. It is better utilized in your hands." Seeing the look of alarm on Changsheng's face, she quickly added, "This flute is not an heirloom of mine, but one I acquired along the way. Your flute was left in the grave of old Neo, so I am giving this to you. You may find it useful for performing music in the future." Before Changsheng could respond, Tian Jinxiong shifted the subject. "By the way, do you know how to read music?" Changsheng shook his head. "Can you recall the 5 basic tones?" she inquired further. Changsheng nodded. "Good. Let us practice that I will pluck the strings, and you mimic the flute," she instructed. Without waiting for Changsheng's reply, Tian Jinxiong walked to the head of the bed and retrieved a musical instrument wrapped in black cloth. When she unveiled it, Changsheng discovered it was a 5-string pipa. Sitting at the table with the pipa cradled in her arms, she flipped through the thick ledger, and after a moment, she found a piece of sheet music. Taking a deep breath, she began to play. After playing a segment, Tian Jinxiong paused, tilting her head to look at Changsheng, waiting for him to imitate her flute playing. "Finish your piece first. I will play afterward," Changsheng suggested. "Have you played this piece before?" Tian Jinxiong asked, visibly surprised. "I have neither played nor heard it before." Changsheng shook his head. "You can remember the entire piece after just one listen?" she asked, half in disbelief. "I'm not sure. It's worth a try," Changsheng replied sheepishly. Upon hearing this, Tian Jinxiong played through the entire composition, a piece known as Spring River, Flower Moon Night, a renowned work from the early Tang dynasty and one of the most distinguished pieces for the pipa. As the last notes of the pipa faded, Changsheng began to play the jade flute. It was his first time using the jade flute, and to his surprise, it produced a far superior sound compared to the bamboo flute. The initial notes soared high, and he had no choice but to follow suit, flowing like a stream, effortlessly completing the piece. When he finished, Tian Jinxiong frowned slightly, not because Changsheng played poorly, but rather because he played exceedingly well, comparable to a professional musician. She suspected Changsheng had played this piece before. "You played quite well. Do another piece," Tian Jinxiong encouraged. Changsheng nodded. This time, Tian Jinxiong did not refer back to the sheet music, but instead closed her eyes, meditating for a moment before beginning to play. Although Changsheng did not recognize the piece, he could tell that it was quite melancholic, imbued with a deep sense of nostalgia and longing. After she finished, Changsheng once again attempted to imitate her. Now aware of the jade flute's characteristics, he was able to play with precision. However, still grappling with the sorrow of losing old Neo, performing this piece brought him considerable discomfort. Fortunately, halfway through, Chen Liqiu could no longer contain himself and called out from the adjoining room, "Hey, four-sister, what on earth are you doing? Can we have something a bit more cheerful?" Upon hearing Chen Liqiu's shout, Changsheng halted, and Tian Jinxiong, who had been listening with her eyes closed, opened them. "You played beautifully," Tian Jinxiong sighed. Worried that she might suspect him of cheating, Changsheng quietly explained, "I truly have never heard this piece before." "I know," Tian Jinxiong replied slowly, nodding. "This piece, Cherry Blossoms of My Hometown, is a song from my region. It is unlikely you would have heard it." Changsheng was at a loss for words and stood silently to the side. Tian Jinxiong seemed to recall something, her gaze becoming distant, and for a long while, she fell silent. Changsheng, wishing to leave, found himself unsure how to handle the flute in his possession. Having played it, returning it seemed inappropriate, yet taking such a valuable item felt equally wrong. Ultimately, it was Tian Jinxiong who regained her composure and smiled at Changsheng, saying, "I didn't expect you to have such a talent for music, did I? In the future, you won't have to worry about finding someone to play the flute during rituals." Changsheng felt a bit embarrassed and offered an awkward smile. Tian Jinxiong added, "You should go back and rest now. Take the flute, and please don't refuse again." With no choice but to accept her words, Changsheng expressed his gratitude, took the flute, and bid her farewell. Returning to his room, Changsheng lay down on his bed, truly exhausted. The series of events had left him mentally and physically drained, and he quickly fell into a deep slumber. He was awakened later by a loud noise, akin to a thunderclap, seemingly originating from nearby. The items in his room trembled from the vibrations. Just as he hurried to open the door and investigate, he encountered Chen Liqiu, who was also emerging from his room. Compared to Changsheng's panic, Chen Liqiu appeared quite composed, shaking his head and sighing in resignation. "Third brother, did you hear that strange noise?" Changsheng asked. "Am I deaf?" Chen Liqiu retorted casually. "What is going on?" Changsheng pressed. Before Chen Liqiu could respond, Changsheng noticed smoke billowing from Li Zhongyong's room. "Oh no, second brother's house is on fire," he exclaimed. "Fire? It's nothing new," Chen Liqiu yawned. "This isn't the first time. Just ignore it. Come on, let us go for a stroll." Changsheng was perplexed and eager to investigate further, but seeing Chen Liqiu so unfazed, and noting that neither Li Zhongyong nor Tian Jinxiong had emerged, he realized that similar incidents had likely occurred numerous times before, and they had grown accustomed to it. Following Chen Liqiu to the street, he turned back just in time to see Li Zhongyong opening a window for ventilation. Disheveled and with singed hair, he looked quite embarrassed upon noticing Changsheng's gaze, offering an awkward smile before retreating back inside. Changsheng's curiosity piqued. He quickened his pace to catch up with Chen Liqiu. "Third brother, what is second brother doing?" "He's courting disaster," Chen Liqiu replied nonchalantly. Changsheng remained confused, tilting his head in inquiry. With a sigh of exasperation, Chen Liqiu explained, "Ever since he got his hands on a copy of Mozi, he hasn't settled down. Whenever he has free time, he experiments wildly. This time, the commotion isn't too severe. Last time, he blew up an entire inn in Qizhou." After finishing this explanation, Chen Liqiu bought 2 rice cakes from a vendor by the roadside, handing one to Changsheng, and continued, "You see, I don't even dare to live next door to him. You should keep your distance as well." "What is Mozi?" Changsheng inquired. "It's an ancient text documenting mechanical inventions," Chen Liqiu replied. Seeing the confusion on Changsheng's face, he added, "You wouldn't know about it. It's a classic from the spring and autumn period, banned during the Qin dynasty, and most copies were burned. The bundle of bamboo slips he obtained is a unique treasure." "If it's unique, where did he acquire it?" Changsheng asked. "Where else could it come from but a tomb?" Chen Liqiu replied, chewing on his rice cake. "Our master only forbids us from taking gold and silver from the tomb, but he has never prohibited us from retrieving ancient texts." Realizing what he had just revealed, Chen Liqiu turned to Changsheng, who looked utterly astonished and awkwardly chuckled. "Oh, I think I may have let something slip." Chapter 8. Extraordinary martial arts. Changsheng had long harbored a curiosity about the purpose of Daoist Lin and his companions, and now, at last, he comprehended their intentions. Naturally, astonishment filled his heart. In his mind, grave robbers were always ill-intentioned, yet Lin and his companions bore no semblance to such villains. To alleviate the awkwardness stemming from Chen Liqiu's indiscretion, Changsheng cleverly remarked, "In truth, even if third brother had not spoken, I would have guessed it long ago." "Ah, how did you come to that conclusion?" Chen Liqiu inquired, visibly surprised. "Last night, eldest brother and second brother helped me dig a pit, and from my vantage point, they appeared quite adept at excavating." Changsheng replied. "Ha, you are quite observant," Chen Liqiu chuckled. "Third brother, if not for gold and silver, what compels you to disturb the graves?" Changsheng asked in a hushed tone. With the topic now broached, Chen Liqiu felt no need for concealment. The streets were sparsely populated at night, and he spoke candidly. "We are searching for something. Our master has been seeking a particular item. Do not press me for details. It is not that I wish to withhold information, but rather that none of us know what it is." Noticing that Changsheng was still holding onto the rice cake, Chen Liqiu urged, "Do eat. This rice cake is quite delectable." After nodding, Changsheng began to chew on the rice cake, which bore different names across various regions. Chen Liqiu referred to it as rice cake, while the locals called it niangao. Once he had eaten, Changsheng refrained from further inquiries regarding the grave digging, opting instead for a new topic. "Third brother, what martial arts does our master practice?" "I do not know," Chen Liqiu replied, extending a sugar cake to him. "You do not know?" Changsheng asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Do you think I would deceive you?" Chen Liqiu quipped, pressing the sugar cake into Changsheng's hands. "Our master seldom employs martial arts, and does not permit us to act hastily. Changsheng grasped the sugar cake, thanked him, and then posed another question. Then what do you learn from our master? Chun Liqiu grinned, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. Though our master does not impart martial skills, the few of us have nonetheless acquired extraordinary martial arts. Changsheng was left bewildered, his face a mask of confusion. If you possessed even a modicum of wit, you would not inquire about the origins of our martial arts, Chun Liqiu stated. Realizing the implication, Changsheng pointed to the ground. Chun Liqiu nodded with a mischievous smile. Curiosity piqued, Changsheng quietly asked, "What martial arts do you all practice? Give me a reason to tell you," Chun Liqiu teased. Changsheng, unable to think of any worthwhile bribe, offered only an awkward smile. Chun Liqiu, merely jesting, continued. Eldest brother practices the indestructible Vajra technique, the ancestor of all external martial arts, belonging to the Buddhist school. The iron cloth shirt and golden bell shield of Shaolin Temple are derived from it. Is Shaolin Temple a monastery? Changsheng inquired further. Indeed, Shaolin Temple was established by Emperor Wei, Tuoba Hong, for the eminent monk Bateau of the western regions. It is one of the 3 ancestral grounds of Buddhism, Chun Liqiu replied. Changsheng intended to ask about the other 2 ancestral grounds of Buddhism, but his curiosity about the martial arts practiced by the others overtook him, and he held back his questions. Having answered Changsheng's query, Chun Liqiu continued, "Second brother and I cultivate martial arts derived from the primordial divine skill. Legend has it that this technique was created by the Taoist immortal Luoyangzi. However, we lack his innate talent and cannot master both yin and yang. We can only pursue one aspect each. Second brother practices the red sun divine palm, while I practice the mysterious yin divine palm. What of fourth sister? What martial arts does she practice?" Changsheng inquired again. Chun Liqiu chuckled. "Why don't you ask about the might of such a formidable-sounding martial art? Oh, how powerful are the red sun divine palm and the mysterious yin divine palm?" Changsheng pressed. I do not know. The divine skill comprises 9 levels, and we have yet to master even the first." Chun Liqiu laughed heartily. Changsheng laughed as well, but after a moment he asked, "Has eldest brother mastered the indestructible Vajra technique?" "He has indeed," Chun Liqiu affirmed with a nod. Eldest brother suffered from high fever in his youth and did not receive timely treatment, resulting in a somewhat dull intellect. However, his lack of complexity is not entirely a disadvantage. He is free from the chaotic thoughts that burden us. The indestructible Vajra technique has 3 levels, and he has already attained the first. Oh, and what martial arts does fourth sister practice? Changsheng asked once more. She only began following our master last year, and has yet to commence her martial training. However, our master recently gifted her the art of Qi Min Dunjia, and it seems she is delving into the 5 elements escape techniques, Chun Liqiu explained. 5 elements escape techniques. Is escape just a form of lightness skill? Changsheng pondered, perplexed. Were your thoughts wandering? Escape does not necessarily equate to running. In Qi Min Dunjia, escape refers to the transformation of reality and illusion. Chun Liqiu replied, taking a bite of the sugar cake as he spoke. Legend has it that Qi Min Dunjia is a method of celestial secrets, encompassing all phenomena. It is said that the ancient Yellow Emperor, Changsheng of the Shang and Zhou dynasties, and Zhuge Liang all studied it. It is the foundation of Confucian practices, with roots in Taoist teachings as well. After finishing his explanation, Chun Liqiu entered a nearby grain shop, haggling with the shopkeeper before purchasing half a bag of grain. The bag was not particularly heavy, so Changsheng shouldered it. Upon exiting the grain shop, Changsheng inquired, "Third brother, what do we need so much grain for? Is that not obvious? To eat." Chun Liqiu replied casually. "With this grain, we could likely sustain ourselves for over a month," Changsheng remarked. "A month? Have you forgotten we have a big eater among us?" "This is merely enough for half a month," Chun Liqiu countered. "In the next half month, will we not pass through villages and towns?" Changsheng asked again. "We might, but unless absolutely necessary, we generally avoid towns and villages," Chun Liqiu explained. "We also seldom travel main roads. Otherwise, we would not have encountered you last night." As they conversed, Chun Liqiu entered a pickled vegetable shop, purchasing some pickled vegetables and asking the shopkeeper for directions to the county's post station. Upon exiting, Chen Liqiu turned to Changsheng and said, "You should head back. I need to visit the post station." Changsheng, bewildered, regarded him with curiosity. "Never mind if you do not mind the wait. You may come along," Chen Liqiu decided, stepping forward. Changsheng, bearing the grain, followed closely behind. "Third brother, what business do you have at the post station?" "To send letters, of course," Chen Liqiu replied. Changsheng refrained from questioning whom Chen Liqiu was sending letters to, as he had seen him writing during the day. From his demeanor, it appeared he was composing a missive for someone dear to him. The post station was located to the north of the city, where Chen Liqiu delivered 3 wax-sealed letters to the courier, specifying their destinations. After some negotiation, he paid 5 taels for postage in that era. 5 taels constituted a considerable sum, equivalent to 5,000 won. Changsheng was taken aback by the exorbitant cost of sending letters and surprised by Chen Liqiu's apparent wealth, not to mention the fact that he had sent 3 letters simultaneously, all addressed to women. Just as the two were leaving the post station, they unexpectedly encountered Daoist Lin and Bachelou on their return. Upon seeing Chen Liqiu near the post station, Daoist Lin's expression darkened, suspecting that he had sent letters, while Chen Liqiu appeared somewhat apprehensive. "Have you sent letters again?" Daoist Lin inquired, furrowing his brow. Chen Liqiu offered an awkward smile. "How many did you send?" Daoist Lin pressed further. "Only one, to the south," Chen Liqiu replied, raising a finger. Daoist Lin seemed skeptical of Chen Liqiu's claim and turned to Changsheng. Understanding that Daoist Lin was seeking verification, Changsheng, though feeling uneasy about covering for Chen Liqiu, nodded vigorously to a semi-outsider. Daoist Lin refrained from making Chen Liqiu uncomfortable in front of Changsheng, merely casting him a disapproving glance. Noticing Changsheng carrying the cloth bag, Bachelou casually snatched it from him, and then, looking down at Changsheng, said, "Little lame one, do not emulate third brother. He is not a good person." "What makes you think I am not a good person?" Chen Liqiu retorted with a pout. "You have been flirting all along." Before Bachelou could finish, Daoist Lin interrupted. "Eldest brother, do not shout. His name is Changsheng." "Oh," Bachelou acknowledged, then turned to Changsheng and asked, "By the way, what is your surname?" This question left Changsheng speechless. As an abandoned infant, how could he possibly know his surname? By the time the group returned to the inn in the early hours of the night, the innkeeper, aware that they had not dined, kindly inquired if they would like him to prepare a meal. Daoist Lin nodded, instructing the innkeeper to send the food to his room once it was ready. Daoist Lin subsequently summoned everyone to his chamber, informing them of the specific time they would depart the following morning. He also reprimanded Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu. Although Li Zhongyong had compensated the innkeeper for damages, the lingering scent of sulfur and gunpowder remained in the room. Daoist Lin knew he had been experimenting with Mozi's techniques, which carried certain risks. His criticism of Chen Liqiu stemmed from the fact that sending letters through the post station could easily expose their whereabouts if it fell into the wrong hands. That Changsheng would be accompanying them. There were matters he could not always keep hidden. With their departure imminent the next morning, Daoist Lin felt it prudent to briefly explain that he had been searching for a particular item for many years. Times. It was unavoidable to disturb the deceased, but they were certainly not grave robbers seeking riches. Their sustenance came solely from legitimate means along their journey. Having clarified the situation, Daoist Lin once again inquired whether Changsheng wished to accompany them. Upon receiving an affirmative response, dinner was delivered, and they began to eat. During the meal, casual conversation ensued, revealing that Changsheng possessed a remarkable talent for music and was literate. Daoist Lin nodded in approval. "Though your legs may not serve you well, your loyalty and understanding are commendable." "Very good, very good." Seeing Daoist Lin praise Changsheng, Chen Liqiu quickly shot him a meaningful glance. Changsheng, momentarily caught off guard, only realized the implications when Li Zhongyong and Tian Jinxiu cast him similar looks. He promptly set down his chopsticks, stood up, bowed, and clasped his hands together, saying, "Daoist Lin, if you do not mind my being a lame person, I wish to take you as my master." Noticing his formal request, Daoist Lin smiled and nodded. Very well, very well. Meeting you is indeed a stroke of fate. From now on, you shall accompany us." With Daoist Lin's acquiescence, Changsheng hurriedly knelt on the ground, bowing deeply to Daoist Lin. The act of bowing to one's master is a necessary ritual, and Daoist Lin reciprocated the gesture. According to tradition, The master-disciple ceremony requires 3 kneelings and 9 bows. Daoist Changsheng performed the second bow. Daoist Lin suddenly furrowed his brow, as if sensing something amiss. After the second bow, Daoist Lin's expression shifted to one of alarm, his eyes wide open. Before Changsheng could complete the third bow, he reached out and pulled him up. Enough, enough, no need for further bows. Not only was Changsheng perplexed, but Li Zhongyong and the others were equally bewildered. The master-disciple ceremony is a significant matter, and the solemnity of 3 bows is essential. They did not understand why Daoist Lin abruptly halted Changsheng's act of reverence. Daoist Lin offered no further explanation, instead turning to the others and stating, "Let us eat. After dinner, rest early, for we must rise early to continue our journey tomorrow." Chapter 9. Observational probing. Bachelou and the others held Longsheng in high regard. Upon witnessing Master Lin formally accept him, they genuinely felt elated and were pleased at the prospect of sharing companionship with him. They had all observed the lengths to which Longsheng had gone for old Huang. A person of his caliber would never stoop to acts of betrayal or cowardice. After dinner, everyone pitched in to clear the table, and then they returned to their respective rooms. Just as Longsheng was about to exit his chamber, Master Lin called out to him, "Longsheng, please stay for a moment. I have something to inquire." Upon hearing Master Lin's words, Longsheng hastily halted and turned around. Although Master Lin had stopped him, he did not immediately pose his question. However, it was evident that he was grappling with something important, hesitating for reasons unknown. After a prolonged silence, Master Lin finally spoke. "What caused your leg to be lame?" Longsheng was taken aback by the inquiry and momentarily stunned. He then replied candidly, "In response to your question, Master, many years ago, there was a thunderstorm and flying stones struck my leg, resulting in a fracture. Unfortunately, I could not receive timely treatment, and thus I walk with a limp." Once Longsheng finished speaking, Master Lin nodded slowly, casting him a meaningful glance before saying, "You may go now. Rest well." Longsheng acknowledged with a nod and turned to leave, shutting the door behind him. Back in his room, Longsheng lay on his bed, filled with perplexity. Though he remained unaware of Master Lin's true intentions, he sensed that the question posed was not merely about his lameness, but rather something else entirely. What was it that Master Lin truly wished to ask, and why did he ultimately refrain from doing so? Upon reflection, Longsheng surmised that the reason behind Master Lin's single question lay in the fact that the answer to his actual inquiry had already been revealed during Longsheng's explanation of his disability. The following day at the 4th watch, the group set off on their journey. Bachelou carried the 2 large wooden crates with a sturdy bronze staff, while the others shouldered their respective burdens. Longsheng, possessing few belongings, voluntarily took up the rice and pickled vegetables purchased the previous night. The group moved southwestward. As it was still early, the roads were nearly devoid of travelers. They walked along the official route, and as dawn broke and more people appeared, they diverted onto a smaller path. Master Lin's decision to lead them along this lesser-known route stemmed from multiple considerations. Primarily, it was to conceal their movements, as their undertakings were not entirely above board. Some tombs, albeit ancient, still had descendants living, and although they had not desecrated the graves, they had nonetheless disturbed them. The descendants would inevitably investigate the matter upon discovering the disturbance. Moreover, Master Lin had been searching for clues for many years. There were many who either knew or suspected that they had acquired a wealth of martial arts manuals. As the saying goes, a man who possesses something precious is often targeted. There were numerous individuals who coveted and sought to seize such knowledge. Lastly, the remote wilderness was sparsely populated, facilitating Bachelou and the others in practicing their martial arts. In these turbulent times, one could not traverse the martial world without formidable skills. That be why the time the hour of Qin arrived, the group began to rest and prepare a meal. Before Master Lin took Longsheng under his wing, it had been Chen Liqiu and Tian Jinchuan who managed the cooking. Although Tian Jinchuan was a woman, she was not particularly skilled in culinary arts, so Chen Liqiu primarily took charge while she assisted. Longsheng, though young, had lived independently for several years. While he could not claim to be a master chef, he was capable of preparing meals. After a brief observation, he determined that he could manage the task and therefore offered to take over from the two. Cooking was laborious, and Chen Liqiu was eager for a reprieve. After a few polite exchanges, he handed over the spatula to Longsheng. Tian Jinchuan had intended to remain and help but was likewise declined by Longsheng, who assured them he could handle the gathering of firewood, cooking rice, and preparing the dishes on his own. Outdoors was not akin to being at home. There were fewer dishes available, that a single pot of rice paired with a pot of vegetables was sufficient, and once prepared, the meal was served in earthen bowls, with rice topped by the cooked vegetables, one bowl for each person. No one could resist the charm of a diligent individual. Seeing Longsheng so industrious only endeared him further to the group. After the meal, Longsheng collected the group's bowls and prepared to wash them by the stream when, at that moment, Master Lin called out to him, "Longsheng, would you like to practice martial arts?" Caught off guard by the sudden question, Longsheng was momentarily speechless and failed to respond promptly. Seizing the opportunity, Tian Jinshuan took the bowls from his hands. "Master is asking you a question. Why do you not answer?" With her prompt, Longsheng regained his composure, turning to face Master Lin. "Of course I would like to, but my legs." Before he could finish, Master Lin waved his hand to interrupt. "Do not dwell on this matter. The martial world is not devoid of masters who are one-armed or one-legged. Some even cannot hear or see that if one possesses sufficient talent and perseverance, success is always attainable." Longsheng was uncertain whether Master Lin's words were entirely truthful or merely comforting, so he simply nodded. "Practicing martial arts hinges on talent," Master Lin continued, gesturing toward Bachalu, who was leaning against a tree. "Bachalu is robust and strong, yet his comprehension is somewhat lacking. Thus he practices external techniques." Upon finishing, Master Lin pointed to Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu, who were preparing to meditate. These two possess higher understanding, hence they cultivate internal techniques. At that moment, Tian Jinshuan was walking toward the stream with the bowls, and Master Lin indicated her as well. The fourth is a woman. Her physical strength is inferior to that of men, yet her intellect is exceptional, making her adept in the art of stealth and hidden weapons. After Master Lin spoke, Longsheng nodded again, as Chen Liqiu had already informed him of their respective martial practices in greater detail than Master Lin had provided. "Master, I do not quite grasp these concepts. Please teach me what you feel I am suited for." Master Lin smiled and waved his hand. "I cannot make that decision for you. The martial arts they practice are of their own choosing. It is crucial to understand that the arts of killing differ from those of mere combat. The skills required for battlefield slaughter are not the same as those for escorting goods. You must contemplate what you wish to achieve with your martial abilities and make your choices accordingly." "Master, I comprehend your meaning, but I have not considered what I want to do in the future," Longsheng replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Master Lin did not respond immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he posed a question. "Let me ask you this. Had we not encountered you the other day, and your old cow had been slaughtered by those villagers, how would you have dealt with them after mastering martial arts?" At this, Longsheng furrowed his brow and remained silent. "Would you strike them, or would you kill them?" Master Lin pressed earnestly. Longsheng still did not answer. In truth, he had an answer in his heart, but feared Master Lin would chastise him for being narrow-minded. Being young, Longsheng could not mask his emotions, and Master Lin, perceiving his expression, inferred his thoughts. Yet, he did not show displeasure, but calmly inquired, "If you were to kill them, would you regret it in the future?" Longsheng longed to respond to Master Lin's query, but he felt it was impolite to remain silent. Yet he genuinely did not know how to answer. "If you do not kill them, would you regret it later?" Master Lin asked again. Longsheng began to grasp Master Lin's intent. "Master, you are asking whether I wish to learn the skills of combat or those of killing, correct?" Master Lin nodded. "Is there a significant difference between the two?" Longsheng pressed further. "Substantially so," Master Lin affirmed. Longsheng, indecisive, hesitated for a long while before shaking his head. "Master, I have never been in a fight in my life, let alone taken a life that I do not know what I would do after learning martial arts. I am not as tall and strong as senior brother. I cannot practice external techniques. Perhaps I should follow second brother and third brother in cultivating internal skills." Master Lin considered this and nodded in agreement. "That is acceptable." Hearing this, Longsheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although Master Lin's tone had always been calm, he sensed a deeper significance in his inquiries, as if he were observing and testing him. Noticing that there was still an iron pot left unwashed, Longsheng took it to the stream. Downstream, he spotted a water pool that seemed promising for fishing, Then he entrusted the iron pot to Tianjin to carry back and ventured to the pool's edge to search for worms to attempt fishing. As it was early spring, the temperatures were quite low, and he did not use a fishing rod but rather a pan hook, which consists of a line with numerous hooks attached, designed for bottom fishing without a bamboo float. Changsheng was quite adept at fishing, not out of passion but necessity. Having lived alone for years, he often faced hunger and hardship, and fishing was one of the few means to secure food. As he set his pan hook and sat in a sheltered spot, lost in thought, he suddenly caught sight of a strange dark figure in the forest to the west. Chapter 10. The origin of the monkey. At this juncture, the season of early spring had arrived, and most of the trees in the mountains had shed their leaves, leaving only the evergreens like pine and cypress. It was amidst a grove of pines that he observed a shadowy figure. Due to the considerable distance and the obstructions in sight, the details were not entirely clear. However, he could discern that the figure was roughly the size of a dog, with a coat that was a mix of black and gray. Yet, despite its similar stature, it bore no resemblance to a dog, and most importantly, dogs could not climb trees. Whereas this creature was perched upon one that such an animal, possessing a comparable size and the ability to ascend trees, seemed rather uncommon in the vicinity. With a sense of skepticism, Changsheng departed from the pond and made his way toward the distant grove of pines. Uncertain whether the creature was aggressive, he picked up a stick along the way for protection. The animal in the tree appeared to be asleep, lying motionless, curled up, thus obscuring its features from view. Nevertheless, one thing he was certain of, it was neither a lynx nor a domestic cat. As he approached within 10 paces of the pine grove, Changsheng inadvertently kicked over a stone, the sound of which startled the slumbering creature. Upon hearing the noise, it turned around, noticed Changsheng's proximity, and swiftly darted deeper into the thicket, leaping between the branches until it vanished into the dense foliage. Changsheng did not pursue. Instead, he remained puzzled in place. He had already caught a glimpse of the creature's visage, and it was indeed not a cat, but rather a monkey with a pointed face and chin. Monkeys were a rarity in the northern regions, and there were none to be found within the borders of Dengzhou. His knowledge of monkeys stemmed from his childhood encounters with street performers in the county town. It seemed that the fleeing monkey had a neck collar tied around it, suggesting it was owned by someone, likely having escaped from a performer. With the monkey gone, Changsheng turned back toward the pond. Although fishing with a fishing rod required no supervision, he refrained from disturbing the others, who were seated in meditation in the afternoon. The group set off on their journey. Changsheng found himself in possession of several yellow catfish strung together with reeds. These fish, resembling catfish but without scales, emitted a distinct sound when caught. Lin Daolong spoke little, while among the brothers, the most talkative was the third brother, Chen Liqiu, followed by the second brother, Li Zhongyong. Bachalu occasionally chimed in, and the fourth sister, Tianjin, only spoke when addressed by the others. Changsheng's arrival relieved Chen Liqiu from the tediousness of cooking. Since Chen Liqiu held a fondness for him, he took the initiative to share the essentials of martial arts training. This so-called secret boiled down to a single principle. More than 90% of people fight using their right hand, accustomed to attacking with one hand. If your left hand can be as agile as your right, you will surpass over 90% of ordinary individuals in combat. Noticing that while Changsheng nodded, his expression conveyed skepticism, Chen Liqiu casually picked up a stone and threw it with his left hand. He then handed another stone to Changsheng. Here, fifth brother, give it a try with your left hand. Changsheng took the stone and threw it with his left hand. But not only was the distance minimal, it lacked precision. The way you throw is reminiscent of a woman, Chen Liqiu chuckled. Changsheng was left speechless, smiling awkwardly. Seeing Changsheng's embarrassment, Li Zhongyong interjected. What third brother says holds merit. You must learn to utilize your left hand, in future encounters. Being able to use both hands proficiently will grant you a significant advantage. Changsheng nodded in agreement. Until now, he had never noticed how clumsy his left hand was compared to his right, and it was only through the reminders of the two that he recognized its weakness and lack of dexterity. Earlier, while Lin Daolong conversed with Changsheng, Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu had been nearby and had overheard their discussion. They were aware of Changsheng's desire to study the Hunyuan divine skill, but since it was an intricate Daoist technique, mastering it required a thorough understanding of yin-yang and the 5 elements, which Changsheng was unfamiliar with. Hence, they decided to start with the most fundamental principles of yin and yang. Changsheng was quite intelligent. He could memorize complex melodies after a single hearing, and he retained everything they discussed. Initially, he listened attentively, but by evening, not only had he committed the interactions of the 5 elements to memory, but he was also able to recite the 8 trigrams and 9 palaces in detail. To avoid unnecessary troubles, the group chose to traverse mostly through remote paths, resting wherever they found suitable. That night, fortune favored them, leading them to an abandoned beacon tower, known as a smoke tower, which had historically been used to relay messages during wartime. Officially termed a beacon tower, the locals referred to it as a smoke tower. Since it was a temporary setup, the soldiers stationed there would depart once the conflict ended. It was currently the off-season for farming, and typical households would have only 2 meals a day, which was also the case for the group. During dinner, they not only enjoyed an additional fish dish but also had wood ear mushrooms added to the pickled vegetables. Though it was not the season for fresh mushrooms, dried wood ears were still available, and Changsheng collected them along the way. After the meal, the group began to meditate in a cross-legged position. Changsheng did not know how to cultivate qi. He lay quietly to the side. Although the others had consciously slowed their pace to accommodate him, the prolonged journey had still left him quite fatigued, and he quickly drifted into a deep sleep. Due to his inability to cultivate qi, Changsheng could not see at night, preventing the group from traveling after dark to accommodate him. They began a routine of early morning departures and nightly rests, covering approximately 60 to 70 li each day. Despite the exhaustion of the journey, Changsheng never complained. Unlike the villagers, Lin Daolong and the others never regarded him with disdain, nor subjected him to the ridicule and scorn of the townsfolk. Aside from moments of melancholy when he thought of old Huang, Changsheng's spirits remained high. Since the martial arts practiced by the group did not originate from Lin Daolong himself, he did not personally instruct them. In truth, he had never even glanced at the martial arts manuals they possessed. The secret manual of the Hunyuan divine skill had been destroyed, not through human hands, but due to the artifacts in the ancient tomb being light-sensitive. Bamboo slips would quickly decay when exposed to the air. Fortunately, Li Zhongyong and Qin Liqiu had memorized the full text of the Hunyuan divine skill, and as they recited it, Changsheng would silently commit it to memory. They had no intention of having him start practicing immediately. They merely wished for him to remember it. Not only did they impart the Hunyuan divine skill to Changsheng, but they also taught him lightness techniques. In the realm of martial arts, lightness skills were indispensable. The lightness technique practiced by Bachelou was called the 8 steps to chase the cicada, a technique that, while not exceptional, relied on spiritual energy to enhance speed. Li Zhongyong and Qin Liqiu practiced the same lightness technique known as the wind-chasing ghost steps, which they claimed had originated from an ancient tomb dating back to the Jin dynasty. According to Qin Liqiu, the most notable feature of this technique was its avoidance of straight lines. When mastered, one could not only move swiftly like the wind, but could also create illusions of multiple selves that followed like shadows. The fourth sister, Tianjinxiong, employed a technique known as the 5 elements escape technique. Although this technique encompassed more than just lightness skills, it included elements of them. Changsheng had difficulty with his legs, making even straight-line movement challenging. Thus, the wind-chasing ghost steps were perfectly suited for his practice. With Li Zhongyong and Qin Liqiu teaching him, Lin Daolong found himself relieved of some burden. While he seldom displayed signs of worry, Changsheng could nonetheless sense that he carried a heavy concern. He did not know what Lin Daolong was searching for, but he was certain of one thing. Despite searching for many years, Lin Daolong had yet to find what he sought. It is often said that in prosperous times, mediocre officials emerge, while in chaotic times, heroes arise. Whether heroes truly emerge from chaos remains uncertain, but it is a fact that bandits do. During their travels, the group encountered more than one band of mountain bandits. However, although these brigands noticed them, they merely observed from a distance without attempting to intercept them, for it was evident to the bandits that the group was composed of martial artists, and with the imposing figure of Bachelou among them, they deemed it unwise to engage. Although the majority of the time they traversed small paths, they occasionally encountered passers-by, including a chance meeting with a few monks seeking alms. In his youth, Changsheng had witnessed conflicts between monks and Daoists, leading him to believe that their relationship was fraught with tension. Lin Daolong's indifference towards the monks only served to confirm this notion. Whenever he had questions, Changsheng preferred to consult Qin Liqiu, who was amicable and straightforward, sharing whatever came to mind. It was through him that Changsheng learned of the historical discord between monks and Daoists, a complex situation rooted in events from 40 years prior during the reign of Emperor Wuzong. Wuzong, a devout Daoist, believed that the Buddhist monks were idle and detrimental to the stability of the state, leading to a national campaign against Buddhism, the destruction of temples, and the forced return of monks to secular life. The plight of the monks during that period could only be described as tragic. Logically, one would expect Taoism to flourish under Wuzong's patronage, given the backing of the imperial court. However, Taoism also had its share of incompetent disciples. One such Daoist, Zhao Guizhen, was utterly inept in alchemical practices, and the toxic elixirs he concocted ultimately led to the death of Emperor Wuzong. Following the emperor's demise, Xuanzong ascended the throne and swiftly dealt with Zhao Guizhen, which also had dire consequences for other Taoists. Thus, the current circumstances for Taoists were far from favorable. Chapter 11. The Enemy in the Shadows. After listening to Chun Liqiu's discourse, Changsheng's curiosity intensified. Third senior brother, do you mean that the current monks and Taoists are not favored by the imperial court? The favor or disfavor lies in the hands of the emperor, Chun Liqiu replied casually, plucking a blade of dogtail grass to chew on. This emperor has only recently ascended the throne. His stance towards monks and Taoists remains unknown. Changsheng was not particularly concerned about the situation of the monks and Taoists. Rather, he was intrigued by the question of whether Taoists could truly concoct elixirs. Third senior brother, is it possible for Taoists to really create a potion for immortality? Look, Chun Liqiu smirked, directing a glance at Li Zhongyong. Ask him. He fiddles with these things daily. Changsheng turned to Li Zhongyong. Well, Li Zhongyong cleared his throat and took over the conversation. The art of alchemy has existed since ancient times. It is by no means a mere trick of the streets. It aims to extract the essence of earthly and heavenly spirits through the furnace's fire, harmonizing yin and yang and adjusting the 5 elements, burning down houses and blowing up inns. Chun Liqiu interjected with a mischievous grin. TSK, Li Zhongyong frowned in disapproval. TSK what? Have you never burned down anything or blown something up? Chun Liqiu teased. Every endeavor requires patient practice and contemplation, Li Zhongyong argued. Not to mention that my explorations extend beyond mere furnace skills. I delve into mechanical inventions as well. We are martial practitioners. Your incessant tinkering is a distraction from our true purpose, Chun Liqiu retorted. Is wandering off at every whim and pursuing flings considered staying on task? Li Zhongyong countered with a laugh. You both are neglecting your duties, Bachelor chimed in with a deep voice. Master has said that one can only excel in one thing in a lifetime, and neither of you is focused. As the eldest disciple, Bachelor commanded respect, and both Li Zhongyong and Chun Liqiu fell silent at his words. The schedule for rest and meals among the group was not fixed. They would pause at suitable resting points, or if none were found, they would continue on their journey, typically managing to eat 2 meals a day, though sometimes only 1. When the others meditated and practiced their skills, Changsheng would keep his distance. Although he had begun to engage with the techniques of qi cultivation, he had not formally taken up martial arts. Changsheng had a habit of wandering in the woods during idle moments, not for sightseeing, but in search of something to quell his hunger. But on this occasion, he spotted the monkey once more, perched high in a large elm tree, clutching something in its hands. When Changsheng first noticed the monkey, it had not seen him, that he watched from afar, realizing that the monkey was cleverly concealed and that its position allowed it to observe the cave where the group had taken a rest. The last time he had seen this monkey was 4 days prior. He had initially thought it had escaped from a performer, but now it seemed more likely that this monkey had been stealthily following them all along. Since he had not been detected by the monkey, Changsheng observed for quite some time, and his suspicions were confirmed as he saw the monkey munching on something while cautiously surveying the cave where the group rested. Convinced that the monkey's behavior was suspicious, Changsheng picked up a few stones and stealthily approached the tree. However, realizing that the monkey was too high up for him to reach by throwing stones, he began to climb up the trunk. But he underestimated the monkey's alertness. He had barely ascended when the monkey noticed him, in a flurry. The monkey hurled its food at him, and, taking advantage of Changsheng's momentary distraction, swiftly descended the tree and dashed into the depths of the forest. Changsheng threw a few stones but failed to hit it, so he retreated from the tree, From below, he could see that the object the monkey had thrown was a pine cone the size of a fist, which it had been eating. A pine cone is the fruit of a pine tree. Typically, they are about the size of an egg, but this one was substantial, containing pine nuts the size of fingernails. Realizing something was amiss, Changsheng hurried back to the cave to inform Daoist Lin of what he had witnessed. Daoist Lin examined the pine cone with a grave expression. "Master, such a large pine cone could not have originated from Dangzhou," Li Zhongyong remarked. Daoist Lin nodded, pointing to the base of the pine cone. "This pine cone was likely harvested last autumn. The stem is intact, indicating it was cut with a sharp instrument rather than twisted off. The monkey that old Five saw earlier has an owner," Chen Liqiu added. "This pine cone was probably fed to it by its master." Daoist Lin slowly nodded in agreement. Noticing the somber expressions on everyone's faces, Changsheng also recognized the seriousness of the situation, that he had last seen the monkey 4 days ago, meaning it had been following them for at least that long. Such prolonged observation indicated that the monkey's owner harbored ulterior motives. The chances of them being friends were slim, while the likelihood of them being foes was high. The reasons for an enemy lurking in the shadows could only be twofold: either seeking vengeance or aiming to seize the group's martial arts manuals. "Master, it seems we have not offended anyone in Dangzhou," Li Zhongyong said. "The monkey's owner is not from Dangzhou," Daoist Lin replied, waving his hand. "Old Five saw the monkey 4 days ago, but that does not mean it began following us then. It could have been tracking us for a long time without our notice." Li Zhongyong continued. "The monkey's owner must be nearby, but why has he not shown himself?" "Not yet the right moment," Daoist Lin said. "Perhaps he is waiting for the opportunity to strike, or his accomplices have yet to arrive." Hearing this, the group felt a chill in their hearts. Chen Liqiu discarded the dogtail grass he had been chewing and asked earnestly, "Master, how should we respond?" Daoist Lin furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Chen Liqiu then turned to Changsheng. "Old Five, did you manage to hit that monkey with your stones?" Before Changsheng could respond, Li Zhongyong interjected. "Regardless of whether Old Five hit the monkey or not, it has likely been startled and will surely inform its master of our encounter. If all goes as expected, the monkey's owner should now be aware that we are on to them. And what of it? If they dare to cause us trouble, I'll make sure they won't recognize their own mother," Bachelor declared, clenching his fist. Daoist Lin shook his head, cautioning, "It is better to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Let us leave this place." Upon hearing Daoist Lin's words, the group began to pack their belongings. That it was now mid-afternoon, and concerned about being tailed by the monkey, they chose to leave the woods, selecting a wide path to travel swiftly. Dangzhou is filled with hills, and even though they chose an open official road, it was not guaranteed they could shake off the monkey, as it could stealthily follow them from the nearby woods. After walking for several miles, as evening approached, the group exited the main road, crossing through fields and entering the forest to the south of the official road. The area was quite open, and if the monkey wished to continue its pursuit, it would have to cross the fields, making it visible to the group. After observing the forest for a while and seeing no sign of the monkey following them, the group began to move southwest. After covering another 2 or 3 miles, they came upon a small stream, its water babbling and crystal clear. Having walked briskly, everyone was feeling somewhat parched. Upon discovering the stream, Bachelor strode forward, setting down the wooden box he had been carrying, and bent down to drink deeply. The others followed suit, approaching the stream to quench their thirst. Tian Jingong, carrying a ceramic bowl, filled it with stream water and offered it to Daoist Lin. Changsheng was also quite thirsty, and just as he bent down to drink, he suddenly noticed something odd. "Hey, why aren't the ground fish here afraid of people?" The others looked at him in confusion. "What did you say?" Bachelor asked, wiping his mouth with his sleeve. Changsheng rolled up his sleeves and scooped a small fish from the water. It was no larger than a finger, wriggling in his palm. Holding the fish up, he exclaimed, "This fish, we call it a ground tiger. It is the hardest to catch, always fleeing at the sight of people. Look, now I can just reach out and catch it. Are you implying that the water is toxic?" Chen Liqiu speculated. Bachelor exclaimed, wide-eyed. Regardless of whether the water was indeed toxic, it was of little consequence to him, as he had already taken a drink before Changsheng raised the alarm that Li Zhongyong removed the silver hairpin from his head, dipped it into the water to test, and observed, "The silver pin has not changed color." It doesn't seem to be poisonous. You scared me. Bachelor sighed in relief, pointing at the stream. If the water were truly toxic, the fish would have been dead long ago, that it's probably just the cold weather that has made them. Bachelor's words trailed off abruptly as he noticed several upside-down fish drifting down from upstream. Seeing this, Li Zhongyong hastily set down his pack, retrieved an object resembling a folding fan from it, spread it open, and carefully dripped stream water onto the 5 differently colored ribs of the fan, then focused intently. It's neither fire poison, nor metal poison, nor water poison, nor earth poison, nor wood poison. The water is truly non-toxic. Then what about the fish? What is going on? Bachelor stammered, his words jumbled. Daoist Lin, still holding the ceramic bowl offered by Tianjin, had not yet taken a sip. After contemplating, he took a small taste but did not swallow. Instead, he savored it and then spat it out. It's not poison, it's a narcotic. This plant is called drunken fish grass, commonly found in the Jiangnan region, not capable of growing in the north, Daoist Lin stated seriously. Though it is not a deadly toxin, it can cause paralysis and render one unable to respond. After Daoist Lin finished speaking, Bachelor tried to interject, but in that brief moment, he had already become so muddled that he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Tianjin took the ceramic bowl, poured out the stream water, and then inquired, "Master, what should we do? Did you all drink from the stream?" Daoist Lin asked gravely. Tianjin shook his head, as did Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu. Changsheng naturally had not drunk any, having been the first to notice the anomaly. Among them, only Bachelor had consumed the water, and he had drunk quite a bit this moment. Bachelor was swaying unsteadily, on the verge of toppling over. Li Zhongyong rushed to support him and turned to Chen Liqiu, saying, "Third brother, you take the wooden box that I'll carry the eldest." "Let me carry him." Chen Liqiu stepped forward towards Bachelor. "You won't be able to carry him," Daoist Lin said sternly. "At this point, it's best to leave him here. What is meant to come will eventually come." Chapter 12. The Imperial Seal of the King of Dian. Upon hearing the words of Daoist Lin, Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu could only assist Bachelor to a tree and then began to prepare separately. This was the first time Changsheng encountered such a situation, leaving him uncertain about what to do, while Li Zhongyong and others seemed equally inexperienced in dealing with such matters, appearing rather flustered. Among them, only Li Zhongyong possessed a long sword, while Chen Liqiu and Tianjin were without weapons that the enemy could appear at any moment. The lack of arms was untenable. Chen Liqiu opened one of the wooden boxes and retrieved 2 iron rods, one of which was notably sharp at the front. The 2 rods were twisted together, forming a makeshift spear, which he then tossed to Tianjin, saying, "Fourth brother, catch." Once Tianjin secured the spear, Chen Liqiu took out a short iron spade from the box, which was about a foot long, with a 2-foot iron rod attached to the back for ease of use. After Chen Liqiu closed the wooden box, Changsheng hurriedly approached, saying, "Third brother, give me one." Chen Liqiu waved his hands repeatedly. "Go away, you can't fight anyone. Quickly find a place to hide." Unwilling to relent, Changsheng persisted in his request. Not far away, Daoist Lin turned back upon hearing the commotion. "Changsheng, the incoming party bears ill intent. You lack martial skills. Remaining here will only lead to your demise. Take this opportunity to leave before they arrive." Encountering such circumstances for the first time, it was only natural for anyone to feel fear, and Changsheng was no exception. Yet he was resolute. "I will not leave." Even if you wish to flee, you cannot escape," came a chilling, eerie laughter from the southwestern woods. Daoist Lin ceased to converse with Changsheng and turned to bow in the direction of the southwest. "Luoyangzi, may I ask which esteemed heroes you are to obstruct our path?" Changsheng, devoid of any spiritual insight, was unable to see in the dark. As night had fallen, he could not discern the situation in the distant woods. However, judging by the chaotic and hurried footfalls, it was evident that there were at least 10 individuals approaching. "Lin Dongyang, can't you even recognize my voice?" A voice emerged from the darkness. Until then, Changsheng only knew Daoist Lin by his Daoist title, Luoyangzi, and was unaware of his secular name. The fact that the stranger knew Daoist Lin's secular name indicated a degree of familiarity. After a brief moment of recollection, Daoist Lin inquired, "Are you Zhong Age from the Nanzhao horse caravan?" "Good memory, indeed it is I. The figure identified himself, and then commanded loudly, "Light the torches." Following his order, torches were lit throughout the woods, not concentrated in one area, but scattered around their own party, making it unclear how many adversaries were present. There were at least 20 or 30 torches alone. With the illumination, Changsheng could finally see the appearance of the approaching figure. He appeared to be around 40 years old, of slight build, with dark skin, clad in a peculiar black and red robe. Due to the flickering flames, his features were not entirely discernible, and at first, Changsheng thought a scorpion was perched on his left cheek, only to realize upon closer proximity that it was a scorpion tattoo. The individuals accompanying him were similarly short, each armed with curved blades, their attire distinctly not that of the Han people, and each bore tattoos of venomous creatures on their faces, which appeared grotesque and menacing under the dancing flames. The leader approached slowly, halting across the stream, approximately 2 zhang away from Daoist Lin, while the others closed in, surrounding the 6 of them from a distance of 5 zhang. "Lin Dongyang, you have been expelled from the Genzhao Mountain sect for many years. Why do you still dress as a Daoist?" The enemy chieftain, Zhong Age, asked with a thinly veiled smile. Daoist Lin did not engage with his taunts but solemnly asked, "Chief Zhong, why have you journeyed so far from the warm and peaceful South Dian to this coastal region? It is not easy to meet you. Upon learning of your presence here, I hastened my journey northward overnight," Zhong Age replied, chewing on something unknown, with crimson juices staining his teeth. Daoist Lin coldly smiled, refraining from further comment. "Now that we have met, let us not dawdle. Quickly produce what you have," Zhong Age insisted. "What is it that you seek?" Daoist Lin asked gravely. Feigning ignorance, "What else would I want but the imperial seal of the King of Dian?" Zhong Age declared. "I have never seen the imperial seal of the King of Dian," Daoist Lin stated with conviction. Zhong Age sneered, revealing a menacing demeanor. "Lin Dongyang, do you truly believe our horse caravan could be deceived? We lost over 100 mules in our efforts to assist you in accessing that ancient tomb in the snowy mountains, not to mention the deaths of several brothers that we dug wells while you drank the water." "What kind of reasoning is that?" Daoist Lin responded. "We had an agreement back then. You and I worked together to access the ancient tomb of the King of Dian on Yulong Mountain. I only took the elixirs from within. All other treasures belonged to you. Aside from the elixirs, I did not take anything from the tomb." Zhong Age's nostrils flared. "After you left, we did not find the imperial seal of the King of Dian in the tomb. You were the first to enter the chamber. If the seal was not taken by you, then who else could it be? You are merely speculating that the imperial seal might be in the tomb. That does not mean it is definitively there," Daoist Lin asserted. "Furthermore, the seal would be of use to you, but of no value to me." While Daoist Lin conversed with Zhong Age, Changsheng observed the expressions of his companions. Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu wore looks of confusion, indicating that they were not involved in the matter. The enmity between Daoist Lin and the horse caravan had arisen before he took them in. Although Zhong Age had surrounded them with his men, he did not immediately resort to violence, seemingly wary of Daoist Lin. For a while, both parties engaged in heated debate. "Third brother, who are these people?" Changsheng whispered. Chen Liqiu casually replied, "I am not familiar with them either. I have only heard my master mention them. According to my master, Nanzhao is a treacherous land with high mountains and dense forests. The transport of goods relies entirely on mules, which gave rise to horse caravans that trade in salt and tea. However, despite the numerous members of the caravan, they are mostly a disorganized rabble, with martial skills that are rather mediocre. Look at the tattoos of venomous creatures on their faces. They likely excel in the use of poison," Changsheng remarked. Chen Liqiu slowly shook his head. "They merely know how to use poison. They cannot be considered experts. The true masters of poison are the Gu villages in Qianzhong and the Dragon King Mountain in Xiangzhou." Listening to Chen Liqiu, Changsheng nodded slowly and then asked, "What is the imperial seal of the King of Dian?" "I have not heard my master mention it before," Chen Liqiu replied, shaking his head, "but from the name, it should be a seal used by the King of Dian." "Do not ask me what the seal is for. I do not know. Why haven't I seen that monkey?" Changsheng inquired. "Could it be that besides them, there is another group?" Chen Liqiu, capable of seeing in the dark, clarified. "The monkey is on that tree behind them." Although Chen Liqiu pointed out the monkey's location, Changsheng could not see it. The darkness was too profound, and he could only perceive a small area illuminated by the flames. Third brother, do you think we can defeat them? Changsheng asked again. Chenliqiu shook his head slowly. I do not know. We have never engaged in combat before, and I am unaware of what my master has been searching for all these years. It turns out he has been seeking a certain elixir. As Changsheng conversed with Chenliqiu, Daoist Lin was still locked in debate with Zhong Age. It was evident that Zhong Age held a certain trepidation toward Daoist Lin, who also did not wish to engage in conflict with Zhong Age and his men. Despite their intense arguments, both parties maintained a degree of restraint. Debates rarely yield results, and ultimately, Zhong Age proposed to inspect the boxes and bundles carried by the group that if the imperial seal of the King of Dian was not found within, the matter would be considered closed. I will not allow you to search us, Daoist Lin stated firmly. We do not need to search you, Zhong Age replied. The imperial seal of the King of Dian is over 2 inches high. You cannot carry it on your person. If the imperial seal is not in our belongings, you will only suspect that we have hidden it, Daoist Lin countered. That will not be the case. Zhong Age shook his head. Such an important item, you would certainly carry it with you. If the seal is truly not in your possession, we shall retreat and consider the past grievances settled. Is it a promise? Daoist Lin asked for confirmation. It is a promise, Zhong Age nodded. Seeing that both parties had reached an agreement, they all quietly breathed a sigh of relief. In the world of martial arts, avoiding conflict whenever possible is preferable, for once hostilities commence, the outcome is uncertain. Since Zhong Age had indicated that the imperial seal of the King of Dian was quite large, a physical search was unnecessary. They simply needed to open their bundles and present them to the horse caravan for inspection. To observe more closely, Zhong Age intended to send 2 individuals across the stream for a closer look. Daoist Lin agreed to the request, but stipulated that the individuals inspecting must be illiterate. One by one, their group opened their packages to display their contents to the opposing party. Without needing to examine too closely, they could omit the display of clothing and items that could not conceal the seal. After inspecting the bundles, they turned to the contents of the wooden boxes. One box contained ritual implements and some excavation tools needed for ceremonies, while the other held bamboo slips and ancient texts. Just as the second box was opened, one of the horse caravan bandits suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "Chief, the Heavenly Silkworm Technique, the legendary Heavenly Silkworm Technique." Chapter 13. Eradicating Evil. No one present anticipated the sudden exclamation from the bandit, leaving everyone astounded. What astonished the members of the caravan was the revelation that the wooden box indeed concealed an extraordinary secret manual. Conversely, it was even more surprising to them that this bandit could read, particularly since Daoist Lin had explicitly instructed those inspecting the box not to possess any literacy. Undoubtedly, the opposing party had disregarded this agreement. As the bandit attempted to reach for the manual within the box, Chenliqiu swiftly closed the lid, nearly pinching the man's hand due to his abrupt movement. "What are you doing?" "We have yet to see clearly," the bandit retorted, retracting his hand in haste. "You are deceitful. You clearly know how to read," Chenliqiu admonished him fiercely. "I have never received formal education and can only recognize a few simple characters." The bandit feigned innocence. "How can knowing a few characters equate to literacy? You are familiar with the 6 classics and the historical records, yet you dare to claim ignorance." Chenliqiu immediately countered. Had the bandit not engaged in such shameless prevarication, perhaps the unexpected turn of events would have been viewed as a mere coincidence. However, his knowledge of the 6 classics indicated not just literacy, but a profound familiarity with them. It was worth noting that the majority of people at that time were illiterate, thus revealing that Zhong Age had ulterior motives in sending this individual to participate in the inspection. While Chenliqiu debated with the bandit, Li Zhongyong anxiously glanced at Daoist Lin. "Master, since we have made an agreement, let us open the box and allow them to see for themselves," Daoist Lin replied calmly. "Master, they clearly know how to read," Chenliqiu interjected urgently. "We only need to prove that the jade seal of the King of Dian is indeed not in our possession," Daoist Lin stated. It was evident that both Li Zhongyong and Chenliqiu were reluctant to reopen the wooden box, but with Daoist Lin having spoken, they had no choice but to comply, showcasing its contents to the 2 bandits. As the saying goes, without trust, nothing can stand. I hope you gentlemen will honor your word and not go back on it, Li Zhongyong declared. Of course, of course. The bandits nonchalantly dismissed. Tian Jinxiong, ever observant, noted that the two men were fixated solely on the text of the manual. She approached Daoist Lin and whispered, "Master, they are evidently after the manual. Today's events are bound to end poorly. The newcomers bear ill intentions. They are numerous, and if a confrontation ensues, we will undoubtedly suffer losses." Daoist Lin lowered his voice at this juncture. "Once I make my move, you must immediately feign an escape, positioning the 5 elements formation around them to ensnare them all." Upon hearing Daoist Lin's words, Tian Jinxiong nodded gently and turned to approach Baturu, who was leaning against a tree. Changsheng, being in close proximity to Daoist Lin, overheard their conversation. The first part was intended to pacify the caravan members, while the latter half, delivered in a hushed tone, conveyed his true intentions. Their possession of the manual had already been revealed to the caravan, and should word leak out, it would spell endless trouble to eliminate future threats. They needed to ensure that all of the caravan members remained. "Have you seen enough? We do not possess the so-called jade seal you speak of." Chen Liqiu snapped as he shut the wooden box with irritation. "Indeed, it is not here," the bandit retorted, turning to walk back to Zhong Age. Changsheng had initially expected Daoist Lin to act as the two men passed by, but to his surprise, Daoist Lin refrained from intervening, allowing them to cross the stream and return to Zhong Age's side. Upon their return, they eagerly conveyed something to Zhong Age. Due to the distance, Changsheng could not discern their exact words, but the caravan members' faces clearly displayed excitement and eagerness. "Chief Zhong, I have never seen the jade seal of the king of Dian you mentioned. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, let us part ways amicably," Daoist Lin stated. "The seal is indeed not in your possession, and Zhong is not a man of broken promises. Let us put this matter behind us," Zhong Age replied, then abruptly shifted his tone. "However, the celestial silkworm divine skill belongs to our caravan's ancestors, and you must hand it over." Zhong Age's tone was decidedly firm, a shift brought on by overhearing the first half of Daoist Lin and Tian Jinxiong's conversation, compounded by the willingness of his men to open the box to clear their suspicions. This led Zhong Age to perceive them as timid and weak. "We do not possess the celestial silkworm divine skill," Daoist Lin stated. But the ancient script on the purple bamboo slips clearly denotes the celestial silkworm divine skill. The bandit who had previously inspected the box interjected. "You are mistaken," Daoist Lin replied expressionlessly. Changsheng was unaware of what the celestial silkworm divine skill entailed, yet he could not conceal Zhong Age's evident agitation. As the saying goes, greed can cloud one's judgment. Faced with such a tremendous temptation, Zhong Age could no longer maintain his facade of civility, baring his teeth in a menacing glare. "Do not provoke my patience. Hand over the celestial silkworm divine skill at once." "I have stated before, they are mistaken. We do not have the celestial silkworm divine skill." Daoist Lin maintained his calm demeanor. "Chief, do not waste breath on him," a lackey chimed in. "Let us take action and retrieve our manual." "That is sound advice." Zhong Age unsheathed his curved blade. "Brothers, follow my lead." Before Zhong Age's words had fully left his lips, he charged forward, prompting the remaining men to follow suit, drawing their weapons as they rushed from all directions. As the fierce adversaries approached, Daoist Lin wielded his whisk to engage Zhong Age, while Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu moved the wooden box beneath the tree where Baturu was positioned, taking positions on either side to obstruct the attackers. Changsheng, lacking a weapon, could only gather stones and throw them haphazardly. In a glance, he noticed Chen Liqiu's satchel had been left behind not far away and dashed to retrieve it before the enemies could close in. However, as he picked up the satchel, he was seized by Tian Jinxiong, who promptly tossed him towards Li Zhongyong. Li Zhongyong repelled the bandit with his sword and caught Changsheng midair. "Stay here. Do not wander off." With enemies encircling them, Changsheng could not afford to respond, but he hurriedly picked up stones from the ground to assist, having often practiced throwing and possessing a fair aim. Though he could not turn the tide alone, he could aid Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu by filling in the gaps. While fending off enemies, Changsheng's attention drifted to Daoist Lin, who was engaged in combat with Zhong Age. The latter swung his curved blade with ferocity, while a circle of bandits surrounded them, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Daoist Lin, deftly wielding his whisk, maneuvered with grace, appearing unperturbed despite facing multiple adversaries. The caravan members recognized Daoist Lin as a formidable foe, and with him currently battling Zhong Age, the bandits were eager to assist their leader in subduing Daoist Lin. This was motivated by the dual desire of undermining their opponent and seeking favor in front of their chief. As a result, many skilled fighters gravitated towards Daoist Lin, thereby alleviating some of the pressure on Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu, allowing them to hold their ground against the onslaught. The stones beneath the tree were scarce, and soon Changsheng could find no more to throw. Observing Baturu struggling to rise while propped against a copper staff, Changsheng snatched the staff to aid him. He underestimated its weight, realizing it was a hefty 40 to 50 pounds. Being slight of build, he could not wield it one-handed and had to grip it with both hands to assist Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu in their defense. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. With the caravan outnumbered, losses quickly ensued, and it was none other than Changsheng who suffered at a bandit, lurking in the shadows, let loose a surprise shot, and Changsheng, taken unawares, felt a sharp pain as a featherless arrow struck his left shoulder. With his strength already limited, the injury rendered his left arm incapable of wielding the heavy copper staff, forcing him to drag it back towards the tree. Chen Liqiu, noticing Changsheng's injury, glanced back with concern. In that moment of distraction, an enemy seized the opportunity, swinging his blade and leaving a deep gash across Chen Liqiu's chest. Seeing both Chen Liqiu and Changsheng wounded, Li Zhongyong grew increasingly anxious, his sword flashing as he momentarily pushed back the attackers. "Old 3, Old 5, how are you holding up?" Li Zhongyong inquired, his worry palpable. Among them, aside from Baturu and Changsheng, all others had families, leading them to avoid using full names while traversing the martial world, opting instead for titles based on age and rank. Chen Liqiu did not respond, gritting his teeth as he swung a shovel to fell an approaching bandit. "I am fine," Changsheng replied, his voice trembling. "Is it pain or merely numbness?" Li Zhongyong pressa urgently. Amidst the fray, with their numbers dwindling, Changsheng had not yet answered when he spotted the bandit who had previously loosed the arrow, now aiming a crossbow at Li Zhongyong. Realizing the imminent danger, Changsheng shouted, "Second brother, be careful." No sooner had Changsheng's warning left his lips than a curved blade found its mark in the forehead of the crossbow-wielding bandit. The blade belonged to the caravan members. How could it have struck one of their own? In a swift glance around, Changsheng suddenly understood. The blade had been snatched from the bandit by Daoist Lin and thrown with precision. Witnessing Daoist Lin, surrounded yet still vigilant enough to mount a rescue, left Changsheng bewildered. If Daoist Lin still had the strength to intervene, why not seize the opportunity to eliminate Zhong Age? Once Zhong Age was slain, the remaining bandits would be leaderless. However, upon further reflection, Changsheng grasped the underlying rationale. Should Daoist Lin indeed kill Zhong Age, the bandits would scatter, and if they fled, the caravan could not capture them all. Daoist Lin's delay in delivering a decisive blow was a strategic maneuver, waiting for Tian Jinxiong to set the formation that would ensnare the bandits entirely. Injured and unable to fight, Changsheng refused to remain idle. Utilizing the glow of the torches, he began to count the number of enemies to AT that moment. All enemies were in plain sight, totaling 27, with 5 already injured and down, their fates uncertain. Just as he finished tallying their numbers, Changsheng noticed raindrops falling from above. Initially mistaking it for rain, he quickly realized the droplets on his face were tainted with a foul odor. Looking up in dismay, he discovered that it was not rain, but rather a mischievous monkey, having leaped from another tree to relieve itself atop the one where they stood. Though irate, Changsheng could do little about the monkey's antics from his lowly vantage point. However, a casual glance revealed a crossbow, not far off, left behind by the bandit slain by the curved blade. Crossbows were not uncommon in this setting, and recognizing it, Changsheng noted it was already loaded. Seizing the moment, he bore through the pain and dashed forth to retrieve it. Meanwhile, the monkey continued to prance atop the tree, reveling in its mischief. With the crossbow now in hand, Changsheng swiftly aimed at the creature and pulled the trigger. The bolt flew true, striking the monkey squarely in the head. As the monkey plummeted from the tree, a voice echoed from afar. "Master, the formation has been set." Chapter 14. A flaw amidst perfection in order to capture all the enemies. Daoist Lin had been deliberately stalling for time. Upon hearing Tian Jinqiu's call, he cast aside all reservations and immediately shifted from defense to offense. With agile footwork, he darted forward, wielding his whisk to ensnare Zhang Age's right wrist, before swiftly delivering an elbow strike that not only repelled Zhang Age, but also disarmed him of the curved blade he held. Seeing their leader stagger back, the surrounding henchmen surged forward, attempting to entangle Daoist Lin and buy Zhang Age a moment to recover his breath. Daoist Lin, however, showed no mercy. As he deftly maneuvered, he unleashed a flurry of strikes aimed at vital points, each blow targeting the throat with deadly precision. That moment, the bandits surrounding Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu had yet to realize that another battleground had already turned the tide. They remained fully committed to their assault. Bachilu, once their fiercest warrior, was incapacitated by poison and unable to join the fray. Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu, already straining under the pressure, found their defenses increasingly tenuous after Chen Liqiu was wounded, leaving them vulnerable and full of openings. After the monkey fell from the tree, Changsheng hurried to its lifeless body, removing the short arrow embedded in its skull. Yet, having never used a crossbow before, he found himself at a loss, unsure of how to string the bow despite having the arrow in hand. Amidst the chaos, Li Zhongyong noticed Changsheng's frantic fiddling with the crossbow and, after fending off a few attackers with his sword, quickly instructed, "The notch at the end of the arrow fits the string. Pull it back." With Li Zhongyong's guidance, Changsheng finally discovered how to draw the string. However, he was unprepared for the incredible resilience of the bowstring, which proved impossible to pull back with one hand. In a moment of desperation, he gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his left arm, using both hands to draw the string, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he finally managed to load the short arrow. Surrounded by a multitude of bandits, Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu were outnumbered. As Chen Liqiu's situation grew increasingly perilous, Changsheng, disregarding all hesitation, aimed at the bandit charging towards Chen Liqiu and released the arrow. In his haste, he miscalculated and the arrow struck the bandit in the thigh instead of a vital area, causing the man to howl in pain and retreat. Though the crossbow remained in Changsheng's possession, he had no arrows left to assist further. He anxiously scanned the surroundings, assessing the situation to the west. That moment, Daoist Lin had gained the upper hand. After dispatching several bandits, the remaining henchmen hesitated to advance. Enraged, their leader Zhang Age seized two curved blades from his subordinates, twirling them with wild ferocity. The peculiar design of the blades wielded by the caravan's men was unfamiliar to Daoist Lin, who, opting not to use them, relied instead on his whisk to evade and counter Zhang Age's attacks. Just then, bandits surrounding Zhang Age were suddenly struck, collapsing in pain without a clear assailant in sight, likely victims of hidden projectiles. The cries of the henchmen startled Zhang Age, prompting him to instinctively glance back. Seizing the opportunity, Daoist Lin spun forward, sweeping his whisk directly at Zhang Age's face. The latter, unable to evade in time, was struck by the soft yet resilient whisk, which, under Daoist Lin's spiritual energy, acted with the sharpness of a blade, leaving multiple fine gashes across Zhang Age's visage. If it had merely been a facial wound, Zhang Age would not have emitted such a shrill scream. However, as he clutched his eyes in agony, it was evident that the whisk had blinded him. The extent of his injuries was now irrelevant. For the moment he dropped his blades to shield his eyes, his fate was sealed. Daoist Lin, seizing the moment, infused his palm with spiritual energy and struck decisively at Zhang Age's Baihui point. Daoist Lin's blow, charged with spiritual force, was immensely powerful. Zhang Age let out a wail and staggered backward, his Baihui point collapsing, leaving him on the brink of death. Just as Changsheng reveled in Daoist Lin's triumph over the enemy chief, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A multitude of tiny white lights erupted from Zhang Age's body, enveloping the area within a 10-foot radius. The suddenness of the phenomenon caught Daoist Lin off guard. By the time he realized the white light was upon him, it was too late to evade entirely. In a desperate moment, he raised his arms to shield his head and face. Simultaneously, the bandits near Zhang Age were also caught in the blast of white light, each one shrieking in agony as they were struck by the hidden projectiles. It was not until this moment that the bandits attacking Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu discerned the shift in the battle to the west. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, their morale shattered, and they dispersed in panic. Observing the enemy's retreat, Daoist Lin paid no heed to his injuries and charged toward the fleeing foes, commanding in a stern voice, "Do not let them escape." Upon hearing Daoist Lin's orders, Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu, disregarding their exhaustion, grasped their weapons and pursued the fleeing bandits. The one who had previously launched the hidden projectiles at the caravan was the fourth, Tian Jinxiu. Unaware of her skills until now, Changsheng had never seen her employ such techniques before. This was his first glimpse of her prowess, yet he remained oblivious to the nature of her projectiles due to the obscured lighting that in their frantic bid to evade Daoist Lin and his companions. The remaining bandits scattered in all directions. Daoist Lin was compelled to split up and pursue them individually to end their flight. The bandits no longer clutched their torches, discarding them to avoid becoming targets themselves. When the firelight extinguished, Changsheng found himself unable to discern his surroundings. Lacking martial skills, he could do nothing but remain by the tree. Guarding Batalu's silence gradually returned to the area. A body that had previously lain still on the ground suddenly sprang to life. Not in a feeble struggle or a desperate support, but in an abrupt dash toward a nearby wooden crate. After a brief moment of shock, Changsheng understood the reasoning. This bandit had feigned death out of fear, waiting for Daoist Lin and the others to depart, believing it safe to rise and steal the secrets contained within the crate. Batalu, too, noticed the bandits' actions and was consumed with urgency, desperately wishing to rise and intervene. Yet his limbs remained paralyzed, leaving him only able to emit muffled cries. The bandit ignored the two beneath the tree, rushing toward the crate, seeking its lock in an attempt to open it. Changsheng recalled that Tian Jinxiu had previously set up a formation around the area as per Daoist Lin's instructions. With the formation in place, no one inside should be able to escape. However, the distant sounds of pursuit made him doubt the efficacy of her formation. The shouts had already receded over 100 feet away. Given the brief time since Tian Jinxiu's departure, it was clear she could not have arranged a formation from such a distance. That moment, Changsheng still clutched the crossbow, but with no arrows remaining, he contemplated picking up the curved blade the bandit had dropped. Suddenly, it struck him that a short arrow remained lodged in his left shoulder. The bandit had managed to open the crate and was now hastily removing the ancient texts and bamboo slips inside. Changsheng, without further thought, grasped the embedded arrow in his shoulder. He intended to pull it out with determination, but underestimated the intense pain that would follow. Merely gripping the arrow sent tremors through his body, cold sweat pouring down his brow. He was unaware of the arrowhead's shape or depth, but he knew one thing. Daoist Lin and the others had gone far enough that even if they heard his cries, they would not return in time. Moreover, if he shouted, the bandit might come over and eliminate both him and Batalu. The only way to deal with this threat was to use the crossbow. The bandit, having filled his clothing with a bundle of secrets, turned to flee southward. Realizing he could wait no longer, Changsheng took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the arrow, and grit his teeth as he yanked it free. He anticipated that removing the arrow would bring excruciating pain, but he was unprepared for the torrent of blood that gushed forth from the wound, accompanied by a rapid depletion of his strength. As the bandit raced further away, Changsheng dared not hesitate. Gritting his teeth, he drew back the string with all his might, the pain searing through him as blood continued to pour from the wound. The bowstring was already resilient, and even without injury, it was challenging to pull. Now he exerted every ounce of strength to finally draw it back and secure the short arrow. The significant loss of blood caused stars to dance before his eyes, and as he stood, dizziness overtook him, but he took a deep breath, struggling to steady himself, and managed to release the arrow just before collapsing. As the bandit howled and fell, Changsheng too succumbed to the ground, though he did not lose consciousness. Realizing his left arm was gushing blood, he futilely attempted to staunch the flow with his hands, but the wound was too deep and large for his grasp to be effective. After lying there for a moment, Changsheng mustered the strength to crawl back to the tree, where Batalu had witnessed his actions. Unable to speak due to his paralysis, Batalu could only emit muffled sounds of encouragement, nodding weakly. Seeing the blood continue to flow from his left arm, Changsheng wished to bandage it, but the injury was located on his shoulder. Even if he had cloth strips, he could not manage to wrap it himself. To conserve his energy, he settled quietly beneath the tree, awaiting the return of Daoist Lin and the others. Before long, Li Zhongyong returned, supporting Chen Liqiu. Upon noticing the crate had been tampered with, he was taken aback, and only after Changsheng weakly recounted the events did Li Zhongyong visibly relax. He hurriedly retrieved some medicinal powder from the crate to tend to both himself and Chen Liqiu. Moments later, Daoist Lin and Tian Jinxiu returned. After listening to Li Zhongyong's account, Daoist Lin cast a look of admiration at Changsheng before instructing Tian Jinxiu to ignite a bonfire. There were several torches left behind by the enemies nearby, and Tian Jinxiu collected and relit them, all the while feeling guilt and self-reproach, believing her own ineptitude in crafting the formation had led to its flaws. Hearing Tian Jinxiu's words, Changsheng felt reassured that his suspicions were correct. Her earlier formation had indeed proven ineffective. Once the bonfire blazed to life, Daoist Lin unfastened his collar. As Daoist Lin faced away from him, Changsheng could not see the extent of his injuries, but judging by Li Zhongyong's furrowed brow, it was evident that Daoist Lin had been wounded, likely from the myriad of tiny white projectiles Zhang Age had released in his dying moments. Li Zhongyong, carrying an assortment of clever devices, produced several items to assist Daoist Lin in extracting the fine projectiles that resembled strands of hair. Master, though these projectiles are white, they appear to be laced with potent poison, Li Zhongyong expressed with concern. Daoist Lin slowly shook his head. There is no need for alarm. Fourth, search for the barbarian's corpse. We must find the antidote, Li Zhongyong directed Tian Jinxiu. Tian Jinxiu nodded and proceeded toward Zhang Age's body. Changsheng, unable to rise or assist, was nonetheless filled with anxiety that he had clearly seen that the projectiles were not launched by Zhang Age, but rather had been released in his final moments, indicating they were a means of mutual destruction. Thus, it was unlikely an antidote remained. After a thorough search, Tian Jinxiu indeed found several porcelain vials and bamboo tubes on Zhang Age's corpse. Daoist Lin sniffed each one, ultimately selecting one to hand to Tian Jinxiu, saying, "This is the antidote for the intoxicated fish herb. Take it and administer it to the leader." Tian Jinxiu accepted the antidote and approached Bachalu. "Master, I have retrieved all of them. There are 13 in total," Li Zhongyong reported, wiping the sweat from his brow. Daoist Lin nodded and closed his collar, extracting a pill from one of the vials and swallowing it. As the dust settled, everyone relaxed. Although Chen Liqiu was injured, his spirits remained high as he pointed at the fallen monkey and remarked, "Old 5 is thorough. Not even the monkey was spared, so we need not worry about leaks." "Third brother, how many did you all manage to kill?" Changsheng inquired. "Including that villainous chief, 26 in total," Chen Liqiu replied casually. Changsheng's brow furrowed deeply at this revelation. 26. "Indeed, 26. I counted carefully, and all the bodies are accounted for," Chen Liqiu asserted. 26? I had also silently counted earlier, Tian Jinxiu concurred. Changsheng shook his head weakly. "No, it is not 26. It is 27.1 person was concealed behind that large poplar tree to the west, in a hidden position, making it difficult to spot." Chapter 15. Time waits for no one. Upon hearing Changsheng's words, Chen Liqiu drew in a sharp breath. "Are you certain you did not miscount?" "I have counted twice, and there are indeed 27, Changsheng affirmed with a nod. "You lack spiritual energy and cannot see clearly at night." Before Chen Liqiu could finish his sentence, Changsheng interrupted, "I truly did not miscount. Although I could not see clearly, they all carried torches, and the person standing behind the tree was relieving himself, that I even saw him loosen his waist cord. I cannot be mistaken." With Changsheng's declaration, the group exchanged worried glances. Their painstaking efforts had been to ensure no enemy escaped and that no secrets were leaked. Yet now, one had slipped away. Previously, the martial artists in the world had only suspected them of possessing martial arts manuals. Now that suspicion was confirmed, and the inevitable consequence would be a frenzied search and an onslaught of both overt and covert attacks. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Chen Liqiu exclaimed, smacking his forehead. I have ruined everything," Tian Jinggong expressed his deep remorse. "Had I successfully set up the formation, this would not have happened." "I will pursue him," Li Zhongyong declared, drawing his sword. "Enough, do not pursue him. This is merely the way of fate," Daoist Lin sighed and shook his head that Li Zhongyong did not halt, gripping his sword as he hurried westward. "Second brother, I shall accompany you." Tianjin Gong quickly followed. Once the two had departed, Daoist Lin turned to Chen Liqiu and the others, saying, "There is no need for anxiety. In the martial world, unforeseen events may occur at any moment, and conflict is unavoidable." Changsheng gently nodded, while Chen Liqiu sighed in resignation, and Bachalu clenched his fists in frustration. Although Bachalu had taken the antidote, he still struggled to stand. With Li Zhongyong and Tianjin Gong pursuing the escaping foe, the rest could only wait by the stream. Daoist Lin sat cross-legged, embracing the yin and yang, meditating deeply. At the stroke of midnight, Li Zhongyong and Tianjin Gong returned, their expressions dejected, making their failure evident without a word by the time they returned. Bachalu had recovered from the poison, and upon seeing Daoist Lin, Chen Liqiu, and Changsheng all injured, and with an enemy having escaped, he was filled with rage and regret for his reckless actions that had endangered everyone. He repeatedly struck the ground with his fists to vent his pent-up frustration. Tianjin Gong shared similar sentiments. Had she succeeded in setting the 5 elements formation, no enemy would have escaped. Noticing the somber mood, Daoist Lin spoke in a grave tone. "Search the bodies for valuables and take everything." Having never done such a thing before, the group looked at him, hesitating to act immediately. Daoist Lin added, "Our possession of the manuals will certainly be leaked. In the future, if we wish to perform rituals or divinations, we may find it difficult to acquire funds. The treasures of the bandits are ill-gotten gains, and taking them will not harm our moral integrity." Upon hearing Daoist Lin's words, Li Zhongyong and the others approached the bodies to search for valuables. Although Changsheng was weakened from blood loss, he managed to stand and walk with a torch in hand, moving to the side of the bandit who had used a crossbow, retrieving the quiver he carried. Lacking martial skills, he could only rely on external tools in battle. The sight of the corpse was far from pleasant, yet Changsheng was not unfamiliar with death that in these chaotic times. With years of drought leading to countless dead from starvation, it was common to see the deceased lining the roads. Thus, seeing another corpse did not frighten him. As the clock struck 3, the group set off, with Bachalu carrying 2 wooden boxes. Due to Chen Liqiu and Changsheng's injuries, Daoist Lin chose not to lead them through the secluded path, but instead took the main road. Not long into their journey, Changsheng found himself unable to continue that he had lost too much blood and was exceedingly weak, his face pale and drenched in sweat. Seeing his struggle, Li Zhongyong insisted on carrying him, despite Changsheng's reluctance. However, Li Zhongyong would not take no for an answer and hoisted him onto his back. The journey passed in silence, and by the next morning, a city appeared before them, far larger than the county of Moping. As they approached the city gates, they looked up to read the characters inscribed on the gate, discovering the city was named Jima. Once inside the city, the group sought a relatively quiet inn in the eastern part of the city. Daoist Lin gathered everyone together to impart crucial instructions. With a survivor left behind, it is only a matter of time before our secrets are exposed. However, I estimate we still have a few days of peace before the news spreads. I must leave shortly, for a minimum of 3 days and a maximum of 5, that you shall remain here at the inn to rest and recuperate. Choose a few of the 18 ancient bamboo scrolls in the boxes to memorize. Once you have committed them to memory, burn the manuals. These martial arts texts are the culmination of past generations' blood, sweat, and wisdom, and they should be preserved for posterity. After Daoist Lin finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. "Master, where are you going?" Chen Liqiu asked with concern. Daoist Lin waved his hand dismissively. "I shall depart immediately. You must stay here and await my return." Without allowing anyone to respond, Daoist Lin stood and walked towards the door, saying, "Do not see me off. Remain low-key and avoid unnecessary trouble." Hearing Daoist Lin's words, the others could only stand at the door, watching him leave. They were unaware of his destination, but they did hear him inquire with the innkeeper about where to buy a fast horse. The Daoists generally do not advocate horseback riding, as galloping can undermine their dignity. The fact that Daoist Lin sought to ride indicated he had urgent matters to attend to ensure safety and mutual support. The 5 did not separate into different rooms. Bachalu and Li Zhongyong shared a room with Chen Liqiu, while Changsheng, being younger and of a different gender, was placed in the care of the 4th member, Tianjin Gong. Due to their poor rest the previous night, the group settled in and took an APWY afternoon. The three from the next room came to visit Changsheng and Tianjin, opening the wooden boxes to retrieve the ancient bamboo scrolls inside. These 18 ancient manuals chiefly comprise martial arts secrets, along with internal skill methods and lightness techniques. The eldest, Bachalu, having a poor memory, was excluded, leaving the remaining four to each choose 4 scrolls, with Changsheng and Tianjin possessing photographic memories, allowing them to share the additional 2 scrolls between them for memorization. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a precious gem is a crime. These martial arts manuals, obtained from an ancient tomb, were the source of calamity. Yet, despite the troubles they brought, Changsheng understood Daoist Lin's initial intent in retrieving them from the tomb. As Daoist Lin himself stated, these texts are the fruits of past generations' labor and wisdom, deserving to be passed down rather than lost to obscurity. In the following days, the group remained largely indoors, neglecting food and sleep as they diligently studied and memorized the manuals. Once they could recite them flawlessly, they would destroy the texts, ensuring these extraordinary skills remained in existence but never fell into the hands of evildoers. Throughout these days, the 5 were consumed with worry, particularly for Daoist Lin, who had been injured by a hidden weapon just before the demise of Zhong Age. Beyond that, they fretted about their future circumstances. The knowledge of their possession of numerous long-lost martial arts secrets would inevitably become widely known. Even if they destroyed the manuals, it could not prevent the martial world from pursuing them relentlessly. Time passed day by day, and by midday on the 5th day, Daoist Lin finally appeared before them, much to their anticipation. His safe return brought a collective sigh of relief, as each individual hoped to gauge the success of his journey through his expression. However, Daoist Lin maintained his usual demeanor, betraying no emotion. Unable to contain himself, Chen Liqiu inquired, but Daoist Lin remained tight-lipped. "The thing I feared most has come to pass." Daoist Lin spoke in a calm tone. "Indeed, one of the caravan members escaped that night, and he has spread the news. There are many who covet the manuals." Upon hearing Daoist Lin's words, silence enveloped the group. Daoist Lin continued, "The deeper the study of martial arts, the greater the difficulty. The martial arts you practice will not yield results overnight. Our current predicament is dire. To ensure our safety, we must temporarily rely on external means." "External means?" Chun Liqiu questioned, puzzled. "Before mastering martial arts, having suitable weapons is essential," Daoist Lin explained. "We shall set off immediately to equip you with swords and weapons." At Daoist Lin's declaration, excitement spread across Bachalu and the others, while Changsheng remained perplexed. After some contemplation, he finally understood. Before he joined the group, they had explored numerous ancient tombs, and aside from the manuals, Daoist Lin had forbidden them from taking anything else from the tombs. It was likely that Bachalu and the others had encountered weapons they desired in those tombs, but Daoist Lin's strict orders had forced them to abandon their wishes. Daoist Lin coughed. He paused to regain his composure before continuing. "You must pack your belongings quickly. Soon we shall head to the market to buy a horse and a cart, though we will harness 2 horses to ensure swift travel." Upon hearing Daoist Lin's words, Bachalu and the others immediately rose and went to the neighboring room. Observing Daoist Lin's persistent coughing, Tianjin poured him a cup of water and presented it with both hands. Daoist Lin accepted the cup and took a sip. "Hurry and pack your things. We must set out soon." "Master, is your urgency due to pursuing enemies?" Tianjin asked. "While there are no pursuing enemies," Daoist Lin slowly shook his head. "It is merely the whims of fate. Time waits for no one." Chapter 16. Gentle persuasion. Upon hearing the words of Daoist Lin, Tianjin nodded slightly and then moved towards the bedside to pack his belongings. Noticing Changsheng standing still, Daoist Lin waved his hand, urging, "Hurry up and pack. We must set off soon." "Master, what do you mean by time waits for no one?" Changsheng inquired. The phrase originates from the Analects and implies that time does not pause for us. Given that news is already leaked and the circumstances are indeed perilous, Daoist Lin's use of this expression is quite apt, yet Changsheng senses an underlying message in his words. Daoist Lin was momentarily taken aback by the question, then tilted his head to regard Changsheng with a smile, saying, "It won't be long before those of the martial world come swarming here." We must seize the time to prepare thoroughly before that happens. Oh, Changsheng nodded. Daoist Lin set down his cup and patted Changsheng's shoulder. Go on, hurry up with your packing. Before long, everyone had gathered their things and settled their bill before departing from the inn. Daoist Lin had previously purchased a horse, which was now tied outside the inn. The group would also need to procure another horse and a cart at the market. That on their way to the market, Daoist Lin instructed Li Zhongyong to buy a substantial amount of provisions, ready-to-eat food that wouldn't require cooking, as they would need to travel day and night without the luxury of time to start a fire. In the early afternoon, the group set off in a horse-drawn carriage, a large black canopy cart pulled by 2 horses, with Bachelou at the reins and Li Zhongyong seated beside him, while the remaining 4 occupied the interior. As the cart exited the city through the west gate, Daoist Lin mentioned a place name, to which Bachelou responded affirmatively, cracking the whip to urge the horses onward. Changsheng, do you have any regrets about traveling with us? Daoist Lin asked, turning his attention to him. Changsheng shook his head. Daoist Lin smiled and continued, martial practitioners often say to show mercy without striking and to strike without mercy. What is your take on this saying? Changsheng found himself at a loss for words and looked up at Chen Liqiu, hoping for a hint. Don't look at him. I'm asking you, Daoist Lin interjected. With no choice but to ponder on his own, Changsheng mused, it seems reasonable to avoid conflict when possible, but when one must act, it should be decisive. Are you suggesting that one should endure until they can no longer, and then strike with lethal force? Daoist Lin pressed further. Changsheng sensed he might have misspoken based on Daoist Lin's tone, yet he could not discern his error, so he softly replied, if one can avoid killing, it is better not to. Seeing Changsheng's discomfort, Daoist Lin refrained from pressing him further and stated solemnly, you must remember this. When your martial skills have matured, if you are met with provocation, do not retreat or tolerate it. Enduring in silence does not lead to peace, nor does taking a step back create a wider horizon. The inclination to bully the weak and fear the strong is a common failing among people. When faced with provocation, you must respond immediately with punishment. Never condone or allow it to fester. Understand that leniency only emboldens wrongdoing and will not garner friendship or respect. As Daoist Lin spoke, he began to cough again. Seizing the opportunity, Changsheng glanced at Chen Liqiu, who frowned slightly and subtly gestured that he too did not comprehend why Daoist Lin had suddenly begun to speak in such a manner. Once the coughing subsided, Daoist Lin continued, the act of tolerating is not a show of generosity or magnanimity, but a sign of cowardice and evasion. When it is time to act, one must act without hesitation. Timely and necessary retribution is beneficial for both parties involved. It prevents the accumulation of pent-up anger that could lead to an explosive outburst, and it ensures that the other party does not take further liberties, ultimately leading them to their own demise. Oh, Changsheng replied, somewhat enlightened. Chen Liqiu interjected. Master, do you mean that when a villain strikes at us, we should retaliate with a punch rather than wait until they become emboldened enough to attempt to kill us? Precisely, Daoist Lin affirmed with a nod. Even villains have parents, wives, and children. Addressing their misdeeds early on with appropriate punishment is far better than indulging them in weakness, which could ultimately cost them their lives. Listening to Daoist Lin's words, Changsheng nodded slowly, realizing that what Daoist Lin stated was indeed profound wisdom. Taking a step back rarely leads to broader horizons, and enduring for a moment seldom results in tranquility. It only invites greater transgressions from others. The T.O. put it another way. Even if one manages to secure their own safety, they have failed to stop the evil. The villain may cease to provoke them, but will likely target others instead. This is merely a cowardly evasion of responsibility, a self-serving retreat. Changsheng, do you remember what I said? Daoist Lin inquired gravely. I remember, Changsheng replied, nodding. Recite it back to me, Daoist Lin instructed. Changsheng organized his thoughts and responded. The saying strike without mercy, spare no one is incorrect, that if someone provokes or offends, they should be met with immediate punishment. One should not tolerate without cause, as that will only encourage the other to take further liberties, escalating the situation until we are driven to anger. If we strike earlier, they may only suffer a beating, but if we endure and accumulate anger, our retaliation may lead to their demise. That if it comes to that point, it is our prior tolerance that has led to their downfall. Well said, young one, Daoist Lin nodded slowly, then raised his voice. You all must remember this. As long as it is within your ability, never swallow your anger. Anger breeds resentment, and resentment can corrupt one's character. Treat those who are kind with kindness, and those who are malevolent with malevolence. Only by doing so can one maintain a clear and peaceful mind. As Daoist Lin concluded, the three in the carriage nodded in agreement, and the two at the reins responded affirmatively. Daoist Lin appeared somewhat fatigued. After delivering this discourse, he closed his eyes, finding solace in the bumpy journey rather than sitting cross-legged to meditate. Seeing Daoist Lin's eyes closed, the three in the carriage relaxed. However, it wasn't long before Daoist Lin opened his eyes again. By the way, what I've said earlier does not mean you should be petty or seek revenge for every slight. Remember, even those you detest may have their own vulnerabilities. Before taking action, always discern right from wrong and treat each situation accordingly. After Daoist Lin's remarks, the group nodded once more. Daoist Lin turned to Changsheng. Changsheng, do you harbor hatred for your neighbors? Changsheng was taken aback by the sudden question and pondered briefly before responding. Yes. That yellow cow worked the fields for them by day, yet they sought to kill it under the cover of night. Do you not despise them for their ingratitude? Daoist Lin asked. Indeed, Changsheng affirmed with a nod. Your feelings of hatred are justified. They are indeed heartless and ungrateful, Daoist Lin remarked. But consider this. That yellow cow is merely close to you. To them, it is just a beast to be slaughtered for sustenance. Daoist Lin's words held truth, and Changsheng could only nod in acknowledgement. You are all still young, with little understanding of human nature, Daoist Lin continued. In the days to come, you will encounter many situations. Always remember not to let the callousness, betrayal, or enmity of others drive you to anger and despair that if blame must be placed, it lies solely with your own lack of discernment in choosing your companions. Daoist Lin paused momentarily before continuing. Our actions towards others are not because they deserve it. Rather, it is because we choose to act that way. Never expect reciprocity or gratitude from the world. Master, we have all taken your words to heart, Li Zhongyong called from outside the carriage. Changsheng, have you remembered? Daoist Lin asked. Changsheng hesitated before responding. Daoist Lin's words had come rather abruptly. While he had remembered them, he was uncertain if he truly understood. Noticing Changsheng's uncertainty, Chen Liqiu interjected, Master means that we should not lay bare our hearts to others so easily. Even when being kind, do not expect gratitude. That be why holding no expectations. One cannot be disappointed, am I right, Master? Daoist Lin nodded with satisfaction. I understand, Master, Changsheng replied. Daoist Lin nodded slowly once more. In early spring, the days remained short. The evening approached. Bachelor halted the carriage, allowing everyone to disembark for fresh air and relief. Bachelor supported Chen Liqiu, while Li Zhongyong assisted Changsheng as they ventured into the woods to the north of the road. Have you noticed that Master seems a bit off today? Li Zhongyong whispered. Indeed, he has been unusually talkative, Chen Liqiu replied. Master is imparting wisdom to us. What's wrong with that? Bachelor remarked. Imparting wisdom? Chen Liqiu scoffed. Has Master ever given you a lecture before? Well, Bachelor scratched his head. It seems he hasn't. Master's words today were primarily directed at the fifth brother, Li Zhongyong noted. He seems quite worried about him going astray in the future. Li Zhongyong's words left Changsheng both amused and exasperated. Second brother, don't jest. I'm a cripple without martial skills. What path of misfortune could I possibly tread? One can never be certain that a scholar must be regarded anew after 3 days apart. You have a good memory and great talent. In the future, you may surpass us all, Li Zhongyong replied. Hardly, I just memorize things quickly, Changsheng protested. Regardless, Master is acting uncharacteristically today, Chen Liqiu remarked, adjusting his trousers. Have you noticed that Master has been coughing consistently? Bachelor said, perhaps he is simply worn out from the journey. I'll slow down from here on. All right, enough chatter, let's get back to the horses, Chen Liqiu urged. Bachelor tied his waist belt and set off first, leaving Li Zhongyong, Chen Liqiu, and Changsheng in the woods. Chen Liqiu casually plucked a dry piece of grass and chewed on it, tilting his head to Li Zhongyong. What do you think? I suspect the fine needles shot by Zhong Agan are poisoned, Li Zhongyong replied quietly. Do you have anything on you to test for poison? How can you not know if those needles are toxic? Chun Liqiu asked. I can't determine that. Li Zhongyong shook his head. Hearing Li Zhongyong's response, Chun Liqiu frowned deeply. Didn't you find an antidote from the corpse earlier? We did find a few porcelain vials, but they may not contain the correct antidote, Li Zhongyong clarified. Chun Liqiu rolled the piece of grass with his tongue. Pondering for a moment before speaking, Master left for several days and rode off. The do you remember, when we passed through Jizhou, Master mentioned a physician known as the King of Hell's adversary. Are you suspecting that Master went to Jizhou? Li Zhongyong Kita. Count the days. A round trip takes 5 days. Does the timeline match up? Chapter 17:5 pills. Although Chun Liqiu's conjecture was reasonable, Li Zhongyong preferred not to dwell on the worst possibilities. In 5 days, one can travel to many places. Master may not have gone to Jizhou. I too hope that Master has not ventured to Jizhou, Chun Liqiu sighed. Both Li Zhongyong and Chun Liqiu were burdened with heavy hearts, and Changsheng felt no less, perhaps even more so, as he recalled hearing Daoist Lin say that time waits for no one. Coupled with Daoist Lin's persistent cough and his unprecedented discourse on the principles of life, it seemed likely that he had succumbed to some incurable poison. Noticing the troubled expression on Changsheng's face, Chun Liqiu approached and gently patted his shoulder. We are merely allowing our concerns to disturb us, indulging in unfounded speculations. Please do not share our previous discussions with anyone. Changsheng nodded in agreement. His feelings mirrored those of Li Zhongyong and Chun Liqiu, yet there was an additional element of inexplicable unease and guilt. Due to the thunderstorm, the villagers regarded him as an ill-omened harbinger of misfortune, even attributing Wang Mazi's death to him. At this moment, he began to question whether he truly was a bearer of calamity, destined to bring disaster to those around him. The task of tending and watering the horses consumed the better part of half an hour, after which the group resumed their journey. This time, Daoist Lin remained silent, leaning back in the cart, eyes closed, recuperating. Each of them harbored their own thoughts and refrained from conversation, the only sound in the darkness being the urgent clatter of hoofbeats. As the night deepened, the party came to a halt. They could endure the rigors of their long journey, but the horses could not. With words exchanged and silence when none were necessary, they pressed onward for 3 days. Upon reaching the borders of Yuzhou, Daoist Lin's condition had continued to deteriorate. What had begun as an occasional cough had now escalated in frequency. Except for Baturu, the other 4 sensed an ominous air, and despite their repeated inquiries, Daoist Lin merely assured them that he was not in grave danger. Though they were anxious and restless, there was little they could do. Observing Baturu's familiarity with the terrain, Changsheng concluded that this was not their first visit in the afternoon. When the horse-drawn cart left the main road and turned onto a narrow path, they wound through the mountains, ultimately finding themselves at a dead end as the sun began to set. Changsheng, lacking knowledge of geomancy, could only discern that the surrounding peaks were tall and majestic. Whether this place held auspicious properties or concealed ancient tombs remained a mystery to him. Baturu secured the cart and led the horses away, while Li Zhongyong and Tianjinxiu unloaded a wooden chest filled with excavation tools from the cart. Daoist Lin also disembarked, and upon seeing him, Baturu hastily brought over a large slab of bluestone to serve as a seat for Daoist Lin. As Daoist Lin settled onto the stone, he raised his gaze towards the setting sun. Once everyone was prepared, Li Zhongyong addressed Daoist Lin, saying, "Master, you need not enter. We shall return shortly." Daoist Lin nodded. "Choose a weapon each. Although your future may present considerable hardships, you must not touch the funerary gold and silver." Upon hearing this, the group responded in unison. "Come, let me broaden your horizons," Chun Liqiu beckoned to Changsheng. "The tomb is not a place of good fortune." "Changsheng, you need not enter," Daoist Lin cautioned. "Master speaks rightly," Chun Liqiu concurred. "You should stay behind with Master. Tell me what weapon you desire, and I shall retrieve it for you." "I do not know how to wield weapons, nor do I have a preference," Changsheng replied, shaking his head. "Very well, we shall proceed as we see fit," Chun Liqiu concluded. Baturu interjected. "Old 3, you have an injury on your abdomen. Are you sure you can manage?" "While I cannot dig, I can certainly enter the tomb to select a weapon," Chun Liqiu replied with a smile. "Let us hurry. The sooner we go, the sooner we return," Li Zhongyong stated, turning to lead the way. Changsheng stood by the cart, watching as the four departed with their tools, gradually fading into the distance. "Changsheng, come and sit," Daoist Lin called to him. Hastily, Changsheng approached but chose not to sit on the bluestone. Instead, he seated himself at Daoist Lin's left side, adhering to the customary respect between master and disciple. Although Daoist Lin had beckoned him over, he did not rush to speak, perhaps having no intention to say anything at all. He merely wished for Changsheng to be closer. Changsheng initially intended to inquire about Daoist Lin's health, but after some hesitation, he refrained. This question had been asked multiple times during their journey, and Daoist Lin's responses had been consistent. So he knew that if he were to ask again, the answer would be the same. After some contemplation, Changsheng posed another question. "Master, are the weapons favored by senior brother and the others all located within this ancient tomb?" Daoist Lin nodded slowly. "Whose tomb is this, and why are there so many weapons inside?" Changsheng pressed further. "This is the tomb of an emperor. An emperor reigns supreme, possessing vast wealth. Only they have the means to gather divine weapons from past and present for burial," Daoist Lin elucidated. "Oh," Changsheng nodded. "I had thought we were to visit many places." Daoist Lin remained silent, gazing peacefully to the west, where the sun had set, leaving only a faint glow of twilight over the western mountains. With Daoist Lin silent, Changsheng found himself at a loss for words, and thus he sat quietly beside him. During their quietude, Changsheng occasionally stole glances at Daoist Lin. The latter's expression was serene, not in a state of bewilderment, but rather in deep contemplation, as if recalling something significant. Although Changsheng could not discern the exact thoughts occupying Daoist Lin's mind, he sensed they were of great importance. After a prolonged silence, Daoist Lin was drawn back to reality by his own cough. Changsheng hurriedly poured water and handed it to him, but Daoist Lin set the ceramic bowl aside and retrieved a porcelain vial from his sleeve, pouring a small pill into his palm before swallowing it with water. Changsheng recognized the vial. It was the same one he had found on Zhong Aging's person. After consuming the pill, Daoist Lin counted the remaining pills in the vial, returning them after noting their number. Changsheng, seated beside Daoist Lin, mirrored the act of counting, discovering that 5 red pills remained. Once Daoist Lin had stowed away the vial, Changsheng inquired, "Master, there is something I do not understand." "What is it?" Daoist Lin asked. "You mentioned that the weapons buried with the deceased are divine weapons. If they are so valuable, how could the tomb owner bear to leave them behind?" Changsheng queried. Daoist Lin casually replied, "Most people are selfish and narrow-minded. Emperors are human too, and it is difficult for them to transcend their nature. They always desire to possess more, and perhaps to them, taking these weapons into the grave means they belong to them, while allowing them to be passed down means they are taken by others." Daoist Lin paused briefly before continuing. "One lives their life empty-handed and departs in the same manner. Nothing can be taken away. When one cannot possess anything, it is better to fulfill others." Changsheng nodded, grasping the essence of Daoist Lin's words, yet his understanding remained superficial. Due to his youth and lack of experience, he could not fully relate to matters he had yet to encounter. "Master, I have another question," Changsheng added. Daoist Lin tilted his head to regard him. Changsheng stated, "The weapons favored by senior brother and the others must be of exceptional quality, that if recognized, they might attract envy and greed, leading to theft or worse, thereby causing them trouble." Daoist Lin regarded Changsheng with a glimmer of appreciation before responding, "What you say holds merit. I too harbored such concerns, but upon weighing the two sides, I felt that the assistance these weapons would provide them far outweighs any potential troubles they may bring. Thus, I consented to their taking of the weapons from the tomb." "Oh," Changsheng acknowledged, then cautiously asked, "Master, are there no weapons that you favor within the tomb?" Daoist Lin shook his head. "Amidst the dazzling array, one may easily lose sight of what truly captivates. In life, it is paramount to understand what one genuinely desires. Only by knowing what one seeks can one discern what actions to take." "Thank you for your teachings, Master, that I shall remember your words," Changsheng replied earnestly. Contemplating how Daoist Lin had scarcely eaten over the past few days, Changsheng resolved to prepare a warm meal for him. Yet he was apprehensive that lighting a fire might expose their location. After consulting with Daoist Lin, he finally dismissed his concerns and set about gathering firewood, igniting a campfire and preparing rice and soup. The ancient tomb had previously been excavated, so this time Baturu and the others merely needed to uncover the filled entrance to gain access. Consequently, it was not long before the four returned, their faces aglow with barely concealed excitement. Why this time? Daoist Lin had already eaten and retired for the night, leaving Changsheng to sit alone by the fire, keeping watch. Before he could approach, Baturu raised his stick and called out loudly, "Old Five, come see my new treasures." Chapter 18:5 Divine Weapons. Due to the considerable distance and the fact that Changsheng lacked spiritual energy cultivation, he could not discern the nature of the stick in Bachela's hand, only vaguely recognizing its size, which appeared to be similar to the familiar bronze staff previously wielded by Bachela. Bachelu, feeling a surge of joy, hurriedly approached the campfire, planting the stick firmly into the ground. "What do you think?" Changsheng rose to his feet, studying the stick in the firelight. It was entirely jet black, approximately 10 feet long and an inch and a half wide, devoid of any decorations or patterns. Changsheng wished to utter some flattering remarks to please Bachelu, but he found himself at a loss for commendable words, as the stick was undeniably ordinary, merely a large black iron rod, notable only for being half an inch thicker than the average. "Well, can you discern any secrets about it?" Bachelu eagerly awaited Changsheng's praise. Changsheng slowly shook his head. "Haha, that's just as well." Bachelu laughed heartily. "For this is a divine rod." "Divine rod?" Changsheng furrowed his brow. "Indeed. Do not be deceived by its inky appearance. Once infused with spiritual energy, it can change color. Observe." With a small measure of his mastery over the indestructible technique, Bachelu took a deep breath as he infused the stick with spiritual energy. The originally pitch-black iron rod gradually transformed into a vibrant red. The change was not uniform. It began to shift color only where the energy was directed. Noticing Changsheng's astonishment, Bachelu grew even more excited. "I shall withdraw my energy and demonstrate once more. This time, pay close attention." Without waiting for a response, he twirled the iron rod, creating a dazzling display of swirling movements, then thrust it forcefully into the ground. But as he infused it with energy again, the dark iron rod transformed into a bright red once more. Once the rod had turned crimson, Bachelu performed another flourish, the red light dazzling and nearly blinding. "How is it? Is it not splendid? Does it not exude an air of authority?" Bachelu laughed with delight. "Indeed, it is impressive and commanding." Changsheng nodded repeatedly. Previously puzzled by the fervent desire of Bachelu and others for such a weapon, he now understood that, although he was unaware of its origins, he recognized it as anything but mundane. "My master has said that this divine rod can not only turn red but, with my growing cultivation, may also transform into blue or even purple in the future." Bachelu expressed his unrestrained elation. At that moment, Li Zhongyong and two others approached from the west. Bachelu turned to them, saying, "Hold on, I haven't finished yet." He then laid the stick horizontally on the ground and beckoned to Changsheng. "Come, try its weight." "No need to try. I am certain I cannot lift it," Changsheng replied. How do you know?" Bachelu asked in confusion. That stick sank half an inch into the ground. If it were not exceedingly heavy, how could that be? Changsheng explained. "Quick, take a guess at its weight," Bachelu urged. 360 pounds. Chen Liqiu chimed in with a sly grin. Upon hearing Chen Liqiu's words, Bachelu became quite irate and turned to complain. "You and your incessant chatter. Can you not keep your mouth shut for once?" Changsheng had not intended to attempt lifting the stick, but with Chen Liqiu's comment sowing doubt in his mind, he stepped forward to give it a try. However, the iron rod had already sunk half an inch into the ground, making it difficult to grasp. Seeing Changsheng struggling, Bachelu grasped one end of the stick and placed a stone beneath it. Come, try again." Changsheng reached for the stick, pulling with all his might. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not lift it and resorted to using both hands. Even with all his strength, it was as if an ant was trying to shake a tree. The iron rod remained utterly immovable. Seeing Changsheng's face flush with exertion, Bachelu finally relented. All right, your left arm is injured. It's best you stop trying." Changsheng released his grasp, astonished. This rod is not particularly large, yet it is so incredibly heavy. A divine rod is indeed a divine rod. It suits me perfectly while others cannot even lift it, Bachelor declared with pride. Divine rod? At best, it is merely a monstrous stick, Chen Liqiu scoffed. Why must you be so disagreeable? Bachelor retorted angrily. I merely speak the truth, Chen Liqiu replied. The inscription on the stone slab clearly states it is a nine heavens mysterious iron rod, originally belonging to the demonic monkey Yuan Hong. If a demon uses it, what else could it be but a monstrous stick? Noticing the derogatory undertones in Chen Liqiu's words, Bachelor fumed but, lacking the eloquence to counter, could only huff in annoyance. You are just envious. Envy is of no use, you cannot wield it. I am not a monkey. I have no desire to wield a stick, Chen Liqiu said nonchalantly, chewing on a blade of grass. Chen Liqiu's remark was laced with clear sarcasm, yet Bachelor seemed oblivious, and seeing half a pot of rice still by the campfire, he hurried over, seizing the iron pot and devouring its contents. Here, catch! Chen Liqiu tossed a weapon toward Changsheng. Changsheng quickly extended his hand to catch it, and upon inspection, he initially thought it was a sword. However, upon closer examination, he realized it was not. The scabbard had a slight curve, indicating it was a knife. Third senior brother, I have no use for a knife. I do not know how to wield one, Changsheng stated. You can always learn, Chen Liqiu replied. This knife is called Cold Moon, forged by Lady Su. The blade is as thin as a cicada's wing and is the progenitor of swift blades. Before Changsheng could respond, Bachelor, still clutching the iron pot, interjected, Hey, Changsheng, we do not use weapons made by women. Your ignorance is astounding. Chen Liqiu shot a disdainful glance at Bachelor. Who told you Lady Su is a woman? I assent Lady A, feminine title. How could she possibly be a man? Bachelor retorted. Lady Su is a renowned swordsmith from the spring and autumn period. Lady is part of her name, and this Cold Moon knife is her finest work, Chen Liqiu explained. Utter nonsense. How could a lady possibly be a man? Bachelor shook his head. The stone slab supporting these weapons bears inscriptions that clearly state their origins, Chen Liqiu argued. Changsheng was uninterested in the knife's background, as he had no desire for it. Noticing that Chen Liqiu's hands were empty, he returned the long knife, saying, Third senior brother, I truly do not want it. You should keep it for yourself. He has one, Bachelor interjected. It's wrapped around his waist. At Bachelor's reminder, Changsheng finally noticed that Chen Liqiu had a peculiar belt wrapped around his waist, a dark greenish-black belt made of countless tiny interlocking rings, seemingly metallic in nature. The belt buckle at the center of his waist depicted a red bird with an arched neck and a raised tail. Seeing Changsheng staring at his belt, Chen Liqiu grasped the bird-shaped hilt and swiftly drew the long sword coiled around his waist. Upon drawing the sword, Changsheng was stunned. It was a peculiar long sword he had never seen before. The red blade was neither rigid nor straight, but exceptionally supple, almost silky in texture. Bachelor, having previously suffered a blow from Chen Liqiu, seized the opportunity for revenge. What kind of bird knife is that? Soft and limp. It can neither cut nor chop. What good is it? Chen Liqiu ignored him, smiling slightly. With a flick of his wrist, the soft sword immediately straightened. Holding the sword in his left hand and using his right fingers to pluck at it, the long sword emitted a clear, ringing sound. Once the ringing ceased, Chen Liqiu swung the sword downwards, effortlessly cleaving the blue stone Bachelor had used to support the iron rod in two. That after parting the stone, Chen Liqiu retracted his strength and sheathed the now softened long sword. It was then that Changsheng noticed that Chen Liqiu's soft sword also had a scabbard, which served as his belt. During combat, he drew the blade from it. Being soft is inconsequential. The key is to be able to harden at critical moments. That is the true essence, Chen Liqiu remarked with a mischievous smile. Only Li Zhongyong likely grasped the double entendre in his words. He cast a disapproving glance at Chen Liqiu before turning to Changsheng, asking, How is the master faring? He has eaten some rice porridge and has already fallen asleep in the cart, Changsheng replied. Li Zhongyong sighed softly and sat down by the fire. Second senior brother, are you holding a sword? Changsheng inquired. Yes, Li Zhongyong nodded. This is a pure June sword forged by the master smith Luoyangzi. Li Zhongyong clearly preferred not to boast, but someone else elaborated for him. Chen Liqiu, settling down by the fire, continued. The pure June is the last long sword crafted by the master smith Luoyangzi, that he poured all his heart and soul into this sword, and shortly after its creation, he passed away. Although the pure June may appear simple and unadorned, it is undoubtedly a divine weapon, incredibly sharp and capable of slicing through iron like mud. After nodding, Changsheng asked, "Third senior brother, what is the origin of your sword?" Chun Liqiu replied casually, "This sword is called the Zhu Xian sword, crafted from the fiery essence of the southern lands for the Zhuke blade and the icy essence of the northern seas for the Xuanwu scabbard. It embodies the duality of yin and yang, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. This sword can change between rigidity and softness, transforming in countless ways to counter foes, making it exceedingly difficult to defend against." Pausing briefly, Chun Liqiu continued, "This sword was originally the personal weapon of the first emperor. It is said that when the first emperor was attacked, he found himself in great peril due to the length of his personal sword, which he could not draw in a critical moment. Therefore, after being attacked, he commanded the forging of this Zhu Xian sword, carrying it day and night, inseparable from him." "Oh!" Changsheng nodded, then turned to look at Tianjin Gong, who was seated across the campfire. Tianjin Gong held a round copper plate about the size of a dinner plate, resembling a compass. Seeing Changsheng gaze at Tianjin Gong, Chun Liqiu chimed in, "The copper plate in the Force hands is composed of 28 flying knives, varying in size and design, corresponding to the constellations. They can interlock, allowing for both combination and separation, although she is yet to discover how to separate them." Changsheng nodded and then asked, "Third senior brother, are there many such weapons in the ancient tomb?" No. Chun Liqiu shook his head repeatedly. "There are over 1,000 weapons in that tomb, but only these 5 can be considered divine weapons. The rest are mere common items." Lowering his voice, Chun Liqiu added, "I suspect the master changed his mind and agreed to let us take these 5 weapons because of your presence. The master reveres yin and yang and believes in the heavenly way. He may feel that these 5 weapons were destined for the 5 of us." "Oh," Changsheng realized, then asked softly, "Third senior brother, if these weapons are not ordinary items, does that mean the tomb's owner is quite remarkable?" "Indeed," Chun Liqiu nodded. "This individual was a formidable warlord, who, during his lifetime, established the tomb-robbing officials to fund his military campaigns, specializing in the excavation of royal tombs. The weapons in our possession likely originated from other ancient tombs. Those who harm others ultimately fall victim themselves. This person's fate is, in truth, well-deserved." Changsheng was unaware of whom Chun Liqiu was speaking about, nor did he inquire further. Noticing that the firewood by the campfire was dwindling, he rose to search for more in the forest. As he gathered firewood, Chun Liqiu called for Li Zhongyong and waved to Tianjin Gong, and the 3 approached Changsheng together. Seeing the 4 depart one after another, Bachalu was left perplexed. He had previously exchanged barbs with Chun Liqiu and felt embarrassed to follow them, so he could only peek from beside the campfire, looking toward them. As Chun Liqiu and the other 2 joined Changsheng, he put away his smile and said solemnly, "The master's condition is not good. I found 2 fruits in the coffin that may be useful for him." Chapter 19. 2 red apricots. As Chun Liqiu uttered these words, the 3 men exchanged bewildered glances, each questioning whether they had misheard. After all, fruits grow on trees, so how could they possibly appear inside a coffin, especially one from an ancient tomb? Noticing their astonishment, Chun Liqiu surmised their thoughts and refrained from further elaboration, opting instead to produce a flat green object from within his robes. Previously, due to an injury to his chest and abdomen, he had been wrapped in thick bandages, which had led no one to suspect that he was concealing something. Furthermore, the green object was rather small, no longer than a handspan, no wider than 2 inches, and only about an inch in height. While Changsheng lacked experience, Li Zhongyong recognized its significance, exclaiming, "Is that not a jade pillow that the deceased rests upon?" "Indeed, the 2 fruits are concealed within," Chun Liqiu replied as he opened the jade pillow, which was divided into 2 separable halves. Upon its opening, the hidden contents were revealed, and the trio focused intently, confirming that it was indeed 2 fruits, specifically 2 apricots, indistinguishable in size and shape from the common variety. The only notable difference was that while ordinary apricots are orange-yellow, these 2 were a striking crimson, devoid of any blemish. Before the 3 could voice their skepticism, Chun Liqiu interjected, "I have examined them thoroughly. They are not mere imitations carved from red jade, but genuine fruits. Smell them." They still carry the aroma of apricots. As he spoke, he extended the jade pillow towards Li Zhongyong, who leaned down to inhale, and upon detecting the scent of apricots, his face once again reflected disbelief. The second to take a whiff was Tian Jinxiong, who, upon displaying uncertainty, was handed one of the red apricots by Chun Liqiu. I have touched it before. Its texture is undoubtedly that of a red apricot. However, Tian Jinxiong declined to accept the fruit, prompting Chun Liqiu to offer it to Changsheng instead. Fearing that handling such a rare object might result in its damage, Changsheng similarly waved his hand in refusal. Could it be that the jade pillow possesses preservative properties? Li Zhongyong speculated. Chun Liqiu returned the red apricot to the jade pillow, shaking his head. We have encountered similar objects before. This is a piece of Hetian jade. While Hetian jade is indeed precious, it doesn't confer longevity or preservation. Seeing the four men whispering among themselves, Baturu could no longer contain his curiosity and feigned the need to relieve himself as he approached. In truth, the bond among the brothers was deep, and a few exchanged words would not cause any rift. Chun Liqiu had previously refrained from mentioning Baturu due to his clumsiness and lack of awareness, particularly regarding the impending peril facing Lin Daoist. Sometimes, ignorance can be a blessing. Knowing only serves to heighten anxiety. When Baturu entered the grove, Chun Liqiu beckoned him over to witness the jade pillow and the two red apricots. Baturu, astonished, exclaimed, "Oh, where did these apricots come from? Just after the new year?" As Baturu reached out to touch them, Chun Liqiu quickly cautioned, "These apricots were taken from the tomb. They are most peculiar and should not be consumed. I have no intention of eating them. I merely wish to observe," Baturu clarified. "Let us move. The light here is dim, though we should examine them more closely by the fire," Li Zhongyong suggested, turning to lead the way. The group followed Li Zhongyong back to the campfire, where Changsheng tossed the gathered firewood onto the flames. Once the fire blazed brightly, Chun Liqiu held the red apricot up to the light. "It appears there are blood-like veins running across its surface," he remarked. Upon hearing this, Li Zhongyong and Tian Jinxiong hurried over to inspect it closely. The red apricot was translucent and glowed in the firelight. "It resembles the shape of feathers," Tian Jinxiong noted. "That is likely mere coincidence. It must be the natural fibrous structure of the fruit," Li Zhongyong replied. "Take out your fan and test it," Chun Liqiu urged, that Li Zhongyong shook his head. The 5 elements folding ruler can only detect toxins. Although the origins of these two fruits are unclear, they are certainly not poisonous. I did not ask you to test for poison. I want you to ascertain the elemental properties of these apricots, Chun Liqiu clarified. Realizing the intent, Li Zhongyong retrieved the 5 elements folding ruler, resembling a fan, and proceeded to test each apricot. It wasn't long before he confirmed. They belong to the wood element. They are undoubtedly apricots. As the group scrutinized and speculated over the findings, they ultimately reached no conclusions, deciding instead to remove the 2 red apricots from the jade pillow and set them aside for observation. If by morning the apricots had decayed, it would indicate the jade pillow's mysterious properties. If they remained unchanged, then the extraordinary quality would lie within the apricots themselves. Baturu, feeling drowsy, soon fell asleep while clutching his iron staff. Li Zhongyong sat beneath a tree, polishing the pure June sword he had previously acquired. Tian Jinxiong, light on his feet, worried that the firelight might attract pursuers, climbed a tree to keep watch while also examining the compass-throwing knife he had found. Only Chun Liqiu and Changsheng remained by the fire. Chun Liqiu did not appear to be from a humble background. Rather, he seemed quite well off and had always been particular about his diet. While consuming dry rations, he preferred to accompany them with hot water. After boiling water, Changsheng poured a bowl and handed it to him, speaking softly, "Third senior brother, if these apricots truly hold some benefit for our master, should we not take action? What if they spoil and go to waste?" Despite his usual carefree demeanor, Chun Liqiu was not heartless. Hearing Changsheng's words, he sighed deeply and replied in a hushed tone, "Since our return, master has coughed 3 times. Do you truly believe he is sound asleep? He hears every word we speak with clarity. Third senior brother, is there anything we can do for master?" Changsheng asked, filled with concern. Chun Liqiu shook his head. "We are powerless. Our master is a Daoist by birth and is well versed in the art of healing, that if there were viable remedies, he would not remain idle." Changsheng had no further words to offer, as Chen Lichio's assessment was accurate. Lin Daolong was indeed knowledgeable in medicinal practices. Having been struck by a poison dart, he had immediately sought medical aid that if a cure existed, Lin Daolong would certainly have found a way to heal himself. Chen Lichio had initially intended to eat something, having his rations in hand, but upon discussing Lin Daolong, his heart grew heavy, and he set the food aside, lost in thought while holding the bowl of water. Third senior brother, you must eat something. You have gone a day without food, Changsheng urged, pressing a flatbread into Chen Lichio's hands. Chen Lichio glanced at Changsheng, took a deep breath to steady his emotions, and endeavored to restore a nonchalant smile to his face. You noticed I haven't eaten all day. Such attentiveness will surely endear you to women when you grow up. Changsheng felt a twinge of embarrassment and offered a sheepish smile. After Chen Lichio had consumed half of the flatbread, Changsheng could no longer restrain himself and broached the earlier topic. Third senior brother, that group of bandits comes from Nanzhao. Do you think there might be an antidote in their lair? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Lichio shook his head. That seems improbable, that I observed clearly that the dart that struck Master was not released by Zhong Agung willingly, but was triggered automatically when he was gravely injured and on the brink of death. This indicates that Zhong Agung had prepared such a hidden weapon with the intent to perish alongside his adversary in a moment of desperation that if that were the case, there would be no reason to retain an antidote. Upon hearing this, Changsheng nodded slowly. In truth, Chen Lichio's reasoning mirrored his own thoughts. Deep down, he too doubted the possibility of finding an antidote. Chen Lichio continued, This is your first journey beyond home. You may not grasp the vastness of the land. Do you know how far Nanzhao is from here? Nanzhao lies in the southwest, nearly 10,000 miles from Yuzhou, perhaps 8,000. Even if we traveled day and night, it would take at least half a month to reach Nanzhao. All Changsheng could do was shake his head and sigh. Chen Lichio patted Changsheng on the shoulder. Do not despair. Even if something were to happen to Master, you still have us. Changsheng silently nodded, and at that moment a thought struck him. Third senior brother, do you know what Master is actually searching for? I do not, Chen Lichio replied. Master has never disclosed it. However, as far as I know, he has been searching since his youth, even before he took in the eldest disciple. That night, Zhong Agung mentioned something. I wonder if you noticed. Before Changsheng could finish, Chen Lichio interjected. Are you referring to the fact that Master was expelled from the sect at Genzhao Mountain? Yes. Do you know why? Changsheng inquired. I am not entirely certain. Chen Lichio gestured dismissively, but I suspect it may relate to Master's quest for ancient tombs. Excavating graves and tombs is traditionally frowned upon, and has always been condemned by society, especially since Master is a Daoist, and the rules of Taoism are quite strict. Ah, Changsheng nodded, then asked, Third senior brother, what do you think Master is searching for? You just asked me this, and I told you I do not know. Chen Lichio replied, exasperated. If you insist on my speculation, then I can only guess. Then please take a guess, Changsheng urged. Chen Lichio pondered for a moment before whispering. I suspect he is in search of a longevity elixir. Why do you think that? Changsheng pressed. Master's sustenance has always been earned through hard work. Even when he is short on funds, he has never taken gold or silver from the tombs. Thus, the possibility of him being motivated by wealth is eliminated. Chen Lichio lowered his voice. Moreover, while Master has brought back numerous secret texts from the tomb, he has never engaged in any studies or wielded any weapons, which rules those out as well. The only possibility left is a medicinal elixir for healing or prolonging life. As Changsheng contemplated the validity of Chen Lichio's hypothesis, Chen Lichio continued, I suspect that Master is searching for this elixir for the sake of a woman. Oh, Changsheng was taken aback. Why do you say that? It's just a feeling, Chen Lichio replied. Master possesses striking features and an easygoing demeanor. Handsome men naturally attract many admirers. While out in the world, there have surely been numerous women who have taken a liking to him, many of whom have subtly hinted their affections. However, Master remains unmoved, leading me to suspect that he has a beloved, though he has never spoken of her in all these years. Though Chen Lichio's analysis was logical, Changsheng found it hard to agree. Not wishing to argue, he offered a gentle rebuttal. But Master is quite old. Surely this is not for a woman. And how old do you think Master is? Chen Lichio countered. 45 or 46. Changsheng guessed. What poor judgment! Chun Liqiu scoffed. Master's hair is completely white. He must be well past the age of understanding, Changsheng stated. Master is not that old, Chun Liqiu replied, shaking his head. I believe he is at most 35. The eldest disciple once mentioned that when he followed Master, Master still had a full head of black hair. The eldest brother has been with Master for 9 years. How could Master have gone completely gray in that time? Changsheng questioned, perplexed. I believe there are 2 possibilities. One is excessive yearning, and the other is the use of forbidden arts. Chapter 20. Weathering the storm, Changsheng was utterly ignorant of sorcery, unaware of the concept of defying the heavens, let alone the consequences it might entail. At merely 14 years of age, he remained naive regarding matters of the heart, unable to fathom how longing for someone could lead to the graying of one's hair. It was quite inappropriate to gossip about others, especially when it concerned his master. Fearing that his master might overhear, Chun Liqiu opted to refrain from continuing on that topic, engaging in light conversation with Changsheng instead before seeking a sheltered spot to examine the newly acquired Zhu Xian soft sword. While Changsheng tended to the fire, his heart was heavy with worry and melancholy that he yearned to do something for his master, yet he found himself at a loss as to what he could contribute. Lin Daoist was gravely poisoned, and ordinary physicians would surely be of no use. As the 4th watch approached, Tian Jinxiong leapt down from a tree and approached the campfire, offering a blanket to Changsheng. You should rest now. I will keep watch, she insisted. Changsheng shook his head. I am not tired. Tian Jinxiong urged him once more, prompting Changsheng to leave the warmth of the fire. However, instead of seeking a place to sleep, he ventured into the woods to gather firewood by the flickering glow. Upon his return, he found Tian Jinxiong examining the concealed weapon they had previously acquired. She had already disassembled it. This circular weapon, resembling a compass, was composed of 28 throwing knives, each uniquely shaped and adorned with the images of animals such as monkeys, snakes, dragons, and rabbits. Earlier, while traveling, Li Zhongyong and Chun Liqiu had mentioned the 5 elements, 8 trigrams, and the 29 lunar mansions, so upon seeing the animal motifs on the knives, he immediately recognized them as the fabled 28 constellations. Tian Jinxiong, aware of Changsheng's presence, did not shy away from him as she continued her examination. The 28 knives varied in both style and size. Their diverse designs were not intended for mere novelty, but rather to ensure their applicability to different angles and targets. Although Tian Jinxiong was quite astute, the complexity of the throwing knives proved overwhelming. Even with Changsheng's assistance in theorizing about their construction, she could not fully grasp the intricate assembly in a short span of time. Ultimately, it was Li Zhongyong who came to replace the 2 that proved invaluable. Mastering mechanisms was his forte, and with his help, Tian Jinxiong finally understood the different combinations of the 28 knives, along with the specific angles and targets suited for each. Each of these knives could be thrown individually, with larger knives prioritizing power and smaller ones emphasizing precision. While ordinary throwing knives could only strike in a straight line, these knives possessed the remarkable capability of soaring not only straight but also flipping and spinning, allowing them to accurately hit targets even if they were concealed behind trees or walls. Furthermore, among the 28 knives, there were 4 principal ones: Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanu, each distinguished by their vibrant colors of green, white, red, and black, unlike the other 24 yellow knives. These 4 principal knives could be combined to form a short sword measuring 2 feet in length, ideal for close combat. While attempting to connect the knives, Li Zhongyong discovered another detail. The knives did not solely rely on mortise and tenon joints for connection. There seemed to be a strong magnetic attraction between them, but he speculated that these knives might be capable of returning on their own after being thrown. Confirming this theory was not a trivial matter, for both Li Zhongyong and Tian Jinxiong possessed limited spiritual prowess, and enhancing the magnetic pull of the knives depended on their own spiritual cultivation. Nevertheless, Li Zhongyong eventually validated his hypothesis. As long as the 4 principal knives remained in hand, they could summon the thrown knives back after infusing them with spiritual energy. The distance of the summoning depended on their level of spiritual cultivation. Should their cultivation be insufficient, they would be unable to recall knives that had landed far away. While Changsheng marveled at the exquisite construction of this weapon, he also perceived its complexity, deeming it challenging to master. It was not as if the weapon lacked practicality. On the contrary, it was immensely powerful and difficult to defend against. Yet its intricacy was daunting. Memorizing the unique functions of each knife in the heat of battle was no easy feat. Interests vary from person to person. Li Zhongyong's passion lay in mechanisms, and thus he was naturally intrigued by such a complex weapon. However, his fascination rested solely with its design and principles, rather than the weapon itself. His attitude mirrored that of a fisherman. One who enjoys fishing does not necessarily relish eating fish. As dawn approached, Lin Daoren emerged from the carriage, finding Li Zhongyong, Tian Jinxiong, and Changsheng still awake. Upon seeing their master, they hurriedly rose to greet him. "Master, you coughed quite a bit last night. Are you all right?" Li Zhongyong inquired. The matter of Lin Daoren being poisoned was merely a source of concern and speculation among them, unconfirmed by Lin Daoren himself, rendering it inappropriate for the disciples to press directly, as that would imply doubt in their master's capabilities. "I am fine," Lin Daoren replied, waving his hand as he approached the fire and seated himself upon a bluish stone nearby. Baturu and Chen Liqiu, roused by Lin Daoren's voice, joined the group. Lin Daoren, having surely pondered what to say, addressed the assembled disciples. "You are all well aware of our current predicament. It is no small feat that we managed to arrive here before the news spread among the martial world. However, a series of troubles is bound to follow, and we must devise a strategy." He paused briefly before continuing. "Although we have destroyed the secret manual, the people of the martial world will not let us off that easily. Firstly, they are unaware that the manual has been destroyed. Secondly, even if they learn of its destruction, they will undoubtedly seek clues from you. Should they discover that you possess unparalleled divine weapons, they will pursue you with the ferocity of wolves sensing blood." After a moment's silence, Lin Daoren finally revealed the crux of the matter. "Fortunately, while some in the martial world may recognize me, few are likely to know you. Even if someone has seen you in my company, it would have been a fleeting encounter, leaving little lasting impression. Even in the case of portraits, they cannot capture an accurate likeness. Thus, as long as you do not travel alongside me, they will have no means to track you down. Master, do you mean to suggest that we should betray our trust and act solely for our own benefit?" Chen Liqiu interjected, his brow furrowed. "That is an exaggeration," Lin Daoren replied, shaking his head. "You have traveled the martial world with me for quite some time. I am well aware of your characters. You are not the sort to betray trust, but think carefully. Does what I say not hold merit? If we continue to travel together, it will not be long before we are recognized. Encountering combat would slow us down, and soon we would be beset by troubles. While we might stand a chance against ordinary foes, we cannot underestimate the presence of masters with advanced spiritual cultivation in the martial world. If we were to cross paths with them, what chance would we have of victory?" "That makes sense. Master speaks wisely." Baturu nodded vigorously. "You are not grasping the full picture," Chen Liqiu sighed, casting a resigned glance at Baturu. "Master is concerned about implicating us and wishes to send us away. Where are we to go?" Baturu exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Chen Liqiu, disinterested in explaining further to Baturu, turned to Lin Daoren with a serious expression. "Master, even if you are injured, we cannot abandon you to flee alone. That I cannot engage in such ungrateful behavior." "Just because you cannot, does not mean that we are incapable," Li Zhongyong chided, shooting a disapproving glance at Chen Liqiu before asserting. "Master, your kindness towards us is immeasurable. Even if we were to be shattered into pieces, we could never repay your debt that we will not leave. You must rid yourself of that notion." Though Tian Jinxiong and Changsheng remained silent, the resolute glimmer in their eyes conveyed their shared sentiment. Witnessing the unwavering loyalty of his disciples brought Lin Daoren a sense of comfort, yet he remained steadfast in his decision, addressing them solemnly. "Aside from the eldest and youngest, you three have families. If our whereabouts are exposed, it could very well endanger your parents and relatives. Not all in the martial world are virtuous. Many are deceitful and unscrupulous, willing to go to great lengths to achieve their ends. If they were to target your families, how would you respond?" Upon finishing, Li Zhongyong interjected, "Master, you worry too much. The number of people who know our origins is exceedingly few. Even if they seek to investigate, they would have no avenue to pursue." Tian Jinxiong added, "Master, although I have family, they are far away. What I do in the Central Plains will not implicate them. Indeed, Chun Liqiu concurred. Changsheng stood beside Chun Liqiu, sensing that despite Chun Liqiu's agreement, his confidence was clearly lacking. The reason for this lack of confidence was simple. He had more than one romantic interest and often communicated with them secretly, making it impossible to guarantee that no issues would arise. "I understand your intentions," Lin Daoren remarked, "but I know the martial world better than you. You may not realize the value of the heart methods you have memorized, but those in the martial world are acutely aware. Each heart method is potent enough to grant its possessor considerable influence, allowing them to dominate their sphere. Such temptation is bound to drive them to madness, and given time, it will inevitably threaten your families. This matter is settled. The second, third, and fourth among you shall depart immediately, returning home under the cover of night. The eldest shall take the youngest to the grasslands to evade the storm, and once the tumult subsides, I shall seek you out." Among the five, only Baturu remained oblivious, while the other four had already surmised that Lin Daoren faced grave danger. Hearing him speak thus, they were filled with sorrow and resolve, unwilling to abandon their master. Seeing their unwavering stance, Lin Daoren grew anxious, repeatedly admonishing them, yet none wavered. Ultimately, Chun Liqiu could no longer contain himself and directly asked, "Master, please tell us honestly, how severe is your injury?" Lin Daoren, expecting this question from his disciples, was not surprised. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke gravely. The fine, sharp thorn was extracted from the body of a southern Jiaxian hedgehog, and its venom is potent, nearly beyond remedy. "Ah!" Baturu gasped in horror. "You need not panic," Lin Daoren raised his hand to reassure them. "While the situation is dire, there remains a sliver of hope. Since you are so adamant about staying, let us search for the antidote together." Chapter 21. The journey to Yongzhou. Upon hearing the words of Daoist Lin, the mood of the crowd shifted from despair to hope. Li Zhongyong, filled with urgency, inquired, "Master, from where can we procure the antidote?" Daoist Lin replied, "Only in Tongguan County of Yongzhou might one find the detoxifying elixir." Li Zhongyong, being a native of Hejian, had considerable knowledge of the geography of the northern regions. "Master, Yongzhou is over 3,000 miles from here. If we set out immediately and encounter no obstacles along the way, we should be able to reach there within 7 days." Before Daoist Lin could respond, Chun Liqiu shook his head and interjected, "7 days is insufficient. Our horses will not endure such a long journey without rest, that we will need at least 9 days. 9 days it shall be. Let us depart at once," Daoist Lin affirmed. "Wait, master," Chun Liqiu said. "I unearthed 2 peculiar red apricots from the tomb last night." As he spoke, he retrieved the 2 red apricots from the wooden stool. These apricots were hidden within the jade pillow of the coffin, buried for over 600 years without decay. They must possess extraordinary qualities. Given your vast knowledge, please examine them to ascertain whether they have any detoxifying properties. Daoist Lin accepted the 2 red apricots from Chun Liqiu and scrutinized them. After a moment, he returned them, saying, "All varieties of apricots contain a mild toxin. While these may possess some otherworldly significance, they are not suitable for counteracting poison." Chun Liqiu felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, his head drooping in dismay. Observing his distress, Daoist Lin continued, "The fact that these apricots were concealed so carefully indicates they are indeed extraordinary. However, the treacherous minister did not consume them before his demise, suggesting that while he recognized their rarity, he was unaware of the consequences of ingesting them. Keep them safe. Time is on our side. One day, you may encounter a knowledgeable individual who can illuminate their purpose." After Daoist Lin's words, Chun Liqiu nodded slowly, placing the red apricots back in the jade pillow for safekeeping. Subsequently, the group dispersed to make preparations, with Bachelot harnessing the horses and setting off once more. Until this moment, Bachelot had been unaware of Daoist Lin's perilous situation, but he now grasped the gravity of the matter, his heart racing as he cracked the whip to spur the horses onward. Prior to this, the others, aside from Bachelot, had sensed the urgency of Daoist Lin's predicament, and upon hearing that there was still a glimmer of hope, they felt a renewed sense of optimism, shedding their earlier gloom. Only one among them remained troubled, Changsheng. His heavy heart was burdened by 2 thoughts. First, that Daoist Lin had referred to him as the youngest instead of the 5th, a term reserved for the smallest child in a family, which implied that Daoist Lin might not anticipate taking on any more disciples. Second, he recalled having witnessed Daoist Lin covertly counting pills in a porcelain bottle left by Zheng Aging. The bottle contained pills that likely had the effect of temporarily suppressing toxins, yet only 5 remained, 1 per day, barely sufficient to sustain Daoist Lin until they reached Yongzhou. Though Changsheng was worried, he refrained from voicing his concerns to the others. Daoist Lin was in the carriage, making conversation difficult, and he did not wish to extinguish the flickering hope that had just ignited in their hearts. The group now found themselves in Yuzhou, where the terrain differed greatly from the hilly landscape of Qizhou. That Yuzhou's geography was predominantly flat, with cities primarily constructed along major thoroughfares to travel north and south. One often had to traverse through cities, which is why they were also referred to as city gates. Although aware that entering a city might introduce uncertainties, Bachelou had no choice but to drive the carriage into the city. Once within the city, they could not gallop wildly. They were compelled to proceed at a slower pace. As they passed through the city gates, the soldiers stationed there did not impede or question them. But once inside, a few beggars sitting by the roadside began to follow the carriage. These beggars were distinct from the victims of calamity. They lived solely by begging. The 5 men who trailed the carriage appeared to be in their 20s or 30s. While it was not unusual for beggars to follow a carriage in hopes of alms, what was peculiar was that after Li Zhongyong tossed a few copper coins to them, these beggars did not disperse but continued to pursue the carriage, clanging bamboo tubes and singing for donations, all the while peering curiously into the carriage. Some even dared to lift the curtain to peer inside. Under the reprimands of Bachelou and Li Zhongyong, 2 of the beggars fled, yet the remaining ones persisted in following closely behind. Master, they might be members of the beggars' sect. Li Zhongyong sensed a looming danger. We must exit the city swiftly, Daoist Lin commanded in a low voice. Hearing his words, Bachelou immediately urged the horses forward, but galloping within the city was against the law. They could only hasten their pace without breaking into a run. Third brother, is the beggars' sect a gang in the martial world? Changsheng inquired. Indeed, the beggars' sect is quite a large organization, with a membership numbering in the tens of thousands, and they have branches in nearly every province, Chen Liqiu replied. Are they good people or bad? Changsheng pressed further. They are not noble souls. Chen Liqiu shook his head. I hold them in disdain. They will do anything for money. No sooner had Chen Liqiu finished speaking than Tian Jinxing whispered urgently to Daoist Lin. Master, it is evident they are after us. The 2 beggars who left earlier were clearly in a hurry to report our presence. Chen Liqiu added, we can no longer afford to dawdle. We must push through. Li Zhongyong, perched at the front of the carriage, turned to say, there are too many pedestrians and our carriage is large. Charging ahead will surely injure innocents. We cannot afford to be overly cautious, Chen Liqiu insisted. If they manage to entangle us, escaping will become exceedingly difficult. Remain calm and observe the situation, Daoist Lin advised in a grave tone. After Daoist Lin spoke, Chen Liqiu fell silent, and Bachelou cracked the whip to drive the carriage forward. Yuzhou is a vast region, and its city is expansive, stretching over 10 miles from north to south. There are multiple routes leading to the North Gate, not just the central thoroughfare. As they approached a crossroads, Bachelou, under Li Zhongyong's direction, altered their course eastward. After traveling several dozen paces, they veered north again, taking a side road adjacent to the main route. The side road was less crowded and offered little cover, revealing the beggars' intentions unmistakably. They were pursuing them. As the group solidified their understanding of the beggars' motives, the beggars too recognized their exposure. After a brief, hushed exchange, one of them threw himself in front of the carriage, shouting, "Oh no, you hit someone! The carriage driver has run someone over!" Bachelou, seeing this, was instantly consumed with rage, leaping down from the carriage with his iron staff in hand. "You scoundrel! How dare you extort my grandfather?" Li Zhongyong hastily intervened to restrain Bachelou, then turned to the beggars, saying, "Let us skip the pleasantries. How much silver do you want?" 100 taels, the beggar on the ground demanded greedily. The others chimed in one after another. "Yes, at least 100 taels, or you won't be leaving." 100 taels is insufficient. We require 200 taels. Upon hearing their demands, Li Zhongyong realized they were not merely seeking to extort money, but were intent on detaining them, that if their sole aim was to extort, their actions would not warrant death. but their evident malicious intent compelled Li Zhongyong to take decisive action. With a resigned sigh, he approached a wall, crouched down, and began to untie his bundle. The beggars rushed over in a frenzy. Whether to seize the money or to ascertain if there were any treasures within the bundle remained uncertain. However, they neither saw silver nor any secret manuals, for Li Zhongyong drew his sword instead. His swift action, aided by the enchanted blade, left the beggars no time to cry out before their heads fell. With few passers-by around, no one witnessed the slaying of the beggars. After disposing of them, Bachalu cracked the whip, hastening the carriage toward the north gate. Everyone was acutely aware of their precarious situation. Although they had eliminated these pursuers, the members of the beggars' sect would undoubtedly head to the north gate to intercept them a short while later. The carriage finally reached the north gate, and to their surprise, the enemy's speed was much greater than they had anticipated. A large crowd of ragged beggars had already gathered outside the gate, all armed with various weapons, unmistakably members of the beggars' sect. "These scoundrels are quick to arrive," Bachalu cursed. "There must be over 70 of them," Li Zhongyong estimated. "Master?" Chen Liqiu sought Daoist Lin's counsel. Daoist Lin did not respond immediately, pondering for a moment before speaking calmly. "Since we cannot avoid them, then do what you must." Chapter 22. Confrontation. Although the voice of Daoist Lin was not loud, both Bachalu and Li Zhongyong, perched upon the cart's yoke, heard him clearly. The implication of Lin Daoist's words was not lost on them. In order to buy time for everyone, Bachalu gently pulled the reins, slowing the wagon's pace to the northern gate. Soldiers were stationed to guard the entrance, their numbers not insignificant, yet their demeanor was lethargic. Leaning against the gate with their spears, they wore expressions of indifference, as if the matters at hand were of no concern to them. Changsheng, lacking martial skills and experience, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him at the impending conflict. Third senior brother, "Don't the soldiers care about this?" "The soldiers are not like the constables. Brawls such as this do not fall under their jurisdiction," Chen Liqiu replied, shaking his head. "Moreover, the beggars' sect is notorious for their ruthless and despicable actions, and their numbers are considerable. Even the soldiers are reluctant to provoke them." Noticing the conflict on Changsheng's face, Tianjin Gong surmised his thoughts. Disciples of the beggars' sect are not like unfortunate beggars. They are a gang, comprised of individuals who navigate the underbelly of society. Though they may beg, they are far more inclined towards extortion and are not virtuous folk. "It is not a fault to pity the poor, but being poor does not equate to being good," Chen Liqiu remarked. "You have yet to step outside. In time, you will come to realize that those who dwell in the streets are often the least principled." With patience, Tianjin Gong and Chen Liqiu explained further, and Changsheng listened with humility. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own lack of martial prowess and his dependence on Daoist Lin and his fellow disciples for protection, even for his own safety. "Cover your faces," Lin Daoist whispered. "The fewer who see your true faces, the safer you shall be in the days to come." Upon his words, the group hastily produced handkerchiefs to mask their identities. Noticing Changsheng's lack of a handkerchief, Tianjin Gong produced a spare one from his bundle and handed it to him. Bachalu, too, was without a handkerchief, but fortunate enough that Li Zhongyong had a spare, yet when it was offered to him, he rejected it. "What use is it to me? This kind of mask is of no help." As the wagon rolled out of the city gates, they found themselves less than 50 paces from the group of beggars' sect disciples. Bachalu turned to ask, "Master, shall we walk or charge through?" Before Lin Daoist could respond, Chen Liqiu interjected, "Is there any need to ask? We shall charge. The ones approaching are not friendly. There is no reasoning with them." After a brief pause, and seeing no opposition from Lin Daoist, Bachalu cracked the whip and urged the horse forward. The group of beggars' sect disciples had been watching the wagon intently, and upon seeing it accelerate suddenly, the burly leader among them turned to his cohorts. This leader, in his 30s, had a round face and wore a neatly fitted gray outfit, with several yellow patches on his chest evidently sewn on for a purpose. "Heh. After waiting so long, they think they can escape," the burly man declared, slamming his staff against the ground. "Let us go together, seize the treasure, and reward ourselves." Excited shouts erupted from the beggars' sect members, and before the wagon could draw near, they charged forward with various weapons in hand. Their arsenal was a haphazard collection, predominantly made up of clubs, with wooden and iron rods, as well as some crude blades and axes. Second brother, take over. Bada Lu tossed the reins and whipped to Li Zhongyong at the side, then brandished his iron staff and charged forward. I will clear the path. Having been ambushed by the horsemen previously, Bada Lu had been unable to retaliate, and now, seizing the opportunity to vent his pent-up frustration, he unleashed his strength. In a matter of moments, he clashed with the beggar's sect members, his left fist swinging powerfully, sending one flying, followed by a swift strike with his staff that knocked down two more. Bada Lu's imposing stature and incredible strength meant that no adversary could gain the upper hand in a direct confrontation. Yet, the beggar sect members had no intention of engaging him one-on-one. They surged forward, armed and ready to strike. It is a given that larger individuals are less agile, a flaw that Bada Lu's training in the indestructible diamond technique compensated for, rendering him impervious to their combined attacks. While their weapons may have shattered his clothing, they could not wound him. At this point, the wagon had closed the distance, and Bada Lu paid little heed to further skirmishing with his foes. He extended his arms, staff held horizontally before him, and charged forward silently with great force. Sensing Bada Lu's intent to clear a path for the wagon, the burly leader shouted, "Do not retreat. Block him." Hearing the command, the beggar's sect members engaged with Bada Lu, unwilling to evade or retreat. Yet, even 10 men could not hinder Bada Lu's momentum. They were thrown aside as he barreled through. Just as Bada Lu was paving the way, a sudden cry of the horses behind him caught his attention. Turning, he saw 2 horses straining in pain. The leading horse had suffered a severed front hoof, while the trailing horse had been stabbed in the belly by the beggar's sect members. Before Bada Lu could rush back to assist, Li Zhongyong and the others had already leaped from the wagon and engaged in close combat with the beggar's sect members. With the horses injured, the purpose of charging ahead was rendered moot. Bada Lu cursed loudly. Turning back to rescue them, that he kicked one attacker aside and grasped the reins, attempting to steady the horses. However, the horses, panicked and injured, were beyond his control. Having grown up on the steppes, Bada Lu held a deep affection for horses. Seeing the lead horse suffering so, he grimaced and, with a heavy heart, delivered a swift strike to end its suffering, then tore the harness apart, dragging the remaining horse forward. Though the remaining horse managed to run, it was gravely injured, blood pouring from its wounds. Witnessing the horse's struggle, Bada Lu felt a pang of guilt, yet they were surrounded and needed to break through quickly. Leading the way with the horse, Bada Lu forged ahead, while Li Zhongyong guarded the right flank, Qin Liqiu the left, and Tian Jinggong and Changsheng covered the rear with concealed weapons. Amidst the chaos, they managed to push through several dozen paces to that moment. The trailing horse could bear no more, blood foaming from its mouth and nose. Unable to watch it suffer further, Bada Lu steeled himself and put it out of its misery. Afterward, he severed all remaining harnesses, placed the iron staff on the wagon, and took hold of the yoke to pull the cart forward, roaring as he charged ahead. Though Li Zhongyong and the others were armed with formidable weapons, they lacked real combat experience. Prior to their encounter with the horsemen, they had never been in actual life-and-death situations, and now, facing their opponents in close quarters, they could not help but feel anxious. As casualties mounted, their tension only grew. Fortunately, their adversaries lacked skilled fighters, allowing them to maintain a semblance of order despite being outnumbered. Among them, Changsheng sustained the least injuries, partly due to his lack of martial skills, but primarily because he had almost never faced such circumstances before. Moreover, the crossbow he wielded required considerable effort to load. Noticing Changsheng's flushed face, Qin Liqiu, in a light-hearted manner, sought to reassure him. "Haha, fifth brother, now you understand, right? The martial world is not about civility. It is about fighting and killing." Changsheng was preoccupied with loading his crossbow, and although he heard Qin Liqiu's words, he had no time to respond. He had thought he would be terrified, yet in the heat of the moment, he found himself too consumed with the situation to feel fear. Confronting an opponent was straightforward. If one did not kill, one would be killed. Only those involved could comprehend the folly of hesitation. In the midst of combat, there was no time for pity or lamentation, that if one showed mercy, others would not. Just as Changsheng loaded a bolt, he noticed the wagon had come to a halt. Leaning to look, he realized the burly leader of the beggar sect had intercepted Bada Lu. The leader wielded a wooden staff, and with Bada Lu gripping the yoke, he was unable to evade the incoming strike, which landed squarely on his head. The staff, crafted from sturdy locust wood, was both hard and resilient. Even with the protection of the indestructible diamond technique, Bada Lu staggered from the blow. Concerned for Lin Daoist's safety within the wagon, Bada Lu did not release his grip until Li Zhongyong arrived to assist, allowing him to draw his iron staff and charge at the imposing figure before him. Previously, Bada Lu had not infused his iron staff with energy while battling, but after taking a hit, anger surged within him. As he charged forward, he summoned his inner strength, causing the once jet-black staff to glow a fierce red. With a fierce roar, he swung the staff, first shattering the weapon, then crushing the head of the burly leader, who fell without a sound, lifeless. Seeing their leader fallen, the spirit of the beggar's sect members shattered. Like headless chickens, they exchanged glances, their greed unquenched yet too fearful to obstruct Bada Lu any longer. They could only watch helplessly as he tore through with the wagon, racing northward, leaving them in the dust. "Master, are you all right?" Bada Lu called out as he ran. "I'm fine," came Lin Daoist's voice from within the cart. Changsheng, initially worried about Lin Daoist's condition, felt some relief upon seeing that he had not engaged in the fighting, indicating that Lin Daoist was keen to avoid further injury. This offered a glimmer of hope that perhaps a turn of fortune was still possible. "Fifth brother, get in the cart," Li Zhongyong urged. "No need. I can keep up." Changsheng shook his head. "They are still watching from behind. You are not swift of foot. If they notice anything amiss, it may cause you trouble later," Li Zhongyong cautioned. "I am not afraid of trouble," Changsheng replied defiantly. "Ha ha ha, that's the spirit," Chen Liqiu cheered. "Given time, we will master our skills." "Who can stand against us then?" From within the cart, Lin Daoist admonished. "Third, do not be arrogant. You have long desired to enter the path. Focus your mind and resolve, and do not let pride consume you." "I understand, master," Chen Liqiu replied hastily, eager to change the subject. "There are official stations outside the main city. If we can hold on a little longer, we will reach one and procure horses." Chapter 23, The Robbery of the Post Station. Upon hearing Chen Liqiu's words, the robust Barchalu, who was furiously pulling the cart ahead, shouted, "Do not speak of mere moments. Even if it were several hours, I could withstand it." The cart itself weighed at least 200 to 300 jin, and with the addition of Lin Daosheng and 2 wooden boxes, along with a heavy iron rod weighing over 300 jin, the total weight exceeded 1,000 jin. Yet Barchalu, blessed with great strength, grasped the cart's yoke and sprinted forward with ease, showing no signs of fatigue. Although Changsheng had a slight limp in his left leg, it was not severe. Years of toil in the fields had endowed him with considerable stamina, allowing him to keep pace with the others despite his exertion. As it turned out, Chen Liqiu's conjecture was indeed correct. After a brief interval, the group caught sight of the post station ahead. The post station varied in size. That of the state capital was quite expansive, with several courtyards for lodging and a large stable for horses. "Old Five, can you ride a horse?" Chen Liqiu inquired. "Not particularly," Changsheng replied, a bit breathless from running. "I have only ridden a cow before." "That's not feasible," came Li Zhongyong's voice from the other side. "The master is injured and cannot ride. We must not abandon the cart." After Li Zhongyong's proclamation, Chen Liqiu remained silent, and as the post station drew nearer, he spoke again. As the ancient said, "Speed is of the essence in warfare. Once we reach the post station, we shall act separately. Eldest brother, you are knowledgeable about horses. You go to the stable to fetch some that I, along with third and fourth, will deal with the post attendants. Old Five, there will be ready food at the station. Go find some." With that, the group responded in unison. Every post station was equipped with lookout windows to spot messengers approaching on horseback, as some messages and battle reports were of utmost urgency. Messengers often did not have time to rest upon arriving at the station. Instead, they would switch horses and set off immediately, necessitating the attendants to have horses ready at the roadside. Unlike official quarters, the post station had only a few soldiers, and as the group rushed forward, they immediately took action. Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu brandished their weapons and charged into the station, while Barchalu steadied the cart with a yoke pole before joining them. "You stay behind to guard the master," Tian Jinxiong instructed Changsheng. "I lack martial skills and cannot protect the master." "Fourth sister, you stated I will go find food," Changsheng declared, Clutching a crossbow as he dashed into the station, Daoist the post station was owned by the government. Robbing it was tantamount to treason, and thus such incidents were rare. The suddenness of the attack left the post attendants in a state of panic. Seeing Li Zhongyong and the others brandishing sharp blades, they dared not resist and scattered in fear. The purpose of the post station extended beyond merely switching horses for messengers. It also served to accommodate passing officials. Consequently, ample provisions were stored there. Though Changsheng was small of stature, he brandished his crossbow and strode boldly into the station, unimpeded by anyone. Due to regional differences, dietary customs varied. In the north, wheat products predominated. The kitchen had prepared numerous fire-cooked flatbreads stored in baskets. Unable to find a bag, Changsheng simply took an entire basket of flatbreads and rushed back to the cart. Lifting the cart curtain, he chanced upon Lin Daoisheng inspecting his wound, his chest marred by a dark patch with signs of festering at the site of the earlier injury. "Master," Changsheng gasped in horror. Lin Daoisheng buttoned up his robe, assuring, "It is nothing serious. You must be cautious." Noting the unusual tone in Changsheng's voice, Tian Jinxiong, standing beside the cart, anxiously asked, "What is it?" "Nothing, nothing," Changsheng replied, lowering the curtain and sprinting back into the station. Originally, he had intended to return for some wine and pickled vegetables, but halfway there, he overheard voices behind a wall, seemingly belonging to a minor official urging his subordinates to release the carrier pigeons. Changsheng, although unaware of where the pigeons would fly, recognized the necessity of preventing the attendants from releasing them. If the pigeons were set free, the news would inevitably leak. Resolving this, he followed the attendant to an eastern courtyard, only to discover it was a pigeon loft, lined with no fewer than 20 pigeon coops on either side. In the center, a table held writing materials, and the attendant was bent over, penning a letter. Upon seeing Changsheng burst in with his crossbow, the attendant dropped his brush in fright and fled. Changsheng, having no desire to harm, did not pursue. He initially intended to open the coops and release the pigeons, yet worried that the pigeons' flight would alarm the authorities. Just then, he noticed a bamboo pigeon cage nearby, and, seizing it, opened the coops one by one, capturing over 20 pigeons. While he was busy catching the birds, a voice from the adjacent courtyard called out, "Strip, everyone! Strip off your clothes!" Hearing Chun Lichio's shout, Changsheng was filled with confusion. Before he could process it, Chun Lichio's voice rang out again. "That woman, what are you thinking? You need not strip. I want the soldiers' uniforms." Only then did Changsheng comprehend that Chun Lichio was seizing the soldiers' garments. Having captured all the pigeons, he hurriedly fled with the cage. After running a few steps, he remembered the writing paper for the carrier pigeons left on the table. He dashed back, snatched a handful, and stuffed it into his robe, also taking the brush, which he clamped in his mouth as he hurried out of the station. Exiting the post station, he saw Barchelou outside transferring wooden boxes to switch to a larger cart, a grand vehicle drawn by 4 horses, sturdily built and quite impressive, far larger than the cart they had previously used. "What were you supposed to find food for, and why did you return with a pigeon cage?" Barchelou inquired, bewildered. With the brush still in his mouth, Changsheng could not speak, so he set down the pigeon cage and removed the brush to reply. "These are carrier pigeons. They intend to send messages." As he finished speaking, he turned to rush back to the station, only to hear Tian Jinxiong calling from behind, "Old 5, hurry back. The beggar clan is closing in." Just as Changsheng was about to respond, he nearly collided with Chun Lichio, who was rushing out of the station, arms laden with soldiers' uniforms and several pairs of black boots. "What are you doing?" Chun Lichio asked, sprinting past. "To fetch wine and dishes," Changsheng replied, not slowing his pace. Emerging from the station, Chun Lichio tossed the uniforms to Tian Jinxiong and turned back, shouting, "Fourth, quickly come with me to fetch the horses. Those black horses in the western stable have great endurance and can travel far," Barchelou shouted. Changsheng dashed back to the kitchen, where the attendants and cooks had long since fled. Leaving no one to obstruct him, he gathered a basket of pickled vegetables and cured meats and took 2 jars of wine from a corner, bringing them out with him. By this time, Barchelou had already loaded the items onto the larger cart, and Lin Daoisheng had climbed aboard as well. Li Zhongyong and the others had also managed to lead the horses out. The attendants had long been scared away, and with no one nearby, they quickly changed into the soldiers' uniforms outside the station. "Too small. I can't fit into this," Barchelou grumbled, holding up a uniform. "I never prepared one for you," Li Zhongyong retorted, snatching the uniform and tossing it at Changsheng. Put it on. Changsheng set down the items he had brought back and swiftly changed his clothes. This won't do. I need a full outfit, or I will surely be exposed, Barchalu exclaimed. There is nothing that will fit you. Oh, that post attendant was quite portly. Just wait, Chen Liqiu said, running back to the station. Changsheng, being too slender, found even the regular soldier's attire hung loosely on him. But in haste, he had no choice but to make do. Once he had changed, and with Chen Liqiu yet to return, Changsheng noticed the beggar clan members peering from a distance. He quickly retrieved the brush he had brought back and took out some paper to write hastily. The paper used for the carrier pigeons was small, allowing only a few words. He did not write much, merely a few brief notes on each, rolled them up, and secured them in the bamboo tubes attached to the pigeons' legs before releasing them into the air. Noticing the beggar clan members closing in, Barchalu, unable to contain his frustration, grabbed the iron rod and charged towards them, shouting, "What a bunch of despicable beggars! Not even sparing animals." Stabbed the horses' bellies and cut their legs. Seeing Barchalu charge over with such ferocity, the beggar clan members dared not confront him and turned to flee at that moment. Chen Liqiu returned, arms full of clothing, and Li Zhongyong hurriedly called Barchalu back, urging him to don the official attire Chen Liqiu had brought. Though the post attendant was overweight, he was not particularly tall, and while Barchalu could fit into the clothes, they were several inches short, and the boots were too small. "What are you up to, old five?" Chen Liqiu asked, puzzled. "I was releasing the pigeons," Changsheng replied casually. "What did you write?" Chen Liqiu leaned in for a closer look. The beggar clan is rising in rebellion." "Good, very good. Write a few more." "I cannot write any more. I have run out of red ink," Changsheng said, tossing the brush aside. Come on, let us get on the cart," Barchalu said, grabbing Changsheng by the collar and hoisting him onto the cart before taking the reins himself, calling out, "Giddy up!" A cart drawn by 4 horses was a rare sight, and with young, strong military horses at the helm, Barchalu shouted, and the cart surged forward. Changsheng, unprepared, nearly fell off, only to be saved by Lin Daoisheng, who quickly caught him. "Let us go," Li Zhongyong urged. Raising his arm in a signaled "AT" this call, Chen Liqiu and Tian Jinxiong swiftly tore off their face coverings and mounted their horses. The 3 men urged their steeds onward, pursuing the cart in a protective escort. Previously, the group had only ridden ordinary horses, which could not compare to the military steeds. Now, not only had they acquired fine horses, but they also had 2 additional mounts, and with 3 fewer people, their speed increased dramatically, galloping at a breakneck pace. Changsheng selected some delicacies from the provisions he had retrieved and offered them to Lin Daoisheng, saying, "Master, have something to eat." Lin Daoisheng accepted the food and, noticing Changsheng's sweat-drenched brow, raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, saying, "You have worked hard. Master's kindness to me." Before Changsheng could finish, Barchalu interjected from the front, "I'm starving. Hand me some of those flatbreads." Hearing Barchalu's words, Changsheng grabbed a few flatbreads and, noticing the pigeon cage still in the cart, worried that the cooing pigeons might disturb Lin Daoisheng. Thus, he took a seat beside the cart's yoke. Barchalu took a flatbread in hand and began to chew heartily, exclaiming, "The government's food is truly excellent. This pancake is golden and fragrant." Chen Liqiu rode alongside with a mischievous grin, teasing, "The government's prison food is not bad either. Having robbed the post station, we might as well be prepared for prison fare." "Old 3, you are overthinking it. Robbing a post station is a capital offense. We wouldn't even get to eat prison food," Li Zhongyong remarked. "Huh? Who are you trying to scare? Why don't you mention that grave robbing is also punishable by death?" Chen Liqiu replied dismissively. Changsheng listened intently to their banter. To say he was not afraid would be a lie, but at this point, fear was futile. Given that he had witnessed Lin Daoisheng's wound earlier and knew he had only 5 pills remaining, Changsheng felt a deep sense of worry that if his calculations were correct, counting today, Lin Daoisheng could last at most 5 more days. Li Zhongyong had previously mentioned that Yongzhou was a full 3,000 miles from here. With the military horses they now rode, if they could successfully switch horses at the subsequent post stations and travel day and night, they should be able to reach Yongzhou within 5 days. Chapter 24. Adaptability. Changsheng provided Barchalu with 3 pieces of baked bread, each weighing half a pound. With his large mouth, Barchalu devoured one in just a few bites, Concerned that he might choke, Changsheng handed him a water pouch. Bachelou waved his hand dismissively, then glanced around to see that Li Zhongyong and the others were not paying attention before he turned to Changsheng and said, "Get me a few more." Previously, when using 2 horses to pull the cart, they had to climb into the canopy. Now, with 4 horses pulling the sedan, which was even larger than the canopy, Changsheng bent down to enter the sedan and swiftly grabbed a handful of baked bread before retreating. After stealthily handing the bread to Bachelou, Changsheng whispered, "Senior brother, will we reach Yongzhou within 5 days?" The hooves of the horses clattered, and the wind howled, causing Bachelou to mishear. "What did you say?" Fearing that Lin Daozhong in the cart might overhear, Changsheng refrained from speaking loudly and leaned closer to Bachelou's ear to inquire softly. "Not likely," Bachelou shook his head. Changsheng felt a chill at his words and pressed urgently. "Is it impossible even if the journey goes smoothly?" Bachelou shook his head again. "Impossible. Just calculate it. Yongzhou is over 3,000 miles from Yuzhou. At best, we can cover 500 miles a day, which means at least 6 days. Isn't it said that an urgent route can cover 800 miles in a day?" Before Changsheng could finish, Bachelou interrupted. "What do you know? An urgent route requires changing horses several times along the way. 8,000 miles a day is sheer nonsense. Even the finest horses can only travel 400 to 500 miles a day before they risk exhaustion. Is a horse's endurance really that poor?" Changsheng frowned. "Now you realize? Horses are not like oxen. They lack endurance," Bachelou replied, shaking his head. That Li Zhongyong, riding on the right, overheard their conversation and chimed in. "Old 5, you need not worry too much. There are relay stations every 50 miles along the official roads. We can change horses frequently." On the left, Chen Liqiu shook his head, saying, "Old 2, do you think every relay station is like the state capital? Some county stations don't even have a decent horse. We will need to use 7 horses in one change. Only the relay stations in the state or county capitals have that many horses. Then we shall only stop at state and county capitals for changes," Li Zhongyong declared. As they conversed, Tian Jingong suddenly pointed to the sky. "Look." Following his gesture, everyone looked up and saw a few carrier pigeons flying from south to north above their heads. Carrier pigeons were rare at that time. Except for the government, it was illegal for common folk to raise them. Given that these pigeons were flying together, the group immediately thought it was the Yuzhou government sending messages ahead. However, the pigeons were soaring over 30 feet high, and despite their intentions, the group could not intercept them. Presumably sensing their kind flying overhead, the pigeons that Changsheng had caught in the cage began cooing. Among the 3 pigeons in the sky, 2 flew straight past, while the one trailing slowed down and dove to investigate upon hearing the calls of its kin. Seizing the opportunity, Tian Jingong raised her hand and launched a concealed weapon. Not a flying knife, but a peculiar cross-shaped dart. The pigeon was struck and fell helplessly. Tian Jingong spurred her horse to accelerate and caught it before it hit the ground. "It's a carrier pigeon," she said, removing the bamboo tube from the pigeon's leg, discarding the bird, and unfolding the message for everyone to see. "This is not from the government. It is a message from the beggar's sect." The group reacted with mixed emotions. Li Zhongyong asked solemnly, "What does it say?" "They know Master S' name," Tian Jingong replied. "It states that our group of 6 has killed their branch leader, Jin Datong, and has disguised ourselves as government soldiers heading north." "Where is it headed?" Li Zhongyong inquired. Tian Jingong shook her head. "Unknown. This bunch of beggars is truly persistent," Chen Liqiu said, his nostrils flaring. "They are numerous and cannot be underestimated." Bachelou, having satisfied his hunger, felt a surge of bravado. "What good is their number? If they dare to obstruct us, we shall kill them regardless." Though the others did not share his optimism, they refrained from dampening his spirits. Morale was crucial. The more dire the situation, the fewer discouraging words should be spoken, even if they were truthful. Those who constantly spoke negatively were as bothersome as night owls. Having traveled for years with Lin Daozhong, the group was well acquainted with the routes and directions of various states and counties. Even on official roads, forks occasionally appeared. Whenever they encountered a fork, Bachelou unhesitatingly chose one, undoubtedly the quickest route to Yongzhou. After 100 miles, the horses began to sweat profusely. As it was early spring and the temperature was low, perspiration was visible on each horse. "Senior brother, are the horses all right?" Changsheng asked anxiously. They're fine. Sweating is normal for horses. The more they sweat, the better they can run. When they stop sweating, that's when they need to rest, Bachelou explained. The group wore military uniforms and traveled in a government carriage, which afforded them many conveniences. At certain checkpoints near county borders, the guards would see them from a distance and hurriedly remove the wooden barriers and obstacles, allowing them to pass swiftly. Everyone understood the gravity of their situation. Previously, they might have been pursued by rogue martial artists, but now they could also face government interception. The only course of action was to strive for speed, arriving at their destination before their adversaries could react. Although Bachelou was somewhat dull-witted, he was not foolish and recognized the urgency of their situation. He frequently cracked the whip, urging the horses on relentlessly. As they traveled north, Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu engaged in conversation ahead. Given that the beggar sect had already released carrier pigeons, and they were unaware of where those pigeons were headed, they would inevitably encounter obstacles on their northern journey. What favored them was that the beggar sect, wishing to monopolize their secrets, was unlikely to disclose information to other martial arts sections. However, the disadvantage lay in the beggar sect's vast numbers, which allowed them to deploy many minions to lie in wait and monitor their movements. Their concerns were not unfounded. By sunset, as they passed through the northern part of Yuzhou and the district of Chaoga, they indeed spotted numerous disciples of the beggar sect lurking inside and outside the city gates. As their group galloped past, the beggars craned their necks to watch. The tale of King Zhou and Daji is well known, and while Changsheng was aware that the capital of the Shang dynasty was Chaoga, he had never known its exact location. Now he finally learned that it lay to the north of Yuzhou. However, nearly 2 millennia had passed since the Shang dynasty, and no remnants of the ancient Shang or Zhou architecture remained in the city. Once they left Chaoga behind, Chen Liqiu remarked, they merely observed and did not attempt to intercept us, likely because they have not yet received the news from the carrier pigeons. That seems to be the case, Li Zhongyong nodded. This is a county city. Since the carrier pigeons were not sent here, they're likely headed to Yunzhou. Yunzhou is the only state city leading to Yongzhou, and if the beggar sect wishes to obstruct us, they will likely choose that location. Old 2, is there a relay station ahead? Bachelou squinted into the distance. Li Zhongyong looked up and replied, it seems so. Why? The horses are starting to foam at the mouth. We need to either rest or change horses, Bachelou stated. Let us go to the relay station, Li Zhongyong urged, riding ahead. Chen Liqiu followed suit, and the two of them, looking sharp and astute, most resembled government soldiers, proceeded to scout ahead. Upon reaching the relay station, Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu were conversing with the station master, who wore a helpless expression. He explained that even in urgent military matters, there were no horses available to dispatch. The northern front was engaged in battle, and all the military horses had been taken by the couriers who had passed through earlier. Only a few old and sickly horses remained in the stable. Seeing this, Bachelou had to settle for a lesser option. All right, enough chatter. Hurry and bring water for the horses and add plenty of salt. At his command, the station master quickly called for someone to fetch water for the horses, while Li Zhongyong invited the others into the relay station for a moment of respite. Chen Liqiu, being quite clever, quickly gathered information about the situation ahead from a brief conversation with the station master. The regional governor, Li Qiang, was currently leading troops to assault Yunzhou. As Chen Liqiu spoke with the station master, Lin Daozhong emerged from the cart, drawing the attention of the other station attendants, who were puzzled as to why the government carriage was transporting someone from the Daoist sect. The rebellion by the beggar sect was first noticed and reported to my master by this Daoist, Chen Liqiu declared loudly. Only he knows the intricacies of the matter. The beggars have revolted? The station master exclaimed in shock. Yes, their leader has already surrendered to Li Qiang and is gathering forces in various locations to respond, Chen Liqiu said with grave seriousness. That explains it, one attendant carrying water remarked, pointing south. Earlier today, when I went into the city to buy fodder, the beggars who were originally scattered were all gathered at the city gates. This is not good, the station master said, clearly alarmed. I will immediately head into the city to inform the governor to send troops to encircle them. Do not alarm them. Do we have carrier pigeons? Chen Liqiu asked. We have 5 flying to Yunzhou and 5 to Yuzhou, the station master replied. Release them all and send a warning, Chen Liqiu instructed, handing the cage of pigeons hanging from the cart to the station master. Take good care of them. We will return for them later. Certainly. The station master nodded vigorously. Come, I will accompany you to seal the documents, Chen Liqiu said, turning to lead the way. The station master handed the cage to an attendant carrying water and hurried to catch up with Chen Liqiu. Changsheng, unsure of what sealing the documents meant, hesitated to ask in front of outsiders. Instead, he joined Bachelou in watering the horses. Bachelou, feeling thirsty himself, disregarded the fact that the wooden bucket was meant for the horses and drank from it voraciously. Once the attendants had left, Li Zhongyong and Tian Jingong emerged alongside Lin Daozhong from the relay station. Lin Daozhong appeared quite pale, needing Li Zhongyong's assistance to board the cart. After helping Lin Daozhong into the cart, Li Zhongyong turned to Changsheng and asked, "Where is old 3? He went with the station master to seal the documents. Changsheng seized the opportunity to ask, "Second senior brother, what does sealing the documents entail?" "It involves signing our names on the record, proving that the relay station has received us. That record serves as a receipt for the station's annual funding claims," Li Zhongyong replied casually. "Oh," Changsheng nodded and then asked again, "Second senior brother, isn't the regional governor a high-ranking official of the court? How could he rebel? Only officials with military power can rebel. It is exceedingly difficult for common people to do so," Li Zhongyong replied offhandedly. As the two conversed, a flock of carrier pigeons took flight from the relay station, dispersing into the night sky to the north and south. While watering the horses, Bachelou noticed a smile on Li Zhongyong's face and asked curiously, "Old 2, what are you smiling about?" 3 men can create a tiger, Li Zhongyong chuckled. "What does that mean?" Bachelou inquired, bewildered. At this time of turmoil, when dealing with rebels, the government has always preferred to err on the side of caution. The beggar-s sect is in for a rough time. Chapter 25, A Perilous Crisis. How unfortunate it is, a bunch of uncouth beings prodding at the horse's belly and slashing its legs. Bachelou continuously harbored this grievance. Perhaps it was due to his upbringing around livestock, but Changsheng found the actions of the beggar gang towards these animals particularly distasteful. This sentiment marked a turning point in his perception of the beggar gang. Prior to this, he had never interacted with them, but the mere mention of beggar conjured images of pitiable souls. Yet it was becoming increasingly evident that they were anything but. Having quenched their thirst alongside the military horses, Chen Liqiu emerged from the post station. It was unclear what method he employed, but the station master treated him with great courtesy, personally escorting him out and bidding him a warm farewell. As the group departed, the station master promptly dispatched a messenger into the city, proclaiming that the beggar gang had revolted. Since the horses had just drunk water, it was inadvisable to gallop immediately. Thus, the group opted for a leisurely pace, seizing the opportunity to consume some provisions. Chen Liqiu voiced his concerns, saying, "There is a war ongoing to the north. We are likely to encounter hostilities on our journey." Li Zhongyong shook his head and replied, "There is no alternative. Yunzhou is an unavoidable thoroughfare for us to circumvent it. We would have to take the route through Handan, which would delay us by at least 7 days. We cannot afford such delays. We must act according to circumstances," Chen Liqiu stated. Li Zhongyong turned to Bachelou, who was chewing on some fire-baked bread, and inquired, "Boss, how far can our horses still run?" "At most, 300 miles, Bachelou replied. "Then, let us proceed." Li Zhongyong spurred his horse ahead. Bachelou followed closely, while Chen Liqiu and Tian Jinqiu flanked either side, providing protection. Changsheng occupied a position at the right side of the cart, where muffled coughs from Lin Daolong occasionally emerged from within, accompanied by a faint scent of alcohol. It was apparent that Lin Daolong was drinking to alleviate his pain. At this moment, Changsheng's greatest concern was that Lin Daolong might suddenly call for him, which would indicate a severe deterioration of his condition and a need for final words. As long as Lin Daolong did not summon him or Li Zhongyong, it suggested that he was still holding on. Due to the ongoing conflict ahead, the official road was eerily devoid of travelers and merchants. At the second watch of the night, flickering lights appeared in the distance. "Second brother, could those be troops ahead?" Bachelou inquired to Li Zhongyong. Riding in front, observed closely. "They do not appear to be an army. There are many civilian carts, likely a convoy transporting supplies to the front. Are there any cavalry?" Bachelou asked. "A small number of mounted guards," Li Zhongyong replied. "That is fortunate. Our horses are nearing their limits. Bachelou remarked. As they drew nearer, Changsheng used the light from the torches to discern the situation ahead, that a lengthy convoy stretched for miles, predominantly consisting of hand-pushed carts, alongside oxen and mule-drawn vehicles, bustling and blocking the road. "Urgent military business, make way, make way!" Li Zhongyong shouted to clear the path. Upon hearing his call, the convoy ahead quickly veered to the right, that in accordance with ancient customs. Men moved to the right while women kept to the left, with vehicles and horses in between. "Who goes there?" boomed a voice from the front. "And who might you be?" Chun Liqiu retorted loudly. "We are subordinates of General Li from Hedong," came the soldier's reply. Upon learning of their affiliation, Chun Liqiu urgently declared, "Quickly clear the way. We hail from Xingzhou, and our cart carries a secret envoy of General Li Tsunxiao, who must urgently meet with General Li in Yunzhou." Despite the fragmentation among the local warlords, open rebellion was rare, with each party considering themselves loyal ministers while engaging in self-serving acts. Thus, the military attire was indistinguishable across regions. Since Li Tsunxiao was the adopted son of Li Qiong and belonged to the same faction, the escorting officer did not hesitate, but ordered the supply convoy to yield passage to Chun Liqiu and his companions. The escorting soldiers, numbering over 100, were mounted. When Chun Liqiu requested a change of horses, the leading officer readily acquiesced, not only facilitating the exchange of steeds, but also assisting Bachelou in reharnessing the cart. Just as the group was about to set off, the leading officer kindly inquired, "Brothers, with the urgency of battle, a token or pass is required for passage. Do you possess a copper token?" "Thank you for your concern, sir. Although we lack a token, we have a handwritten note from General Li Tsunxiao," Chun Liqiu replied, reaching into his bosom to produce a letter for the officer. The officer waved his hand, declining, "No need, no need." Chun Liqiu retracted the letter and turned to Changsheng, saying, "Retrieve some of the preserved meat we brought from Xingzhou to present to the officer." Upon hearing this, Changsheng hurried into the cart, emerging with 2 smoked chickens, which he handed to the leading officer. The officer took the chickens and, without hesitation, removed a copper token from his waist, tossing it to Chun Liqiu. "Take this. During battle, there is no time to scrutinize letters. A token is much more reliable." Chun Liqiu caught the token and expressed his gratitude loudly, while Bachelou urged, and the cart sped forward. After covering a distance of several dozen paces, Chun Liqiu suddenly called out, "There is one more matter. The beggar gang has been recruited by Hellion duo. Be cautious when encountering beggars." The leading officer expressed his thanks loudly, watching as the group departed northward. Having traveled over 10 miles, the supply convoy was far behind. Only then did Changsheng speak. "Third brother, that was quite perilous. They clearly intended to verify our tokens. Your quick thinking not only averted a crisis, but also secured a passage token." "Ha!" Chun Liqiu chuckled with pride. "Fifth brother, remember, the more one lies, the more one must do so with conviction. Moreover, no one ever receives benefits without a price. As long as one is generous, even with a multitude of faults, others will not harbor malice." "Could you not teach him something useful?" Bachelou interjected with a frown. "What I speak of is the essence of human relationships. I need not enlighten him further," Chun Liqiu replied with a smile. "Third brother, what was the letter you produced earlier?" Changsheng asked curiously. Chun Liqiu did not respond but pointed at him, indicating his unnecessary questioning. Li Zhongyong, somewhat irritable, remarked, "What else could it be? Naturally, it was intended for some lady, but he didn't have the chance to send it." The dark night was silent. The road was wide and sparsely populated. A night passed without conversation, and as dawn broke, the group could no longer endure. This was something Changsheng had not previously considered. He had only thought about the horses' endurance, neglecting the fatigue of the riders. With no other option, they had to pause temporarily for rest. After hours of riding, their legs and hips ached, and as they dismounted, both Li Zhongyong and Chun Liqiu walked awkwardly, while Tian Jinxiu seemed unaffected. However, this did not signify her well-being. Being a woman, she felt discomfort but was too shy to reveal it. During this halt, Lin Daolong remained in the cart, having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol and now asleep. Even in slumber, his chest heaved rapidly, clearly indicating the agony wrought by the venom coursing through him. After merely half an hour, Li Zhongyong urged everyone to set off again. Although the group was still weary, their concern for Lin Daolong's injury prevented any delay, and they forced themselves to mount their horses once more. With time to spare, the day passed without incident. Due to the ongoing battle within Yunzhou, the post station had no horses available for exchange, compelling the group to rest every few hundred miles. That be why the third day of their journey, they could see Yunzhou city looming about 10 miles away, where fierce battles raged. Countless soldiers assailed the city from all directions, employing ladders against the walls, ramming wooden beams against the gates, while defenders unleashed arrows and fire, igniting various sections of the walls, with thick smoke rising and cries of battle echoing throughout. As Changsheng gazed into the distance, Li Zhongyong and the others were likewise observing, though their focus was not on Yunzhou itself, but rather on a valley nestled between two mountains ahead. The valley stretched approximately 3 miles, flanked by dense forests and steep cliffs, with the widest point measuring about 5 zhang and the narrowest less than 3. "If I were the beggar gang, I would certainly lay an ambush in that valley," Li Zhongyong remarked. "Regardless of whether an ambush exists or not, we must proceed," Chen Liqiu replied with a grave expression. "I shall scout ahead," Li Zhongyong declared, preparing to ride forward. "Wait," Bachelor called out, stopping Li Zhongyong. "You take the reins. I will scout ahead." As Li Zhongyong hesitated, Bachelor had already dismounted and grasped a sturdy iron staff. Reluctantly, Li Zhongyong dismounted and handed the reins to Bachelor, saying, "Boss, do be cautious." "I shall not ride," Bachelor replied, striding forward. "Not to mention my weight. This staff alone weighs over 300 pounds. The horse cannot bear it." With no other choice, Li Zhongyong tethered the 4 horses to Bachelor's, forming a 5-horse team. "Follow me. We shall charge through with determination," Bachelor urged, bending low as he accelerated, the iron staff trailing against the ground as he sprinted. As Bachelor dashed 100 paces ahead, Li Zhongyong urged his horse to follow closely. Their concerns were not unfounded. Indeed, an ambush awaited them in the valley. As Bachelor reached the center of the valley, numerous beggar gang disciples armed with weapons surged forth from the dense foliage on either side, cutting off their escape. Simultaneously, shouts rang out from the mountaintop, and looking up, they saw a group of beggar gang disciples collaborating to push a massive round boulder, attempting to send it crashing down upon them. Just as Changsheng anxiously surveyed the area, estimating the number of enemies, the colossal stone thundered down from the summit. The boulder, measuring 2 zhang on each side, rolled down with a cacophony of splintering rocks and billowing dust. As the boulder descended, Li Zhongyong hastily reined in his horse, shouting a warning, "Boss, be careful." Hearing Li Zhongyong's cry, Bachelor quickly slowed down, leaning back to evade the impending danger. With a resounding crash, the boulder landed squarely in the middle of the valley, blocking the narrow passageway, barely 5 feet wide on either side. The cart could not pass, nor could the horses, effectively sealing off their path forward. Faced with this obstruction, Bachelor felt a surge of desperation. Without waiting for the dust to settle, he braced himself against the boulder, roaring with effort in an attempt to push it aside. Yet, the stone weighed well over 1,000 pounds. Even with all his strength, he could only manage to shift it slightly. Frustrated and enraged, Bachelor planted the iron staff into the ground, freeing his hands to exert all his might. With a fierce yell, the boulder began to roll forward slowly. This round obstruction, as Bachelor applied more force, began to roll faster. Seeing it moving towards the north, the beggar gang disciples gathered at the valley's exit exclaimed in alarm and hurriedly retreated to avoid being crushed. At that moment, Changsheng was knocking an arrow, while Li Zhongyong jumped down from the cart, straining to extract the iron staff and load it onto the cart. Chen Liqiu, who often engaged in banter with Bachelor, was now awestruck by his extraordinary strength, shouting in admiration, "Boss, what incredible strength!" Just as Chen Liqiu's words fell, a figure suddenly descended swiftly from the cliff's edge. Upon closer inspection, it was a hunchbacked, frail old man. The old man descended directly onto the rolling boulder, gathering his strength mid-air, and landed firmly on it, shouting, "1,000 pounds descend." The moment the hunchbacked elder stepped onto the boulder, it abruptly halted, sinking 3 inches into the earth. Chapter 26. Adding insult to injury, the hunchbacked elder appeared exceedingly gaunt, weighing no more than 100 pounds by mere estimation. Yet, this individual possessed a remarkably pure aura of spiritual cultivation. With a single move, the force of 1,000 pounds was unleashed, causing the rapidly rolling boulder to come to an abrupt halt. Bachalu, who was propelling the boulder, felt thwarted and irate. He roared in frustration, attempting once more to push it forward. However, despite 2 vigorous efforts, the hunchbacked elder remained steadfast, immobilizing the boulder with his formidable technique. It merely quivered slightly, refusing to roll any further. Bachalu, known for his fiery temperament, did not retreat in the face of this challenge. Instead, he adopted a hoarse stance, drawing upon his inner energy. With a furious shout, he unleashed a tremendous force from his arms, attempting to propel the boulder forward once again. The hunchbacked elder stomped his feet in vain, unable to regain control over the boulder. After a brief moment of astonishment, he gathered his energy, leaping into the air to unleash a series of kicks at Bachalu, who was still pushing the boulder. Bachalu, having made significant progress in his indestructible skill, remained unscathed from the elder's relentless kicks, which merely unsettled his stance. Witnessing Bachalu under attack, Chenlichio swiftly leapt from his horse, drawing his sword mid-air to strike at the hunchbacked elder. Concerned that Chenlichio might fall victim to the elder's prowess, Li Zhongyong tossed the reins to Changsheng, exclaiming, "You take the reins? I will assist him." As Changsheng grasped the reins, Li Zhongyong unsheathed his sword and leapt into action. Changsheng skillfully controlled the carriage, while Tian Genome threw a concealed throwing star before deftly seizing the reins of the spare warhorse left by Chenlichio, riding closely behind. At this juncture, the hunchbacked elder was already engaged in combat with Li Zhongyong and Chenlichio. Realizing that both wielded sharp blades, he retrieved his own weapon, an unusual and rare copper smoking pipe measuring 2 feet in length. The elder deftly blocked Chenlichio's strike, causing the bowl of his pipe to be severed, and then countered Li Zhongyong's attack, breaking his pipe by nearly a foot. Within a single exchange, he found himself disarmed. Filled with dread to ensure his safety, he dared not engage in close combat, but instead leapt onto the boulder, steadying himself as it began to roll forward once more. Li Zhongyong and Chenlichio, having witnessed the elder's formidable skills, felt a surge of confidence. They both leapt onto the boulder, launching simultaneous attacks from either side. Despite their limited experience in combat, they maintained their footing with remarkable balance atop the swiftly rolling stone, a feat made possible by their previous training in the wind chaser technique. Among the 5, only Bachalu had practiced a grounding stance, while the others had favored a more fluid approach, adapting to the ever-changing circumstances that in the martial world. The common practice of a fixed horse stance was often akin to inviting punishment. True mastery lay in the ability to adjust one's footwork swiftly, discarding all embellishments in favor of speed and efficiency. Techniques such as the graceful carp leap or the elegant dragon twist were eschewed, deemed slower than simply rising to one's feet. However, standing firm on the boulder did not guarantee an advantage. Despite wielding powerful weapons and attacking in unison, Li Zhongyong and Chenlichio struggled to gain the upper hand. The elder, seasoned in many battles, adeptly evaded their strikes, leaving them to swing their swords in vain, never so much as grazing his attire. After several exchanges, the hunchbacked elder seized upon Li Zhongyong's opening. Crouching to evade Chenlichio's soft sword, that in the same motion, he delivered a powerful elbow strike to Li Zhongyong's abdomen, following it up with a sweeping kick that sent him tumbling off the boulder. As Li Zhongyong fell, he instinctively braced himself with his right shoulder, rolling upon landing to dissipate the force of impact. He sprang back up just in time to evade the approaching carriage. The hunchbacked elder, having dispatched Li Zhongyong, immediately turned his attention to Chenlichio. Chenlichio wielded the Zhu Xian sword, a soft sword that, unlike its rigid counterparts, required exceptional skill to master. However, its flexibility allowed for attacks at angles inaccessible to a hard sword, a characteristic that rendered the hunchbacked elder wary. Having sustained 2 hits, Li Zhongyong felt blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his breath uneven. He could no longer continue the fight and shouted a warning. "Third brother, this man possesses profound cultivation. His aura is a pale blue. Do not underestimate him." Chenlichio, focused on the battle, had no time to respond. Although he had only recently acquired the Zhu Xian sword and had yet to wield it with complete mastery, he managed to inflict a minor injury on the elder's chest, albeit unintentionally, and without sufficient force to deliver a serious blow. Though the elder was only lightly wounded, he felt a loss of face and decided against further hasty attacks, instead channeling his energy to prepare a lethal strike. Changsheng, driving the carriage behind the boulder, though lacking martial skills, sensed the elder's impending assault. Just as he felt a wave of concern for Chen Liqiu, the curtain of the carriage was suddenly drawn aside. Daoist Changsheng turned. He saw Lin Daozhong springing forth from the yoke, propelling himself towards the rapidly rolling boulder. Just as Lin Daozhong leapt, the hunchbacked elder pivoted, launching a punch while shouting, "Die! Thunderpalm, retreat!" Lin Daozhong shouted a warning. Upon hearing Lin Daozhong's cry, Chen Liqiu quickly retreated. Initially, he had been over 4 feet away from the hunchbacked elder, but in a frantic retreat, he managed to create an additional foot of distance. Yet, even this was insufficient to evade the elder's lethal strike, that a typical person's arm span is about 3 feet. But in the moment the hunchbacked elder unleashed his right fist, his left arm retracted swiftly while his right arm elongated unnaturally, reaching an astonishing 5 feet, landing squarely on Chen Liqiu's chest. The punch, infused with spiritual energy, caused Chen Liqiu to spew blood and stagger backward. Although this left Chen Liqiu gravely injured, the hunchbacked elder was dissatisfied. Had Lin Daozhong not warned him, Chen Liqiu would likely have lost his life. Seething with frustration, the elder hastily infused more energy into his right arm, advancing to deliver a finishing blow. At that moment, Lin Daozhong arrived in a rush, altering his hand gestures as he met the elder's fist with his palm, proclaiming, "5 thunder palm." The moment their fists and palms collided, a thunderous explosion rang out. The hunchbacked elder was struck as though by lightning, howling as he coughed up blood and was sent flying, while Lin Daozhong also suffered, spitting blood as he was propelled backward. Seeing Lin Daozhong hurtling through the air, Li Zhongyong disregarded his own injuries and rushed forward to catch him, exclaiming, "Master!" Yet Lin Daozhong did not fall to the ground. Instead, he executed a graceful spin mid-air, landing back on the carriage after leveraging one of the galloping horses. After wiping the blood from his lips, he spoke solemnly, "Push through." Seeing Lin Daozhong still able to return, the group felt a wave of relief that Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu remounted their steeds, urging their horses onward. In contrast, Changsheng harbored additional concerns. Though he had not participated in the fight, he observed closely. The hunchbacked elder and Lin Daozhong both spat blood, yet the former's was bright red while the latter's was dark, indicating that Lin Daozhong had been poisoned severely. Due to the boulder's massive size, Changsheng could not see the situation on the other side. However, after rolling for several dozen feet, the ground revealed no sign of the hunchbacked elder's corpse, indicating he had not been crushed but rather rescued by his subordinates. The northern side of the valley sloped downward, causing the boulder to accelerate without further need for Bachelu's assistance. Bachelu wiped the sweat from his brow as he returned to the carriage, taking up the reins once more. "Master, are you all right?" Bachelu asked with concern. Lin Daozhong shook his head and retreated into the carriage. Before long, the boulder rolled out of the valley, the path ahead unimpeded. Bachelu urged the horses to accelerate, pouring all his strength into the effort. After this encounter, Bachelu was utterly exhausted, while Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu bore grave injuries, and Lin Daozhong's condition had worsened. They all understood their inability to continue fighting and could only rely on the carriage and horses to escape from the beggar's sect. The group hastened forward in their carriage, pursued relentlessly by the beggar's sect, who brandished weapons and shouted. Changsheng, not needing to drive, seized the opportunity to glance back, noting a dark mass of figures trailing behind, far more than he had previously estimated, likely numbering 400 to 500. At that moment, a bloody battle erupted both inside and outside Yunzhou City, where Li Qiong's forces were densely packed. Moments later, as they reached the outskirts of the battlefield, the unfamiliar carriage drew the attention of the rear echelon's officers waiting to join the fray, who called out loudly to inquire about their intent. Chen Liqiu raised a bronze token high above his head, galloping forward as he shouted, "The beggar's sect has slain my soldiers and plundered our grain. Please, General, send reinforcements swiftly." Fearing the soldiers might not hear clearly, Chen Liqiu repeated his plea, with Li Zhongyong and the others echoing him. The bronze token in Chen Liqiu's hand was a command emblem from Li Qiong's division, and their military attire, along with the throng of beggars shouting behind them, left no room for doubt in the minds of the rear echelon's officers, who believed that the beggar's sect had indeed raided their supplies. In this world, there are two things one must never touch: another's food and another's woman. Upon hearing that the beggar's sect had dared to rob their grain, the rear echelon's officers were instantly incensed, issuing a command to dispatch 3,000 iron cavalry to counterattack. As the beggars drew closer, they heard Chen Lichio's cries. However, the suddenness of the situation left them momentarily stunned. Only when they saw a massive wave of cavalry charging towards them did they realize they had been falsely accused by Chen Lichio and his companions. Understanding that the opposing forces would not listen to their explanations, they had no choice but to turn and flee, scattering in all directions. Those assaulting the city knew they were the grain convoy sent to summon reinforcements. With the battle outside, Yunzhou raging fiercely, no one paid attention to their movements as they passed through the military camp, circumvented Yunzhou, and pressed northward. Chapter 27. Another rainy night, having successfully passed through Yunzhou, a palpable sense of relief washed over the group. Despite their grievous injuries, Li Zhongyong and Chen Lichio were more concerned about Lin Daoshang, who had sustained a severe injury and spat blood during his confrontation with the hunchbacked old man, a sight they had both witnessed. Once they had left the territory of Yunzhou, the two immediately signaled Badalu to pull the carriage over to the roadside and boarded to inquire about Lin Daoshang's condition. Lin Daoshang's complexion was grave, shrouded in a dark aura, and he was racked with violent coughing fits. "Master, how do you fare?" Li Zhongyong asked, his voice laced with worry. "Feng Hongshou's Tongbei fist truly lives up to its reputation," Lin Daoshang replied, glancing at Chen Lichio. "You were struck by one of his punches. Do not take it lightly. You must promptly circulate your energy to invigorate your blood and dispel the stasis." "Master, I am fine. What about you?" Chen Lichio pressed anxiously. "It is nothing serious. I can still endure." Lin Daoshang managed a faint smile. "To avoid prolonged delays, we should resume our journey at once." Reassured by Lin Daoshang's words, the group disembarked from the carriage to relieve themselves. After distancing themselves from the vehicle, Li Zhongyong turned to Changsheng, saying, "Fifth brother, pay close attention and take good care of Master. If anything seems amiss, inform us immediately." Changsheng nodded in agreement, exhaling a long sigh. Following a brief respite, the group set off once more. Although they had shed the presence of the beggar's sect, they remained vigilant. With both Li Zhongyong and Chen Lichio injured, only Badalu and Tian Jinxiong were left with the strength to fight should they encounter adversaries again. Even without explicit instructions from Li Zhongyong, Changsheng kept a watchful eye on Lin Daoshang's condition. Inside the carriage, Lin Daoshang continued to cough violently, occasionally producing sounds of blood being coughed up. Changsheng, unable to quell his concern, frequently returned to the carriage to check on him. He was not mistaken. Lin Daoshang was indeed coughing up blood, and his handkerchief had become thoroughly soaked. Even the cloth he had grabbed to wipe away the blood was stained with dark ichor. "Master, what can we do to help?" Changsheng implored, desperation evident in his voice. "Do not panic." Lin Daoshang waved his hand dismissively. "What I am expelling is merely stagnant blood. Once it is expelled, my breathing will ease that I need to focus on circulating my energy. You should step outside and not disturb me." Hearing Lin Daoshang's instruction, Changsheng could only comply and retreated to sit atop the carriage, his heart heavy with worry. "Fifth brother, do not wear such a mournful expression," Badalu remarked. "Master says he is fine, and our journey has been relatively smooth. In just 2 days, we shall surely reach Yongzhou." Changsheng nodded. Though his anxiety lingered, he endeavored to adjust his demeanor. No one appreciates a perpetually gloomy companion, nor do they wish to hear constant pessimism. The upcoming counties they were to traverse lay within the domain of Li Qiang, and the token they possessed afforded them considerable convenience. Whenever they reached larger relay stations, they would change horses. By evening, Changsheng felt a slight easing of his worries, for Lin Daoshang, who had been coughing violently, finally ceased his fit. The beggar sect had undoubtedly suffered from a military onslaught. Whether this was the case remained uncertain. Regardless, as the group passed through several towns, not a single beggar could be seen at the city gates. As dusk fell, they entered the mountainous region, where the next 100 miles were dominated by steep, towering peaks. Not long after entering the mountains, they encountered a fallen tree obstructing the road. Seeing the blockage, Li Zhongyong furrowed his brow. There must be an ambush ahead. Bada Lu halted the horse, grasped his iron staff, and strode forward. You all wait here. I will scout the way. Knowing Bada Lu's prowess, the others refrained from following. Bada Lu approached the fallen tree, and as he surveyed the surroundings, a group of about 40 to 50 armed men suddenly emerged from the thicket. Judging by their attire, they did not resemble members of the Beggar's sect or any martial sect. Instead, they bore the hallmarks of mountain bandits. This road is mine to travel. Before the leader of the bandits could finish his speech, Bada Lu charged at him in a fit of rage, bringing his iron staff crashing down, instantly turning the man into a grotesque mass of blood and flesh. You blind fools, obstructing our path for no reason. Furious that the bandits had delayed their journey, Bada Lu unleashed a torrent of abuse and violence, dispatching those who lagged behind. The remaining bandits, having never encountered such a formidable opponent, scattered like frightened birds into the woods. Bada Lu cleared the tree from the roadway, muttering curses, and returned to the carriage, shaking the reins to resume their journey. At the second watch of the night, a sudden gust of wind swept through, followed shortly by gathering thunderclouds, obscuring the stars that as the threat of a storm loomed. Changsheng could no longer remain seated. He hurriedly called out to Chen Liqiu, third senior brother, "Take over the carriage. I will ride the horse." Chen Liqiu, taken aback by the sudden request, believed Changsheng was merely concerned about his injury and shook his head. "My wounds are not severe. A bit of rain will not harm me. I must learn to ride. Come quickly and switch with me," Changsheng urged, his tone insistent. Before Chen Liqiu could respond, Lin Daoshang's voice emerged from the carriage. "Youngest, it is dark as pitch. Remain in the carriage." "Master." Changsheng hesitated, feeling conflicted. His desire to leave the carriage stemmed from a fear of attracting lightning to the group. "This is merely an ordinary thunderstorm. There is no need for concern," Lin Daoshang assured him. Taking comfort in Lin Daoshang's words, Changsheng felt a sense of relief, but then reconsidered. Something felt amiss. Lin Daoshang's statement hinted at a deeper meaning, suggesting he was aware that the storm was not an ordinary one and that it bore a connection to Changsheng. Confusion clouded Changsheng's mind, but he refrained from questioning further, merely nodding in response. Moments later, the thunder rumbled and raindrops began to fall. The downpour intensified, and the group pressed forward, braving the flashes of lightning and booming thunder. Lin Daoshang was correct. This was merely a typical thunderstorm, and no lightning struck nearby. Just as Changsheng began to feel a sense of ease, a flash of lightning illuminated the night sky, revealing the road ahead. "Senior brother." Changsheng's call was abruptly cut short as he stood up, peering toward the back of the carriage. "What are you shouting about?" Bada Lu wiped the rain from his face. "Did you see anyone just now?" Changsheng inquired urgently. "In the wild mountains. Where would anyone come from?" Bada Lu replied, shaking his head. "There were two figures standing in the middle of the road. You didn't see them as we passed by?" Changsheng insisted. Bada Lu scoffed. "You must be seeing things. If we had truly hit someone, the carriage would have jolted. I truly saw them." Changsheng clung to the carriage, craning his neck to look back. At that moment, another flash of lightning lit up the sky, and he caught sight of the two figures standing in the road. They had previously faced south. Now they faced north, observing the slowly departing carriage. Due to the rain, his vision was somewhat obscured, preventing him from discerning their features, but he could clearly see their attire. One donned a black robe, the other a white one, starkly contrasting against each other, an unsettling sight. In an instant, realization dawned upon Changsheng, and terror gripped his heart. He instinctively wanted to cry out but recalled something, forcing himself to clamp his jaw shut, thus stifling his scream. "Younger brother, what did those two look like?" Lin Daoshang's voice came from within the carriage. "They seemed like two children." Changsheng lied, fabricating a response. His intent was to avoid alarming Lin Daoshang, who was gravely poisoned and at death's door. Mentioning the truth would bring ill fortune. What children could be found in the mountains? "I did see a rabbit dart by earlier," Bada Lu interjected. Changsheng, for the first time in his life, confronted such an eerie occurrence, his heart racing, nearly unable to articulate his thoughts. The torrential rain persisted, and by the fourth watch, the group had exited the mountainous region. The intensity of the rain had lessened somewhat as they pressed on, finally entering the territory of Yongzhou around midday. However, entering Yongzhou did not signify their arrival at the destination. Prior to their departure, Lin Daoshang had mentioned that their goal was Tongguan County, located deep within Yongzhou, and they would still require another day to reach it. After taking turns to change horses and relieve themselves, Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu seized the opportunity to inquire about Lin Daoshang's condition from Changsheng. Master has gone 2 days without food or water, Changsheng reported, shaking his head. Seeing the concern on their faces, he quickly added, Master has stopped coughing. He expelled the stagnant blood, but his complexion remains pale. Hearing this, the two felt a slight alleviation of their worries. Chen Liqiu turned to Li Zhongyong, second brother, you have been with Master longer than I. Do you know who he is seeking in Tongguan? I am unsure, Li Zhongyong replied, shaking his head. As far as I remember, Master has never been to Tongguan, but the eldest must know the way, having accompanied Master there before. At this, Li Zhongyong leaned closer to Changsheng, whispering for him to summon Badalu, who was currently drinking water for the horses. When Badalu approached, Li Zhongyong inquired, Eldest, have you accompanied Master to Tongguan before? I have. What of it? Badalu countered. Does Master have acquaintances there? Li Zhongyong pressed. Master is from the south. How could he have acquaintances in Yongzhou? Badalu shook his head. I went with him to Tongguan to find a grave. Did you find it? Whose grave? Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu asked in unison. We found it, Badalu replied, but I don't know whose it is. I remember Master saying that the grave must not be disturbed. Why must it not be disturbed? Chen Liqiu probed further. I can't recall. Badalu scratched his head. It's been too long. I can't remember. Think carefully, Chen Liqiu urged. Badalu frowned, trying hard to recall. Master seemed to have said that disturbing the grave would shorten one's lifespan. Chen Liqiu sighed in exasperation. Disturbing any grave would shorten your life. What you've said is effectively nothing. The person apparently lived to be 120 years old. Master said he was a great person reincarnated from a celestial being, Badalu explained. 120 years is a double lifespan, the limit for mortals. Chen Liqiu's expression grew serious. This person is likely a member of the Daoist sect. Having reached the end of their double lifespan, they may have attained enlightenment and ascended. I know whose grave it is, Li Zhongyong said with conviction. Chen Liqiu, possessing insight, pondered briefly before surmising. Is it the grave of the medicine king, Sun Jinren? Li Zhongyong nodded slowly. Tongguan in Yongzhou is indeed the ancestral home of Sun Jinren. Badalu, uninterested in their conversation, muttered, I'll return to feed the horses. Li Zhongyong nodded, raising his hand to signal Badalu's departure, revealing his own worries and confusion, mirrored by Chen Liqiu's troubled countenance. Senior brothers, what are you concerned about? Changsheng asked softly. Both remained silent at first, but after a lengthy pause, it was Chen Liqiu who spoke. The medicine king, Sun Jinren, is a venerable figure in the Daoist community, renowned for his benevolence during his lifetime. His tomb must not be disturbed. Changsheng, perplexed, interjected, In urgent matters, we must act pragmatically. We are not. Before he could finish, Chen Liqiu interrupted. This matter transcends morality. Sun Jinren is a person destined by heaven. To tamper with his tomb would invoke divine retribution. Seeing that Changsheng did not fully grasp the gravity of the situation, Li Zhongyong explained. Divine retribution means instantaneously losing the remainder of one's lifespan, leaving one's fate hanging by a thread. Horrified by their words, Changsheng exclaimed, If disturbing the grave could shorten one's life, why would Master seek it out? Li Zhongyong replied solemnly, I suspect that Master's purpose in coming to Yongzhou is not merely for self-preservation, but to fulfill his greatest lifelong aspiration. Chapter 28. The Tomb of the Medicine King, second brother. What exactly is Master's wish? Changsheng inquired with urgency that he had posed the same question to Chen Liqiu before, but Chen Liqiu had been equally perplexed, merely speculating that Master's travels were motivated by a woman. Li Zhongyong, having accompanied Master Lin Dao for a considerable period, had a bit more insight. Master has never confided in me, but from my deductions, it appears that he is in search of a potion that can prolong life. Upon finishing his statement, Li Zhongyong hastily added, Master is not seeking this elixir for his own sake. It is likely intended for a woman. What makes you think so? Changsheng pressed. I can only speculate, Li Zhongyong replied, slowly shaking his head. I cannot conceive of any other reason that would compel Master to risk everything, even facing expulsion from the sect and sacrificing his own lifespan, than for the sake of love. Changsheng, still youthful and somewhat naive regarding matters of romance, found Li Zhongyong's hypothesis somewhat reasonable, yet also somewhat implausible. Second brother, Master has been away from the sect for at least 10 years. If he is searching for a potion to save someone, the delay seems excessive, Li Zhongyong remarked. If that person were afflicted with an acute illness, Master would hardly have time to roam about in search of a remedy. Thus, I suspect this individual suffers from a chronic ailment, one that has lingered for years. It is likely that Master has been tirelessly seeking elixirs to extend her life. That does make sense, Chun Liqiu nodded in agreement. Has Master returned to the sect at all during these years? Changsheng asked again. To my knowledge, he is not, Li Zhongyong responded, shaking his head. Chun Liqiu, sensing Changsheng's thoughts, interjected. I once saw Master send something through the postal relay, though I couldn't discern what it was. That I can assure you, it was not a letter. It rather illogical to risk one's life for someone he hasn't seen in a decade. Changsheng pondered. Furthermore, if that person had any sense of decency, how could she bear to let Master sacrifice himself for her sake? One cannot discuss ice with summer insects, Chun Liqiu replied. You are still too young to grasp these matters. Before Changsheng could retort, Li Zhongyong interjected. We are merely speculating. Let us refrain from wild conjectures. When we return, act as though you know nothing. Understood? Understood. Changsheng nodded in agreement. The three concluded their conversation and returned to the carriage, where Bachelou had already quenched the horse's thirst. They resumed their journey. Having encountered rain in the Yongzhou region prior, the roads were somewhat muddy, which slightly hindered their speed. By the time the sun set, they finally reached a dry stretch of road. After changing horses at a relay station, they hastened to Tongguan through the night. The night passed without incident, and by dawn, they arrived at Tongguan. A journey without mishap was the most favorable outcome and one of only two possible results. Either they reached their destination safely, or they faced obstacles that would thwart their efforts. Given their current circumstances, if they were to be intercepted by enemies again, escape would be nearly impossible. Changsheng had previously believed that as long as they arrived in a timely manner at Tongguan, Lin Dao would have a chance for survival. However, yesterday's conversation with Li Zhongyong and Chun Liqiu had left him utterly disheartened. He also noted several details. Lin Dao had not eaten since yesterday, had not dismounted to relieve himself, and his complexion grew increasingly pale. Upon entering Tongguan, Lin Dao began to direct them towards their destination. Just as Changsheng wondered if Lin Dao intended to head to the ancient tomb mentioned by Bachelou, Bachelou confirmed his suspicion with a remark, Master, you can rest easy. I remember the way to that tomb. Li Zhongyong and Chun Liqiu exchanged alarmed glances upon hearing Bachelou's words. Bachelou, unaware of their concern, was oblivious to the gravity of the situation, while the two understood all too well that Master was indeed heading towards the ancient resting place of the Medicine King, a course of action akin to a moth flying into a flame, thereby severing any chance of survival. It was evident that Li Zhongyong and Chun Liqiu wished to speak with Lin Dao, yet they hesitated, caught in a moment of indecision, ultimately choosing to remain silent. At the hour of the dog, the carriage turned onto the county road. By the hour of the monkey, they entered a rural path, and by the hour of the rooster, the carriage came to a halt at the foot of a mountain. Master, we have arrived, Bachelou announced, leaping down from the carriage and stretching. Upon hearing this, the others recognized they had reached their destination and dismounted in succession. Lin Dao pulled aside the curtain of the carriage, and Changsheng hurried to assist him down. Lin Dao's face was as pale as paper, devoid of color, and his hands felt cold and lifeless. Once Lin Dao alighted, he surveyed the surroundings before striding northward. I will ascertain the direction. You all unload the items, he instructed. Master, Li Zhongyong could no longer contain himself. Lin Dao turned back to face him. Master, are you going to explore the tomb? Li Zhongyong asked, feigning ignorance. Lin Dao nodded slightly. Whose tomb is this? Li Zhongyong inquired again. Lin Dao did not answer his question, instead reiterating, "Unload the items from the carriage." Before Li Zhongyong could speak again, Lin Dao had already walked away. Noticing the unusual expressions on Li Zhongyong and Chun Liqiu's faces, Bachalu asked in confusion, "What is wrong with you all? We hurried here with great difficulty, so why does everyone look so glum?" Tian Jinxiong, who was equally unaware of the situation, remained quiet, even if she was filled with questions. Li Zhongyong and Chun Liqiu did not respond to Bachalu's query. Instead, they turned their attention to the area around them. That it was not particularly remote. A village lay a few miles to the east, and remnants of walls suggested the presence of a long-abandoned settlement at the mountain's base. Although bamboo forests were rare in the north, a substantial grove stretched across the area, covering approximately 7 to 8 miles. Compared to the bamboo of the south, the northern variety was considerably finer and lacked the towering stature typical of southern bamboo forests, instead appearing low and dense. During autumn and winter, northern bamboo would wither, creating a low canopy that densely covered the region. "Senior brother, do you not recall where the tomb is?" Changsheng asked. Bachalu, busy unhitching the horses, shook his head. "I didn't know either. When I came here with Master years ago, there weren't so many bamboo trees. Master only mentioned that the ancient tomb lay within the bamboo grove." "It is not difficult to determine the tomb's location," Chun Liqiu said, gesturing westward. "As the sun has not yet set, the last place illuminated by its rays will be where the wind gathers and the spirit resides." "Oh, then we have arrived at the perfect time," Changsheng remarked. Chun Liqiu shook his head. "Even if we had arrived at another hour, there are methods to discern the location that if we had come in the morning, we would observe the mist. The area where the mist dissipates last is the fabled site of feng shui. Should we arrive at noon, we would look at the vegetation. A place that gathers wind and spirit will only grow grass, not trees." Changsheng had little interest in locating an auspicious burial site. His concern lay solely with Lin Dao. Yet, worry alone offered no solution. The group secured the horses, allowing them to graze on hay, and then set to work unloading the wooden crates from the carriage. Among the boxes, Changsheng discovered a porcelain vial, one he recognized from a previous search of Zhong Age's belongings, containing red pills that he recalled having seen Lin Dao count and consume those very pills. 5 days prior, the vial had contained 5 pills, one taken each day. Logically, the vial should now be empty, yet upon picking it up, he discovered it was not. Shaking it confirmed its contents, and upon removing the cork, 2 red pills tumbled into his palm. Noticing Changsheng's distraction as he stared at the pills, Chun Liqiu perceptively inquired, "What has transpired?" Changsheng replied, 5 days ago, I witnessed Master counting the pills in this vial, and there were 5. He has taken 1 each day, so logically, it should be empty by now. Why then are there still 2 left?" Chun Liqiu took the 2 pills from Changsheng's hand, his brow furrowing in contemplation. At that moment, Tian Jinxiong spoke up. "There seems to be a reflection of weapons in the forest of the western mountain that I shall investigate." "Do not act alone," Li Zhongyong said, grabbing a sword. "I will accompany you." Seeing the 2 head west, Bachalu picked up an iron rod and followed. "I shall join as well." Once the 3 had departed, Chun Liqiu placed the pills back into the vial and corked it once more. "Third brother," Changsheng expressed his deep concern. Chun Liqiu sighed. "Master ceased coughing 2 days ago." "That is indeed the case," Changsheng nodded. "Third brother, do you think Master will be all right?" Chun Liqiu did not respond, leaning against a tree with his eyes closed in silence. Known for his optimistic disposition, such somberness from him was unusual. Changsheng, perplexed and anxious, pressed, "Third brother, if we open this tomb, will it truly shorten our lifespans?" Chun Liqiu nodded. "There must be pills within that can detoxify and prolong life." Changsheng asked again. "That is likely," Chun Liqiu affirmed again with a nod. Sun Jinren was a legendary medicine king. Any elixir crafted by his hand would surely leave behind a remnant. "I do not quite understand," Before Changsheng could finish, Chun Liqiu interrupted. "Those who establish a legacy must leave behind records. Those who forge swords must leave behind swords, all to clarify the origins and restore the true lineage." Changsheng vaguely grasped the implications, and then asked, "Third brother, did Master know long ago that there was something he sought here? Is that why he has not disturbed this tomb until now?" as he had not reached a point of desperation? After nodding, Chun Liqiu raised his hand to wipe his eyes. Though he feigned wiping away tears, Changsheng noticed a glimmer of moisture in the corners of his eyes. With Lin Dao in grave danger, it was understandable for Chun Liqiu to feel anxious and pained, and Changsheng did not dwell on it further. He said, "Third brother, I am young and have more time left. Once we ascertain the tomb's location, I will not allow Master to take action that I will dig." Hearing Changsheng's words, Chun Liqiu smiled sadly and shook his head, then placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Alas, Master did not err in his judgment, nor did I. Your intentions are commendable, but Master will not permit us to intervene. Master is already in a precarious situation. If he were to dig himself, it would surely spell his doom," Changsheng insisted. "We cannot let Master gamble his life for the sake of others. If there are indeed pills within the tomb, we must save Master first. Alas, enough of this. Allow me a moment of silence." Chapter 29. Closing the 7 orifices. Witnessing Chun Liqiu's reluctance to speak, Changsheng could only silently retreat to a nearby spot, seated beneath a tree, awaiting the return of Lin Daoshang and the others. After waiting for an entire incense stick's worth of time, Lin Daoshang had yet to return, nor had Bachalu and the others, who had ventured to the western mountains to investigate the situation. Chun Liqiu remained silent, lost in contemplation as he gazed at the setting sun, his gaze unwavering even as the sun dipped below the horizon. After a brief interlude, Bachalu and the 3 others returned, their expressions grave. Noticing their return, Changsheng propped himself up and limped over to greet them. Just as he was about to inquire about the situation, Chun Liqiu interjected, "Why did you take so long?" Old Four was not mistaken. There truly were people in the western mountains, Bachalu replied. However, we did not see anyone. They had already fled before we arrived. Upon hearing Bachalu's words, Chun Liqiu's brow furrowed in sudden concern. "Who were they?" "I do not know." Bachalu shook his head. Li Zhongyong raised his hand, presenting an object to Chun Liqiu. Chun Liqiu accepted it and examined it closely. He discovered it to be a piece of gray grass paper, likely used to wrap food, still bearing evident grease stains. Such paper would not be utilized by peasant households, who would be reluctant to waste it. Rather, it was more commonly employed by those of the Jianghu or itinerant merchants. "Can we ascertain the number of individuals?" Chun Liqiu inquired, turning to Li Zhongyong. "Based on the footprints, there should be more than one," Li Zhongyong stated. After Li Zhongyong spoke, Tianjin Gong added, "We also found numerous finely broken branches beneath the tree that if they had followed us here, they would not have had time for such activities. Thus, my second brother and I suspect they were already waiting here before we arrived." Chun Liqiu's expression grew increasingly solemn. If Li Zhongyong and Tianjin Gong's suspicions were correct, it would mean their whereabouts had been exposed. Regardless of how their movements had been revealed, the consequences of such exposure were beyond what they could bear. As the 4 of them silently worried, Bachalu, who was drinking from a water jug, set it down and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. "Why hasn't the master returned yet? He should be back soon," Changsheng replied. "I saw him descending from the mountain top just now." "I'll go greet the master," Bachalu declared, seizing his iron staff and heading north, only to turn back moments later to grab the water jug. "How did they know we were headed to Tongwan?" Chun Liqiu voiced his concern. Li Zhongyong pondered, recalling, "We never mentioned Tongwan along the way. The information couldn't have leaked during our journey." "Is it possible," Chun Liqiu suggested, "that after news of our possession of a martial arts manual spread, someone secretly investigated our master's background, deducing what he had been searching for all these years? Following the incident, we rushed to Yongzhou, leading them to conclude we would come here." "That is indeed a possibility," Li Zhongyong nodded. "If that is the case, they may be after the martial arts manual or perhaps something else our master wishes to obtain. It matters not what they seek." Chun Liqiu waved his hand dismissively. "Regardless of their intentions, they will ultimately come after us." Upon hearing Chun Liqiu's words, both Li Zhongyong and Tianjin Gong nodded in agreement. Changsheng, being new to the sect and lacking martial prowess, felt hesitant to engage with his seniors casually. After a moment's deliberation, he ventured to ask, "Second brother, did you only scout that one location, or did you check elsewhere?" "Old Five's concerns are not unfounded," Chun Liqiu affirmed. "There may be ambushes in multiple locations." Li Zhongyong added, I share that worry. Once the master returns, we will inform him and see what he has to say. Having previously sprinted without a proper meal, the group now took a moment to consume some provisions. Soon, Bachelou returned, accompanied by Lin Daoshang. Upon their return, the others hastily rose to greet them. Lin Daoshang raised a hand to acknowledge the group before striding purposefully westward. After a distance of about 100 paces, he pointed northward. Clear a path from here to the north. It need not be overly wide, just enough for us to pass. The group nodded in agreement, marking the area before returning to fetch wooden crates. Lin Daoshang chose not to accompany them back, instead remaining in place. Moments later, they returned with the crates, and Bachelou took up a hatchet to begin cutting bamboo, while Tianjin and Changsheng assisted in clearing the area. Seizing the opportunity, Li Zhongyong informed Lin Daoshang of the potential for ambushes nearby, and Chen Liqiu expressed his own suspicions. However, upon hearing their accounts, Lin Daoshang merely nodded and remained silent. Without Lin Daoshang's input, neither of the two pressed further. Each person understood the gravity of their situation. The circumstances were akin to an arrow drawn taut, ready to be released. Regardless of any ambushes surrounding them, action was imperative as time was no longer on their side. Bachelou, brimming with strength, advanced boldly, cutting through obstacles. Due to his haste, the felled bamboo could not be swiftly transported, forcing Tianjin and Changsheng to shift the bamboo aside. As night fell, the group had progressed nearly 100 paces northward. Lin Daoshang discerned the direction and raised his hand to indicate north. Continue north for another 300 paces. It should be there. For some time, Lin Daoshang had remained silent, and the others had sought to converse, but found no opportunity. Now that he spoke, Li Zhongyong quickly asked, "Master, whose tomb is this?" Lin Daoshang did not respond. I Zhongyong glanced back at Chen Liqiu, who understood and stepped forward to ask, "Master, how do you know there are antidotes within this tomb?" Rather than answer Chen Liqiu's question, Lin Daoshang instructed, "You go up and relieve Old 4 and Old 8. Though aware that Lin Daoshang aimed to divert them, Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu had no choice but to comply and step forward to take over for Tianjin and Changsheng. Tianjin and Changsheng returned to Lin Daoshang's side, yet he offered no words to them, merely gazing expressionlessly at the three ahead who were clearing the path. As night enveloped the land, the moon ascended, casting a cold and eerie light that contrasted sharply with the warm rays of the sun. Under the moonlight, Lin Daoshang's complexion appeared exceptionally pale. Before the second watch had passed, Bachelou, who was cutting bamboo ahead, called back, "Master, there are some stones here. It seems there is a dilapidated stone wall." Lin Daoshang acknowledged. After a bit more cutting, Bachelou shouted again, "Master, there's another stone wall. There must have been a building here before." "The tomb is likely behind that structure," Lin Daoshang remarked. Continuing onward for another 10 paces, Bachelou's voice rang out once more, "We found it. Clear the surrounding area," Lin Daoshang instructed. Tianjin and Changsheng also moved forward to assist, and together, the 5 of them swiftly cleared the bamboo within a radius of 5 paces, revealing a mound of earth, a burial site. In Changsheng's eyes, the grave was not insignificant, with a mound measuring 3 paces square. However, for those like Li Zhongyong, who were accustomed to grand tombs and high mausoleums, this grave appeared quite unremarkable, lacking even a gravestone. "The earth has not collapsed around it. This tomb cannot be very old," Bachelou commented. Lin Daoshang stepped back a few paces, seated himself atop one of the wooden crates, and beckoned for the others to approach. "Come here. I have something to discuss with you." Upon hearing Lin Daoshang's words, Changsheng's heart raced. The master was finally about to reveal the truth. Once the 5 of them gathered around, Lin Daoshang's gaze swept across their faces. "All gatherings must eventually disperse. Our fates have run their course." As soon as Lin Daoshang uttered these words, an inexplicable sorrow gripped Li Zhongyong and the others, their hearts aching with anguish. They had indeed guessed correctly. Lin Daoshang had not come here to seek life for himself. The most astonished was Bachelou, who had always believed that simply arriving here would ensure Lin Daoshang's safety. Thus, he failed to grasp the meaning behind his master's words. "Master, what do you mean?" Lin Daoshang turned to Bachelou, hesitating several times before finally letting out a long sigh. Bachelou, being impulsive, pressed on. "Master, what is it?" Did we arrive too late? Has someone disturbed the tomb? It is not that. Lin Daoshang shook his head. The tomb is intact, and there should be a Huatian golden pill inside. However, even if the pill exists, it would be of no use to me now. Li Zhongyong and the others grasped some of the implications, but Bachalu remained confused. Since Lin Daoshang had not clarified his meaning, he continued to press for an explanation. Some truths must be spoken eventually. Delaying will not change that. Lin Daoshang sighed once more. Sensing the sadness in Lin Daoshang's words, Changsheng surmised that the master was about to reveal the identity of the tomb's owner. It was a conundrum. Without entering the tomb, they could not obtain the life-saving elixir, yet entering would cost them their longevity. Lin Daoshang hesitated again, unsure of how to communicate with the group. Observing Lin Daoshang's indecision, Changsheng stepped forward and declared loudly, "Master, allow me to excavate the tomb." Upon hearing Changsheng's words, Lin Daoshang and the others were taken aback, while Bachalu suddenly realized, repeatedly slapping his head. "I almost forgot that digging this grave will shorten one's life. I'm the eldest, so I should be the one to dig, not you." With that, Bachalu strode towards another wooden crate, beginning to rummage for digging tools. Seeing the situation unfold, Lin Daoshang felt a wave of relief and smiled, waving his hand. "There is no need to quarrel. I will do it myself." "That won't do." Bachalu vigorously shook his head. "You are already injured." Before Bachalu could finish, Lin Daoshang interrupted him. "Enough. Let me speak plainly. The truth is my life force has already been extinguished 2 days ago. I only sealed the 7 orifices with a soul-sealing needle to force my spirit to remain in my body." Chapter 30. The Last Will and Testament. Upon hearing the words of Daoist Lin, Li Zhongyong and the others were left utterly astounded, gasping in shock. The sole exception was Chun Liqiu, who appeared to have surmised that Daoist Lin had succumbed to his injuries 2 days prior, and now, with the confirmation from Daoist Lin himself, he felt only sorrow, devoid of surprise. When the dual forces of shock and grief assailed them, time was needed for the individuals to regain their composure. Before they could collect their thoughts, Daoist Lin spoke. "Life and death are predetermined. One should approach them with composure, do not wallow in sorrow, nor shed tears." Had Daoist Lin not issued this prior warning, the group would have likely been consumed by wailing grief. Now, even though their hearts were rent with anguish, they could only grit their teeth and suppress their emotions. Although they managed to stifle their cries, tears streamed down their faces, memories of their time spent with Daoist Lin flooding their minds. Observing that the group maintained their composure, Daoist Lin nodded in appreciation. The art of soul-sealing defies the natural order, reversing yin and yang. While it may temporarily bind the soul to the body, it is akin to oil and water in the same vessel, clashing and conflicting. The reason I endure this searing pain akin to boiling water and hot oil is that I have unfulfilled wishes. Now, as I can no longer act on my own, I must entrust this to you, Master, regardless of. Bachalu intended to interject, but he abruptly covered his mouth, aware that if he continued, he would inevitably break down in sobs. "This tomb before you belongs to the revered Sun Jinren, an immortal of your," Daoist Lin continued. Sun Jinren, a master of the healing arts, ascended to the heavens 2 centuries ago. During his lifetime, he dedicated himself to healing the world, leaving an indelible mark throughout history. To disturb his resting place would be an act of profound impiety. However, the golden elixir of returning to heaven is a creation of Sun Jinren. If all goes as planned, there should be a golden elixir preserved within the tomb, that I must have that elixir. Once it is procured, you shall deliver it to Daoist Luoyangzi at Genzhao Mountain." Every word spoken by Daoist Lin at this moment was akin to a final testament, detailing the affairs to be settled after his passing. It was inappropriate to interrupt him, yet Chun Liqiu could not suppress his curiosity and asked, "Master, Genzhao Mountain has expelled you from the sect. Why must you give them the elixir you have toiled so hard to acquire?" Upon hearing this, a fleeting shadow of regret crossed Daoist Lin's eyes, revealing that he still harbored feelings about his expulsion from the sect after all these years. "This matter has nothing to do with Genzhao Mountain. You need only deliver the elixir to Daoist Luoyangzi. How can it be unrelated?" Chun Liqiu insisted. "The abbot holds a position of great authority, second only to the sect leader. He is your contemporary and undoubtedly a candidate for succession. If he had wished to uphold your status, Genzhao Mountain would never have expelled you. Seeing the sorrow etched on Daoist Lin's face, Li Zhongyong realized that the words expelled from the sect had struck a nerve, and he furrowed his brow, turning to admonish, "Third brother, do not interrupt. Let master speak." In this moment of utmost respect for seniority, Chen Liqiu remained silent after being chastised, merely letting out a long sigh, his head bowed in contemplation. Daoist Lin then retrieved a letter from his left sleeve, hesitating momentarily before handing it to Changsheng. "When the time comes, deliver this letter to Daoist Luoyangzi. He will introduce you to the path of discipleship." Changsheng hesitated to take the letter, glancing at Li Zhongyong, believing that such a task should fall to the senior brother. If the senior brother was unfit, then it ought to be passed to the second brother, but it certainly should not be his responsibility. Observing Changsheng's reluctance, Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu quickly urged him with nods to accept the letter. With their encouragement, Changsheng finally took the letter with both hands and tucked it close to his chest. Bachelou wiped his tears with his sleeve. "Master, you are my only teacher in this lifetime. I shall not seek another." "Indeed, the eldest speaks true. In this life, we shall never take another as our master," Li Zhongyong declared solemnly. Chen Liqiu and the others followed suit, their expressions grave as they affirmed their stance. Witnessing their unwavering resolve, Daoist Lin felt a pang of anxiety. "I'm not dead yet, and you are already disobedient?" Upon uttering these words, Daoist Lin himself was momentarily taken aback, as he realized that in truth, he felt as though he had already met his end. This thought crossed the minds of the 5 disciples as well, and the atmosphere quickly turned chaotic, cries of grief erupting. Daoist Lin, being the cornerstone of their collective strength, despite his own sorrow, could only force himself to endure. "Very well, I shall not compel you. You are no longer children, and you may decide your own fates. Master you." Before Chen Liqiu could finish, Daoist Lin raised his hand to interrupt, turning instead to Bachelou. "Eldest, you are of good nature, rarely swayed by distractions. Devote yourself to your training, and in time you shall achieve great mastery. Among you, your cultivation is the highest, so you must protect your junior brothers and sisters, especially the youngest, who possesses no skills and relies entirely on your safeguarding." Though Bachelou was somewhat bewildered, he understood that this was his master's earnest advice and charge. Tearfully he nodded. "Master, you need not worry. First, commence the excavation from the front of the tomb," Daoist Lin instructed. Changsheng did not comprehend the difference between digging from the front of the tomb and the back, but Bachelou surely understood. He took up a shovel and began to work. After Bachelou departed, Daoist Lin turned his attention to Li Zhongyong. "Second, you are prudent and composed. I have the utmost trust in you. If you do not wish to pursue the path, return home early, nurture your strength, and manage your affairs. Should any of your brothers and sisters fall into misfortune in the future, they may seek your assistance." "Master," Li Zhongyong choked on his words. "Go lend your aid, but remember to halt immediately if you encounter any gravestones. Otherwise, it will not be a matter of unearthing but rather grave robbing, which will shorten your lifespan." Daoist Lin cautioned that Li Zhongyong nodded silently and turned to assist. Daoist Lin then looked at Chen Liqiu. "Third, you possess remarkable talent, both wise and courageous. Yet you have a fatal flaw." Anticipating Daoist Lin's forthcoming words, Chen Liqiu interjected eagerly, "Master, I will surely temper my emotions and amend my ways." "It is futile. You cannot change." Daoist Lin shook his head slowly. "Your temperament is innate. If you were merely sentimental, it would suffice, but your deep emotional ties will inevitably burden you." Chen Liqiu stood silently, bowing his head in contemplation. After a moment of reflection, Daoist Lin spoke gently. "I know you have more than one beloved, but heed my advice. There are countless virtuous women in the world. It is impossible for you to embrace them all. When the time comes to release, let go. If you cannot possess, allow others to find their happiness." "Yes, master," Chen Liqiu responded softly. "Go and lend a hand," Daoist Lin instructed. Chen Liqiu nodded and turned to assist. Daoist Lin then focused on Tianjin. Fourth, the current situation in the Tang dynasty is fraught with internal and external strife. Hearing Daoist Lin's words, Tianjinjuan's face flushed with shame as he lowered his head in silence. To repay kindness with malice is lowly. Daoist Lin continued. I do not seek repayment from you, but I hope you do not forget your gratitude and harm my kin. Noticing the gravity in Daoist Lin's tone, Tianjinjuan knelt earnestly and declared, Wu Tianjinjuan will never forget Master's teachings. You will always be my master. Bachalu, Li Zhongyong, Chen Liqiu, and Changsheng will forever be my brothers. The Tang dynasty has welcomed the envoys for 260 years, providing us with tremendous support, which I shall never forget. Seeing Tianjinjuan's sincere demeanor, Daoist Lin felt a wave of relief and gestured for him to rise. Get up. I have matters to discuss with the youngest. Tianjinjuan bowed and then retreated. Changsheng watched as Tianjinjuan walked away, previously finding the name somewhat peculiar, only to learn that his true name was Wu Tianjinjuan. Changsheng, come sit beside me, Daoist Lin beckoned. Changsheng felt a surge of anxiety. Traditionally, a father and son do not share the same seat, nor do a master and disciple sit together. This was an ancient teaching, and he would not overstep. Master, I shall remain standing. Noting his refusal, Daoist Lin did not press the matter. Speaking softly, Changsheng, I brought you out but did not fulfill my responsibilities to care for you. Do you harbor any resentment towards me? I do not. I am grateful to you, master, Changsheng replied, tears streaming down his face, his words genuine. Do you remember what I spoke to you about previously? Daoist Lin inquired. Changsheng nodded. I remember. You advised me to be magnanimous and tolerant, not to stoop to the level of the ignorant. You also cautioned me against harboring resentment in my heart, punishing others as soon as they offend. This balance is indeed difficult to maintain, quite contradictory. Allow me to ponder how best to convey this. Daoist Lin mused for a moment before continuing. To put it plainly, if you forgive someone and your heart holds no resentment and you do not feel regret afterward, then you may forgive them. However, if deep within you do not wish to forgive, do not force yourself. Whatever punishment you deem appropriate for their actions, you should deliver accordingly. Upon hearing this, Changsheng interjected, Master, I understand. You wish for me to always harbor goodwill and to exercise restraint rather than unleash excessive punishment. Precisely, Daoist Lin affirmed with a nod. I wish for you to be magnanimous toward others, to show mercy, yet I worry that in doing so, you may neglect your own well-being. If, over time, you accumulate resentment, you may ultimately become disillusioned and act out of anger. Master, why do you always worry about me and not about the senior brothers? Changsheng finally voiced his confusion. Because you are different from them, Daoist Lin replied. Changsheng had been waiting for Daoist Lin to elaborate, but instead he shifted topics. Whether they embark on the path is for them to weigh, but you must take a master and enter the way, study the scriptures, discern yin and yang, and cultivate your heart to bind the dragon and tiger. Master, I will not take another as my teacher. Changsheng shook his head vigorously. This is my dying wish. Should you defy it, I shall not rest in peace. Daoist Lin stated with gravity that Changsheng's heart was torn, hesitating in indecision. Master, we have struck rock, Bachalu's voice called from a distance. Upon hearing Bachalu's shout, Daoist Lin did not rise immediately, but fixed his gaze upon Changsheng, waiting for his response. It is often said that once a student, always a child to their master. To Changsheng, taking another as his master felt like betrayal, despite the fact that it was common for disciples to have multiple teachers in contemporary times. He was deeply opposed to the notion, feeling that Daoist Lin was indeed placing him in a difficult position. Do you truly wish for me to die without peace? Daoist Lin asked in a low voice. Changsheng, filled with reluctance, remained silent. Daoist Lin sighed and continued, The greatest regret of my life is having my status as a Daoist stripped away and being expelled from the sect. If you embark on the path of cultivation, in the future, as your skills grow and you attain a high position, you may restore my Daoist status and bring me back into the fold of Genzhao Mountain. These words struck a chord with Changsheng, who slowly nodded. Master, I promise you. Daoist Lin nodded in satisfaction, rising to walk toward the distant tomb. Chapter 31. The Qihuang Classic, due to the prior instructions from Daoist Lin, Barchalu and the others ceased their excavation upon discovering the gravestone. As they observed Daoist Lin approaching, the four promptly made way. Changsheng, lacking in spiritual energy cultivation, could not discern much in the darkness of night. However, the moonlight illuminated the scene, allowing him to faintly see that a slanting tunnel leading north had been unearthed before the earthen mound, its depths shrouded in darkness. Master, the grave is 9 feet deep, constructed using Daoist funeral rites, Li Zhongyong whispered. Changsheng, still new to the group, found it difficult to comprehend the distinctions between Daoist and common burial practices. Yet, he recalled Wu Tianjinyu mentioning that a typical grave for commoners measured 3 feet 9 inches for an unaccompanied child, 4 feet 2 inches for one child, and 4 feet 7 inches for multiple children. Clearly, this grave was significantly deeper than that of an ordinary person. After Li Zhongyong spoke, Qin Liqiu interjected, "The earth is tightly packed. It seems it has not been disturbed by thieves. The ground below is dry, indicating it has not been waterlogged." Daoist Lin nodded and stepped towards the tunnel, instructing, "You all wait for me outside." The others nodded in agreement. With Daoist Lin's vitality extinguished and no remaining lifespan to barter with, it was meaningless to rush into the grave. "Master, be cautious. There may be traps inside." Changsheng expressed his concern. Daoist Lin raised a hand and bent down to enter the tunnel. Noticing Changsheng's anxiety, Li Zhongyong reassured him, "Do not heed the rumors of the marketplace. There are not so many traps within ancient graves." "Second brother is right," Qin Liqiu added. "The underground is quite humid. Any traps, given sufficient time, would become ineffective. Rather than expending effort setting traps, it would be better to have a simple burial or conceal the grave more discreetly." After nodding, Changsheng inquired, "This grave has been here for over 200 years, with the earth still sealed. Why hasn't it been excavated by anyone?" Barchalu interjected, "You fool. Why even ask? The ones who tried digging have probably perished. Fifth brother doesn't mean that." Li Zhongyong waved off Barchalu's comment and turned to Changsheng. Master Sun was a renowned physician who healed the sick and saved lives during his lifetime, never forming enmities. Thus, no one sought vengeance by disturbing his grave. Moreover, as a Daoist, he possessed little wealth in life and was buried simply after his passing, making it unlikely for greedy individuals to target his tomb. Upon hearing Li Zhongyong's explanation, Changsheng finally understood, nodding repeatedly. Qin Liqiu then pointed to the surrounding bamboo grove, stating, "These mozo bamboos are quite useful. Although northern bamboo does not grow tall, it proliferates rapidly. The branches intertwine, and the roots are intricately entangled, which can obscure sight from above and stabilize the earth against moisture from below." Just as Qin Liqiu concluded his words, a muffled sound echoed from within the tunnel. Changsheng, perplexed, tensed up. "What was that sound?" "Master is breaking through the gravestone," Qin Liqiu replied. Barchalu crouched down and called towards the tunnel. "Master, do you need my assistance?" Seeing there was no response from within, Barchalu was about to shout again when Li Zhongyong hurriedly stopped him. "Don't call out. Master has already entered the burial chamber." "How do you know?" Barchalu turned to ask. "That can't you smell the medicinal fragrance wafting out?" Li Zhongyong retorted. Taking a deep breath, Barchalu replied, "It does seem there's a scent of medicine." Changsheng also detected the strong medicinal aroma emanating from the tunnel. Lacking knowledge of pharmacology, he could not discern the specific herbs by scent, but the medicinal quality was undeniable. Previously worried that the grave might not contain what Daoist Lin sought, he now felt a sense of relief, realizing there was reason for Daoist Lin's confidence. It was merely his own ignorance that clouded his understanding. Everyone remained fixated on the tunnel, except for Wu Tianjinyu, who was vigilantly scanning their surroundings. "There are people in the western mountains, and it seems there are also some in the northern hills," Wu Tianjinyu whispered. Upon hearing her words, Barchalu instinctively looked around, but Li Zhongyong stopped him. "Do not act rashly. Master must have sensed it too, but he doesn't wish to alert them." Despite Li Zhongyong's attempts to restrain him, Barchalu couldn't help but look up. "What do they want?" "They probably wish to invite you for a drink," Qin Liqiu teased. Barchalu, accustomed to Qin Liqiu's jests, was not bothered by it. "What I mean is, since they're here, why are they just lurking and not making a move?" "They might be waiting for us to retrieve the items from the grave before acting," Li Zhongyong speculated. "That seems unlikely." Qin Liqiu shook his head. "They are unaware of what lies within the grave. The most probable reason for their presence is to acquire a martial arts manual. Their hesitation to act suggests they have reservations." "That makes sense," Li Zhongyong agreed. What are they hesitant about? You both are injured, and if a fight breaks out, we will surely come off worse, Barchelu remarked. Their concern is not with us, Li Zhongyong replied quietly. It is likely that they are not from the same faction. They fear that if they act first, others will benefit from their efforts. Oh, right, Barchelu nodded repeatedly, but then considered another matter. Wait, how do we leave? They will definitely block us. There is no need to worry. Master has his strategies, Li Zhongyong assured. Reassured by Li Zhongyong's words, Barchelu took the basket of baked goods and headed south, saying, You all wait here. I will go feed the horses. Why take baked goods to feed the horses? Chen Liqiu glanced at Barchelu. Barchelu recognized the sarcasm in Chen Liqiu's tone. Feeling caught, he retorted, You don't understand anything. If you want the horses to run fast and endure long, you must feed them quality fodder. That a basket of these baked goods will ensure they can go 500 miles without stopping. At a time when food was scarce, who would waste baked goods on horses? Observing Barchelu's confidence, Chen Liqiu refrained from arguing and turned to Changsheng. Fifth brother, do horses eat baked goods? They should. Changsheng replied, I once fed old Huang some vegetable pancakes, and he enjoyed them. Be careful, Li Zhongyong cautioned. Barchelu responded with a deep voice and proceeded with the basket. Daoist Lin had been in the tunnel for half a stick of incense, and sensing the potential for mishap, Changsheng turned to Li Zhongyong, second brother, Master has been inside for a while. Should I go check? Not advisable. Li Zhongyong shook his head. Wu Tianjinyu leaned closer to the ground, listening intently, and after a moment, she stood and said, There is no need to worry. Master is reciting scriptures. Upon hearing Wu Tianjinyu's words, Changsheng felt a wave of relief wash over him, suppressing his anxiety as he patiently waited. Soon, Barchelu returned with an empty basket. Noticing the others looking at him, Barchelu irritably remarked, What are you staring at? I didn't eat any. I fed the horses instead. The group naturally refrained from responding, and Barchelu strode over, casting aside the basket as he asked, Why hasn't Team Master come out yet? No sooner had Barchelu finished speaking than Daoist Lin emerged from the tunnel, holding several items. Master. The group hurriedly gathered around him. Daoist Lin did not pause to converse but instead walked straight towards two wooden boxes, opening one of them upon approaching. Uncertain of what was happening, the group gathered closer. There are people watching us from afar. Secure the perimeter, Daoist Lin whispered. Understanding the gravity of the situation, the others shifted to shield him. Daoist Lin produced 5 items. A black wooden box measuring half a foot long, 5 inches wide, and 3 fingers thick. Along with yellowed ancient text, he stuffed the wooden box into Changsheng's arms and quietly instructed, Hand over the white king golden pill to Luoyangzi. Keep the remaining medicinal supplies for yourself. Before Changsheng could respond, Daoist Lin pressed a yellowed text into each of Barchelu and the others' hands, saying, The Qihuang classics, including the Qianjin Yaofang and the Qianjin Yifang, are 2 volumes compiled by Master Sun, encapsulating his lifelong knowledge. Each of you will receive a portion. Use it for self-healing and to aid others. Memorize it soon to prevent the text from fading. Knowing there were prying eyes nearby, the group spoke in hushed tones, acknowledging his words. Daoist Lin raised his hand to close the wooden box and turned to Barchelu. Refill the earth. I need to perform a ritual. Not just Barchelu, but Li Zhongyong and the others were baffled by Daoist Lin's intentions. Given their perilous situation, it would be wiser to leave quickly rather than delay. Here, as Barchelu began to refill the earth, Daoist Lin spoke softly. Before our arrival, there were already ambushes set in the western mountains. After we arrived, 2 more pursuers approached, and as I descended, another group rushed in from the east. We are now completely surrounded. Presently, they are wary of one another and reluctant to act first, but should we attempt to leave, they will reveal themselves to intercept us. Shortly, I will find a way to stall their experts, aiding you in reaching the horses. When the thunder sounds, you must ride out swiftly. One by one. The group nodded in agreement. Concerned, Changsheng asked, Master, what about you? Daoist Lin did not answer Changsheng's question, but instead looked him in the eye and said solemnly, A man's word is his bond. You must not go back on your promise. Understood. I will do my best, Changsheng affirmed with a resolute nod. Refilling the earth was easier than digging it up. The group worked together and quickly restored the earth to its original state. Daoist Lin retrieved incense and candles from the wooden box, lighting the incense and chanting sutras for a solemn ritual. After the ritual, Daoist Lin instructed Barchalu and the others to carry the wooden box as they retraced their steps. Not far into their journey, loud shouts erupted from the western mountain. Luoyangzi, do not flee. The rivers and lakes whisper of your grave robbing for riches. I was initially skeptical, but had I not seen it with my own eyes, how would I know you are so utterly depraved? Accompanying the shouts, a figure swiftly descended from the western mountain. Giggling, Feng Zhuangzhu, do you intend to uphold justice? A bald woman appeared from the north, her features obscured by distance. Lin Dongyang, you have slain my followers and tarnished my reputation. The beggar sect cannot coexist with you. A voice called from the northeast, the speaker tall and slender, skillfully traversing the grass. From the southern forest, another figure emerged, a rotund man with an abacus in hand, chuckling. Haha, the Taiping Tavern only conducts business, indifferent to right and wrong. I merely passing through chapter 32. The pursuers emerge as the four concealed forces revealed themselves. Barchalu cast a nervous glance at Daoist Lin, saying, Master, they are all formidable experts, the least among them possessing spiritual energy cultivation. Changsheng, unaware of how Barchalu discerned the spiritual energy levels of the four, recalled that Chen Liqiu had once mentioned that spiritual energy cultivation is categorized into 9 levels, ranging from Dongxian, Gaoxian, and Shengxian, which are the initial stages of refining essence into qi, with colors of spiritual energy manifesting as light red, red, and deep red respectively. Dongxian, Sandong, and Dadong represent the intermediate stage of refining qi into spirit, showcasing colors of light blue, blue, and deep blue. Jishan, Dongyuan, and Taixian signify the advanced stage of refining spirit into void, displaying colors of light purple, purple, and deep purple. Daoist Lin raised a hand to indicate to Barchalu that there was no need for alarm. The nun, concealed in the northern woods, approached first with a light step. Under the bright moonlight, though Changsheng lacked spiritual energy cultivation, he could still discern the figure and appearance of the newcomer. The nun appeared to be around 35 or 36 years of age, possessing striking features, a voluptuous figure, and standing at about 5 feet 7 inches tall, clad in a scarlet robe adorned with golden cloud patterns. Although a nun by profession, she exuded none of the modesty typically associated with such a calling. Her eyebrows and eyes were imbued with allure, and the robe's lining was tied low, exposing her delicate shoulders, which was rather eye-catching. Amipa, Daoist Lin, it has been years since we last met. Do you still remember this humble nun? The nun inquired with a flirtatious smile. Daoist Lin responded with a gentle smile. Of course, I remember. You are Master Ryue of the Jile Temple. Giggling, Daoist Lin has a good memory. Indeed, it is I, the humble nun. Master Ryue laughed heartily, her demeanor rather unrestrained. Following her arrival were the ambushers lurking in the western mountains, specifically their leader, each accompanied by aides. Luoyangzi, you have committed countless evils. Today marks your demise. A man in his 40s of average build with a square face, dressed extravagantly and wielding an iron folding fan, spoke. It has been a while. Feng Zhuangzhu's temper remains as fiery as ever, Ryue remarked with a laugh. Humph. This villain knows no self-respect. Digging up graves, his transgressions are numerous, and he deserves to be punished by all. The middle-aged man glared angrily. Witnessing this man's malicious words, Chen Liqiu scoffed. Who the hell are you? Chen Liqiu's words were piercing, causing the middle-aged man to erupt in fury. You little brat, listen closely. I am Feng Bufan of the Jinding Villa. Jinding Villa? I've never heard of it. Chen Liqiu feigned ignorance, looking at those around him. Have you all heard of it? The crowd, well aware of his intent to provoke Feng Bufan, shook their heads in unison. Feng Bufan, seething with anger, retorted. Humph. This lord detests evil. The chief culprit cannot escape, and even the accomplices shall not be spared. You detest evil, you hypocrite, Chen Liqiu retorted fearlessly. You know very well what you are here for. If you wish to be a scoundrel, that's one thing, but to hide behind a faade of virtue is utterly hypocritical. Chen Liqiu's words left Feng Bufan blushing with rage. In his exasperation, he did not bother to call out, but instead turned and struck directly at Chen Liqiu's chest. Barchalu, who was lifting a wooden box alongside Chen Liqiu, shouted and swung his fist to intercept. When their fists collided, It seemed as if blue energy flickered above Feng Bufan's head, while a fleeting light red aura appeared above Bachelesta following a dull thud. Both parties staggered back a step. Changsheng, gaining insight from this encounter, realized that spiritual practitioners exhibit energy colors when channeling their qi. Lacking any cultivation, he could not see clearly. However, he anticipated that with the enhancement of his own spiritual energy, he would perceive such phenomena more distinctly in the future. Their exchange appeared evenly matched, yet in reality, Bachelou was at a disadvantage. Despite possessing the indestructible body technique, Feng Bufan's strike left him shaken, struggling to breathe. Ironically, it was Feng Bufan who was humiliated, as a practitioner of the Sandong level with blue energy found himself evenly matched against Bachelou's light red energy. Just as he intended to strike again to regain his dignity, a rotund man clutching a brass abacus appeared between him and Bachelou, exclaiming, "Hey, hey, hey, let us not resort to violence. Harmony brings prosperity." Feng Bufan angrily brushed aside his sleeves. "Excellent skill," Master Ryue exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she addressed Bachelou. "Might I ask what technique you employed? It is remarkably fierce and powerful." For reasons unknown, Bachelou harbored a strong aversion to women. As soon as Ryue approached him with her flattering demeanor, he furrowed his brow and waved her away. "Get lost, you bald-headed hag." Unfazed by the insult, Ryue chuckled mischievously. "How do you know I'm bald? Just because I lack hair on my head, does that mean I lack it elsewhere?" Despite her lewdness, Chen Liqiu and the others refrained from cursing her, as she exhibited no pretense about her lasciviousness. Though a morally questionable individual, she possessed a certain boldness. While Ryue teased Bachelou, the rotund man, Song Bao, bowed to Feng Bufan and then raised his hand in greeting to Daoist Lin, saying, "This is Daoist Lin, whose reputation precedes him. I am Song Bao, currently the manager of the second floor at Taiping Inn, favored by my employer." "Manager Song," Daoist Lin acknowledged with a slight wave. Noting Daoist Lin's cool demeanor, Song Bao plastered a smile on his face. "Daoist Lin, please do not misunderstand. I am merely passing through and will not trouble you." Before Daoist Lin could respond, the last of the group arrived, a man in his 50s with a lanky build and a long face resembling that of a donkey, brandishing a shiny dog-beating stick, dressed in a blue robe with several yellow patches on his chest. These yellow patches seemed to signify his affiliation with the beggaress sect, reminiscent of a previous encounter where a man they had slain bore 3 yellow patches, while this newcomer displayed a staggering 7. "Lin Dongyang, your malice knows no bounds. You have slandered us, causing us to be hunted by the authorities," the newcomer fumed. Daoist Lin cast a cold glance at him, but did not respond. The rotund man, Song Bao, stepped forward with a smile. "Gongsun Hufa, calm down, calm down. There must be a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? What sort of misunderstanding?" The beggar, in a fit of rage, struck the ground with his stick. "If we do not dismantle this sect and shred its disciples to pieces, Gongsun Chengwei would be unworthy of the beggar-s sect's fallen brothers." "Hey, big donkey face, can you not speak rationally?" Chen Liqiu could not help but interject. "If the beggar-s sect had not stolen our belongings, would all these events have transpired?" Gongsun Chengwei, the left guardian of the beggar-s sect, was unaccustomed to such ridicule. Infuriated by Chen Liqiu's words, he snapped, "You little wretch, who are you insulting?" "He did not insult you," Daoist Lin spoke calmly. Just as everyone expected him to yield, he continued, "You do indeed have a donkey-like face." Gongsun Chengwei, furious, retorted, "Even at death's door, you still jest. Today, I shall leave you without a complete corpse." "I had no intention of leaving a complete corpse," Daoist Lin replied with an expressionless face. "Come, I shall test your 5 thunderpalm," Gongsun Chengwei declared, stepping back to take his stance. At that moment, Song Bao rushed over to mediate. Hey, 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 Gongsun Hufa, let us discuss this. Why resort to weapons?" Daoist Lin seems unwell, perhaps injured. Striking now would not be a fair victory. No one enjoys being the one to charge ahead for others' benefit, and Gongsun Chengwei was no exception. Upon hearing Song Bao, he relented and stepped aside. While several conversed with Daoist Lin, Master Ri continued to attempt engaging Bachelou in conversation. Her intentions clear to all present. Bachelou, possessing only the cultivation of the spirit realm with light red energy, had managed to exchange blows with Feng Bufan, who wielded blue energy at the Sandong level, indicating he must have some formidable backing. Bachalu, finding her incessant attempts annoying, would retort at every comment she made, but Ryue remained undeterred, persistently probing that a woman of vast experience. Ryue quickly discerned Bachalu's straightforward and somewhat dull nature. Instead of asking directly, she took a more roundabout approach. If I am not mistaken, the technique you employed is the legendary wild ox technique. Sensing potential trouble, Li Zhongyong, Chen Liqiu, and Changsheng all wished to intervene, but before they could speak, Bachalu, infuriated, shouted, "You blind fool! What I practice is the indestructible body technique." Chapter 33. The Five Thunder Method. As Bachalu's words echoed through the air, an unexpected silence enveloped the scene. While his companions were incensed at Bachalu's revelation, the opposing party stood aghast at the formidable reputation of the indestructible Vajra technique. This technique, a revered practice within the Buddhist tradition, was the progenitor of the famed golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt, long thought to be lost to the ages. Its power vastly eclipsed that of the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt. Anyone with even a modicum of discernment could glean the truth. Bachalu's mastery of the indestructible Vajra technique validated the rumors circulating in the martial world. Indeed, they had acquired many long-lost secrets of martial arts. The significance of martial arts manuals was not lost on Feng Bufan and his associates. Possessing such tomes would enable them to cultivate extraordinary skills, allowing them to dominate their surroundings, amass wealth, elevate their status, and indulge in pleasures of every kind. This indestructible Vajra technique is a treasure of my Buddhist lineage. From whence did you acquire it? Inquired the cunning nun Ryue with a sly smile. Why this juncture? Bachalu recognized the slip of the tongue and, fearing further indiscretion, tilted his head aside, opting not to engage her further. What followed was a profound silence. Both sides were acutely aware of each other's thoughts, yet neither dared to voice them. Whether it was Nun Ryue from the Blissful Monastery, Feng Bufan from the Golden Tripod Manor, or Gongsun Chengwei of the Beggar's Sect, all were keen to obtain the martial manuals at hand, including Song Bao of the Taiping Inn. Finally, it was Song Bao who, with a genial smile, shattered the impasse. Daoist Lin, you have traversed the martial world for many years and have witnessed numerous entanglements that, as the saying goes, it is easier to dissolve enmity than to create it. Violence is pointless, and no matter the issue, dialogue can resolve it. Though I, Song Bao, am but a humble figure, I trust you will lend an ear to the reputation of the Taiping Inn. As the saying goes, one should not judge a monk solely by his appearance. Hence I wish to act as a mediator, transforming conflict into harmony. How do you all perceive this? Upon hearing Song Bao's proposal, the crowd remained silent, which he had anticipated, but he then clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. After expressing his thanks, Song Bao intended to continue speaking, but sensing Bachalu and his companions lingering nearby, he felt it inappropriate to press on. It was evident they would soon besiege Daoist Lin for items, and the prospect of doing so in front of his apprentices would surely embarrass the venerable Daoist. With this thought, he raised his hand towards Daoist Lin. Daoist Lin, might I request that your esteemed disciples step aside for a moment? Song Bao's suggestion resonated with Daoist Lin, who gestured for the others to depart. You all go wait by the carriage. Even though Daoist Lin had previously informed everyone of the impending actions, they hesitated, fully aware that this farewell might very well be their last. Nun Ryue and her companions had initially intended to prevent Bachalu and his group from departing. Yet upon witnessing their hesitation, they felt a sense of relief. They were oblivious to the fact that Bachalu and the others hesitated out of reluctance to part with Daoist Lin, mistakenly interpreting their indecision as a response to the unfolding circumstances, which deviated from their prior plans. Noticing the stillness, Daoist Lin spoke with a steady voice. I will be fine. You need not worry. The group nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Leave the box behind, shouted Feng Bufan. In truth, all the martial manuals had been discreetly taken by Li Zhongyong and others. The items recently unearthed from a grave were now in their possession, and the box merely contained some trinkets, serving as a mere facade. Nevertheless, the group did not immediately relinquish the box, instead casting a glance towards Daoist Lin, awaiting his directive. Put down the box, that do not compel us to act. Feng Bufan threatened sternly. Daoist Lin's gaze swept across Feng Bufan and his associates, contemplating before finally nodding. Let it go. Upon hearing Daoist Lin's words, the group slowly placed the 2 boxes down. I Zhongyong turned to lead the way, followed closely by the others. The bonds of affection do not always hinge on the duration of time spent together, but rather on how one is treated by another. Although Changsheng had not been with Daoist Lin for long, the sincerity with which Daoist Lin treated him was profound. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a mountain of kindness. Knowing that this departure would be final, Changsheng felt a pang of sorrow and frequently glanced back. Daoist Lin noticed Changsheng's repeated looks and smiled gently, raising his hand to signal him to depart swiftly. Just as the group had walked a few paces, Song Bao suddenly turned, frowning. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Nun Ru casually inquired, "Shopkeeper Song, what troubles you?" "Nothing, nothing." Song Bao waved dismissively at Ryue and turned to Daoist Lin. "Your disciple carries a sword of ancient design. It does not appear to be an ordinary item. May I borrow it for a moment?" Daoist Lin did not respond. Instead, he strode towards the wooden boxes, pulling them into a cluster. Not only Changsheng felt reluctant. Bachelou and the others also turned back every few steps, their expressions a blend of longing and concern. The group's lingering gazes were interpreted by Nun Ryue and her companions as anxiety, leading them to allow the departing figures to leave unimpeded. No matter how much they wished to stay, a parting was inevitable. As the group left the bamboo grove and turned east, they could no longer see Daoist Lin. Silence enveloped them. Aside from their sorrow, feelings of helplessness and anger predominated, lamenting their own inadequacy in alleviating their master's burdens. Leaving him to face peril alone, that I will eventually seek them out and eradicate those sects, Chen Liqiu seethed, leaving no trace behind. "Do not act in haste and utter reckless words," Li Zhongyong cautioned, shaking his head. "There are no fewer than 100,000 members in the beggar's sect. Can you truly eliminate them all? Is avenging our master solely my responsibility?" Chen Liqiu frowned, tilting his head. "Will you not assist me?" "Of course," replied Bachelou, Wutian Miyumi, and Changsheng in unison. "Speak softly," Li Zhongyong urged quickly. The few we encountered were merely leaders. Many more lackeys remain in the mountains. The 5 moved forward quietly, soon returning to the vicinity of the carriage. All the vital items were with them. There was nothing to pack. They spoke in hushed tones beside the carriage, deliberating details. Now, they had 7 horses and 5 individuals. After discussion, they decided to proceed by carriage, for it would serve many purposes. When fatigue set in, they could rest within the carriage, allowing the horses to follow lightly laden, thereby conserving the strength of the other horses. Additionally, in times of necessity, it could help obscure their presence. Even if someone strayed from the group, pursuers would remain unaware. Are we truly abandoning our master? Bachelou lamented deeply. It is not that we abandon him, but rather that we are powerless to aid him. Li Zhongyong replied slowly, shaking his head. At this juncture, our only course of action is to exert every effort to help our master fulfill his final wishes. Bachelou felt as though his heart were being torn asunder, clenching his fist against his head. "Big brother, please remain calm." Li Zhongyong sighed heavily. "Our master has passed. He must endure great suffering to retain his spirit with the soul-binding technique. Let him find peace." Bachelou raised his hand to cover his face, remaining silent. Li Zhongyong continued, "Our circumstances will grow increasingly perilous. Our master cannot eliminate all pursuers. News will inevitably spread widely that we cannot directly head to Mount Genzhao. We would perish before reaching halfway." "I think so too," Chen Liqiu nodded. "Second brother, you must have a plan. Please share it with us," Changsheng urged. "Very well." Li Zhongyong nodded slowly, lowering his voice again. "Mount Genzhao lies far in Jiangxi, no less than 4,000 miles from here. Moving forward, we must unite our efforts and venture south as far as possible. They will be unaware of our destination, making interception unlikely. They can only pursue us from behind, and if we encounter formidable foes, we may have to leave some behind to delay them, granting the others precious time." "What of those left behind? How will they escape?" Changsheng inquired. "Such details will have to remain unaddressed," Li Zhongyong continued. "Should the pursuers outnumber us, and we cannot shake them off, we may need to deliberately reveal our location to draw them away. Once the group nodded in agreement, Li Zhongyong elaborated, "The carriage is too conspicuous. A prime target, and if necessary, we may need to drop you off midway and use the carriage to lure the pursuers elsewhere. Once we draw them away, you will be safer, and the final stretch must be traversed alone." Upon hearing Li Zhongyong's words, Chen Liqiu added, "This is the only way to ensure the items reach Mount Genzhao safely. You have not traveled far before, and given your current condition, the journey is daunting that we truly cannot bear to leave you to face it alone, but we must shield you from pursuers and clear your path." Changsheng nodded. "Third brother, I understand that in truth, you face greater peril than I." Chen Liqiu waved his hand, reiterating, "You must remain at Mount Genzhao afterward. We cannot seek you out, for that would expose your whereabouts and bring you misfortune. We shall part ways from here, and if we all survive, we shall surely meet again." Concerned, Changsheng silently nodded. "Big brother, did you hear what we said?" Li Zhongyong directed his gaze at Bachelor. Bachelor nodded. "From now on, never utter the words Mount Genzhao from our lips," Li Zhongyong instructed. "Understood," Bachelor affirmed once more. Seeing Li Zhongyong fall silent, Chen Liqiu removed a pouch of coins from his waist and handed it to Changsheng. "Take this for your journey. Guard it well, that I do not need it." "I have enough," Changsheng replied, shaking his head. "Moreover, you will need." But before he could finish, he suddenly noticed the sky darkening. Looking up, he was met with an ominous mass of thick black clouds, unexpectedly blotting out the moonlight. As he puzzled over this, a sudden cry pierced the air from within the bamboo grove to the west. "Five Thunder Method! Be cautious. He intends to bring us all to ruin." As the alarm rang out, thunder rumbled ominously from the clouds above, and simultaneously, 5 bolts of lightning surged downwards, enveloping the bamboo grove in a whirlwind of dust and flames. The thunder served as a signal predetermined by Daoist Lin that instant. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation, but urgency left no room for despair. Before the dust could settle, Li Zhongyong mounted his horse and sorrowfully commanded, "Move." Chapter 34. Pursuit in ambush. Upon hearing Li Zhongyong's urgent call, Chen Liqiu and Takeda Mayumi simultaneously mounted their steeds, while Bachelor and Changsheng swiftly leaped onto the wagon. "Third brother, clear the way in front of me," Li Zhongyong urged, shaking the reins as he galloped forth. "Fourth brother, cover our rear." The incident unfolded abruptly. Before the hidden ambushers could react, they had already surged out of the valley, arriving at a broader rural road to the east. Tethered beneath the trees on the western side of the road was a herd of horses, numbering no less than 20, guarded solely by a lone ruffian in martial attire, who, upon witnessing their frantic escape, dared not impede their passage and instead fled into the woods. Spotting the horses, Li Zhongyong quickly reined in and turned, commanding, "Third and fourth brothers, take all the horses." Heeding Li Zhongyong's words, Chen Liqiu also pulled his horse aside and simultaneously shouted to Bachelor, "Eldest brother, you go ahead." Bachelor, without hesitation, spurred his horse, and the wagon, shrouded in a cloud of dust, sped southward. Although Bachelor prided himself on his stoicism and wished not to shed tears in front of Changsheng, the sorrow within him proved overwhelming. As he urged the horse onward, he frequently wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Changsheng, seated in the right-hand passenger seat, gazed westward through the moonlight, and it became evident that the bamboo grove concealed numerous ambushers. A dense throng of figures was charging towards them from the southwest, directly west and northwest. At that moment, Li Zhongyong and the others were untying the horses in the woods, and as the pursuers drew ever closer, Changsheng urgently warned, "Second brother, hurry, they're coming." Upon hearing Changsheng's shout, Li Zhongyong swiftly adapted, drawing his long sword to sever the horse's reins. With a slash to the hindquarters of one horse, startled by the pain, the animals began to neigh and bolt in every direction. The trio released some of the horses, but managed to keep a dozen or so, hastening to catch up with the wagon. Seeing that the three had successfully rounded up the horses, Bachelor glanced back, confirming that the pursuers were still preoccupied with the startled steeds. Thus he slightly slowed his pace. Together with Changsheng, he assisted the others in tethering the captured horses alongside the wagon's yoke, that a somber silence enveloped them. No one spoke as they galloped through the dark night. After a brief interval, they veered onto the official road. When they turned to look back, the pursuers had vanished from sight. Noticing a fork in the road ahead, Li Zhongyong turned to Bachalu, saying, "Eldest brother, let us not return the way we came. We shall take another path." Bachalu replied in a deep voice, pulling the reins to follow Li Zhongyong and Chun Liqiu into the eastern fork. Changsheng, seated in the right passenger seat, was engulfed in sorrow. But beyond that, he felt a profound emptiness and desolation, especially when he glanced back at the wagon, which lay utterly vacant. Lin Daochong had been their pillar of strength, and now that pillar was gone. Once they assured themselves of temporary safety, Li Zhongyong and the others dismounted to ride in the wagon. This decision was partly to conserve their strength, and also because each possessed a half-scroll of medical texts. These ancient tomes, dating back hundreds of years, were prone to deterioration upon exposure to the elements. Hence, they needed to transcribe their contents promptly. However, upon opening the pages, they were taken aback. The texts were filled with minuscule script, each page containing at least several hundred characters, alongside many unfamiliar names of medicinal herbs. In the midst of their current perilous situation, even under tranquil circumstances, memorizing such intricate details would likely take them weeks. "I have no interest in these texts. They are yours," Chun Liqiu declared, shoving his half-scroll toward Changsheng. "Even if I take it, it would be of no use." "You can have it," Bachalu tossed in his half-scroll as well. Changsheng, despite his remarkable memory, was overwhelmed with grief and anxiety, struggling to focus. "You both give them to me. How can I possibly remember anything in such haste? These scrolls are not overly damp. The writing will not fade away in the short term," Li Zhongyong stated, taking the two scrolls from Changsheng's hands. Just as Changsheng felt a sense of relief, he realized Li Zhongyong was not taking them away, but merely verifying their order. After inspecting them, he returned the two scrolls, saying, "Fifth brother, this is the complete set of Qianjini Fong. Keep it." After Li Zhongyong spoke, he handed his half-scroll to Teikaida Miyumi. "Fourth sister, this is the lower volume of the Qianjin Yaofeng, which complements the upper volume you possess." "Second brother, this is a legacy from our master," Teikaida Miyumi replied, shaking her head. "Consider it a gift," Li Zhongyong insisted, placing the medical text into Teikaida Miyumi's hands. "I overheard some of your conversations with the master. You are right. Regardless of whether you are of the Central Plains, we are all siblings in the same sect." Moved, Teikaida Miyumi clutched the medical text, her head bowed in silence. After a moment of catching his breath, Li Zhongyong spoke again. "Unexpected events may arise at any moment, and we could be separated at any time. There are certain matters I must impart to you. To buy us time, our master sacrificed himself with the 5 thunder technique, ensuring that those 2 boxes would be destroyed by the heavenly thunder or consumed by the mountain fire. Thus, the world will believe that those martial arts manuals have perished in the conflagration." Li Zhongyong paused briefly before continuing. "They will not simply abandon their pursuit of us, but as long as they cannot ascertain whether the martial arts manuals remain with us, they will refrain from deploying their full might in an extensive search. Therefore, once we surmount this immediate obstacle, we can hide ourselves away and bide our time." "Second brother, you've overlooked 2 details," Chun Liqiu interjected. Li Zhongyong turned to him. Chun Liqiu elaborated. "Eldest brother let slip that Huahua the nun is aware that he practices the indestructible diamond technique. As long as one of those 4 individuals remains alive, the world will learn that we have mastered peerless martial arts. Even if we possess no other manuals, they will not cease their search for us." Upon hearing Chun Liqiu's words, the others nodded in agreement. Chun Liqiu added, "Moreover, Song Bao, as the second steward of the Taiping Inn, is well-versed in rare treasures. He has likely recognized that your long sword is no ordinary item, that if he is still alive, he will not let you off easily." "Third brother, what kind of place is the Taiping Inn?" Changsheng asked, puzzled. "It is a place for trading rare and precious items," Chun Liqiu explained. "They seek out exotic treasures and have the means to pay for them. Every 6 months, they hold grand auctions, and the Taiping Inn commands substantial financial power, garnering respect from both the underworld and the righteous, with some speculating that they have the backing of the imperial court." After Chun Liqiu finished speaking, Li Zhongyong took over. "The reason our master chose to bring those martial arts manuals from his grave was not to hoard them for himself, but out of compassion for the ancestral skills and efforts that would otherwise fade into oblivion. Now I have memorized 4 of the 18 secret manuals, while the third brother has also retained 4, and the fourth and fifth brothers have each committed 5 to memory. These extraordinary techniques cannot be practiced by ourselves. They must be imparted to others that if the sect of the grave's owner still exists and follows a righteous path, we can transcribe the manuals and return them, thus making amends for our intrusion upon the deceased's legacy and ensuring the preservation of these martial arts. Most of the manuals we obtained are from hundreds of years ago. Very few sects have survived to the present day. Chen Liqiu shook his head. Second brother, if the sect of the grave's owner still exists, their martial art should be intact as well, Changsheng remarked. Li Zhongyong countered. Not necessarily. Most martial artists tend to keep secrets that a master may know 10 techniques, but often only passes on 9 to their disciples. Thus, the knowledge dwindles with each generation until it is ultimately lost. Oh, Changsheng nodded, then asked, if the sect of the manual's owner no longer exists, can we pass it on to virtuous individuals? Yes, but that is precisely my concern, Li Zhongyong replied, shaking his head. Because our judgment of character may not be accurate. If we entrust it to the wrong person, it would not be an act of restitution or salvation, but rather an aid to tyranny and a calamity for the nation. Second brother, rest assured, we will not speak indiscriminately, nor will we transmit it carelessly, Changsheng vowed. Indeed, we must guard this secret. Loose lips can lead to disaster, Li Zhongyong cautioned. Second brother, you're scolding me in front of the monks, Bachalu, who was driving the wagon, protested with a hint of grievance. I did not mean it. It was that nun who rambled on about me practicing some wild bull. What is it? Chen Liqiu inquired anxiously. There's a large group of beggars at the intersection ahead, Bachalu reported. Are they unfortunate refugees or members of the beggars' sect? Chen Liqiu pressed further. Bachalu, possessing keen perception, observed closely. Some are armed with knives. They must be from the beggars' sect. How could they arrive so swiftly? Li Zhongyong expressed surprise. Have you forgotten that the beggars' sect sends out scouts? Bachalu replied. Upon hearing Bachalu's words, Li Zhongyong suddenly realized, gesturing to Chen Liqiu and Takeda Miyumi. The 3 of them hastily exited the wagon, harnessed their energy, and prepared to switch horses. Chapter 35 Relentless Pursuit as Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu sprang into action. Their long swords were already drawn and swiftly severed the tether as they mounted their horses, urging them to gallop ahead. Gucci Mayumi had been responsible for covering their rear, and upon mounting, she did not hasten her pace but remained alongside the carriage at a T this moment. The group was less than 100 paces from the intersection ahead. Under the moonlight, Changsheng discerned the scene at the crossroads. It was a broad intersection where a throng of gang of beggars' disciples, armed with weapons, had gathered, numbering no less than 40. Cover your faces, Li Zhongyong instructed, wrapping a cloth around his mouth and nose. Upon hearing his command, the others promptly complied, except for Bachalu, who paid no heed. He neither had a cloth nor did it matter much, given his towering stature. Even amidst the generally tall figures of the northern desert, his size was exceptional, rendering the act of covering his face inconsequential. In addition to the cold moon blade, Changsheng possessed a bow and crossbow. Though he was unskilled with the blade, that as the enemy loomed nearer, he hastily readied the crossbow, nocking an arrow. As the carriage approached rapidly, the disciples of the gang of beggars realized that they were the targets to be intercepted, drawing their blades and assuming battle stances. Old 5 catch! Bachalu tossed the reins over. Hearing Bachalu's call, Changsheng swiftly grasped the reins, taking over the control of the carriage. The horses are all military mounts. They will charge at anyone in their path, that do not slow down or veer off. Just run straight ahead, Bachalu commanded loudly. Changsheng was unaware of the distinction between military horses and ordinary steeds, but he nodded in agreement to Bachalu's instructions. Bachalu leaped down from the carriage, brandishing his iron staff, and charged forward with great strides. While an ordinary person might cover 3 feet in a step, Bachalu could exceed 6, and his speed was astonishing as he dashed forward, quickly surpassing the carriage. Within 10 paces, he caught up with Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu, and the 3 surged forward together into the enemy ranks. The disciples of the gang of beggars were taken aback. Not only did their adversaries not slow down, but they were charging forward with alarming intensity. Even the swiftly approaching carriage posed a formidable threat. Should they be struck, the consequences could be dire, potentially costing them their lives. The instinct for self-preservation is innate to humanity, and despite their leaders' shouts of "stop them," the disciples of the gang of beggars found themselves in a state of panic, instinctively retreating to evade the onslaught. As the gang of beggars recoiled in fear, Bachalu and the others split to the sides, clearing a path for the carriage. Changsheng urged the horses on, charging straight through the intersection and onto the path heading south. After successfully breaking through, Changsheng breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Turning to glance back, he noticed that only Mayumi had followed. Bachalu and the others had not come along in the distance. He observed Bachalu and the three others engaged in fierce combat with the gang of beggars. Initially concerned, Changsheng soon realized that Bachalu and his companions were not trapped but rather consumed by rage, relentlessly pursuing and striking out at their foes as the carriage slowed. Mayumi pressed forward, urging, "Do not stop, keep moving. Big brother's without a horse. We must wait for him," Changsheng called out. "He will catch up," Mayumi replied, then gestured toward the western thicket. Those disciples of the gang of beggars all arrived on horseback. Their horses are tied in the woods. Changsheng could not see the horses within the thicket, but he trusted that Mayumi would not deceive him. Reassured, he loosened the reins and accelerated. After traveling several miles, the three pursuers finally caught up, with Bachalu able to keep pace on foot for a short distance. However, as the distance increased, he had no choice but to mount a horse, taking one that carried him and another for his staff. Upon reaching the carriage, Bachalu abandoned the horse he had taken and seized the iron staff to return to the carriage. "Master brother, have the horses in the woods been released?" Changsheng inquired. "No, those horses are of no use now," Bachalu replied, wiping his face. As Bachalu spoke, Liqiu interjected. "The gang of beggars must have received news and hurried here. Their horses, worn out from the gallop, cannot keep up with us." Hearing Liqiu's words, Changsheng finally relaxed and returned the reins to Bachalu. He initially thought Bachalu was wiping sweat from his forehead, only to realize that it was blood. Not only was his face smeared with it, but his entire body was also covered in blood. Li Zhongyong and Liqiu were similarly stained, their bodies soaked in the stench of blood. "Master brother, did you kill them all?" Changsheng asked, his heart racing. "No, a few got away," Bachalu replied gruffly. Li Zhongyong rode alongside the carriage on its right side, stating, "I had only considered the possibility of pursuers from behind, neglecting the fact that the gang of beggars has carrier pigeons. No matter how fast their horses run, they cannot outpace the pigeons. The situation is even worse than we anticipated." "Second brother, do not fret excessively," Liqiu chimed in. "Even if they send word by pigeon, it will take time for the recipient to gather forces and organize an interception. As long as we maintain our speed, they will not have time to prepare thoroughly." Liqiu paused for a moment before continuing. "In my view, the greater danger lies with the pursuers. While our horses are agile, they are not exceptional steeds. The various factions in the realm possess fine horses, and once they ascertain our whereabouts, it is only a matter of time before they catch up with us." Li Zhongyong nodded, falling silent. After traveling another 100 miles, they reached a relay station. With no time to allow the horses to drink, they rushed in to seize some provisions. The layout of the relay stations was similar, and the kitchen was easily located. By dawn, they estimated they had traveled over 600 miles, and the horses had not wasted a moment feeding on the hay. Even at this hour, they still had some energy left. After pressing on for another 100 miles, the 7 warhorses finally began to falter, frothing at the mouth. "The horses cannot continue. We must change them," Bachalu declared, beginning to rein in. Changsheng pointed southward. "Master brother, there seems to be a river ahead. Let us stop by the riverbank and let them drink. They are running hot. If we let them drink cold water now, it could prove fatal," Bachalu replied, halting the carriage and releasing the driving horses, selecting 4 others to harness. Li Zhongyong and the others also switched mounts. Although the horses tied beside the carriage had also run a considerable distance, they bore no burdens and therefore had expended less energy. With the horses changed, Bachalu drove the carriage forward at a leisurely pace, allowing the horses to catch their breath before drinking. The released horses did not run amok, but followed closely behind toward the river. Upon reaching the riverbank, the group began to water and feed the horses. Although aware that pursuers were close behind, they could not afford to waste even a moment, for the horses could not hold out much longer. While the horses rested, Bachalu removed all the reins from the exhausted mounts. His sole intention was to grant them freedom, ensuring they would not be recaptured. The adage, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of firewood, is not entirely accurate. Sharpening can indeed waste time, but it is a necessary task. After a stick of incense's time, the group promptly resumed their journey. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Unexpected events could arise at any moment, and their only course of action was to cover as much ground as possible before such an eventuality occurred. Rivers are typically found in lower terrain, and to the south lay a range of mountains. Ascending all the way, Daoist the group reached the foothills. Takashi Mayumi suddenly called out, "Look!" The group turned back, and from their elevated position, they could see the distant scene on the official road, where several swift horses were galloping southward from the north. Those 3 horses are not from the Central Plains. Central Plains horses cannot run this fast, Bachalu remarked. Takashi Mayumi raised a hand to measure the distance. They are 50 miles away. There are only 3 of them, Li Zhongyong said, his expression grave. 3 individuals dare to pursue us. Bachalu scoffed. In contrast to Bachalu's optimism, Li Zhongyong was filled with concern. They are aware that we have 5 people. Unless these 3 are all masters, they would not dare to follow. That makes sense. Let us hurry, Bachalu said, suddenly enlightened, shaking the reins to spur the horses onward. Second brother, how long until they catch up with us? Changsheng asked anxiously. At most an hour, Li Zhongyong replied, then called to Bachalu. Big brother, are there any treacherous terrains ahead? What do you mean? Bachalu asked, puzzled. Are there any steep valleys? Li Zhongyong pressed. Before Bachalu could respond, Chen Liqiu interjected eagerly. These individuals must possess lightness skills. An ordinary valley won't hinder them unless there's a great river with a bridge. There is, Bachalu replied, raising a hand to point south. If I recall correctly, there is a large river ahead with a substantial bridge. How wide is the river? Chen Liqiu inquired further. It seems to be several dozen paces wide, Bachalu said uncertainly. That will suffice, Chen Liqiu continued, asking, how far is it from here? I truly cannot recall. It does not seem very far, Bachalu said cautiously. Let us go quickly. We must reach there before they catch up, Chen Liqiu urged. Even without Chen Liqiu's insistence, Bachalu was already hastening the horses. Though the group was traveling along the official road, they were in a mountainous area where the path had fallen into disrepair, riddled with ruts and bumps, making the carriage ride exceedingly jarring. As they galloped forward with the pursuers hot on their heels, the winding road through the mountains often obscured their view of the pursuers, except when one side was at a higher elevation, allowing visibility of the other. Half an hour later, the distance between the 2 groups had narrowed to less than 10 miles, separated by a valley, and they could even discern the pursuers' features. 3 individuals, 2 men and a woman, all appearing to be around 40 years of age. Big brother, how far is it to that river? Chen Liqiu asked urgently. Not far. Just over this mountain ridge. I can already hear the sound of water, Bachalu shouted. Second brother, do you still have any phosphorus stones on you? Chen Liqiu inquired again. Yes, Li Zhongyong answered. Take them out. Prepare to burn the bridge, Chen Liqiu instructed. Before Li Zhongyong could respond, Bachalu interjected hastily. Wait, that bridge cannot be burned. It is made of stone. Chapter 36. Desperate ambush. Upon hearing the words of Bachalu, Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu were taken aback, exchanging astonished glances. What kind of look is that? Bachalu questioned innocently. You didn't even ask whether it's a wooden bridge or a stone bridge. Is that even a question? Chen Liqiu replied, exasperated. Currently, wooden bridges are far more common. Having traversed the length and breadth of the land, how many stone bridges do we actually encounter? Arguing over this is pointless. Li Zhongyong turned to look back. They will catch up with us soon. Since we cannot burn the bridge, we must intercept them at the bridgehead. Chen Liqiu nodded earnestly. All right, we shall stay behind. I will also remain, Takeda Mayumi declared loudly. You cannot stay. Chen Liqiu shook his head. We have barely covered 1,000 miles. With over 3,000 more to go, you and the chief must deal with the other pursuers. There are 3 of them, and their martial prowess surpasses yours. Even if I stay, we may not be able to hold them off, Takeda Mayumi countered. After her statement, Li Zhongyong and Qin Liqiu hesitated to respond. Takeda Mayumi's reasoning was indeed sound. 1 against 1 might not suffice, and 2 against 3 was utterly hopeless. I possess the highest martial skills. I will remain with the second and third, Bachilu asserted to Takeda Mayumi. Fourth, you take fifth and go ahead. That one do. I do not know the way, Takeda Mayumi replied anxiously. Changsheng interjected from the side. I will not leave either. Let us all stay and confront them. Have you forgotten our master's instructions? Li Zhongyong said solemnly. Moreover, you lack martial skills. What use would your presence serve? The second is correct, Qin Liqiu chimed in. Fifth, I will not sugarcoat it. Whoever stays has a grim fate awaiting them, but those who leave are not safe either. Without our escort, your situation will be even more perilous. As the group galloped furiously while engaged in urgent conversation, they crested a ridge and beheld the stone bridge. The bridge spanned the waste of 2 peaks, stretching 2 miles long and approximately 2 zhang wide. Below rushed the mighty river, its waters tumbling eastward, the stone bridge towering at least a dozen zhang above the river's surface. Fourth, act swiftly. Target their mounts first, Li Zhongyong instructed Takeda Mayumi. If we destroy their steeds, even if we cannot stop them, they will not be able to catch up with the chief and fifth. Understood. Takeda Mayumi nodded. Li Zhongyong continued. We cannot leave our mounts behind either, lest they be commandeered by the enemy. Both Qin Liqiu and Takeda Mayumi nodded in agreement. The horses must be left for you, Bachilu said. If you win, you can still pursue us on horseback. Haha, Qin Liqiu laughed. Chief, do you really believe there is a chance? Bachilu, aware that the 3 were no match for their enemies, felt concern and trepidation. I shall stay as well. Let fifth go alone. That is not acceptable. Qin Liqiu shook his head repeatedly. If you encounter more pursuers, how will he cope? Bachilu was torn, unable to reconcile his conflicting feelings, and cursed under his breath in frustration. As they neared the stone bridge, the pursuers were closing in behind them. Changsheng understood that the moment of parting was imminent and the dangers that awaited the 3 who would remain, but lacking martial skills, he felt helpless despite his urgency. Li Zhongyong removed a pouch of coins from his waist and tossed it to Changsheng. Catch. As Changsheng caught the pouch, Li Zhongyong spoke fervently. I had hoped to escort you to the borders of Genzhou, but now it seems we may not even cover 1,000 miles. If we encounter pursuers again, the chief will have to abandon you to divert them. From then on, you must rely on yourself. Before Changsheng could respond, Li Zhongyong turned to Bachilu. Chief, you must continue south. Unless absolutely necessary, do not abandon fifth. He has never traveled far, and it is too dangerous for him to go alone. Bachilu heard Li Zhongyong's words but remained silent, merely cursing under his breath. When the time comes to part, you must leave Changsheng behind and continue south, Li Zhongyong said, looking at Changsheng. Fifth, do not head south. Go west instead. Before Changsheng could reply, Bachilu interjected. Why send him west? That direction is all wrong. Traveling by land is too perilous. We cannot evade the pursuers, Li Zhongyong explained. We must head west, aiming for Yuzhou. Before he could finish, Bachilu interrupted. What do we need to go to Yuzhou for? It is over 1,000 miles away. Taking such a long detour will take us more than half a month. Currently, we are in the dry season. There are boats available for downstream travel, Li Zhongyong stated. Fifth, you must hurry to Yuzhou and find a way to board a boat, traveling downstream through Izhou, Xiangzhou, Poyang, Ganjiang, until you reach Genzhou. That is your destination, and by taking the water route from Yuzhou to Genzhou, it will take no more than half a month. Concerned that he might forget, Changsheng urged, Second brother, please repeat the route. Li Zhongyong reiterated the instructions, adding a warning. This journey is fraught with danger. You must exercise extreme caution. Furthermore, remember, you can lose anything, but you must not lose that golden elixir of reversal. Our master is no longer with us, and we must fulfill his final wish. Second brother, rest assured. Unless I perish, I will ensure it reaches its destination. Changsheng promised earnestly. As the group conversed, the carriage reached the bridge's edge. Takeda Mayumi threw a small cloth pouch to Changsheng. Fifth brother, take care. With parting imminent, Changsheng was filled with a multitude of worries and deep reluctance, senior sister. The pursuers were hot on their heels. leaving little time for farewells. As the carriage rolled onto the stone bridge, Li Zhongyong, Chen Liqiu, and Takeda Mayumi simultaneously dismounted, positioning themselves at the bridgehead. The horses ridden by the trio were part of the same herd as those pulling the carriage, and upon breaking free, they continued galloping forward without losing speed. Bachalu was loath to leave, yet he understood he had no choice. He ascended the bridge without looking back, urging his horse onward. Changsheng turned to look back and saw Li Zhongyong and the others brandishing their weapons, bracing for the confrontation, while the three pursuing riders were now less than 50 zhang from the bridgehead. Observing Changsheng gazing back from the carriage, Chen Liqiu shouted, "You must personally deliver the treasures obtained from the tomb to the divine physician." For a moment, Changsheng was puzzled by Chen Liqiu's words, but upon reflection, he suddenly understood. Chen Liqiu's statement was a ruse to mislead the pursuers. The late Master Sun was renowned for his medical prowess, and it was reasonable to assume that medical texts would be buried with him. If they acquired such texts and presented them to the contemporary divine physician, it would make perfect sense, leading the pursuers to believe they were headed for Jizhou, where divine physician Shui resided. Just as the carriage was about to leave the stone bridge, the pursuers arrived at the bridgehead. Without waiting for them to rein in their steeds, Li Zhongyong and the other two charged forward. Their targets were not the three middle-aged experts, but rather their mounts. Targeting the horses meant something Changsheng fully comprehended. Had there been any glimmer of hope, Li Zhongyong and the others would not have attacked the horses first. The mounts, indeed, were extraordinary. Upon being attacked, they almost simultaneously lifted their front hooves, rearing up to evade. The trio's initial strike missed, prompting them to press forward aggressively. And no matter how exceptional the horses were, they could not maneuver like martial artists. In an instant, all three horses were injured, and the riders were forced to leap off. The two middle-aged men drew their long swords to face Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu, while the middle-aged woman leapt gracefully to the stone bridge, drawing her bow to pursue the carriage. Witnessing this, Takeda Mayumi quickly turned and, with a wave of her hand, launched several hidden projectiles at the middle-aged woman. The woman, not daring to underestimate the threat, quickly discerned the trajectory and dodged. Just as she avoided the first wave of projectiles, Takeda Mayumi unleashed a second barrage, forcing the woman to evade once more. Seizing the opportunity, Takeda Mayumi advanced and ensnared the middle-aged woman. Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu, lacking the upper hand, could only attack relentlessly, denying the two middle-aged men the opportunity to counter. Although the two men were merely defending, they maintained their composure, exhibiting no signs of distress. "Leave one alive. The order from Taiping in is to capture them alive," one of them instructed the other. Hearing this, Changsheng felt a slight alleviation of his sorrow. As long as the pursuers refrained from lethal force, even if the three were captured, they still had a chance at survival. At this moment, the carriage had left the stone bridge, entering the southern forest, and in a moment, the scene at the northern bridgehead would be out of sight. Suddenly, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. After launching a third wave of hidden projectiles, Takeda Mayumi swiftly charged toward the middle-aged woman. As the woman sidestepped to evade, Takeda Mayumi seized the opportunity to embrace her waist, exerting force as they both hurtled toward the bridge's stone railing. The railing stood at barely 3 feet, and with a heart resolved to perish together, Takeda Mayumi exerted all her strength, propelling them both over the railing. In the face of death, the middle-aged woman reacted swiftly. With her left hand reaching out, she grasped the edge of the stone bridge just before they fell, leaving her and Takeda Mayumi dangling in midair. Realizing her companion was in peril, the middle-aged man engaged with Li Zhongyong shouted urgently. Li Chong, quickly save Chen Guanying. Hearing his companion's call, Li Chong swiftly dodged Chen Liqiu's soft sword and turned to sprint forward. Takeda Mayumi was taken aback that the middle-aged woman managed to cling to the bridge at such a critical moment. With no time to think, she tightened her grip on the woman's clothing as they plummeted. Takeda Mayumi intended to bring the middle-aged woman down with her, but to her surprise, this unintentional act yielded 2 outcomes, pulling the woman down while using the recoil to leap back up. Seeing Takeda Mayumi narrowly escape death, Changsheng rejoiced, cheering in delight. However, before he could finish his exclamation, another twist of fate unfolded. The man who had rushed to the rescue, witnessing his companion falling into the water, was enraged. He clung to the bridge railing and, with a swift kick, sent the just-leaping Takeda Mayumi flying. This kick, infused with energy, was powerful and forceful, causing Takeda Mayumi to suffer a grievous injury, spitting blood as she plummeted. Chapter 37. Solitude. As Takeda Mayumi plummeted rapidly, Changsheng's heart sank alongside her, for the stone bridge towered over the icy, turbulent waters below by at least several dozen feet. Even if Takeda Mayumi had not been injured, her fall would likely spell disaster, let alone the grievous wound she had already sustained, as evidenced by her spitting blood. The moment the middle-aged man kicked Takeda Mayumi off the bridge, Chen Liqiu rushed forward, but Changsheng could not witness what transpired next because the carriage had turned into the woods. Baqilu, who had been urging the horses onward, remained oblivious to the events unfolding behind them. Noticing Changsheng's pale complexion, he inquired in a deep voice, "What's wrong?" Fourth senior sister pushed that woman off the bridge, and she herself was kicked down as well, Changsheng replied, his voice trembling. Upon hearing Changsheng's words, Baqilu flared his nostrils but chose not to speak further, hastily shaking the reins and spurring the horses. Changsheng, engulfed in shock and sorrow, sat blankly on the carriage shaft. Although he had encountered numerous dangers along their journey, he had never felt fear until this moment, when he truly grasped the bloodshed and brutality of the martial world. With the death of their master, the cornerstone of their group was lost. From then on, any danger they faced would rest upon their shoulders alone. He could scarcely imagine the fate that awaited Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu as they confronted their adversaries, yet he could not help but ponder the implications. Judging by how easily the middle-aged man had caused Takeda Mayumi to bleed with a single kick, it was evident that both of those men possessed considerable spiritual prowess. Takeda Mayumi could not withstand a single strike from them, and neither could Li Zhongyong nor Chen Liqiu. The prospect of their safe return seemed more daunting than scaling the heavens, in a twist of fortune. However, the enemies did not seem intent on killing them immediately. Rather, they sought to capture them and deliver them to the Taiping Inn. Given such intentions, it was less likely they would resort to lethal force. Yet, one could never be certain. Should they become desperate, the foes might still strike with lethal intent. Takeda Mayumi's fate served as a grim reminder. Even if the enemies merely captured them, once they reached the Taiping Inn, they would undoubtedly face torture and coercion. Both would never yield or confess, and their ultimate fates remained uncertain. With a heart full of unease, myriad thoughts swirled through his mind that if he were in such a predicament, how might he escape? Upon careful reflection, he discerned but one possible course of action: to leap from the bridge. Yet the height was daunting. Even a fall from a roof of mere 10 feet could result in broken bones, let alone a drop of over a dozen feet. However, there was water beneath the bridge, and plunging into it offered a glimmer of survival. Yet who could say if there were submerged rocks? Even in their absence, emerging from the frigid, biting waters would prove exceedingly difficult, as the current was swift and steep stone cliffs bordered both banks. Old Five, stop overthinking it, they're clever. Even if they can't win, they can certainly escape. Baqilu interrupted Changsheng's spiraling thoughts. Changsheng replied, dejected. What shall we do next? Baqilu inquired. Baqilu was not a man of many ideas, and Changsheng found himself equally lost, devoid of any suggestions. With only he and Baqilu remaining, and given Baqilu's straightforward nature, the decision now fell to him. After a brief contemplation, Changsheng asked, Brother Master, how much longer until we can leave the mountains? The mountains beyond are merely more mountains, albeit not as lofty as these, Baqilu responded. How far to the next fork in the road? Changsheng rephrased his question. Baqilu pondered for a moment and replied, about 200 miles, I suppose. Unaware of Changsheng's thoughts, Baqilu answered each question without elaboration. Changsheng continued to probe. How many paths are there at the fork, and where do they lead? There are 3. The main road heading south, with smaller paths branching west and east, Baqilu replied. Are there mountains flanking the main road to the south? Changsheng inquired further. Seems there are, Baqilu nodded. Are there any settlements along the smaller paths to the east and west? Changsheng pressed on. Indeed, once you exit the mountains, there are many more people, Baqilu confirmed. Changsheng contemplated before asking, if we wish to head towards Jizhou, which path should we take? To the east, Baqilu answered. Changsheng ceased his questioning, instead immersing himself in urgent contemplation. According to Li Zhongyong's earlier advice, Bachelou should escort him as far south as possible. The farther south they traveled, the shorter the time required for him to reach Yuzhou. Yet if they continued southward, the risks would multiply, and the pursuers would only grow in number, thus endangering Bachelou further. He did not wish for Bachelou to sacrifice himself as Li Zhongyong and the others had done. Unlike them, Bachelou lacked the cunning to adapt to sudden changes. If they encountered the enemy, he could only fight to the bitter end. Chun Liqiu's earlier shout from the bridge must have misled their foes, who would assume they were heading to Jizhou to meet with the renowned physician Shui. Therefore, it was likely that the two would veer eastward after leaving the mountains. According to the enemy's expectations, for a prolonged period, Changsheng remained silent, his eyes shut tight in contemplation. He needed to devise a plan that would both confuse their pursuers and ensure the safety of himself and Bachelou. After considerable time had passed, Changsheng's mind began to crystallize with a scheme. He opened his eyes and turned around, noticing that one of the horses, abandoned by Li Zhongyong and the others, had strayed from the group, while two others followed the carriage closely behind. Seeing this, Changsheng hurriedly instructed Bachelou to stop the carriage, leaping down to tether the two horses to either side of the carriage shaft. Once the horses were secured, he jumped back onto the carriage and asked, "Brother Master, how much farther can our horses run?" "They should still manage to cover about 300 miles, Bachelou replied. "Can you make these horses pull the carriage forward without anyone at the reins?" Changsheng queried. Bachelou, perplexed, asked, "What do you intend to do?" "Just answer me first. If there's no one driving, can the horses still pull the carriage ahead?" Changsheng urged. "They can, but without a driver, the horses may not necessarily follow the road," Bachelou explained. "How far can they go at most?" Changsheng pressed on. "That's hard to say. It depends on the horse's stamina, that if they can't go any further, they simply 1T, Bachelou shook his head. "All right, listen closely." Changsheng organized his thoughts and spoke. "Once we exit the mountains, you should have the horses pull the carriage eastward while these two carry you and the iron rod south. I will disembark at the fork." "The second brother didn't say that. He told me to take you south," Bachelou countered. Changsheng could not divulge that this plan was to ensure his own safety. He merely deflected. "Circumstances have changed. That route is no longer viable." "And what about you? Where will you head after disembarking?" Bachelou asked. Fearing Bachelou's candidness might inadvertently reveal their plans, Changsheng refrained from providing a truthful answer, saying, "I'm not sure yet. I haven't thought it through. And how far should I head south?" Bachelou sought guidance to travel south for several dozen miles, then take the horses into the mountains. After staying there for a few days, turn back north, Changsheng instructed. "Avoid the main roads. Stick to the smaller paths," proceeding northward before Changsheng could finish. Bachelou interrupted, perplexed. "Why would you have me turn back? If I keep going north, I'll return to the grasslands." Changsheng clarified, "They would never suspect you would turn back, making your journey north the safest option. The situation is too perilous right now. Retreating to the grasslands for a time would be wise." "My family back home is no longer." Bachelou resisted the idea of returning, "That go to the grasslands. But do not return home," Changsheng urged. "Once you've honed your skills, you can seek us out again." It was evident that Bachelou was reluctant to go back, yet lacking any alternatives, he acquiesced to Changsheng's plan. Changsheng retrieved the pouch of money that Li Zhongyong had entrusted to him, and from the carriage, he took a basket and emptied its contents onto the ground. Among the three of them, Li Zhongyong had the most savings, comprising not only several dozen taels of silver, but also a piece of gold the size of a fingernail. Chun Liqiu and Takeda Mayumi also had pouches containing several dozen taels of silver. After weighing the gold piece, which he estimated to be around 5 taels, Changsheng decided to keep it, returning the remainder of the silver to the pouch and handing it to Bachelou. "You should keep this silver, I don't want it. That's meant for your travel expenses." Bachelou shook his head repeatedly. "Take it. The gold piece is sufficient for my needs," Changsheng insisted. While Bachelou was somewhat dull-witted, he was not foolish. "That I truly don't want it. Don't give it to me. Keep it for yourself," Changsheng urgently explained. "I genuinely cannot keep it. Carrying too much money could expose my identity. This gold piece is small and easy to conceal, but if you take all this silver, where can I hide it?" "Fine." Bachelou finally accepted the pouch that I asked the elder brother. "You cannot deceive me." "I wouldn't deceive you," Changsheng replied, turning back to the carriage, where some provisions remained. "I'll take a bit more of this food, leaving you with less." "That's fine. "I want to go hungry," Bachalu remarked. Changsheng said nothing further, dividing the rations into a 3-to-7 ratio, taking the larger portion for himself while wrapping the remainder to place in Bachalu's pack. Inside the carriage were also bedding for the group's overnight stays. Changsheng rolled up a set, tying it tightly, saying, "I'll take one set of bedding, and I'll bundle one for you too. Remember my instructions. After heading south for several dozen miles, take the horses into the woods and remain there for 3 days before heading north. Be sure not to release the horses on the main road. If you do and they are discovered, they'll know we haven't gone far." Bachelor did not respond, but instead muttered to himself, repeating Changsheng's words. Just as he finished tying the bedding, Changsheng reconsidered, untying the bundle. "Forget it. Let us not take the bedding that if they notice 2 sets are missing, they might suspect we intend to linger in the mountains, that you're just like the second and third brothers." Bachelor frowned, scoffing, always paranoid and suspicious. Where does all this cunning come from? Changsheng refrained from arguing that he was uncertain if he was overthinking the situation, but with life at stake, he dared not be careless. He needed to be vigilant against every conceivable danger. As the morning sun rose, the carriage arrived at the mountain's edge, and seeing no one around, Bachalu unhitched the 2 horses from the carriage. After guiding the carriage onto the eastern fork of the road, he sharpened a wooden stake and drove it into the front leg of the lead horse. The horse, feeling the pain, bolted forward, dragging the carriage eastward. Bachalu watched as the carriage disappeared into the distance. Once it tires, it should be able to shake off the stake. "Let us go, brother master," Changsheng urged, glancing around nervously. "Remember my words." Bachalu understood the urgency and mounted his horse. "That you're clever, so I'm not too worried about you," we agreed. "Once I've honed my skills, I'll return to find you. Good, hurry along." Changsheng pressed again. Bachalu wasted no time, shaking the reins and heading south. Once Bachalu was out of sight, Changsheng surveyed his surroundings once more. Confirming no one was near, he shouldered the provisions and dashed into the western woods. Chapter 38. Reclusive in the mountains. As he entered the woods, Changsheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the trees had yet to sprout their leaves in the early spring, the towering trunks and interwoven branches above rendered him nearly invisible amidst the underbrush. In contrast to the potential hardships that lay ahead, his greater concern rested upon whether Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu could escape peril, whether the severely injured Takeda Mayumi could survive, and whether Bachalu could elude his pursuers. Worry and anxiety, while closely related, were not synonymous. He was indeed troubled for the 4 of them, yet not to the point of heartache. Despite the unfavorable circumstances, the situation had not reached its nadir. Even the dangers of falling into water paled in comparison to the threat of never having the chance to fall at all. That if they were to be ambushed elsewhere, the only option would be to fight to the bitter end, for there would be no avenue for retreat. There was nowhere to run, and escape would be futile. Moreover, both Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu wielded formidable weapons, which would undoubtedly enhance their chances of survival. Although Bachalu possessed a simple mind, he had previously advised him carefully. As long as Bachalu followed his instructions, he should be able to evade capture successfully. Having not ventured far, Changsheng decided to rest. His mind was still occupied with thoughts of Li Zhongyong and the others, and he considered returning to the stone bridge to investigate further. However, that notion was swiftly dismissed, as the bridge lay over 200 miles away. Even if he were to travel by road, it would take 3 to 4 days. Navigating through the mountains would be fraught with obstacles, prolonging his journey to at least 10 days to 2 weeks. Upon reaching there, he would find nothing of significance, rendering the endeavor pointless. With this thought dispelled, he conceived another idea: to hide within the nearby woods, allowing him to observe anyone passing through and to keep track of the enemy's movements. Yet, upon further reflection, this idea too was abandoned, that he could not remain in the vicinity. Who knew what abilities those wandering martial artists possessed? Should someone catch wind of his presence nearby, it would be a most unjust demise. Resolute in his decision, Changsheng stood up, shouldering his burden and making his way westward through the forest. Aside from his pack, he carried with him a thin-bladed longsword named Cold Moon. Although he was not skilled in swordsmanship, possessing it afforded him a sense of security, for this was indeed unfamiliar territory, and he was uncertain whether the mountains housed tigers, leopards, or wolves. Fearing encounters with ferocious beasts, he refrained from venturing deep into the wilderness, opting instead to navigate the woods north of the fork in the path. Departing at the hour of Chun, After 2 hours of travel, he was drenched in sweat and parched. Though he had brought ample provisions, he lacked a water pouch. After another hour of walking, he finally stumbled upon a stream flowing through the northern mountains and hurried over to quench his thirst. The stream was modest in size, its narrowest point measuring merely 2 feet, which posed no impediment to his westward journey. However, upon crossing the small brook, Changsheng chose to follow it upstream instead. Having grown up in a mountain village, he understood that such streams often converged in low-lying areas to form pools, which could potentially harbor fish and shrimp. After walking upstream for several dozen yards, he indeed discovered a small pool, approximately 3 yards square, with a depth of no more than 2 feet, its crystal-clear waters revealing an abundance of small fish. In recent years, erratic rainfall and rampant warfare had led to widespread suffering and hunger among the populace. Thus, any edible resource was highly coveted by the starving masses. The fish and shrimp in the pool were easily catchable, and the only reasonable explanation for their survival was the rarity of visitors to this secluded spot. It was only the late afternoon hour of Shun, with about an hour remaining until sunset. Nevertheless, Changsheng did not continue on his journey. Instead, he sought a place to shelter among the mountains flanking the pool. A cave would undoubtedly serve as the most ideal refuge. Yet such formations were not easily found, and most were likely occupied by wild beasts. After a thorough search, he finally discovered a narrow crevice nestled between 2 boulders on the western slope of the pool. Though the gap was small, it was just sufficient to conceal a person. Having located a suitable hiding place, Changsheng set down his pack and unsheathed his long sword to begin gathering wood from the vicinity. He refrained from cutting down large trees, opting instead for saplings the thickness of his arm. The cold moon was a rare and precious blade, and using it to chop firewood would be a waste. Nonetheless, it proved highly effective, requiring only a single stroke for each sapling. Upon dragging them back, he did not need to refine them meticulously. He merely lopped off the branches and cut the trunks in half, placing them horizontally between the 2 boulders to serve as a beam, while the branches formed a makeshift roof above. To cover the crevice, he needed only the branches of 2 trees. Yet he felled over a dozen this time of year. The branches bore no leaves, and to ensure protection from rain and cold, he needed to layer several times. Once the branches were in place, he sought nearby stones to weigh them down. This served several purposes: to prevent the branches from being swept away by strong winds, to thwart wild animals from burrowing in, and to ensure that the stones camouflaged the structure amidst the surrounding gray rock. Unless one observed closely, it would be difficult to detect this hiding spot. Having completed the roof, Changsheng began to pile stones at the entrance. Unaware of the beasts that roamed these mountains, he endeavored to stack heavy rocks as a barricade, working tirelessly until nightfall, when he achieved a reasonable semblance of completion. The moon hung in the sky, yet its light proved insufficient for him to discern the words on the pages of his book. Although exhausted, Changsheng did not allow himself to slacken. Having felled over a dozen trees, he utilized all the branches and repurposed some thicker trunks to support the roof to be by the light of the moon. He stripped bark from the remaining trunks, fashioning crude yet sturdy wooden doors to seal off the entrance. After completing these tasks, Changsheng felt utterly drained, yet despite his physical fatigue, his spirit was at ease. Hard work would never go unrewarded. With such a solid refuge, he feared nothing except from malevolent individuals. Due to his overwhelming exhaustion, he had barely finished half a piece of baked bread before succumbing to deep slumber. The cave was sealed tightly, and the chill of the night did not disturb his rest. He awakened to the early hours of the morning. After rising, Changsheng descended to the slope for water and to wash his face. Noticing a considerable amount of dried grass that had fallen nearby the stream, he gathered some to use as bedding for warmth. Having completed these tasks, he departed the cave, settling beneath a tree several dozen yards northwest of his hiding place. His decision to leave the cave was deliberate. He feared that someone might discover it and trap him inside. The effort he had invested in fortifying his refuge the previous day was not without reason. With the atmosphere growing tense and rumors swirling in the martial world, setting out now would be unwise. He resolved to remain here for a while until the matter faded from public discourse. This thought was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. He had contemplated it prior to parting with Bachelou, which was precisely why he had taken a larger share of provisions. He was obliged to fulfill his master's instructions, yet there was no stipulation regarding the timeline for delivering the elixir to Genzhao Mountain. The luxury of time worked to his advantage. Once settled, Changsheng retrieved the half-piece of baked bread he had left over from yesterday, chewing while perusing a medical text he had recently acquired. This particular text, titled Qinjini Fong, was authored by the legendary physician Sun Jinren in his later years, while the volume held by Takeida Mayumi was known as Qianjin Yaofeng, a work from Sun Jinren's earlier career. Fools often fail to recognize their own folly, while the wise never perceive themselves as foolish. Changsheng was well aware of his intelligence. Even in his youth, his teacher had praised his remarkable memory, which was one of the reasons the old man had chosen to educate him. Yet, even with such a gift, committing the entirety of Qianjin Fong to memory proved challenging, for the text contained an overwhelming number of medicinal names, each categorized by the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each element encompassing hundreds of medicinal substances. Moreover, the sheer volume of formulas was staggering, spanning 2 scrolls with at least several thousand prescriptions. Each formula could consist of 2 or 3 ingredients at minimum, while some contained over 20. The measurements were not only precise to the tael and penny, but could also extend to fractions of a unit. Unlike ordinary historical texts, where a few errors might be negligible, this was a matter of medical prescriptions for human beings. A poorly crafted prescription could lead to ineffectiveness, and worse, a wrongful remedy could result in death, opening the door to legal repercussions. For most individuals, learning can be a tedious endeavor. Yet for some, it becomes addictive, particularly when they begin to perceive underlying patterns, driving them to urgently seek out and validate these insights. The art of Qi Huang is derived from the principles of yin and yang and the 5 elements, where the organs and tissues of the human body, including skin, bones, blood, and flesh, each possess their own yin and yang associations. The balance of the 5 elements ensures the absence of ailments, as all suffering arises from an imbalance of yin and yang, or the 5 elements. The essence of healing lies in restoring equilibrium among these elements, correcting deviations. The practice of Qi Huang can be broadly divided into 2 components: diagnosis and treatment. Diagnosis involves identifying the root cause of an ailment, while treatment entails prescribing remedies. Accurate diagnosis is paramount. If the diagnosis is incorrect, the subsequent treatment may exacerbate the condition and potentially lead to fatality. Treatment is equally critical. Even if the root cause is identified, an erroneous prescription could worsen the situation, akin to throwing fuel on a fire. In the days that followed, Changsheng immersed himself in the study of Qianjin Fong. The more he learned, the more anxious he became, for the discipline of Qi Huang was unlike any other skill for survival. It was a craft of healing and saving lives. When wielded effectively, one could be regarded as a divine healer, earning merit by saving lives. Misapplied, one would be deemed a quack, responsible for causing suffering. As the ancients wisely stated, learning without thinking leads to confusion. Thinking without learning results in peril. Merely acquiring knowledge without contemplation leads to muddled understanding. Conversely, if one refrains from studying and only contemplates, the result is aimless musings devoid of value. While perusing the medical text and memorizing prescriptions, Changsheng discerned a subtle pattern. The formulas documented seemed to be those designed to cure ailments in the shortest possible time, that to expedite treatment. Not only must the ratios of ingredients be precise, but the dosages must also be expertly calibrated. The medical tome was indeed a remarkable resource, and its prescriptions were exceptional. However, it was not a volume that could be easily mastered by the unskilled. If administered too aggressively, the remedies deviated from the conventional slow and steady approach, instead delivering immediate results that could either cure or kill. The quicker the remedy acted, the greater the risk. If applied correctly, it would yield miraculous results, but if miscalculated, it could result in death. Upon realizing this pattern, Changsheng felt a pang of frustration. For a novice, Qianjin Fong was decidedly unforgiving. Without expertise, these prescriptions were nearly impossible to wield effectively. However, upon further reflection, he found solace in the thought that as a renowned healer, Sun Jinren's prescriptions would naturally not be drawn out. If a remedy could take effect within an hour, he would never allow it to stretch to 2. While this was undoubtedly influenced by a compassionate desire for patients' swift recovery, it also suggested a confidence rooted in mastery and skill. Chapter 39. The Art of Differentiating Diseases and Curing Illnesses. The 1,000 Goldwing Formula is divided into 2 volumes, and Changsheng took 7 days to thoroughly absorb the contents of the first volume on diagnosing and treating ailments. While possessing the ability to remember everything at a glance is indeed rare, the more challenging skill lies in drawing analogies and applying knowledge flexibly. Without this ability, one risks becoming a mere parrot of textbook teachings, inevitably leading to disastrous consequences. The root cause of human ailments stems from imbalances in the 5 elements within the body. Rectifying these imbalances with various medicinal stones constitutes treatment. However, this seemingly simple task of diagnosing and treating ailments is fraught with infinite variables. Take, for instance, the case of wind and cold. Despite identical symptoms, the prescription differs between men and women. For men, being yang in nature, the dosage of yang-based remedies must be slightly reduced. Additionally, even among men, the age at which they receive treatment alters the prescription. A middle-aged man possesses a stronger yang energy compared to a younger or older man, requiring further reduction of yang remedies. One must not underestimate these subtle adjustments that a prescription may comprise several to dozens of ingredients, and altering even one component necessitates adjustments to the other ingredients. Some must be reduced, while others may require an increase. Moreover, the text documents thousands of medicinal substances, each with complex and delicate combinations. This complexity is challenging to articulate, akin to commanding an army of thousands of distinct soldiers, where one must select the appropriate troops to confront varying enemies. The selection process involves not only assessing whether these soldiers can defeat their foes, but also considering the potential for infighting. While contemplating and studying, a peculiar thought often crossed Changsheng's mind. Killing is easier than saving a life. The age-old adage that all medicine is 3 parts poison holds true that a typical prescription contains only 1 or 2 main ingredients, with the remainder serving as adjuncts that merely mitigate the main ingredient's drawbacks, lacking therapeutic efficacy. If one focuses solely on the beneficial aspects of a drug without considering its side effects, the resulting prescription could prove fatal. Individuals of low discernment engage in mere theoretical discussions, while those with keen insight are able to make connections across various domains. As Changsheng memorized and analyzed the prescriptions, he discerned another principle. Pharmacology and reason share a common thread. Every matter possesses both positive and negative facets. When confronted with a situation, one must consider not only its advantages, but also its disadvantages. Take ginseng, known for its ability to invigorate qi and blood. It is unsuitable for the obese, those suffering from insomnia or anxiety, and individuals with a spleen and stomach deficiency characterized by coldness. If one prescribes ginseng without acknowledging its drawbacks, the resulting treatment may exacerbate the patient's condition, that a patient in need of rest and recuperation may find themselves unable to digest food and deprived of sleep, effectively jeopardizing their life. This principle of pharmacology can be applied to life's lessons. Seemingly beneficial things are not universally suitable. When offering something to another, one must first ascertain their needs. What is beneficial to them constitutes true goodness. Imposing well-meaning gifts upon those who do not require them can lead to harm. That a good physician may lack social acumen, but must undoubtedly comprehend the principles of yin and yang. Changsheng carried with him ample provisions, as he did not have a large appetite. Half of a baked flatbread sufficed for a day. The dry, cold weather ensured that the flatbread would not spoil easily. Furthermore, having grown up in a rural village, he could forage for edible roots and herbs in the forest, with the most common being apricot leaves and adenophyra. The former is colloquially known as old hen meat, while the latter is referred to as bachelor's head, possessing a substantial root that is edible and devoid of any unpleasant taste. Additionally, he was adept at fishing and catching shrimp, equipped with a flint and half a bag of salt, ensuring his survival was not a concern. Nevertheless, he rarely built fires, fearing that smoke would reveal his location, only occasionally lighting a small blaze at noon with dry wood to minimize smoke. Unlike others who might long for home after an extended absence, he remained solitary, accompanied only by Lao Huang. After Lao Huang's passing, he felt no further attachment. Living alone in the wilderness did not induce feelings of loneliness, though he occasionally worried about Bachelou and others, wondering where they were and how they fared. Having committed the first volume to memory, Changsheng set it ablaze. Should it fall into the hands of others, it would unveil his identity and bring him misfortune. That he approached the second volume with caution, reading slowly. While he had approached the first volume with a mindset of exploration and study, He regarded the second as a means of validation and testing, that he carved a wooden piece to cover the left side of the pages, focusing solely on the right side's symptoms, pondering the dosage based on his memory, and crafting prescriptions. After careful consideration, he would uncover the wooden piece to compare his prescriptions with those provided by Master Sun. Scrutinizing the differences that in the initial pages, his proposed prescriptions differed significantly from those of Master Sun, a renowned physician whose prescriptions undoubtedly held merit. Any discrepancies indicated flaws in his own reasoning, motivating him to diligently analyze and comprehend why Master Sun prescribed as he did. This method, though labor-intensive, yielded the most rapid advancement, allowing him to improve his skills in the art of differentiating diseases and curing illnesses at an astonishing pace. Amidst his joy, Changsheng reflected on the reasons for his swift progress. His own diligence and intelligence, coupled with the silent mentorship of the revered Master Sunday with such a master, his growth was inevitable. By the second example in the 5th page, his prescription remarkably aligned with that in the text, differing only by a few grains of adjunct ingredients, filling him with elation. The successful formulation was not merely an affirmation of one correct prescription, but signified his capability to accurately select a handful of soldiers from thousands to engage the enemy. Subsequently, on each page, he paired several prescriptions with increasing accuracy, achieving correctness more frequently, and refining the dosages from minor discrepancies to perfect precision. By the time he reached the halfway point of the 2nd volume, he could accurately prescribe 10 out of 10 times, with a few minor inaccuracies being merely variations in adjunct herbs. He used 3 qian of licorice while Master Sun opted for 2 qian of huanqin. Both huanqin and licorice served to clear heat and detoxify. Thus, the difference in their usage as adjuncts was negligible. While others might have overlooked such details, Changsheng was unwilling to do so. At this juncture, he had gained considerable insight into the art of differentiating diseases and curing illnesses. The deeper his understanding grew, the more reverence he held for it. Prescribing medicine is akin to administering poison, and one must exercise utmost caution. He needed to discern why Master Sun chose huanqin over licorice. After much contemplation, he could not grasp the distinction between the two. Both could tonify the spleen and qi, and both could clear heat and detoxify. The mental exertion left him feeling dizzy and breathless, yet he refused to relent. Life is not to be trifled with. He must strive for excellence. After prolonged contemplation, he experienced a moment of clarity. Huanqin corresponds to the lung meridian, while licorice corresponds to the heart meridian. Huanqin possesses an additional effect, stanching bleeding that a prolonged cough could undoubtedly damage the lungs, making it essential to supplement detoxification with hemostatic properties. Upon grasping this reasoning, Changsheng felt immense admiration for Master Sun. True expertise is undeniable, and one must concede to such mastery. With 3 pages remaining in the 2nd volume, he achieved flawless precision in his prescriptions, with dosages measured to the minutest detail. He had lost track of how long he had been in the mountains. His flatbreads were long consumed, and the fish and shrimp from the pond had been depleted. The once bare branches had sprouted lush green leaves. Realizing it was time to depart, he understood that if he delayed any longer, thorns would grow, rain would become frequent, and serpents and insects would multiply. In the final 3 pages, only one prescription contained a minor error. As was customary, he engaged in analysis, though his mindset had shifted. After much deliberation, he even began to suspect that Master Sun may have made a transcription error. Ultimately, however, he discerned that the fault lay with him. Master Sun's use of white poria instead of common poria was deliberate, as this formula was tailored for women. White poria not only calms the mind, but also enhances skin complexion. Upon understanding the rationale, Changsheng tapped his head in realization. Those who achieve greatness in any field invariably possess exceptional qualities, and one must approach such individuals with reverence. After composing prescriptions for the remaining ailments, Changsheng also set the 2nd volume of the 1,000 Gold Wing formula ablaze. In truth, the formulas and ailments documented within did not encompass every illness and ailment. However, for those not recorded, he would not be at a loss, as the art of differentiating diseases and curing illnesses allows for analogical reasoning and tailored prescriptions. Changsheng prepared to leave, but prior to his departure, he had certain matters to attend to. The soldier's attire could not be worn any longer and needed to be incinerated. The wooden box containing the revitalizing golden elixir also could not accompany him. Previously, he had examined the box, which contained 9 wax-sealed pills. The bottom row held 3 detoxifying pills, all green but varying in shade. The light green was labeled detoxifying pill, the medium green detoxifying spirit pill, and the dark green detoxifying golden pill. The second row consisted of healing pills, all red. The light red was healing pill, the red was healing silver pill, and the crimson one was healing golden pill. The top row featured 3 revitalizing pills. The light yellow was revitalizing pill, the white was revitalizing silver pill, and the golden yellow was the revitalizing golden pill that he must deliver to Genzhao Mountain. After a moment of contemplation, Changsheng retrieved 4 pills from the box: a detoxifying pill, a healing pill, a revitalizing pill, and the revitalizing golden pill. The first 3 were for his own preparation, as the journey to Genzhao Mountain was long and fraught with unforeseen challenges. Even with his profound knowledge of the art of differentiating diseases and curing illnesses, in the face of danger, he would not have time to concoct remedies for self-rescue. These 3 pills were ready-made and must be carried for emergencies. The cold moonlong knife also could not be kept on him. He lacked martial skills, and concealing his whereabouts was the best means of self-preservation. Carrying a long knife would do more harm than good. He had a habit of hiding items not immediately needed. Unwilling to bury the long knife in the ground, he sought out a nearby dead tree to conceal it within the trunk. However, after hiding it, he changed his mind. It could not be hidden in a dead tree, for if a villager were to chop it down, he would lose the knife. It had to be concealed within a living tree, as the cold moonlong knife was exceptionally sharp and could easily slice through the trunk. That in addition to the long knife and wooden box, he also possessed a flute, a gift from Wu Tianjin. At present, he could not carry it with him and decided to hide it alongside the knife and box in the tree. Having secured his belongings, Changsheng spent one final night in the stone cave. At dawn, he set out on his journey. Chapter 40. On the journey westward until now, Changsheng had been lingering near the water pool, never venturing far. Only upon setting off did he realize that the thorns and weeds in the forest had grown exceedingly tall. Walking beneath the trees proved to be quite obstructive, and in the span of an hour, he could scarcely cover a few miles at this pace. He feared he would not reach Yuzhou until the end of the year. With no other choice, he had to leave the woods and step onto the road, glancing furtively around as he proceeded cautiously. Changsheng carried a burden on his back, a bundle containing a change of clothes. To any observer, he appeared to be a weary traveler. Though he contemplated discarding the burden, he hesitated. The journey to Genzhao Mountain would take at least 3 months, and he needed a set of clothes to change into. As he grappled with this dilemma, he spotted someone ahead on the road. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a young boy, about his age, 13 or 14, wearing tattered clothes and sporting a pair of straw sandals, while a bundle of firewood rested on his back. Seeing the boy, Changsheng felt a surge of motivation that he hurried to catch up with him and struck up a conversation. The boy lived in a nearby village and had risen early to gather firewood. After a brief exchange, Changsheng learned that it was early May, revealing that he had already spent more than 3 months in the mountains. After discussing their needs, the boy handed over his axe and the firewood, while Changsheng, in return, offered him his bundle, including the change of clothes. The clothing was a rare commodity, nearly new, and the boy had indeed profited from the exchange, receiving it for an old axe and a bundle of wood. Even though the boy had not suffered a loss, Changsheng still extracted 2 coins from his waist and handed them to him. With over 60 coins remaining, he believed he could sustain himself until he reached his destination. The boy gratefully accepted the copper coins, expressing his heartfelt thanks, and helped Changsheng carry the firewood for several miles. Upon reaching the fork in the road leading back to the village, the boy finally relinquished the firewood to Changsheng. Noticing that Changsheng had no provisions, he generously offered him half of a leftover steamed bun. With this new attire, Changsheng felt considerably more secure. He could now walk openly on the road without arousing suspicion, as a farmer carrying firewood would evoke no doubt. The bundle was quite heavy, and although he initially thought to lighten his load, he ultimately abandoned the idea. If he carried too little wood, it might raise eyebrows among the watchful. Thus, he chose to shoulder the burden, comfortable in the knowledge that he appeared to be merely a laborer. After traversing several miles, he eventually decided to unload the bundle. Most of the wood was comprised of freshly cut branches from living trees, Proving too heavy, he replaced them with dead branches, resulting in a larger bundle that weighed only half as much as before. Continuing on, he soon came across a phoenix tree, its branches adorned with vibrant pink blossoms. The flowers were edible, containing nectar that was quite palatable, although they could cause digestive issues if consumed in excess. Yet, Changsheng's primary intention was to procure a branch from the tree, as the hollow stems could serve as a hiding place. Initially, he cut a section from the tree, but upon reflection, he deemed it unsuitable. Both ends bore cut marks, making it easily recognizable that he discarded that piece and selected another branch, cutting it from the base while leaving the top intact, thus ensuring only a single cut mark remained, which would serve as a discreet walking stick. He carefully stuffed 4 pills and a small amount of gold into the hollow branch, sealing the opening tightly with a stick. With this, he felt a sense of relief, for apart from the copper coins, he possessed nothing else that might raise suspicion. While feeling at ease, a flicker of worry lingered in his mind. The hollow's oval shape had slightly altered the capsule's wax seals during stuffing, making them less than perfectly round. If moisture were to seep in, it could compromise their integrity. That in stark contrast to his previous galloping pace, his current methodical progress felt excruciatingly slow. Nevertheless, Changsheng found no tedium in the journey, as he continually recalled the upper volume of the Qianjin Yifang in his mind, meticulously reviewing the ailments and their corresponding remedies contained within. As he walked, remnants of villages occasionally came into view, yet most were mere ruins, bearing the marks of desolation. Such devastation could not solely be attributed to famine. The recent years had been rife with warfare, with towns and villages changing hands frequently. The dilapidation of these settlements was likely a consequence of the conflicts. After a day's travel, not a single merchant or traveler crossed his path. He encountered only a few mounted soldiers rushing past and a handful of refugees fleeing the calamity, varying from groups of 10 to just a couple. As dusk approached, he stumbled upon another group of refugees. An elderly couple, a teenage boy of about 14, and a child of 7 or 8. The couple, despite their relatively youthful age, likely not yet 40, bore the weariness of overwork and starvation, their faces gaunt and haggard, leaning on one another for support as they struggled onward. Having lived in solitude for months, Changsheng had not spoken to anyone in quite some time. Observing the encroaching night and the family's lack of shelter, he decided to walk alongside them, engaging in conversation. It became clear that they were indeed a family who had fled their home, not merely driven by hunger, but also by the oppressive taxes imposed by the authorities. Unable to pay their dues, they faced imprisonment or worse, leading them to this uncertain escape. Feeling a surge of sympathy, Changsheng inquired why they did not seek refuge in the mountains, where food might be found. The old man sighed in resignation, explaining that while they had considered it, the mountains were fraught with danger, teeming with venomous snakes and ferocious beasts, and devoid of grains or rice. Relying solely on wild vegetables would not suffice to sustain them. After the old man spoke, Changsheng remained silent, understanding that just because he could find food in the mountains did not mean others could. Most people only recognized a handful of wild edibles, and subsisting solely on them would lead to emaciation and weakness. As they conversed, Changsheng noticed remnants of walls nearby. Having previously raided relay stations with Badu and others, he was familiar with their layout. Approaching closer, he confirmed it was indeed a derelict relay station, likely having suffered a fire, with most structures collapsed, save for the eastern and western wings, which still had roofs. The eastern wing was in better condition and had been occupied by other refugees, so Changsheng entered the western wing, and after some hesitation, the family followed him inside. "You all rest here. I will go out and find some food," he said, setting down the firewood before turning to leave. Before darkness enveloped the land, Changsheng searched the mountainside for sustenance. Areas rich with large trees often yielded little edible fare, while wild vegetables, such as the white-flowered herb and balloon flower, flourished in sunny, rocky patches. Just before nightfall, he returned, arms laden with bounty, holding a cluster of white flowers in his left hand, a handful of balloon flowers in his right, and tucking a thick, 4-foot-long root under his arm. The family recognized only the balloon flowers, having no knowledge of the white flowers or the peculiar root. Once a fire was kindled, Changsheng began to sort through his findings. The family had a clay pot, allowing them to steam the white flowers and balloon flowers, while he buried a piece of the strange root in the embers. After half an hour, as the fire dwindled, Changsheng unearthed the root, discovering it was not a typical root, but rather a medicinal plant known as kudzu. Though its exterior was dark, the interior revealed thick, white flesh. Changsheng sliced the roasted kudzu into 5 segments, taking one for himself and distributing the rest among the family, each receiving over half a pound. This was the family's first encounter with such a food. Initially, they were enticed by its aroma, and as they peeled away the skin and cautiously tasted it, they found it sweet and tender, surpassing even their dry cornmeal. Witnessing their hearty consumption, Changsheng felt a surge of joy, especially as they expressed their gratitude profusely. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction, recalling that prior to meeting Lin Daochong, he had often extended help to others in his village, yet had seldom received any warmth or thanks in return. Only Xiao Ernie had shown him kindness. Amidst his contentment, a flicker of embarrassment and tension surfaced within him. He had long noted that the 14 or 15-year-old boy was, in fact, a girl disguised in male attire, and at this moment, she was regarding him with an unusual gaze. Chapter 41. The suffering of the people. Changsheng felt somewhat embarrassed under the gaze of the girl, so he rose and moved to the southwestern corner, quietly eating in the shadows. The family who had received Changsheng's kindness was filled with gratitude. Noticing that he had no bedding, they called for the child to bring over their only blanket. Changsheng, of course, declined graciously, waving his hand to refuse, asking the child to take the blanket back. Unable to repay his benevolence, the old man and his family could only engage in warm conversation with Changsheng, inquiring about his origins and destination. Changsheng could not divulge the truth and simply stated that he had come from the south and was heading to Yuzhou to visit relatives. The old man's family, surnamed Tian, hailed from Chizhou and thus could be considered half fellow townsfolk. While they were conversing, someone arrived at the door. Changsheng looked up to see a ragged woman, cradling an infant who had not yet been weaned, holding a clay bowl, her expression one of awkwardness as she hesitated to speak. In the abandoned post station apart from them, a few other disaster-stricken individuals occupied the eastern wing, and this woman undoubtedly came from there. Understanding her intent, Changsheng stood up and approached the door, placing half a piece of kudzu root into her bowl. The woman, overwhelmed with gratitude for the food, was about to turn and leave when Changsheng called out to her. Startled and apprehensive, she turned back. Noticing that he still had a large portion of kudzu root, Changsheng walked over, retrieved it, and handed it to her, saying, "It can be eaten raw." Seeing Changsheng's generosity, the woman was taken aback, standing in shock for a moment before suddenly kneeling down and repeatedly bowing her head in thanks. Changsheng, seeing this, hurriedly reached out to help her up. Observing the large head of the infant wrapped in her arms, its brows drooping and eyes devoid of life, he realized that its end was near, feeling a wave of sadness wash over him as he shook his head in despair. After the woman took the food back, her companions rushed over to express their thanks. Changsheng, having never encountered such a scene before, felt quite nervous and awkwardly engaged with them until they finally departed, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Once the disaster victims were gone, Changsheng turned back to find the Tian family looking at him with a mixture of confusion and reluctance. Sensing their thoughts, he spoke, "They have nothing to eat either. Let us give them some doubt. We can search again tomorrow. Will we be able to find anything then?" The old man Tian asked cautiously. "We will," Changsheng replied, returning to his corner to sit down. His heart felt heavy. He had previously thought his own situation was dire, but after venturing out, he realized that many fared far worse. At the very least, he could still forage for food, while these disaster victims, burdened with families, knew nothing beyond farming and were unable to sustain themselves, facing starvation and uncertainty. A night passed without conversation, and the following morning, Changsheng was awakened by the sound of crying emanating from the eastern wing. Without needing to ask, he understood that the woman's child had died. Unable to bear such sights, he stood up and walked outside, prompting the Tian family to hastily follow him. Initially intending to get some fresh air, Changsheng, upon noticing the Tian family accompanying him, set off directly. The sky had yet to brighten, and mist still lingered on the road. Changsheng, with his mobility hindered, did not walk quickly, and the Tian family found it easy to keep up with him. Walking alongside the disaster victims, Changsheng no longer had to feign the role of a woodcutter. He could observe his surroundings attentively as they traveled, keenly searching for food. Foraging in the mountains required skill. Areas with overly dense trees yielded fewer edible wild vegetables, while places with thick reeds had little to offer. As well, it was only in areas where the soil was fertile above rocky ground that one could find ample food. Additionally, one could identify flowers: the blue-flowered balloon flower and the yellow-flowered daylily. Though fresh daylilies were toxic and needed to be dried before consumption this time of year, mushrooms were also in season. Wood ear mushrooms primarily grew on elm, locust, and poplar trees, while pine mushrooms thrived beneath pine trees. There were also various unknown mushrooms. Determining their edibility was often straightforward. If they were infested with insects, they were safe to eat. Changsheng, not one to hoard knowledge, would bring along the Tian siblings during his searches, teaching them how to identify and gather food. He could not accompany them indefinitely, and hoped that this family of disaster victims could find a way to survive. Kudzu root was an excellent staple, though it was rare to find. Fortunately, although he did not locate any, he discovered patches of Jerusalem artichokes and sweet potato vines, much to the delight of the Tian family, who eagerly set to work digging and gathering. Over the following days, Changsheng remained with the Tian family, their progress slowed by frequent stops, but he was in no hurry. Skilled in herbal medicine, he foraged for several herbs that could reduce swelling and detoxify, preparing teas for them to alleviate the edema caused by their prolonged diet of wild vegetables. Most leafy wild vegetables, such as shepherd's purse, fern, and bittercress, contained mild toxins. Consuming a small quantity occasionally posed no major risk, but frequent consumption could lead to poisoning. Since meeting Changsheng, the Tian family situation improved significantly. The wild vegetables he found were often filling and nourishing, allowing them to satiate their hunger even without grains or rice. Seeing that Changsheng, despite his limp, possessed remarkable abilities to survive in such tumultuous times, the old man Tian casually inquired whether he had a betrothed. If unaware of the underlying context, Changsheng would have answered honestly. However, knowing that the Tian family had a daughter, he surmised the old man's intentions and fabricated a story about being already engaged since childhood, claiming that his journey to Yuzhou was to visit his future in-laws. Although this revelation disappointed old man Tian, he refrained from pursuing the subject further. The weather had been splendid in recent days, with bright sunshine overhead, yet Changsheng felt a persistent haze in the sky. Each time he spotted the corpses of the starved along the roadside, a sense of gloom would settle over him in his memories. The world had not always been like this. Though it had never been without its hardships, it was not as dire as the present, where the land was littered with the dead and the people languished in despair. After several more days of travel, they arrived at the city of Fenyang in the evening, only to find the city gates barred against entry. Changsheng, who could read, noticed several notices affixed to the city wall and approached to examine them. The notices were proclamations meant to reassure the populace. Not long ago, Li Tsunxiao had captured Fenyang, and during the siege, many local residents had aided the soldiers, resulting in numerous casualties. After the change of power, the victors sought to stabilize the hearts of the people, inviting them to reclaim the land, and the notices clearly stated that the citizens of the city would not be held accountable for past grievances, encouraging them to live peacefully. Any refugees arriving could register with the local government, which would provide housing and grain to help them settle. This was welcome news for the Tian family. When Changsheng read the notice aloud to them, they were overjoyed. They had been away from home for over 6 months and finally saw the prospect of a place to settle down. Changsheng shared in their happiness, understanding that he carried a heavy responsibility and could not remain with the Tian family indefinitely. Once they were registered, he could depart with peace of mind, and as the gates were already closed, they could only seek shelter outside the city. The sky was overcast, hinting at the possibility of rain, compelling them to find a dilapidated building to rest in. Typically, there would be post stations, charitable halls, or city god temples outside the county seat. Although they could not access the post station and were hesitant to stay in a charitable hall, the city god temple to the east seemed a reasonable option. Recently, a battle had occurred there, and the temple's caretaker had disappeared without a trace. The city god temple was small, consisting of a main hall and a west wing. Upon entering the main hall, they were startled by the fierce gaze of the clay statue of the city god, causing the Tian family to hesitate and retreat to the west wing. Although the temperature had warmed, the nights remained cold, prompting them to scavenge for firewood and kindle a bonfire. Just as the flames flickered to life, footsteps could be heard outside, accompanied by angry curses. Hearing the commotion, Changsheng hurried out to investigate, finding that half of the southern wall of the temple had collapsed. From the doorway of the west wing, he could see outside, where a group of beggars armed with weapons approached, cursing loudly. Although the beggars were dressed in rags, they were easily distinguishable. Each bore patches of yellow cloth on their chests, and their demeanor lacked the despondence typical of true beggars, resembling more the rough and tumble of the martial world, often carrying weapons. Upon spotting the beggars, Changsheng inhaled sharply, realizing he could not retreat back inside. The beggars had already noticed him. Seeing Changsheng peering outside, a beggar with a pair of thin mustaches shouted angrily, "What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out." Hearing the shout, Changsheng quickly lowered his head and retreated into the temple. Old Man Tian and the others, alarmed by the shouting, looked to Changsheng for guidance, uncertain of his name and referring to him as Little Benefactor. "What is happening outside?" "They are not good people," Changsheng whispered. At the same time, he glanced at the Tian girl, who had previously concealed her identity with disheveled hair, but had begun to reveal her true appearance in recent days, no longer deliberately darkening her face. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell she was a young woman. To be fair, the Tian girl was not exceptionally beautiful, but she was still a young woman, and Changsheng worried that the beggars might harbor ill intentions. He quickly gestured for her to blacken her face. Understanding his cue, she frantically searched for something to use, but with the bonfire just lit, there was no ash available. In desperation, she scooped up a handful of dirt from the ground and smeared it on her face. Just as the Tian girl finished darkening her face, four beggars entered through the door, bypassing the main hall and heading straight for the west wing. Sneaking around. "Who goes there?" the mustache beggar bellowed. "We are refugees," Changsheng replied, keeping his head lowered. "Refugees?" The mustache beggar approached, grabbing Changsheng's hair to examine his face. Presumably finding nothing amiss, he released Changsheng and began to search him thoroughly, saying, "If you have any silver, hand it over quickly. Dare to hide it, and I'll cut you down." Changsheng had a few dozen coins on him, but he had not dared to carry a money pouch, instead tying it to his waist, and the beggar's cursory search failed to reveal it, tossing him aside as he moved on to search Old Man Tian and the others. Old Man Tian and the others were penniless, and as such, the ruffian found nothing of value. When he reached the Tian girl, she flinched in fear and attempted to evade him, raising his suspicions. He searched her again, leering wickedly, "What luck there's a female here." Chapter 42. Utterly depraved upon recognizing that Miss Tian was indeed a woman, the hearts of Changsheng and the Tian family were seized with dread, silently lamenting the dire situation. Before anyone could gather their wits, the small mustached man had already seized Miss Tian by the hair, dragging her away while declaring, "Come, accompany me for some entertainment." Witnessing their daughter on the brink of disgrace, Old Man Tian and his wife fell to their knees, pleading, "Good sir, have mercy. She is still young. Please spare her. Haha. She is not too young. She is already aware of the world's ways." The small mustached man leered lecherously. Old Man Tian and his wife continued their supplication. Changsheng rushed to the doorway, bowing deeply to the three men outside. "Esteemed heroes of the beggar clan, I implore you to show mercy and spare her life." "Haha, we're merely playing with her. We have no intention of taking her life," sneered a lecherous man with a pockmarked face. The other two, though slightly older, harbored no compassion, indifferent to Changsheng's entreaties, their gaze fixed with morbid curiosity upon Miss Tian. Desperately clutching the small mustached man's clothing, Old Man Tian and his wife refused to let go. The man, exasperated, kicked Old Man Tian to the ground, barking, "If you dare to make another sound, I will kill you all." Aunt Tian, concerned for her daughter, clung to the small mustached man's clothing, pleading pitifully, while a young boy rushed forward, wrapping his arms around the man's leg. Feeling trapped, the small mustached man, in a fit of rage, drew his knife and slashed at Aunt Tian. Just as Changsheng was pleading with the men outside to intervene, he saw the gleaming blade strike Aunt Tian's neck. She fell without uttering a sound, blood gushing forth as she succumbed to her injuries. Witnessing the brutal murder of his beloved wife, Old Man Tian was consumed with fury, grabbing a half-brick from the ground and charging at the small mustached man, shouting, "Damn you, I will fight you to the death." Though he sought to take the small mustached man down with him, the latter did not grant him that mercy. Before Old Man Tian could reach him, The man thrust his knife forward, the blade piercing through Old Man Tian's chest with a sickening sound. Badly wounded, Old Man Tian staggered, the half-brick slipping from his grasp as he fell to the ground, blood staining his front and back. Seeing her parents slaughtered before her eyes, Miss Tian was struck with shock, paralyzed by fear, unable to even cry out. The young boy, though merely 7 or 8 years old, was incensed by the brutal death of his parents, screaming in rage and grief as he bit into the small mustached man's leg. The small mustached man yelped in pain and cursed, swinging his knife at in that moment. Changsheng dashed forward recklessly. "Keep the brat. He may be useful," someone outside remarked. Hearing this, the small mustached man refrained from striking, allowing Changsheng the opportunity to grab the boy and drag him away from danger. Noticing Changsheng daring to intervene, the small mustached man sneered in disdain, delivering a kick that sent Changsheng sprawling. Though nearly knocked breathless, he paid no heed to his own suffering, tightly clutching the boy and pulling him to the corner. The small mustached man glanced at his leg, confirming his injury was not severe, and spat at the two cornered figures before dragging Miss Tian out of the west chamber. Instinctively wanting to chase after her, the boy was held back by Changsheng, who embraced him as he cried out for his sister, his cries heart-wrenching and filled with despair. Changsheng held the boy tightly, having traveled alongside the Tian family for many days, forming a bond with them. Now, witnessing their tragic fate, he was filled with rage, yearning to avenge them, yet knowing he lacked the martial prowess to confront these villains. The door to the west chamber remained intact. The small mustached man, after dragging Miss Tian outside, closed it behind him and secured it, trapping the two within. The boy struggled fiercely, unable to free himself from Changsheng's grip, and in his desperation, bit down on Changsheng's arm. The pain in Changsheng's arm was sharp, but he did not release his hold. His heart ached with helplessness as he watched the Tians meet their gruesome end without being able to intervene. Inside, the boy continued to wail, driving the small mustached man to irritation. That wailing is unbearable. Why keep him? Cut off his hands and feet and send him to the market to beg. It would yield a good amount of silver, came the reply. Your method is not very reliable. 9 out of 10 times it fails, the small mustached man retorted. The man merely chuckled in response, and soon their footsteps retreated toward the main house. The boy, after a few cries, fell silent, not from restraint, but from the overwhelming sorrow that rendered him unconscious. Though Old Man Tian was gravely injured, he clung to life, struggling to speak. Noticing the situation, Changsheng hurriedly released the boy and crawled over to support Old Man Tian in his arms. Wounded in the chest, Old Man Tian bled from both mouth and nose, unable to utter a word. Yet he raised a trembling hand, pointing toward the boy in the corner while gazing up at Changsheng. Understanding his unspoken plea, Changsheng reassured him, "Do not worry. I will protect him, and I will find a way to rescue your daughter." Just as he finished speaking, Old Man Tian's head tilted, and he breathed his last. Overcome with sorrow at the sight of the Tian family's demise, Changsheng felt a profound grief swell within him, but the urgency of the situation demanded his focus. He must devise a plan to save the siblings. The west chamber had no rear window, only a single window facing east. Climbing out would undoubtedly attract the attention of the men in the main house. What to do? What to do? Changsheng clasped his head in desperation, recalling that though he had fought alongside Barchelu and others, he had merely played a supporting role, relying solely on a crossbow that was now out of reach. Without it, he was no match for these villains, let alone the small mustached man. Poison? No, he thought. Even if he could concoct a poison, he had no time, nor any chance to approach the villains undetected. In the midst of his frantic contemplation, he suddenly noticed that the blood from Aunt Tian had not spread across the floor, but had pooled within a small area between a few tiles. Realizing this, he instantly surmised the presence of a cellar beneath. Cellars were common in homes, often used for storing food or as hiding places. With urgency, he took the rusty kitchen knife and pried up several tiles. As expected, beneath the tiles lay wooden boards, and upon lifting them, he discovered a descending passageway. The passage was dark and damp, and it was uncertain whether it led merely to a cellar or to another tunnel. Time was of the essence. Changsheng hesitated not a moment longer, pulling the boy into the passage and subsequently rushing to the fire pit to grab a burning log, setting the room ablaze. The west chamber connected to the main house, and a fire would quickly spread, the only means to thwart the villain's malice. He ignited the window paper, made of waterproof oil paper, which caught flame easily. As the paper blazed, it swiftly ignited the wooden frame. With the wind at his back, the fire roared, and in mere moments, flames licked up the beams of the building. By the time the men in the main house noticed and rushed out to investigate, the entire west chamber was engulfed in flames. They found themselves unable to enter or extinguish the fire, resorting to loud curses from the courtyard. The smoke thickened, making it hard to breathe, forcing Changsheng back into the passage. Fearing the wooden boards above would catch fire, he crawled out to topple a water jar against the wall, still half filled, to dampen the ground. At that very moment, a woman's voice rang out from outside. "Blessed be the Lord of Fortune," chapter 43. A meeting this morning, Changsheng could hear someone reciting a Daoist incantation, and naturally, the 4 members of the beggars' sect could as well. One of them shouted, "Who goes there? And who are you?" The newcomer retorted coldly. That moment, a great fire had already ignited. Thick smoke billowed, and waves of heat surged. Changsheng endured the intense temperature, propping himself against a wooden beam, straining his ears to listen. The fact that the newcomer was chanting an incantation indicated they were undoubtedly a member of the Daoist sect. He had once heard Daoist Lin speak of the rituals of their order. Typically, ordinary practitioners would chant only the title of the infinite celestial venerable, while it was only those who had transcended the heavenly tribulations and ascended to the realm of purple chi that could proclaim the 6-character incantation prefixed with blessed life. The recitation of blessed life, infinite celestial venerable, suggested that this person was indeed a master of purple chi who had survived the heavenly tribulations. However, the clarity and melodic quality of her voice hinted at youth to that moment. His greatest hope was that these beggar disciples were blind to the nuances of the Daoist etiquette, speaking indiscreetly and provoking the newcomer into action. "What a lovely Daoist maiden," came the voice of the one with a little mustache. Hearing the frivolous words of the mustached man, Changsheng felt a surge of joy. These ruffians truly lacked discernment, and it seemed death was not far off for them. Just as hope blossomed in his heart, a loud slap echoed from outside, leading him to believe that the woman had indeed struck. However, he then heard another voice reprimanding loudly. "Impudent! The true master is a high-ranking Daoist priest. Even if she possesses extraordinary beauty, she must not be treated with levity or disrespect." Following this assertion, the sound of another slap resounded, undoubtedly the speaker punishing the mustached man once more. The moment Changsheng heard the commotion outside, the hope he had just nurtured was shattered. Among the villains, there was one with considerable knowledge who understood the Daoist order well. This individual not only recognized that only a master of purple chi could chant the incantation of blessed life, infinite celestial venerable, but also knew that such masters were high-ranking priests. What plunged him into despair was the speaker's adeptness at handling the situation. Had they not intervened to chastise and punish the mustached man, the newcomer might have acted herself, that if she had chosen to engage, it would not merely have resulted in the mustached man receiving a couple of slaps. "What is going on here? Where is the temple steward?" the woman inquired coldly. In response to the true master, the eloquent ruffian replied, "The steward of this city god temple is my uncle, Sun Zhongge. Previously, when the city of Finyang was ravaged by war, I was deeply concerned and accompanied a friend to visit, only to discover that the temple had been occupied by a few monks. Those monks, devoid of conscience, completely disregarded the precepts and rules, plundering innocent women and committing heinous acts. We, filled with righteous indignation, engaged them, only to find that they were incompetent in martial arts, fleeing in a panic and setting fire to the place. The flames have grown too fierce for us to extinguish, leaving us only to curse in frustration." As the fire crackled and roared, Changsheng could only catch fragments of the conversation outside, vaguely grasping the overall situation. From the ruffian's words, it seemed that Miss Tian had likely met with misfortune, and in her fury and anxiety, she cried out for help. Unexpectedly, as thick smoke filled the air, the moment he opened his mouth to call out, he was choked by the acrid fumes, leading to a fit of coughing that rendered him voiceless. Thinking that he could not shout, he hoped that his violent cough might attract the attention of the purple chi master. However, as he coughed, several pieces of ash-laden tiles from the roof fell, shattering on the ground and muffling the sound of his distress. At this moment, the loquacious ruffian spoke again. "True master, every word I speak is the truth. The corpse of the victim and the monk's cassock can be found in the northern room. Should you doubt my words, feel free to investigate." Hearing this, Changsheng's anxiety deepened. The man's claims were pure fabrications. There were no monks here, nor any cassocks in the northern room. This was precisely the man's cunning. The Taoist woman did not doubt him, and after reciting the incantation, fell silent. Seeing the Taoist woman on the verge of being deceived by the beggar disciples, Changsheng felt a burning urgency. He wanted to shout, but was hindered by his coughing. In a moment of desperation, disregarding the raging flames outside, he turned to scoop up the boy, lifted the cover, and plunged into the inferno. The door had already been consumed by fire, and as Changsheng carried the boy into the courtyard, though it was merely a blink of an eye, he was already engulfed in flames, his hair and clothes ablaze. The Taoist woman was preparing to turn away when she suddenly heard a strange noise behind her. Upon turning back, she saw a half-grown boy carrying an even smaller child rushing out of the flames. In his haste, he stepped into thin air and fell down the steps. Seeing this, the Taoist woman became alert. The beggar disciples, realizing their misdeeds were exposed, disregarded the two and dashed towards the northern room, attempting to escape through a window. After falling, Changsheng hastily scrambled to his feet, patting out the flames. Due to the intense heat, his vision was impaired, and he could barely see. He only caught a glimpse of a figure flashing past him before the northern room erupted with the cries and wails of the beggar disciples. After clumsily extinguishing the remaining embers on his clothes, Changsheng dragged the boy several paces to the east, away from the imminent collapse of the western wing. Once he set down the boy, Changsheng sank to the ground, gasping for breath, while turning to glance at the northern room. He saw the Taoist woman sheathing her sword and stepping out of the northern room. "Do not panic. The villains have been subdued," she said softly. "Is that girl still alive?" Changsheng asked urgently. The Taoist woman did not respond immediately, walking toward them with deliberate steps. "Is this child injured?" Seeing that she had not answered his question, Changsheng deduced the truth. Miss Tian had already perished. After a sigh, he shook his head in despair. "He is unhurt. He has merely fainted." The Taoist woman approached and gently inquired, "Is there anyone else in the guest room?" "There are no survivors," Changsheng replied, his eyes pained and streaming with tears, lifting his hand to wipe them away. "The girl in the northern room is his sister, and their parents were murdered by those ruffians in the western wing." "Blessed life, infinite celestial, venerable," the Taoist woman chanted compassionately. After wiping his eyes, Changsheng still could not discern the woman's features. He could only see her tall figure wielding a long sword. Due to their close proximity, he could even catch a faint scent of orchid emanating from her. "Who are you?" the Taoist woman asked. "We encountered each other while fleeing." Changsheng's words trailed off as he suddenly remembered something, hurriedly looking around. "What are you searching for?" she inquired. Changsheng did not answer her question. Instead, he scrambled to his feet and dashed back towards the inferno. "Are you out of your mind?" the Taoist woman exclaimed, stepping forward to grasp him by the arm. "The beams have caught fire. The guest room could collapse at any moment." Disregarding her words, he struggled fiercely. The clothing he wore had already been rendered tattered by the flames, and with her forceful tug, it tore apart. Before she could act again, he had already plunged into the flames that at the very moment Changsheng entered the fire. The beams could no longer bear the burden, and the entire guest room collapsed with a thunderous crash. Witnessing this, the Taoist woman's brows furrowed deeply. She quickly discarded the cloth strip in her hand, sidestepped, and extended her invisible spiritual energy to support the collapsed roof, preventing it from falling completely. Before long, a figure engulfed in flames staggered out from the inferno. Once Changsheng emerged, the Taoist woman withdrew her energy, waved her sleeve, and extinguished the flames that clung to his body. "What do you think you are doing?" she reprimanded loudly. Changsheng remained silent. The severity of his burns was excruciating, every part of him aching intensely. Yet, what frightened him most was that he could no longer see. Although the Taoist woman's voice was close, he could not see her. "What is hidden within that stick?" she asked, noting that Changsheng had re-entered the flames, emerging only with a stick. Anyone could surmise that something was concealed within it. Hearing her question, Changsheng did not respond. He knew she was not a villain, but he was at a loss for words that moment. The boy regained consciousness, crying out for his parents in heart-wrenching distress. The Taoist woman felt a surge of compassion, crouching down to soothe him gently. In truth, Changsheng could not see what she was doing. He was merely guessing her actions based on the direction of her voice. After lamenting for his parents, the boy began to call for his sister, unaware that she too had perished. Although he had been starving, at least his family had been together. Who could have imagined that within this brief moment, he would become an orphan? Overwhelmed by sorrow, the boy cried until he fainted again. The Taoist woman ensured he was settled, then turned to Changsheng. "Did you meet on the road?" Changsheng wished to speak but found that the smoke and heat had damaged his lungs. Opening his mouth resulted in searing pain, so he could only nod slowly. The Taoist woman produced a porcelain vial from her robe and pressed it into Changsheng's hand. "Your burns are severe. I have some healing ointment that can alleviate your pain." Changsheng, unable to see, sensed something being placed in his hand and quickly pushed it back, refusing to accept it. "Rest assured, I will not take what is yours," the Taoist woman assured him kindly. "I know," Changsheng managed to force out, enduring the pain in his chest and lungs. "Alas," the Taoist woman sighed, shaking her head. "This child has lost his family, left to fend for himself. It is fate that brought him to me. I shall take him with me." "Thank you," Changsheng said, raising his hand in gratitude. "What are your intentions?" the Taoist woman asked. Changsheng shook his head. Although she did not understand why he risked his life to retrieve the stick, she respected his choice to save the child they had just met. After a moment of contemplation, she took a piece of silver and placed it in his hand. "Take these 3 taels of silver to buy some food." Changsheng initially intended to refuse, but the Taoist woman had already turned to leave. Soon after, the sound of chanting came from the northern room. Changsheng had previously heard Daoist Lin reciting scriptures in the Medicine King's tomb. Although he had not understood them fully, he had memorized a few lines. Now, hearing the Taoist woman chant, he vaguely sensed that they were reciting the same scripture, likely one for the salvation of the deceased. Once the incantation was complete, the Taoist woman ignited the northern room and returned to the courtyard, cradling the boy in her arms. "Bless life, infinite celestial venerable, take care." Seeing the Taoist woman about to leave, Changsheng urgently asked, "May I inquire your esteemed surname?" "My surname is Zhang," the Taoist woman casually replied. "May I ask where you are from?" Changsheng pressed. The Taoist woman assumed Changsheng wished to remember her kindness and replied, "It was a mere act of goodwill. You need not worry." Changsheng's inquiry was meant to ascertain whether she was a practitioner from Genzhao Mountain, but the Taoist woman misunderstood. By the time he attempted to ask again, she had already vanished, undoubtedly having departed that moment. The northern room was engulfed in flames, and Changsheng used a branch from the phoenix tree as a makeshift cane, tapping to find his way as he felt his way out of the city god temple. Chapter 44. A strenuous journey. Not far to the east of the city god temple lies a grove of trees that as Changsheng weeps, he gropes his way towards the woods, his eyes severely injured by smoke, uncontrollably shedding tears. His sorrow is not solely due to his ocular affliction. The Tian family, with whom he had spent countless days, has met a tragic end before his very eyes. He cannot contain the grief swelling within him, especially for the pitiful Tian girl, who had clearly harbored affection for him. Just days prior, she had refrained from deliberately darkening her complexion, hoping to appear less unattractive and perhaps win his heart anew. Such a wretched woman, even in her dying moments, could not preserve her innocence. Reaching the edge of the grove, Changsheng leaned against a large tree and sat down. That he was acutely aware of his severe burns, the pain coursing through his body unbearable. Raising a hand to touch his head, he felt not hair, but a multitude of blisters of various sizes. The same was true for his arms, chest, and abdomen. He was covered in blisters that a kind-hearted female Taoist had left him a vial of wound medicine, which could be taken both internally and externally. However, blinded by his injuries, he could not apply it externally and could only fumble to remove the cork and pour the powder into his mouth. The powder's strong, acrid scent caused him to cough violently before he could swallow, causing him to spit out the entire contents. In his despair, he recalled the elixirs nestled within the branches of the phoenix tree in his hand. Besides the returning heaven golden elixir, there were 3 other pills: the detoxification pill, the healing pill, and the returning heaven pill. In his current condition, the healing pill would undoubtedly be the most beneficial. After much contemplation, he ultimately dismissed the thought of consuming it, not out of fear of mistaking the pills, as he distinctly remembered their placement, with the healing pill being the most accessible. His reluctance stemmed from the realization of the arduous journey ahead to Genzhao Mountain, a treacherous path of 1,000 miles, fraught with uncertainty. Whether he would encounter further peril remained unknown. However, the decision of whether to ingest the healing pill depended on whether his eyes could regain even a semblance of sight, that he was aware that the tears streaming down his face were a sign of his eyes attempting to self-repair. If by tomorrow he still could not see, he would have no choice but to swallow the healing pill. The blisters covering his body rendered the pain unimaginable. Even the slightest touch sent waves of agony through him. For the first time in his life, he truly understood the distinction between pain and soreness. Pain was far more intense, a torment that was nearly unbearable, while soreness merely caused discomfort. The true horror lay in the fact that in addition to the piercing agony, his lungs had been scorched by smoke, making even breathing painful, rendering him incapable of vocalizing his suffering. As if fate conspired against him, the onset of summer brought forth a swarm of mosquitoes, which showed no mercy for his wounded state. Before long, they descended upon him in a relentless assault. Though diminutive in size, their sheer numbers were formidable, capable of inflicting grievous harm. Left with no choice, Changsheng struggled to his feet, relying on memory to navigate towards the distant city walls with a branch to guide him. After what felt like an eternity of wandering, he caught a faint glimmer of light in the distance. Undoubtedly the torches atop the city walls that a sense of relief washed over him. The sight of light assured him that his vision had not entirely failed him. With a night of rest, perhaps he would see improvement. Upon reaching the cold stone wall, Changsheng was utterly exhausted and leaned against it, succumbing to unconsciousness. Fainting dulled his pain, but he could not remain unconscious indefinitely that he awoke from a nightmarish slumber, finding himself back in Luoyangzi, where old Huang had yet to draw his final breath. Villagers were gathering firewood, intent on burning him alive, that in a fit of desperation, he rushed into the flames, attempting to extinguish the inferno. Startled awake, he opened his eyes to realize it had merely been a dream. He was not in Luoyangzi, but beneath the city wall, where the sun had risen and the city gates were now open. Though his eyes still throbbed with discomfort and his vision remained somewhat blurred, he knew he had saved the healing pill for the time being. As long as he could see, he could identify herbs for self-treatment. Unable to assess the damage to his head, he looked down at his hands, feet, and arms, all covered in shiny blisters, and reached up to touch his face, finding it similarly afflicted. Turning his gaze toward the city god temple to the east, he saw it had become a mere ruin, the remnants of flames still smoldering, wisps of smoke lingering in the air. After a moment of contemplation, Changsheng stood and, leaning on the phoenix branch, made his way to the city gates. The recent chaos had left many destitute, and his disheveled appearance did not attract undue attention. The soldiers at the gate did not hinder him as he passed through and entered the city. With no desire to linger, he sought out passers-by to inquire about the road to Yuzhou, confirming that heading west would lead him there. He set off resolutely along that path. The streets were lined with vendors. In these tumultuous times, food was the most precious commodity, that a mere 2 taels of flour cost a single copper coin, and with some coins in his possession, he purchased 2 and tucked them away. Tofu, being insufficient to stave off hunger, could be bought for a single copper coin, yielding a block the size of a palm. Changsheng bought some and stood by the stall to eat, not out of craving, but because tofu could help clear heat and replenish energy. Noticing his disheveled state, the vendor took pity on him and offered a bowl of soybean milk, which Changsheng gratefully accepted and drank. After half an hour, he left the city, having secured not only the 2 flour cakes, but also a clay jar and half a jar of salt. Additionally, he spent a copper coin to purchase 2 weasels that had been caught in traps. Historically regarded as an ominous creature, few dared to consume weasel meat. The Changsheng's purchase was not motivated by thriftiness, but rather by necessity. He required their fat for medicinal purposes. His severe burns necessitated ointment, and while badger oil was ideal, it was elusive to procure, leading him to seek alternatives. Though badgers bore the name dog badger, they bore no relation to dogs, but were instead closely related to weasels, making weasel fat a viable substitute for healing and pain relief. Heading westward, he encountered a small river after 5 miles. Approaching the bank, he looked into the water and, to his dismay, found not a single hair left on his head. His hair had been singed away, leaving him resembling a monk, albeit a rather unfortunate one, with an entire head of blisters, a true leper in appearance. The river's waters remained cool in May and June, but Changsheng paid little heed to the chill that he walked upstream for 2 miles to a secluded spot, where he stripped off his tattered, burned clothing and submerged himself in the water. The icy waters provided instant relief from the searing heat enveloping his body. The blisters needed to be lanced, but once pierced, they could not come into contact with water again. Reluctantly, Changsheng endured the pain, gritting his teeth as he scrubbed the grime from his skin, unable to discern whether his shivering was from the cold or the agony, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Emerging from the river, he realized he needed to skin the 2 weasels, only to remember that he had lost his hatchet the previous day. Fortunately, he found a clamshell by the riverbank, which he used as a substitute. After boiling the weasels, he gathered a handful of locust leaves from a nearby tree to add to the clay jar. Though common, locust leaves were excellent herbs, capable of clearing the liver, dispelling fire, and cooling the blood. At this time, honeysuckle was in bloom, known for its efficacy in clearing heat from the lungs. Initially, he sought honeysuckle but found none, ultimately settling for a bundle of mugwort, which, while less potent, was effective for repelling mosquitoes. The weasels were small, weighing no more than 2 pounds each, and cooked quickly. Within an hour, they were tender, and Changsheng carried the clay jar to the riverbank to cool it with river water. He managed to extract some oil, discarding the remainder due to its unpleasant odor. Next, he faced the arduous task of lancing the blisters. The blisters from burns differed from those caused by friction. They were more painful. Yet, they had to be pierced, lest his injuries worsen. Each puncture sent him into shivers. He lost count of how many he endured. Finally, all were lanced, including the ones atop his head. Unable to apply medicine individually, he slathered the extracted oil over his entire body. The ointment proved effective, providing a refreshing sensation and alleviating some pain, though its pungent odor was overwhelming. Having treated his wounds, Changsheng resumed his journey. His clothing, exchanged previously with a woodcutter for firewood and an axe, left him with only this tattered garment. After several harrowing encounters with flames, it was virtually in tatters, and all he could do was make do with it. As he continued westward, the pain had lessened significantly, but his scorched eyes had yet to recover. The mountain winds persisted in drawing tears from him. Along the way, he encountered other refugees. Having learned from past experiences, he no longer dared to travel alongside them. Unable to protect them, he had to keep his distance till he was now within the territory of Luoyangzi, and he frequently spotted eastward-bound caravans along the route. The area he had traversed earlier in Fenyang lay on the front lines of war, and these caravans were likely transporting supplies there. Daoist Lin's army advanced from the west. The further he traveled, the more desolate the landscape became. Abandoned fields and empty homes, with 9 out of 10 houses lying deserted. From morning until evening, he had not encountered a single intact village. The overgrown graves along the roadside outnumbered the living. As darkness began to envelop the land, Changsheng grew anxious about finding a place to rest. Fortunately, he soon spotted a town a couple of miles ahead. Upon reaching the town's entrance, he paused. Most of the buildings appeared intact, yet the streets were eerily devoid of pedestrians, the night shrouding the place in an unsettling silence. Having lived alone for many years, Changsheng was not easily frightened. However, this desolate town instilled a sense of unease within him. The buildings lining the streets had not been burned, yet their doors stood ajar, indicating that the previous inhabitants had long departed. As he hesitated at the street corner, contemplating whether to proceed, he suddenly noticed flickering lights emanating from a courtyard not far ahead. Reassured by the sight of the fire, Changsheng stepped into the town, making his way toward the illuminated courtyard. Chapter 45. Bold Enchantress. This town was rather modest in size, with fewer than 100 houses and courtyards. Its center lay a crossroads, and the brightly lit courtyard was situated in the northwest direction of this intersection. As Changsheng walked, he glanced around, noting that most of the houses flanking the road had their doors ajar, revealing glimpses of furniture within. If the owners were seeking to escape from the ravages of war, they surely would not have left in such haste. At the very least, they would have closed their doors. Could it be that all the townsfolk had perished? With a sense of trepidation and confusion, Changsheng arrived at the entrance of the illuminated courtyard, which belonged to a rather large residence. Outside the yard, several horse-drawn carriages were parked, their horses already unloaded and tethered nearby. Cautiously, Changsheng approached the entrance and peered inside. In the center of the courtyard, a fire blazed, and a group of martial figures sat around it, laughing and feasting. The door of the main house to the north stood wide open, revealing several individuals engaged in conversation by candlelight. There were more than 10 men in total, both inside and outside the house. In the middle of the northern room lay several chests, each sealed with wax. As Changsheng gazed in from the entrance, one of the martial figures turned and noticed him, smiling and waving. "Come here, little monk, join us." Upon hearing this, the others turned to look at Changsheng as well. Although he was unsure of the intentions of these martial figures, their expressions suggested they were not malevolent. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped into the courtyard, announcing, "Esteemed heroes, I am merely a passerby." "Ha! We never suggested you were here to rob us," replied a young martial figure with a laugh. "I'm not a monk either. I lost my hair in a great fire," Changsheng said, choosing not to approach the center of the courtyard, but rather moving towards the western wing. "I shall rest beneath that eave for the night without disturbing you." "Ha ha! You certainly have been scorched clean. Not even a brow left," chuckled another young martial figure in his 20s. "Say, little brother, how old are you? What brings you to wander alone?" "I am 14, Changsheng replied as he settled beneath the eave of the western wing. "Come, have something to eat," someone called out warmly. Changsheng waved his hand in refusal. "No, thank you. I have my own provisions." Despite his polite decline, one of the men stood and approached him, offering a piece of braised meat. "What happened to you?" Changsheng awkwardly smiled, choosing not to respond. The man did not press further and returned to converse with his companions by the fire, by the light of the flames. Changsheng noticed several dark flags at the entrance of the eastern wing, inscribed with the name Taiping Escort Agency. It dawned on him that these individuals were bodyguards from the escort agency. Being relatively inexperienced, he was unaware of any connection between the Taiping Escort Agency and the Taiping Inn. And if they were indeed linked, it would spell trouble, for the innkeeper's song, Bao had met his end at the hands of his master. Though anxiety gnawed at him, he felt compelled to remain, as leaving now would surely raise suspicion among the bodyguards. They made no effort to conceal his presence, continuing to feast and converse around the fire, while also expressing their unease about the peculiar absence of any other townsfolk in what should be a bustling settlement. After a long day of travel, fatigue and hunger weighed heavily upon Changsheng. Reluctantly, he accepted the piece of braised meat from the bodyguard, despite his earlier hesitation. Just as he finished the meat and contemplated resting, 3 weasels suddenly darted into the courtyard. The first to enter was a black weasel, followed closely by 2 gray ones. Unfazed by the humans, the 3 weasels stood at the entrance, raising their front legs and balancing on their hind legs. Despite the presence of the bodyguards, a chill ran down Changsheng's spine. The unexpected appearance of these creatures at night, standing upright, was nothing short of bizarre. Not only did Changsheng witness the peculiar weasels, but the bodyguards also took note of them. One of the bodyguards called out, "Ladies, are you from this area?" Hearing the bodyguard refer to the weasels as ladies sent a shiver through Changsheng. These were no ladies, but rather thieving, beady-eyed weasels. As the bodyguard posed his question, the black weasel emitted a series of strange, high-pitched squeaks. As the strange sound ceased, the bodyguards nodded in agreement, while a few from within the house emerged, also addressing the weasels as if they were young women, with one even inquiring why there was not a single soul to be found in the town. With each question posed, the weasels responded with their peculiar squeaks. To Changsheng, it sounded like mere gibberish, yet the bodyguards interpreted it as coherent responses. As he stood there, utterly bewildered by the surreal scene, one of the gray weasels suddenly turned its gaze toward him. The eyes of all 3 weasels glimmered with an uncanny blue light. Realizing the weasel was looking at him, Changsheng's heart sank. He had skinned 2 weasels earlier in the day, and surely these 3 had come seeking revenge. Fortunately, the black weasel merely glanced at him before turning away. Meanwhile, the bodyguards enthusiastically invited the weasels to join their feast, and to Changsheng's astonishment, the weasels stood upright on their hind legs and swayed toward the group. Upon reaching the fire, 2 of the gray weasels remained, while the black one staggered toward the northern room. Initially, Changsheng had thought the weasels were approaching him, only to realize they were instead targeting the bodyguards. Legend spoke of weasels being able to enchant people, and now it appeared the tales held some truth. It was unclear how they managed to deceive the bodyguards into believing they were young women. Inside the house, several bodyguards were conversing with the black weasel. In the flickering firelight, they spoke to the upright weasels, creating an atmosphere both eerie and surreal. Amidst his fear, Changsheng was consumed by a multitude of questions. Why was he able to perceive the true form of the weasels while the bodyguards could not? After all, these bodyguards were martial practitioners with considerable skills. How could they be so easily beguiled by a trio of weasels? After much contemplation, Changsheng suddenly understood that he was coated in weasel oil, which reeked terribly. It was this foul odor that caused the weasels to regard him as one of their own, sparing him from their enchantment. Alternatively, it was possible that the scent of the weasel oil acted as a deterrent against their charm. Neither the bodyguards inside nor those outside the house noticed anything amiss. Though they harbored some wariness toward these young women who had appeared out of nowhere, their concerns were merely about the stranger's intentions, completely oblivious to the fact that these were not young women at all. The two weasels remaining outside sat brazenly among the bodyguards, responding to their inquiries with their odd squeaks, which somehow sounded to the bodyguards like gentle whispers. As they squeaked, their long tails swayed slowly. Although Changsheng was at a distance, he could still catch a whiff of their nauseating stench, while the bodyguards remained entirely oblivious that a few even inhaled deeply, as if savoring the fragrance of the young women. It is well known that weasels can emit foul odors, and fearing that inhaling such noxious fumes might cloud his senses, Changsheng quickly held his breath. The bodyguards, initially probing the origins of these young maidens, gradually fell silent as the conversation dwindled, leaving the vast courtyard in an eerie stillness, with the bodyguards standing in a daze, motionless. At that moment, Changsheng was on edge, his skin prickling with apprehension. They say black weasels are 1,000 years old and gray ones even older. These three weasels, being one black and two gray, were surely formidable creatures, capable of bewitching even the most skilled martial practitioners. Once the bodyguards were ensnared, the weasels began gnawing at a wine bag, seemingly relishing the alcohol, and let out a few squeaks of delight. It was then that Changsheng finally grasped why not a soul remained in the town. The weasels had frightened everyone away. After their drinking, the weasels began to depart. Changsheng initially believed they were leaving, but to his shock, the bodyguards followed suit, their eyes vacant and their movements akin to those of soulless automatons, trailing behind the weasels as they exited the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, the entire courtyard was deserted, leaving Changsheng alone, heart racing, as he sat beneath the eaves of the western wing. This was the first time he had encountered such an uncanny spectacle. To claim he was unafraid would be self-deception. Fear was overshadowed by astonishment at the bizarre turn of events. He had thought the townsfolk had fled in terror, yet it appeared they had all been led away by the weasels. To where, he could not say, but one thing was certain. Those who had followed the weasels had never returned. Concerned for the safety of the bodyguards, Changsheng felt compelled to act. However, he was no Taoist priest and lacked the skills to subdue demons or spirits. Furthermore, possession was not akin to illness, and the 1,000 gold prescriptions contained no remedies for such occurrences. Throughout his life, there had been few who had treated him kindly, and these bodyguards had shown him considerable goodwill, even offering him a piece of braised meat. As the saying goes, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of grace. In light of their earlier generosity, he could not simply stand by and watch as they were taken by the weasels. He was determined to save them, but how? He initially considered fetching a sword or a knife, but then caught sight of a large gong beneath the dart flags, an instrument used during escort missions. This gong was considerably larger than the usual ones, measuring nearly a foot square. Should it be struck, it would surely produce a loud sound. With this thought in mind, he hurriedly approached and seized the gong. The bodyguards, in their stupor, resembled the dazed and unconscious, and ringing the gong with vigor might just rouse them. But what if it failed? Even if it did not awaken them, he resolved to strike it nonetheless. He could not simply accept their kindness without giving something in return. With this determination, Changsheng hesitated no longer. He grasped the gong in one hand and a stick in the other, rushing out the door to strike the gong fervently while shouting at the top of his lungs. At that moment, the weasels were leading the bodyguards northward, and the sudden clamor of the gong and his cries startled them, causing them to leap in alarm. Changsheng continued to bang the gong and shout, and finally, the bodyguards began to awaken from their stupor, realizing what had transpired. Filled with dread, they drew their weapons in a frenzy, cursing and preparing to pursue and strike down the weasels. Chapter 46. The imminent fall of the nation. These skilled guards, having traversed the length and breadth of the land and possessing a wealth of experience, had never before endured such humiliation. Their simmering rage was palpable. Each of them was adept in spiritual cultivation, enabling them to see clearly in the dark. The few weasels fled northward, pursued relentlessly by the guards. The successful awakening of the bewitched guards brought a sense of relief to Changsheng. Had he failed to rouse them, the weasels would undoubtedly have exacted their vengeance upon him. As the guards chased the weasels northward, Changsheng found himself hesitating about his next move. To the north lay dense mountains and forests, and he could not run fast enough to keep up with the guards. However, he dared not return to the empty house. If the weasels were to strike back unexpectedly, he would find himself in dire straits. In the midst of his indecision, the leader of the guards regained his composure and called out loudly, "Zhao Jiu, Qiu Lur, return to guard the goods. Be wary of someone attempting to lure us away." Upon hearing the leader's words, the two guards responded in unison, halting their pursuit and turning back. Both guards were quite young. Zhao Jiu was tall and slender, while Qiu Lur was short and stout. As they approached Changsheng, who was standing in the middle of the road with a gong in hand, Qiu Lur quickly stepped forward, clasped his hands in gratitude, and earnestly thanked him. "Young brother, we owe you a great debt. Had you not sounded the gong to awaken us, we would have fallen into the trap set by those beasts." Changsheng recognized the two. Zhao Jiu was the young man who had greeted him upon his arrival, and Qiu Lur was the one who had offered him braised meat. As Qiu Lur expressed his gratitude, Changsheng hurriedly waved his hands in modesty, simultaneously returning the gong and mallet to him. Zhao Jiu soon arrived, sheathing his sword and thanking Changsheng. "Thank you, young master, for your gallant assistance." Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Zhao Jiu's use of the term, "young master," Changsheng insisted, "I am not a monk." "Oh, young brother, Zhao Jiu said warmly, patting Changsheng on the shoulder. After the pat, Zhao Jiu felt a sticky sensation on his hand, and upon closer inspection, his expression turned grave. "Young brother, your burns are severe. They have already become infected. You must seek treatment promptly." In response, Changsheng quickly waved his hand and said, "Thank you, Zhao guard, but the foul odor is not from infected burns. It is due to the weasel oil I applied." "Why would you apply such a substance?" Zhao Jiu inquired, puzzled. "It alleviates pain," Changsheng replied. Before Zhao Jiu could ask further, Qiu Lur interjected, "Let's not linger in the street. We can discuss this back at the inn." The three returned to the courtyard, where Zhao Jiu and Qiu Lur examined the seals on the cargo boxes, confirming that nothing had been tampered with, which eased their minds. They chopped wood and stoked the fire, making it blaze brightly. Having encountered such a bizarre incident, both were still shaken. They had intended to drink to calm their nerves, only to discover that their liquor bags had been chewed through by the weasels. However, they did possess an unopened jar, which they retrieved and poured for themselves. Changsheng had planned to return to the eaves of the west wing, but the two insisted on keeping him by the fire, insisting on offering him a bowl of liquor. Yet, knowing that alcohol is ill-suited for those suffering from burns, he politely declined, claiming he did not drink. Previously, Changsheng had merely crossed paths with them and had no significant bond, nor did they inquire about his background. Now that he had rendered them substantial aid, they felt grateful and began to ask about Changsheng's origins and destination. Changsheng merely stated that he hailed from Qizhou and was en route to Yuzhou to visit relatives. Upon hearing this, the tall Zhao Jiu remarked, "Yuzhou is quite far from here, that we are heading toward Xingzhou. Although our paths differ, we can certainly offer you a ride part of the way." Changsheng did not immediately respond. Given the current turmoil, traveling with these guards would undoubtedly provide greater safety, especially since traveling by carriage would save him at least 5 days compared to walking. However, he was uncertain about any connection between the Taiping escort agency and the Taiping Inn, so he hesitated to agree readily. After Zhao Jiu spoke, the short and stout Qiu echoed his sentiments, urging him to accept. Changsheng offered vague replies, neither fully agreeing nor declining. Perceiving Changsheng's hesitation, Qiu Lar misinterpreted his concern as fear of bandits attacking the convoy and reassured him. Young brother, rest assured not all escort agencies are the same. Our Taiping escort agency is affiliated with the Taiping Inn. Regardless of whether they are from the martial world or the bandit realm, they must show us some respect. Traveling with us will be very safe. Hearing Qiu Lar's words, Changsheng felt a chill run down his spine. His concerns were not unfounded. It turned out that the Taiping escort agency was indeed operated by the Taiping Inn, which was likely searching for him and Bachalu. Traveling with these guards would be akin to walking into a trap. Feigning the need to relieve himself, Changsheng diverted the conversation and later returned to casually chat with the two. He was curious about their extensive travels and whether they had encountered similar occurrences before. Zhao Jiyu and Qiu Lar, being young and open-hearted, recounted their past experiences. They mentioned having encountered strange happenings before, but they had only heard of ghostly encounters and lost travelers. Tonight's experience with the malevolent weasels was indeed their first. Although it was their first encounter, they had heard rumors of increased sightings of monsters and malevolent spirits lately, yet without first-hand experience, they could not discern the truth from mere tales. Aware of the unpleasant odor emanating from himself, Changsheng chose not to sit with them. Observing his refusal of the liquor, they offered him some provisions instead, and, noticing he lacked a water container, gifted him a bamboo tube for holding water. After expressing his gratitude, Changsheng returned to the eaves of the West Wing, munching on the provisions while contemplating whether to accompany the guards for a few days. As the second watch approached its midpoint, the guards who had departed earlier returned, their faces grim and expressions serious. Upon their return, Zhao Jiyu and Qiu Lar hurriedly approached to inquire about the outcome. The responses from the others caused their faces to pale, and a sense of dread washed over them. They had chased the weasels to the rear mountain and discovered a vast number of corpses in a valley. Hundreds, in fact, comprising men, women, and children, undoubtedly the townsfolk who once lived there. The corpses bore horrific and bizarre wounds, all inflicted upon the neck, characterized by bite marks. There were two distinct types of bite marks. One set had smaller teeth impressions but larger wounds, where the neck had been penetrated to extract the brain. The other type featured two large puncture wounds on either side of the neck, resembling chopstick-sized openings. The corpses with these wounds retained their brain matter, but appeared desiccated, resembling mummies, as though all their blood and flesh had been drained. The first scenario could be explained by the behavior of weasels. They are known to kill all the chickens in a coop by biting their necks, and they even have a penchant for consuming chicken heads. However, the second situation was inexplicable. It was clear that these atrocities could not have been committed by weasels alone, indicating the presence of another terrifying creature lurking in the rear mountains. Despite their vigorous pursuit, the guards had not succeeded in killing a single weasel, allowing them to escape. Fearing further delays could lead to more misfortune, the leader of the guards issued a command, and they hastily began to pack their belongings for an overnight departure. The leader, a middle-aged man surnamed Zhu, approached Changsheng while the guards busily readied their horses. Having witnessed the gruesome sight in the valley, he understood all too well that had Changsheng remained indifferent, they would have met a similar fate. Thus, he expressed his gratitude with utmost sincerity, bowing deeply and thanking Changsheng for saving their lives. Changsheng, having been met with scorn throughout his life, was unaccustomed to such treatment. Feeling anxious and flustered, he repeatedly waved his hands, insisting that he had done little, especially given that Qiu Lar had previously offered him braised meat when he was in distress. While Zhu was grateful for Changsheng's life-saving intervention, he was also puzzled as to why the weasels had not bewitched him. Changsheng reiterated the fact that he had applied weasel oil to himself. Upon hearing Changsheng's account, Zhu's expression shifted to one of realization. However, as the leader of the escort, his thoughts were meticulous. He lifted a nearby earthen jar and sniffed it, confirming the presence of the foul odor before firmly believing Changsheng's words. Shortly thereafter, they finished their preparations and set out on their journey. Changsheng, previously torn about whether to join them, now felt compelled to accompany the guards, having learned that the three weasels were still alive and that other monsters lurked in the rear mountains. He dared not remain alone in that place. While there are certainly those who repay kindness with malice, it seems there are more who appreciate and reciprocate goodwill. Changsheng had saved the lives of these guards, and they expressed their gratitude warmly, disregarding the foul smell emanating from him. They invited him to ride in the first carriage and even provided him with a change of clothing. Given Changsheng's injuries, the guards could not help but inquire about the cause. He spoke candidly and without reservation, sharing the truth of his predicament. Upon hearing Changsheng's tale, Zhu sighed deeply. It is said that when a nation is on the brink of collapse, monsters will emerge. It appears that the fate of the Tang dynasty is drawing to a close. Chapter 47. Fortune or misfortune. Once Master Zhu had finished speaking, the other escorting masters fell silent, for his words treaded upon taboo. Even those of the martial world must not dismiss the authority of the court. Changsheng, weary and fatigued, soon succumbed to slumber amidst the jolting of the carriage. He was both lulled to sleep by the carriage's motion and roused from it, caught in a state of half-dream, only to realize upon opening his eyes that he was not aboard Bachelor's vehicle, but rather on the carriage heading west from the escort agency. At dawn, the absence of any disturbances during the night indicated that the weasels had not pursued them. Having saved the group the previous night, the others felt gratitude towards him and hurriedly offered food and drink upon his awakening. Changsheng, unable to partake in alcohol and reluctant to accept their generosity, found himself unable to resist their warm insistence and ultimately accepted a half-roasted chicken. Seated in the same carriage, Zhao Jiu noticed Changsheng's puzzled expression as he gazed at the chicken and jested, "Eat heartily. Our Taiping escort agency has no shortage of silver." In Changsheng's understanding, those who risked their lives for transport were often driven by desperation for money and typically avoided such ventures if financially stable. Thus, he found it perplexing that these escort masters consistently enjoyed feasts, prompting him to inquire further. In response to Changsheng's question, Zhao Jiu spoke with a touch of pride, elaborating on the differences among escort agencies. Taiping Escort Agency is affiliated with the Taiping Tavern, which is not merely an ordinary establishment, but the largest in the Central Plains. Any rare treasure can be exchanged for gold or silver there, regardless of its origin. Even stolen goods can be accepted without inquiry. Once something enters the Taiping Tavern, the original owner cannot reclaim it without paying a ransom. The treasures collected are auctioned every 6 months, with the tavern boasting 7 floors, each featuring increasingly rare and valuable items. Besides auctions, the tavern also offers secure storage for gold and silver items, recognizing only receipts, not individuals. Whoever presents the receipt can retrieve their belongings. The Taiping Tavern is well-connected, sometimes handling the auctioning of confiscated estates from officials, and with such connections, they command respect on both sides of the law. Hence, no one dares to rob their shipments, attracting more clientele. Consequently, the fees charged by Taiping Escort Agency are typically thrice that of other agencies, resulting in greater profits for them and, naturally, larger shares for the escort masters. Previously, Chen Liqiu had mentioned the Taiping Tavern to Changsheng, albeit without such detail. Listening to Zhao Jiu's account, his curiosity deepened. "Brother Zhao, do you know who runs the Taiping Tavern?" "I do not," Zhao Jiu replied, shaking his head. "None of us have seen the owner. We only know she is a woman." "A woman?" Changsheng exclaimed in surprise. "Yes," Zhao Jiu nodded. "That's merely hearsay. We are unaware of her age or appearance. Aside from the 7 managers, no one else has laid eyes on her." While the two conversed, Master Zhu and several other escort masters were nearby, refraining from interrupting Zhao Jiu, recognizing Changsheng's innocent disposition and lack of ill intent. Once Zhao Jiu finished, he urged Changsheng to eat the remaining chicken. Although Changsheng had managed to find food over the past few months, he had never truly eaten his fill. Hunger gnawed at him, and he set aside his modesty, expressing his gratitude before taking a bite. Though he had little experience with meat, his manners were not unbecoming. His former teacher had once instructed him on the 3 great taboos of dining for men: smacking one's lips, making loud noises while eating, and picking through dishes. Committing any one of these offenses could garner disdain from fellow diners. That as the morning hour approached, the escort team traversed a hillock. Master Zhu, hearing an unusual sound, turned northward and issued a low command for vigilance. Shortly thereafter, a group of individuals appeared on the hill, all dressed as martial artists. Just as Changsheng anticipated a robbery, he noticed they bore no weapons but rather teapots and provisions. As a mere passenger, it was not his place to intervene. Master Zhu would handle the situation. The group descending from the hill were indeed bandits, but rather than seeking to rob, they came to offer refreshments. Aware that provoking the Taiping Escort Agency was unwise, They approached under the guise of hospitality, hoping to gain bounty without wrongdoing. After some pleasantries, Master Zhu presented them with 50 taels of silver, and they continued their journey westward. In the afternoon, the escort team encountered a contingent of soldiers, numbering in the thousands. While Changsheng harbored fears of the beggars' faction, he held an equal apprehension for the soldiers. To his surprise, the commanding officer recognized Master Zhu, and after a brief exchange, ordered his men to unload the wooden boxes from the carriage. Noticing Zhao Jiyu's lack of surprise, Changsheng quietly inquired about the situation. Zhao Jiyu, not withholding any details, explained that the cargo being escorted was actually military funds belonging to Li Qiang. The decision to employ the escort agency for transporting military funds stemmed from the fact that many cities along the route were under the control of other regional governors. As for the source of these funds, whether they were originally stored at the Taiping Tavern remained uncertain. The escort team had initially intended to proceed to Xingzhou, but upon meeting the cargo owner en route, they would no longer need to continue westward. While an early delivery was advantageous for the escort team, allowing them to return sooner, Master Zhu found himself in a quandary, having previously promised Changsheng to arrange for his escort to Yuzhou. With the early delivery, his plans were thoroughly disrupted. If he sent Zhao Jiyu and Xiu Laodong to accompany Changsheng, they would be unable to regroup on the return journey. Changsheng noticed Master Zhu's predicament and, expressing his gratitude, took the initiative to excuse himself. Nearby, the officer overseeing the verification of the military funds overheard their conversation and summoned Master Zhu to inquire about the matter. Zhu candidly explained that Changsheng was their savior, and they had intended to send him to Yuzhou. Upon hearing Zhu's words, the officer burst into laughter. "Haha, Master Zhu, what kind of friendship do we share? This small task, consider it done, my brother." With that, he called over a subordinate officer. "Zhou Qian, take 200 light cavalry and escort that little monk to Yuzhou." "Understood," the officer replied, kneeling in acknowledgement. Master Zhu, witnessing this, hastily expressed his gratitude to the officer and instructed his escort masters to prepare provisions and clothing for Changsheng. Taken aback by the sudden turn of events, Changsheng found himself momentarily dazed until Master Zhu pressed a large bundle into his hands and urged him to board the carriage, at which point he finally regained his senses and hurriedly thanked the officer, bidding farewell to Master Zhu and Zhao Jiyu. This time he would be riding in a war chariot, drawn by 4 horses, galloping with great speed, flanked by 200 light cavalry, an impressive sight indeed. As Changsheng sat in the carriage, he felt as though he were in a dream. He could never have imagined such fortune. These were real soldiers, not impostors, and with their escort, his journey to Yuzhou would undoubtedly be smooth and unimpeded. His emotions at this moment could only be described as overwhelming joy. What a stroke of luck it was to have soldiers accompanying him, alleviating the trials and tribulations he would otherwise face. The officer led the cavalry at a swift pace, making brief stops at relay stations, and after several days of rapid travel, they found themselves less than 500 miles from Yuzhou. Master Zhu had not only prepared provisions for Changsheng, but had also given him several taels of silver for expenses. Grateful for the soldier's effort, Changsheng presented a substantial portion of the silver to the officer as a reward for the troops. The others, witnessing his generosity, treated him with even greater respect, offering him cushions for the carriage and assistance in alighting, leaving Changsheng feeling quite awkward. As they neared Yuzhou, the officer urged the group to travel through the night, eager to deliver Changsheng as soon as possible. On the 5th night, as Changsheng sat drowsily in the carriage, he was suddenly jolted awake by a cacophony of voices and the sound of neighing horses. Just as he was about to peek outside the carriage, the roof was abruptly torn away. "It's the bald one!" The news is true. He is indeed the reincarnation of the divine child. Chapter 48. Mistaken identity. The individual who shouted in jubilation was a middle-aged man of average build, his voice brimming with excitement and fervor. Before Changsheng could fully comprehend the situation, the man had leaped into the carriage and prostrated himself before him, exclaiming, "Lung Jingnan, hereditary layman of the Galug Temple, pays homage to the Dharma King." Changsheng was utterly ignorant of what a reincarnated spiritual child entailed, nor did he understand the significance of a hereditary layman. However, he was aware that the Dharma King was purportedly a formidable monk. Coupled with the earlier cries of baldhead, he quickly realized that the man had mistaken him for someone else, and he hastily waved his hands, saying, "Hero, you have made an error. I'm not a monk. We have arrived late to rescue you. The Dharma King has suffered. Lung Jingnan lamented, his voice trembling with emotion. Guided by Master Jimar, we have traversed great distances in search of you. By the compassion of the Buddha, we have finally found the Dharma King. You are mistaken. I truly am not a monk, Changsheng gestured frantically. My hair was burned off in a great fire. Before he could finish, Lung Jingnan interrupted him. Then it is as Master Jimar foretold that the reincarnated spiritual child is shorn by heavenly fire, restoring the Dharma body of the golden form. At that moment, those who had accompanied Lung Jingnan were engaged in a fierce battle with the local soldiers, the sounds of anguish echoing around them. Changsheng, in a state of desperation, shouted, "Do not fight! Do not fight! They have not captured me. They are bringing me to you." Lacking any spiritual prowess, his cries went unheard. Seeing this, Lung Jingnan urgently raised his voice. "By the decree of the Dharma King, cease at once." Upon hearing this, the several dozen individuals accompanying Lung Jingnan immediately halted, sheathing their weapons and rushing to the front of the carriage to bow in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Dharma King." Witnessing the throng bowing before him, Changsheng felt increasingly anxious. "Heroes, please listen to me. I am truly not the reincarnated spiritual child you seek, nor am I a monk. My hair was burned off. Heavenly fire shorn," someone shouted in delight. Indeed, he is the reincarnated spiritual child of the Dharma King. This proclamation sent the crowd into further excitement, their hands pressed to the ground as they knelt in reverence. Changsheng, now in a panic, cried out, "It was not heavenly fire. It was a fire set by men. If you seek a reincarnated spiritual child, I am already 14 years old and no longer a child." To his dismay, this only heightened their joy as they looked around, murmuring, "The Dharma King was transformed 14 years ago." The timing aligns perfectly. With the crowd in unison, Changsheng felt utterly bewildered. However, one thing he was certain of was that they had indeed mistaken him for someone else. He could not possibly be the reincarnated spiritual child, for the simple reason that he despised having his head shaved and had no desire to become a monk. Feeling it was inappropriate to remain seated in the carriage, Changsheng stepped down and clasped his hands together, addressing the crowd. "Heroes, you are truly mistaken. Please rise and do not engage in such grand gestures. Do not take your wrath out on me once the truth is revealed." Upon hearing his words, the crowd gradually stood, yet they remained convinced of their belief, surrounding Changsheng with an eager chorus of accolades and grievances. As the old saying goes, 3 men can create a tiger. Witnessing the crowd's sincere respect for Changsheng, a deputy named Zhou Qian pushed his way forward, saying, "Master, they would not mistake you without reason. It is likely that you are simply unaware of your own nature." Seeing Zhou Qian join the fray only added to Changsheng's distress. "Oh, General Zhou, please do not complicate matters. These heroes are indeed mistaken. The master is extraordinary and views wealth as mere dust. If you are not the reincarnated high monk, how could you possess such a demeanor?" Zhou Qian asserted, turning to Lung Jingnan and recounting Changsheng's previous act of generosity, stating that he possessed extraordinary abilities, having saved several guards from the Taiping escort. Zhou Qian's words seemed convincing, and Lung Jingnan and the others became even more convinced that Changsheng was indeed the reincarnated spiritual child. At that moment, Changsheng had regained his composure from the shock and confusion. As the saying goes, unusual events often harbor strange truths. This matter was far too peculiar. If it was merely a misunderstanding, that would be one thing. However, he feared that Lung Jingnan and his companions harbored ulterior motives, using this method to deceive him. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized this was not the case. Although Lung Jingnan's group consisted of only 40 to 50 individuals, they were all martial artists that if they truly intended to seize him by force, Zhou Qian's 200 light cavalrymen would not be able to stop them. Moreover, Lung Jingnan and his companions had initially shown reverence, their eyes filled with sincerity and respect, which seemed genuine rather than feigned. Noticing the troubled expression on Changsheng's face, Lung Jingnan spoke. "The Dharma King has yet to ascend to his rightful position, and his past spiritual awareness has not yet returned. It is entirely normal for you to feel bewildered. Please accompany us back to the Galug Temple, where you will meet several protective masters, and they will provide clarity." Changsheng sighed in resignation. Observing the situation, he realized that it was futile to resist. "Where is the Galug Temple?" he inquired. "In the Daoist Mountains of western Sichuan, less than 2,000 miles from here," Lung Jingnan replied, gesturing westward. "Ah, so far?" Changsheng exclaimed in astonishment. He intended to travel east by boat to Yuzhou, but if he went to the Galug Temple, it would be a case of going in the opposite direction. "Not far, not far. That is the path home for the Dharma King," Lung Jingnan said with hands clasped in respect. Changsheng gathered his thoughts and spoke. "I do not understand why you all are so convinced that I am the reincarnated spiritual child you seek, but I assure you, I am not. I have never set foot in a temple nor had my head shaved. You have concluded that I am the reincarnated spiritual child simply because my hair was burned off, which seems rather hasty." After a brief pause, Changsheng continued, "As long as you do not hold me accountable for receiving your unwarranted reverence, I would not object to accompanying you. However, if you have mistaken me for someone else and take me to the temple, only to find that I am not who you seek, would that not be an embarrassing situation?" Upon hearing this, Lung Jingnan waved his hand, saying, "The Dharma King worries unnecessarily. There are many groups searching for the reincarnated spiritual child, and ours is not the only one that guided by Master Jimar. Aside from him, the Galug Temple has 3 other protective masters. Their searching parties may also locate the reincarnated spiritual child. Even if it turns out you are not the Dharma King's reincarnation, you could still be a spiritual child of the Shadow Buddha, and you would be welcome to stay at the Galug Temple to study Buddhism and inherit the teachings of the masters." Changsheng truly felt fear rising within him. He had thought that if he were not the reincarnated spiritual child, he would be allowed to leave. Now it seemed that as long as he went to the Galug Temple, escaping would be impossible, regardless of his true identity. "Dharma King, we have been away for quite some time. The monks are concerned, and the devotees are anxious that if you have no pressing matters to attend to, it would be best to return to the temple soon," Lung Jingnan suggested. Hearing this, Changsheng finally noticed that each of them carried burdens and bore the weariness of travel upon their faces. "Heroes, please listen to me." Changsheng, unwilling to become a monk, made one last desperate attempt. "I understand your feelings, but the search for the reincarnated spiritual child is no trivial matter. To take me back like this seems rather rash. Do you not have a more accurate method to discern and confirm?" After Changsheng spoke, Lung Jingnan nodded slowly, acknowledging that there was some merit to his words. However, they were not high-ranking monks and could only search based on the guidance of the masters. They lacked the ability to discern the reincarnated spiritual child themselves. After a moment of silence, one person suddenly shouted, "Lung Shanju, my father once cared for the Dharma King's horses. According to him, the Dharma King suffered injuries while subduing the white demon of the Snow Mountain and has walked with difficulty in his later years." Upon hearing this, Changsheng felt a chill run down his spine. It was over. He had been entirely betrayed by this fool's reasoning. What nonsense! Who, in their later years, could possibly walk with the agility of youth? Before Lung Jingnan could respond, Zhou Qian shouted excitedly, "That's right. We have been traveling with the master for several days and have seen him walking. Indeed, his left leg does not seem very nimble." As Zhou Qian spoke, the crowd erupted in jubilation, while Changsheng's face turned ashen. He knew that no matter what he said, it was futile. Lung Jingnan and his companions would undoubtedly take him to the temple 2,000 miles away. There was no need for further words. He had no choice but to go along with them. Lung Jingnan and his group rode on horseback, lacking a carriage, so Zhou Qian offered theirs that as they prepared to depart. Zhou Qian clasped his hands together and bowed repeatedly. "Master, my name is Zhou Qian. Please remember to bless me." Seeing Zhou Qian's fervent reverence, Changsheng felt an overwhelming urge to kick him. That it was this fool who had contributed to his predicament. Had Zhou Qian not added to the confusion, he might not be in such a dire situation. Noticing Changsheng's silence, Zhou Qian pressed on. "Master, you must bless me." All right, just go." Changsheng waved his hand, feeling helpless that he was already a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, unable to save himself, let alone others. "Master, you promised," Zhao Qian exclaimed in sheer delight. Fine, I promise. Now go." Changsheng urged, waving him off. Zhou Qian, filled with joy and gratitude, rode off with his light cavalry. Once the soldiers departed, Lung Jingnan and the others set off as well, surrounding Changsheng's carriage in a protective formation. Previously, Changsheng had worried that Lung Jingnan and his group had ulterior motives, concocting the story of him being the reincarnated spiritual child merely to deceive the soldiers. However, at this moment his thoughts shifted. He could only hope that Lung Jingnan and his companions were lying. If they were telling the truth, it would be disastrous. That it was entirely possible he had indeed been a monk in his past life. After enduring countless hardships, they had finally located the reincarnated spiritual child, and Lung Jingnan and his companions were filled with elation, treating Changsheng with the utmost respect. Even after traveling several dozen miles westward, their reverence remained unyielding, indicating that they were genuinely in search of the spiritual child and not simply after the martial arts secrets he possessed. Despite their arduous journey, Lung Jingnan and his companions carried a messenger bird, distinct from the common carrier pigeons. Their messenger was an eagle. Upon finding the reincarnated spiritual child, Lung Jingnan promptly released the eagle to inform the temple to send someone to escort them. As the leader of the group, Lung Jingnan rode alongside the carriage, his spirits lifted by the discovery of the reincarnated spiritual child, that he took the opportunity to share details about the Golug Temple, the largest Vajrayana temple in the Sichuan and Yunnan regions, where the teachings of Mahayana Buddhism were practiced. The main temple alone boasted over 20,000 monks, with countless lay followers and devotees. With Lung Jingnan speaking animatedly, Changsheng sat in the carriage, his brow furrowed with concern. That it was clear that this journey to the Golug Temple would likely be one of no return. He feared he would be forced to shave his head for life. His master had instructed him to go to Genzhao Mountain to become a Daoist, yet here he was, being taken to become a monk. This simply would not do. He had to escape. Chapter 49. The four spiritual children. It was certain that he must run. Yet at present, the protection offered by Lung Jingnan and his companions was exceptionally tight. Recklessly dashing about would undoubtedly result in being captured again. Thus, a meticulous plan was imperative. After much contemplation, the most direct and effective approach was to cut off the source of their misunderstanding. If he could make Lung Jingnan and the others realize that they had mistaken him for someone else, he would immediately regain his freedom. With this thought in mind, he began to converse with Lung Jingnan. The latter and his group had ventured out in search, following the guidance of Master Jima, that he had to ascertain what specific directions Master Jima had imparted to Lung Jingnan and his companions. Essentially, on what basis they had concluded that he was the reincarnated spiritual child. Lung Jingnan had already concluded that Changsheng was the reincarnation of the Dharma King's spiritual child. Whatever questions he posed, Lung Jingnan answered without hesitation. The celestial fire shaving was one criterion for identification. Yet it was evident that Lung Jingnan and his companions did not rely solely on a bald head to establish his identity as a reincarnated spiritual child. There were several other references. First, the timing. Master Jima had prophesied that they would find a reincarnated spiritual child on a certain night in early summer. Second, the location and circumstances. Master Jima had foretold that the reincarnated spiritual child would be born in the Central Plains and would face the horrors of war, living in dire conditions. Lastly, there was the presence of extraordinary signs. As for what those signs were, Master Jima had not specified, yet in Lung Jingnan's eyes, Changsheng's entire body covered in blisters was considered a sign. Finally, there was the innate Dharma appearance of the Dharma King's spiritual child. After listening to Lung Jingnan's account, Changsheng abandoned the thought of persuading them. It was futile, as reason would not prevail. Setting aside other matters, when it came to the innate Dharma appearance, none could define what constituted such an appearance. The group had already formed a preconceived notion based on their impressions, just as the wise suspect their neighbors, losing impartiality and growing more convinced of their initial judgment with time. This path was impassable. He had to think of alternative methods. Changsheng tactfully informed Lung Jingnan that he had some mundane matters to attend to and wished to settle them before returning with the group. Although he did not specify where he intended to go, he willingly suggested that Lung Jingnan and his companions could accompany him. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Lung Jingnan shook his head repeatedly, insisting that the immediate priority was to return to Jela Temple as swiftly as possible to meet with several protective masters, including Master Jima. Changsheng did not anticipate Lung Jingnan's refusal. In exasperation, he adopted a stern demeanor, asserting that Lung Jingnan's defiance was disrespectful and insubordinate. Hearing Changsheng's words, Lung Jingnan's expression turned bitter. Your Majesty, while we firmly believe you are the reincarnated spiritual child, you have yet to ascend to the rightful position. Should you issue a decree now, it would indeed place us in a difficult position regarding compliance. Realizing that this tactic was ineffective, Changsheng turned his head aside, choosing to ignore him. Noticing Changsheng's displeasure, Lung Jingnan hurriedly apologized. What I intend to do is of utmost urgency. It cannot be delayed, Changsheng stated. If this matter is postponed, I shall hold a grudge against you for a lifetime. Following this declaration, Lung Jingnan and the others exchanged glances. Setting aside their belief that Changsheng was the reincarnated spiritual child of the Dharma King, even if he were not, he would still be a shadowed Buddha child, destined to become a protective master, and being resented for a lifetime was something to be feared. Feeling anxious, Lung Jingnan conferred with several other important figures in hushed tones. After much deliberation, he rode back and addressed Changsheng. Your Majesty, how about this? We still have a hawk that can be released to the temple to summon Master Jima to come and meet you. You had already informed them to come and greet us, Changsheng replied casually. While we previously notified the temple to send someone for your reception, we did not invite Master Jima to personally welcome you, Lung Jingnan clarified. This time, we can request Master Jima to bring along the necessary relics and tokens for a personal reception. There would be no need to return to the temple. Verification can occur en route. How old is that Master Jima you mentioned? Changsheng inquired. Over 80, Lung Jingnan responded. At such an advanced age, it would be quite taxing for him, Changsheng remarked. Lung Jingnan interjected. Your Majesty need not worry. The master is a venerable figure in the Buddhist community, a high-ranking monk. Though he may be in his twilight years, he can still wield his supernatural powers and travel 1,000 miles in a day. Changsheng's greatest concern was that a frail old monk would struggle to cover even a few dozen miles in a day. Hearing Lung Jingnan's assurance, he felt somewhat relieved. Very well, let's arrange to meet him in Yuzhou. Lung Jingnan responded respectfully, rode off to draft a letter, and released the hawk that at this moment dawn was approaching. As the saying goes, when worries weigh heavily on one's heart, sleep becomes elusive. Changsheng felt dejected and drowsy, sitting in the carriage, barely able to keep his eyes open, that he awoke to find it was already mid-morning, and the group was traversing the streets of a county town. The roof of the carriage had been torn off and discarded by Lung Jingnan. He lay stiffly inside the carriage. While passers-by paused to observe as he turned to sit up, Lung Jingnan immediately approached, presenting a copper pot and a large paper package. Your Majesty, please have something to eat. Changsheng expressed his gratitude and accepted it. The copper pot was pleasantly warm. Taking a sip revealed it contained hot tea. Upon opening the paper package, he was astonished to find a braised chicken inside. Seeing the chicken, Changsheng was taken aback, holding up the package to Lung Jingnan. This is chicken. Is it not to your Majesty's liking? Lung Jingnan inquired. I like it. I enjoy eating meat, Changsheng replied, taking a bite. After a few mouthfuls, noticing Lung Jingnan's lack of reaction, he cautiously asked, Hero, aren't monks prohibited from eating meat? Lung Jingnan chuckled. The Buddhist community does not forbid monks and nuns from consuming meat. They only abstain from 5 pungent vegetables: leeks, garlic, onions, scallions, and coriander. Seeing the doubt on Changsheng's face, Lung Jingnan added, The esoteric school is distinct from the Zen school. The former adheres to the Mahayana teachings, following the original Buddhist precepts, which do not prohibit monks and nuns from eating meat. The Zen school, on the other hand, emerged after Buddhism was introduced to the Central Plains and adapted Confucian and Daoist principles. That it was only during the reign of Emperor Liangwu that the court issued a decree forbidding monks and nuns from consuming meat. Oh, Changsheng said, enlightenment dawning upon him. So monks can eat meat after all? Indeed, Lung Jingnan nodded. Not only can they eat meat, but they can also keep their hair. There is no need to shave their heads or bear the mark of the precepts. While Lung Jingnan spoke the truth, he also intended to allay Changsheng's concerns. Changsheng, however, was not oblivious to his ulterior motive. Once Lung Jingnan finished, he casually remarked, Can a monk marry? That, I fear, is not permitted, Lung Jingnan replied, awkwardly chuckling. Changsheng ceased conversing with Lung Jingnan and focused on eating and drinking. He had initially worried that Lung Jingnan and the others would become indignant upon realizing their mistake, but now that he understood that even if he were not the reincarnated spiritual child, he could still succeed as a protective master, he felt unafraid. At this juncture, he could only take it one step at a time. At 18 noon, as the group approached a fork in the road, a troop of horse-drawn carriages appeared from the north. Upon spotting the group to the north, Lung Jingnan and the others greeted them loudly, and the northern group responded in kind, hastening towards them. Initially unaware of the newcomer's purpose, Changsheng soon learned, as Lung Jingnan excitedly called out to the leader of the northern group, "LV Feng, we have found the reincarnated spiritual child." The leader of the northern group joyfully replied, "Haha, Lung Shanju, congratulations. But we have also found one." It turned out that the northern group was also in search of the reincarnated spiritual child, and they believed they had found theirs as well. Before long, the two parties met. Due to the lack of a roof on the carriage Changsheng was in, the members of the northern group gathered around to scrutinize him. Unlike the respectful demeanor of Lung Jingnan and his companions, the newcomers were filled with skepticism. Since their identified spiritual child was now visible to others, Lung Jingnan proposed to see the reincarnated spiritual child that LV Feng's group had found. LV Feng did not refuse, lifting the curtain of his carriage to reveal the child. The reincarnated spiritual child they had found was young, merely 11 or 12 years old, a chubby little boy wearing a melon-shaped cap adorned with a golden longevity lock. Perhaps due to having never traveled far, he had a runny nose and tearful eyes. If the way LV Feng and his group gazed at Changsheng was filled with disrespect, then the way Lung Jingnan and his companions looked at the chubby boy could only be described as disdainful. One side felt they had discovered a beggar, while the other believed they had found a landowner's son. Changsheng had assumed both groups were searching for the reincarnated spiritual child and that their criteria for identification would be similar. However, upon seeing the chubby boy, he realized that their standards were entirely different. This little boy had hair and was younger than him. As the two groups converged, they traveled westward together. LV Feng and Lung Jingnan rode side by side, engaging in quiet conversation. That it turned out that not only they but also two other teams searching for the spiritual child had each found theirs and were now en route to Yuzhou. Listening to their dialogue, Changsheng felt a sense of relief. If he could confirm in Yuzhou that he was not the reincarnated spiritual child, the focus of Jela Temple would shift towards the actual spiritual child, at which point he could attempt to escape. LV Feng looked down on Changsheng, deeming him to be gaunt and covered in sores, devoid of any Dharma appearance. Similarly, Lung Jingnan held a low opinion of the chubby boy, whispering disparaging remarks, suggesting that the boy looked foolish and dull-witted. LV Feng remarked quietly, "The spiritual child is still young. He is merely overweight. In the future, he will surely slim down and reveal the true appearance of the Dharma King." Lung Jingnan added, "The spiritual child has previously faced hunger and hardship, which accounts for his current emaciated state. Once he matures and dons the crown, he will undoubtedly possess a remarkable presence." LV Feng scoffed. Lung Jingnan also scoffed. With no common ground for conversation, LV Feng chose not to engage further with Lung Jingnan, flicking the reins and moving ahead. Once LV Feng had departed, Changsheng beckoned to Lung Jingnan, now aware of his status as a mountain leader. "Lung Shanju, was there already tension between you?" Lung Jingnan shook his head. "Not at all. We merely belong to different protective masters. I am a disciple of Master Jima, while he is a disciple of Master Gaolong. Are the four masters not on good terms with one another?" Changsheng inquired. "Not exactly." Lung Jingnan shook his head again. "It is simply that regarding the reincarnated spiritual child, each master hopes to be the one to guide him." Seeing the confusion on Changsheng's face, Lung Jingnan elaborated, "Whichever master identifies the true reincarnated spiritual child will become that child's mentor, responsible for their teachings, thus holding a higher status than the other three masters." "Oh." Changsheng nodded, then quietly remarked, "Lung Shanju, you should be more courteous to them. I truly feel I am not the one." "That is impossible. You undoubtedly are," Lung Jingnan asserted confidently. Changsheng smiled wryly and shook his head, choosing not to continue the conversation. In the afternoon, during the hour of the monkey, two hawks swiftly flew in from the west, one landing on LV Feng's shoulder, the other on Lung Jingnan's outstretched wrist. After reading the message, LV Feng urged the group to hasten their pace. Despite their earlier bickering, he did not forget to bid farewell to Lung Jingnan as they departed. Lung Shanju, we shall proceed ahead. See you in Yuzhou. At that moment, Lung Jingnan was occupied with the letter he had just read. Hearing LV Feng's words, he casually replied and waved goodbye. Once Lung Jingnan finished reading the letter, Changsheng anxiously inquired, Lung Shanju, what news has come? The other two teams have already arrived in Yuzhou ahead of us, Lung Jingnan informed him. The 4 protective masters from Jela Temple have set off with their relics and tokens and will reach Yuzhou before sunset. Upon hearing Lung Jingnan's words, Changsheng's heart sank. All 4 masters have come. Indeed, all of them, Lung Jingnan confirmed with a nod. Why such a grand assembly? Changsheng felt a surge of anxiety. It's only natural for them to come and welcome the spiritual child, Lung Jingnan reassured him. They brought relics and tokens to verify his identity in Yuzhou. Changsheng pressed further. It is not merely to confirm identity, but to ascertain the true essence. Not only are you eager to know the outcome, but the masters are even more so, Lung Jingnan replied, then raised his voice to command the group. Quickly, ride faster. Let us reach Yuzhou before sunset. Chapter 50. The relic of the Buddha. After Lung Jingnan finished speaking, the accompanying crowd erupted in response. The coachman cracked his whip, urging the horses onward, and the carriage sped westward amidst the throngs. At this juncture, Changsheng had ceased to feel anxious. In truth, it was not that he was devoid of tension, but rather that he understood the futility of worry. What was meant to happen would inevitably come to pass. The group continued their swift journey and finally arrived in Yuzhou just before nightfall. Yuzhou, a pivotal stronghold in the southwestern frontier, boasted towering city walls that, as was customary, the city gates would be closed before curfew. However, the soldier stationed there had not fully secured the gates. The immense entrance stood ajar, allowing the group to rush into the city, at which point the guards promptly shut the gates behind them. Noticing Changsheng's confusion, Lung Jingnan spoke up. The governor of Yuzhou, Lu Yucheng, is a devout follower of Buddhism, that we are headed to his residence. Upon hearing Lung Jingnan's words, Changsheng nodded, realizing why the soldiers had waited for their entry before closing the gates. It was a prior instruction from the local authority. Yuzhou was indeed vast. After entering the city, they traversed for a considerable time before reaching the governor's mansion, situated at the heart of the settlement. The governor's residence served both as his private abode and the official administrative office of Yuzhou. Before the mansion lay an expansive square, now filled with various carriages and sedan chairs that El Feng and his companions had arrived earlier and were conversing with a few individuals awaiting them outside the gates. Upon seeing Lung Jingnan and the others, those waiting hurriedly greeted them, inviting them to join their conversation. After a brief exchange, Lung Jingnan returned, his expression marked by displeasure. Upon learning that several esteemed masters were to welcome the reincarnated Holy Child, Lord Lu took it upon himself to invite the local gentry to present their gifts and pay their respects. Consequently, the front courtyard is now crowded with idle onlookers that it would be more fitting for the Dharma King to enter through the side door. Which entranced to use mattered little to Changsheng. Yet Lung Jingnan and the others felt it was an indignity to him. El Feng's entourage shared this sentiment, grumbling about Lu Youcheng's presumptuousness as they circled toward the back entrance. The governor's mansion was quite expansive, and after navigating for some time, they finally arrived at the side door. By now, night had fallen, that El Feng led the plump boy inside first, followed closely by Lung Jingnan and Changsheng. Within, they were met by several young monks clad in robes that differed from those of the Central Plains. Unlike the shaven heads typical of monks there, these young men sported very short hair. Upon seeing El Feng and Lung Jingnan guiding the candidate Holy Child inside, the monks hastily performed the gesture of reverence, saying, Amitabha. The plump boy was visibly terrified, shrinking back. Changsheng, slightly more composed, mustered the courage to return the greeting with a cupped fist, a gesture reflective of Confucian propriety, distinct from the martial salutation of a fist. These young monks were familiar with Lung Jingnan and El Feng. After a brief conversation, they led the way, with Lung Jingnan and El Feng following closely behind. That as they walked, one monk quietly informed Lung Jingnan and El Feng of the current situation. The 4 esteemed masters had already arrived, while 2 other groups had come before them. However, the masters had not yet met with the earlier candidates. They remained in separate courtyards. Lung Jingnan and El Feng expressed their dissatisfaction regarding Lu Youqing's unilateral decision to disclose the selection of the reincarnated Holy Child at the governor's mansion that evening. In response to their grievances, the monk explained that the selection of the Holy Child was a sacred and confidential matter, not to be conducted in public view. Those who had come to present their gifts could only remain in the front courtyard, while the selection process would take place in the inner courtyard. The rear courtyard of the governor's mansion was arranged in a grid pattern, and the four masters were currently reciting scriptures in the southeastern courtyard. Changsheng could not comprehend the text they were chanting. It did not resemble the language of the Central Plains. Having entered through the western gate, they were led directly into the northeastern courtyard, which featured a main building flanked by east and west wings. Once inside, Lung Jingnan and El Feng waited in the courtyard, while Changsheng and the plump boy were escorted to the respective side rooms, where wooden tubs awaited them for bathing and changing. Before bathing, they were required to have their heads shaved, as Changsheng's hair had been singed away not long ago. He had no need for shaving and proceeded directly to wash. After days of discomfort from his blisters, which had mostly healed, he had smeared himself with weasel oil, leaving him eager for a bath. Thus, when the monk spoke, he promptly stripped off his garments and leaped into the tub. While Changsheng bathed, the plump boy in the eastern wing was wailing uncontrollably, crying out that he did not want to be shaved. However, there was no escaping it now. Even if he were not the reincarnated Holy Child, he was still to be treated as such by the monks. Changsheng had originally been wearing clothes gifted to him by the bodyguards. After submerging himself in the bath, a monk approached with a wooden tray bearing a neatly folded set of grayish-white linen robes, along with undergarments and sandals. When the monk reached for his old clothes, Changsheng quickly intervened, and once the monk exited, he leapt from the tub, checked his left sleeve to ensure the letter was still within, and wrapped his money pouch and the branch of the phoenix tree in his garments before tossing them into the flower bed through the rear window. Knowing he would not return to the temple that night, he planned to stay here for the evening and find a way to escape. After finishing his bath, he emerged to find the plump boy still crying in the eastern wing. El Feng, anxious but unable to enter, could only soothe him from the window. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. After bathing and changing, Changsheng appeared revitalized. Coupled with his lack of tension, he exuded an air of composure that further convinced Lung Jingnan of his identity as the reincarnated Holy Child. The plump boy's head had yet to be fully shaved, requiring a bit more time. So Lung Jingnan and Changsheng were led by the monk to the main hall. Inside the main hall were 4 tables, each laden with food and snacks. Two of the tables already had occupants, each table hosting 2 individuals, namely the leaders and candidates from the other 2 groups. Lung Jingnan recognized the other 2 leaders and, after exchanging greetings, took a seat beside Changsheng. As Changsheng munched on the treats before him, he scrutinized the 2 candidates. They appeared to be of similar age, both possessing square faces, large eyes, and rounded brows, sitting upright with closed eyes. While Changsheng observed them, Lung Jingnan did likewise, internally comparing the 2 candidates to Changsheng. Objectively speaking, the 2 seemed more like monks at first glance. Both had square faces and prominent noses, while Changsheng's visage was oval, with delicate features. Facial structure is a permanent trait that does not change with fluctuations in weight. Even if Changsheng were to gain weight in the future, his face would not transform into a square shape. Furthermore, there was an air about them. The 2 candidates sat with proper posture, exuding calm and quietude, while Changsheng lounged casually, eating while observing the others. Despite possessing a certain charm, he did not quite embody the demeanor of a monk. At this moment, Lung Jingnan began to harbor doubts, as his confidence wavered. Just then, El Feng entered with a plump boy, whose head was entirely shaved, bearing a few cuts from the process. Upon seeing the 2 earlier candidates, and then glancing at the weeping boy beside him, El Feng's confidence began to falter. Previously assured, he had compared the plump boy with Changsheng, but now, juxtaposed with the earlier arrivals, the plump boy's small nose and eyes appeared less impressive. After sizing up the 2 candidates, El Feng turned to catch Lung Jingnan's gaze, and they exchanged a knowing look, a shared sense of unease evident between them. With the candidates prepared, the masters continued their chanting. The scripture they recited was unfamiliar to Changsheng, who felt lost in the cadence. The 2 initial candidates moved their lips slightly, appearing to follow along, while Changsheng remained in a daze, and the plump boy, after a bout of crying, unexpectedly fell asleep. Finally, as the clock struck the second watch, the chanting ceased. Shortly after, a monk arrived to escort the 4 candidates to the inner courtyard for the selection process. At this juncture, the leaders of the respective groups could no longer accompany them. Although Elfeng had previously doubted Changsheng, he now had no choice but to entrust the drowsy plump boy to him, requesting that he keep an eye on him. Several monks, hands clasped together, led the way, followed by 2 young men with dignified bearing. Changsheng brought up the rear, guiding the plump boy, whose head was round and heavy. The inner courtyard was spacious, with thick carpets covering the floor and various statues of Buddha adorning the walls. The previous furnishings had been removed, leaving a yellow ceremonial mat laid out in the center, beside which stood 2 large wooden chests. Numerous candles illuminated the room, casting a bright glow. On the western side of the inner courtyard, from north to south, 4 large yellow cushions were arranged, upon which sat 4 elderly monks. These monks, all over 70 or 80 years of age, donned vibrant red robes and had shaved heads, though their hair was not as slickly shorn as that of the monks from the Central Plains. Instead, they sported short stubble and bore no scars of ordination. The 4 monks varied in appearance. The one at the far north appeared the oldest, thin with sunken cheeks, his hair and beard entirely white. The second northern monk had a prominent nose and a stern expression, exuding an innate authority. The second southern monk was quite short, possessing a naturally jovial demeanor, while the southernmost monk was the youngest, with a dark complexion. As Changsheng and the others entered, the 4 guardian masters did not rise, but instead clasped their hands together, chanting, Namo Amitabha. The 2 earlier candidates bowed in reverence. Changsheng, however, opted not to replicate their gesture, instead returning a salute with cupped fists, prompting the plump boy to mimic him as he raised his hand towards the elderly monks. Since this was not a formal enthronement ceremony, there were no excessive rituals. The northern monk nodded to the guiding monks, signaling, "Let us begin." The guiding monks clasped their hands in response, moving to the center of the hall to open one of the wooden chests, retrieving a multitude of items that they methodically arranged on the yellow ceremonial mat. Changsheng recognized most of the items brought forth: prayer beads, razors, staffs, inkstones, brushes, scriptures, water filters, wooden sticks for cleaning teeth, and bowls for eating. Each item was represented in multiple quantities, and it took a considerable amount of time to arrange them all. "Brother Cripple, I need to pee," the plump boy said, his anxiety palpable. Hearing the boy call him Cripple irked Changsheng slightly. "Hold it in," he replied to be why this time. The monks had finished arranging the various items, and both the south and north doors of the hall were shut. Beyond the south door lay the front courtyard, which was currently filled with numerous devotees and lay practitioners who could hear the sounds from within and catch glimpses of the figures through the paper windows. Once everything was set, the guiding monk explained to the 4 candidates that there were 9 types of items on the ceremonial mat, with 5 of each type, and the candidates would need to select their favorite item from among them. Although the monk did not specify, Changsheng surmised that these 9 items had all belonged to the late Dharma king, with only one belonging to him among the 5 of each type. As Changsheng and the plump boy had arrived later, the other 2 candidates were permitted to make their selections. First, one candidate stepped forward, taking his time to examine each item carefully, selecting slowly. After he made his choice, the second candidate followed suit. While they made their selections, Changsheng also scrutinized the items, and at this moment, he felt entirely at ease, for each object was unfamiliar to him, evoking no fondness or recognition. "Brother Cripple, I can't hold it anymore," the plump boy exclaimed, squirming. "Just hold on a bit longer," Changsheng urged quietly. When it was Changsheng's turn to select, he indeed made his choice rapidly. The plump boy, even faster, pointed out, "This one, this one, this one, this one," before dashing away. Once all 4 had made their selections, the monk seated at the far northern end slowly raised his hand, using telekinesis to separate one item from each of the 9 types. The guiding monks then compared the chosen items against the correct ones, and it was revealed that none of the candidates had selected more than 3 correct items. Seeing this, the lead guardian monk could only solemnly announce, "Bring forth the relic of the Dharma king." Upon hearing the master's command, the guiding monks gathered the items into the wooden chest and opened another, revealing a smaller box within. When Changsheng focused on this iron box, the plump boy awkwardly returned, "Plump boy, How did you come back so quickly? Changsheng inquired casually. I couldn't untie my waist string, the plump boy mumbled. Though his voice was low, everyone in the room heard him, and upon seeing his wet trousers, they frowned and shook their heads at this moment. The guiding monks had already opened the iron box, producing an even smaller container, which appeared to be yellow all over, likely a brass box. Inside it was yet another box, entirely silver and about a foot in size. This silver box contained a golden box, which in turn held a jade box. Upon opening the jade box, they finally beheld the object beneath a crystal cover, several small, white items resembling grains. Although Changsheng had little experience, he had heard of relics. They were the remnants left by enlightened monks upon their passing. However, he had only heard of them and had never seen one. Extinguish the lights, the lead guardian monk intoned. With that, the old monk commanded the guiding monks to extinguish the candles illuminating the room. As the flames were snuffed out, the room was plunged into darkness, save for the faint glow emanating from the relics of the Buddha. The lead monk extended his right hand, lifting the crystal cover, and simultaneously, the other three guardian monks released their spiritual energy, each directing a relic toward the four candidates. The relic of the Dharma King is sacred and spiritually attuned. Touch it with your left index finger, and the one who perceives the relic emanating a spectrum of colors shall be deemed the reincarnated holy child, the lead monk proclaimed solemnly. The relics floated through the darkness toward the four candidates in a surreal and mysterious manner. They hovered a foot in front of each candidate, yet none dared to reach out, hearts racing with trepidation. After a moment of hesitation, the individual on the left mustered his courage and reached out first, but upon touching the relic, it did not react. Disheartened, he withdrew his hand, and the next candidate followed suit, only to encounter the same lack of response. Changsheng had initially relaxed, but seeing that neither of the other two candidates was the reincarnated holy child caused his anxiety to resurface. Now, only he and the plump boy remained. If the boy was not chosen, then it would fall to him. Plump boy, you go first, Changsheng urged. I'm scared. The plump boy replied, trembling. Come on, let us go together, Changsheng encouraged, extending his hand. The plump boy, seeing the faint glow of the relic, finally summoned the courage to mimic Changsheng and reached out. As the plump boy's index finger made contact with the relic, it suddenly burst forth with radiant light, the blinding brilliance illuminating the entire hall in a kaleidoscope of colors. Just as Changsheng felt a wave of relief wash over him, his own finger brushed against the relic, and it instantly revealed a mesmerizing display of 7-colored luminescence, radiating resplendently. Chapter 51. The Dharma King before the plump boy. The relic of the Buddha radiated a flash of sacred light that vanished in an instant. This fleeting brilliance was a manifestation of the boy's trepidation, causing him to withdraw. In contrast, the relic before Changsheng also emanated a fleeting glow, yet he did not recoil. Instead, the relic shattered and disappeared at the moment of its radiance. The luminous phenomenon appeared within the room. Joyous cheers erupted from the front and back courtyards, but the central hall remained enveloped in an oppressive silence, devoid of sound. The plump boy, feeling anxious, grasped Changsheng's hand, only to find that Changsheng appeared even more agitated, trembling incessantly. This outcome not only astonished Changsheng, but also caught all the onlookers within the room by surprise. Due to the simultaneous emergence of the two beams of light and the obstruction of the window paper, those outside perceived the Buddha's radiance as a singular entity, merely varying in intensity. However, the individuals within the room discerned that the dazzling light was not one but two distinct sources. After what felt like an eternity, the elder monk at the forefront finally regained his composure, retrieving the suspended relic into its treasure box. The two accompanying protective masters performed the same ritual, while the elder monk from the southern sect refrained from raising his hand, for the relic he was meant to move had already shattered and vanished. Once the three relics were secured within the treasure box, the elder monk spoke solemnly. Light the lamps. The guiding monk ignited the candles within the chamber. Light returned to the room. The appearance of two radiant beams left the assembly in a state of bewilderment. Yet after the candles were lit, the four protective masters refrained from offering explanations, instead whispering among themselves, casting glances at Changsheng, their expressions grave and serious. Although Changsheng could not hear their discourse, he sensed they were discussing him, as their eyes frequently turned to him, laden with concern. While the four protective masters conferred silently, several guiding monks meticulously reassembled the treasure box and carefully folded the ceremonial carpet. After a quarter of an hour, the protective masters ceased their deliberation, rising from their seats to approach the plump boy, joining their palms in reverence. Namo Amitabha, we welcome the Dharma King's return. The Dharma King me? The plump boy exclaimed in astonishment, pointing to himself. Indeed, you are the reincarnation of the Dharma King Dorje, the elder monk affirmed with a gentle nod, then produced a handkerchief from his sleeve, taking the plump boy's hand to wipe it tenderly, adding with a kind smile, the Dharma King has soiled his pants in his youth. To preserve his dignity, this matter must remain confidential. The assembly responded in hushed tones, acknowledging the elder's words. After wiping the plump boy's hand, the elder monk turned to Changsheng, taking his hand to clean it as well, saying, "Do not be anxious, for the Dharma King is a pure yang body, and the essence of yang is untainted. The accidental contact with the Dharma King's essence has inadvertently caused the destruction of the Buddha's relic. This is the will of heaven and bears no relation to you." Upon hearing the elder monk's words, the crowd displayed expressions of dawning comprehension, yet Changsheng remained perplexed. The elder monk's reasoning seemed plausible, but it was not factual, for although the plump boy had indeed soiled himself, Changsheng's hands bore no trace of it. He could not fathom why the elder monk would resort to deceit, yet he understood that a monk would not lie unless the matter were of grave importance. Otherwise, he would not violate the precepts of Buddhism. However, amidst his confusion, he felt a certain relief, since the elder monk referred to him as benefactor, a term used by monks for outsiders. It indicated that the elder monk did not intend to keep him at the Gelug temple as a monk. After tending to Changsheng's hand, the elder monk collected the handkerchief and bent down to lift the plump boy, saying, "Dharma King, the lay followers outside have been waiting for a long time. Please, go forth and reveal your noble visage. I am not the Dharma King." The plump boy protested vehemently, struggling against the elder monk. "I do not wish to be a monk. The lame brother is far more suitable. Let him take on that role. The Dharma King is merely fatigued. Allow him to rest for a moment," the elder monk stated, and with that the plump boy fell silent, not because he had succumbed to slumber, but because the elder monk had rendered him unconscious. As the guiding monk opened the doors, the elder monk carried the plump boy, accompanied by the other three protective masters, stepping outside to receive the reverence and congratulations of the faithful. What followed was of no concern to Changsheng. As he was escorted to a room in the back courtyard, it appeared the front courtyard was hosting a banquet, and the guiding monk presented him with a lavish spread of dishes. Changsheng felt a mix of apprehension and curiosity, and once the guiding monk departed, he stealthily slipped out to survey the situation. Outside, there were no guards, and no one restricted his freedom. He retrieved his tattered clothes and stick from the flower bed in the west. Then on his way back, he encountered a monk delivering food to the other two shadowy disciples, who merely greeted him with Amitabha, without any intent to hinder or interrogate him. Seizing the opportunity, Changsheng glanced at the wooden tray carrying the meals for the shadowy disciples, noting that their fare was far simpler than the sumptuous banquet laid before him. With no one constraining his freedom, he felt no urgency to flee. Returning to his lodgings, he devoured the best meal he had ever had, a feast replete with chicken, duck, fish, and meat. He consumed only what could not be stored overnight, leaving behind food that would spoil within a short period. The courtyard had a well, so he took the opportunity to wash the garments gifted to him by the escorts, discovering that the previous occupant of this courtyard had likely been a lady of the governor, as there was even soap for laundry atop the well platform. This congregation of monks appeared to have a close relationship with the governor of Yuzhou, as the city gates had already closed. Escape was impossible. Resigned to his fate, he decided to rest for a while, knowing that he would soon learn how the monks intended to deal with him. That night, Changsheng's slumber was not particularly restful. Not from anxiety, but from confusion. He was left pondering the extraordinary brilliance of the Buddha's relic he had touched. The occurrence could not merely be attributed to the elder monk's claim of contact with the plump boy's urine. There had to be another reason. Awakening the next morning, a monk brought him breakfast while collecting the dishes from the previous night. The young monk was quite respectful, and Changsheng recognized that he held no authority, thus refraining from engaging in conversation. After breakfast, he patiently awaited the hour of chun, when the lead protective master finally arrived. Not alone, but accompanied by the plump boy. Upon entering, the protective master wasted no time and got straight to the point, succinctly stating that Changsheng was not destined for the Buddhist path and that the Gelug temple would not insist on his presence. They had already dispatched a ceremonial entourage to welcome the Dharma King, a sizable contingent complete with a heavy palanquin. Their journey to this location would take at least 7 days, necessitating a delay at the governor of Yuzhou's residence. At present, they had recognized the Dharma King and sent individuals to summon his parents. The protective master noted that the plump boy had a good rapport with Changsheng and requested that he remain to keep the boy company while they awaited the arrival of the entourage and the plump boy's parents. Once they set forth westward, he would be provided with travel expenses and transportation to any destination of his choosing. Upon hearing this, Changsheng did not immediately acquiesce, sensing something amiss. Frankly, he had no particular bond with the plump boy. Their interaction had been brief and incidental the previous night. He could not fathom why the protective master wished to retain him in this place. Noticing Changsheng's hesitation, the protective master continued, "Our meeting is a matter of karmic connection. The young benefactor has difficulty walking, my fellow disciples, and I have discussed it. And at the time of parting, we will collectively employ our Buddhist powers to heal your old injuries." "You can cure my leg?" Changsheng asked, astonished. "Indeed," the protective master replied with a smile and a nod. Overwhelmed with joy at the prospect, Changsheng expressed his gratitude repeatedly. The protective master humbly returned the gesture, leaving the plump boy behind before departing. Once the protective master was gone, the plump boy shifted from his previous state of dullness, peering out through the door's crack with a furtive demeanor. When he saw that the protective master had moved out of earshot, he turned to Changsheng and said, "Lame brother, I don't think these monks are good people." Seeing the bloodstains on the plump boy's head, Changsheng couldn't help but chuckle. "What makes you say that? I was perfectly fine at home, and suddenly they captured me," the plump boy replied. "Also, last night, I didn't smear urine on your hand. That old monk is lying. Your light was brighter than mine. You should be the Dharma King, but they insist on making me one. I think their intentions are far from honorable." Upon hearing the plump boy's remarks, Changsheng realized he had underestimated him. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "What is your name? What does your family do?" "My name is Ding Dazhong, and my father is a businessman. My family is quite wealthy," the plump boy answered. Changsheng nodded, understanding now why the plump boy could articulate such thoughts. He was indeed the son of a merchant. "Lame brother, let us run away together." The plump boy whispered that if you take me home, my mother will reward you with a great deal of silver. "Why would your mother give it to me and not your father?" Changsheng inquired with amusement that it was my father who agreed to let them take me away. "My mother is against it," the plump boy explained it. "Oh." Changsheng chuckled lightly. "Will you help me get back home?" the plump boy pleaded. A frown etched across his face. "Why do you want to go home so badly?" "They want to harm you." Changsheng replied that I can't go back. "Alan will miss me, and I will miss her," the plump boy sighed. "Who is Alan?" Changsheng asked, smiling. "Alan is the girl my father betrothed to me. She is 2 years older and quite beautiful," the plump boy said proudly, his eyes narrowing in delight. In this era of early engagements, it was common for children from affluent families to be betrothed at a young age. The plump boy spoke animatedly about Alan, praising her beauty, her charming smile that revealed dimples, and her delicate, fair hands. As the plump boy spoke with such fervor, Changsheng began to worry for the 2,000 monks and countless devotees of the Gelug temple. As the saying goes, you can tell a child's future by their behavior at 3. It seemed the Dharma King was a bit eccentric. Noticing Changsheng's silence, the plump boy returned to the topic, again beseeching him to escort him home. Ultimately, the plump boy was still a child. Changsheng's straightforward remark, "Even if I take you back, they will just capture you again," left him despondent, tears welling in his eyes. Children often seek companionship, and with Changsheng's presence, the plump boy maintained a semblance of stability. Though he was the Dharma King, he could not wander freely and was confined to the back courtyard. He dined thrice daily with Changsheng, only to be taken away at night. Thus, 2 days passed, and on the 3rd morning, the plump boy was once again brought back, presenting Changsheng with a piece of cowhide, requesting him to craft a slingshot for bird hunting. "You are a monk. You cannot take a life," Changsheng protested. "Just make it for me. When it's done, I'll tell you a secret," the plump boy replied cryptically. You don't know any secrets, Changsheng scoffed. Ah, but I truly do, the plump boy whispered conspiratorially, leaning closer to Changsheng. Last night, I wet the bed again. Your bedwetting is hardly a secret. Changsheng interrupted, and oh, I wasn't he finished. I woke up from wetting the bed and happened to overhear those old monks talking. The plump boy continued. What were they saying? Changsheng inquired. They were discussing how to heal your leg and mentioned that the light you emitted that night was not Buddha's radiance but rather a celestial glow, the plump boy revealed. What celestial glow? Changsheng asked, perplexed, and I'm not sure, but it sounded like they believed you were even more extraordinary than me. Though we're not on the same path, chapter 52. Recklessness. What is not on the same path? Changsheng retorted casually. I don't know. I only heard a few words. They stopped talking when they realized I was awake. The chubby boy shook his head. All right, I've spilled the secrets. Now make me a slingshot. I've told you. You are a monk. You cannot take a life. Changsheng waved his hand dismissively. If you don't make me a slingshot, I won't let them treat your leg, and you'll be a cripple for life. The chubby boy pouted, casting a sidelong glance. Oh, do you dare threaten me? Changsheng glared. What do you intend to do? I am the Dharma King. You all must heed my words, the chubby boy asserted imperiously. You yourself said it. We are not on the same path, so I need not listen to you. Changsheng laughed. Seeing that force wouldn't work, the chubby boy resorted to flattery, calling him cripple brother and shaking his arm. Changsheng, feeling exasperated, could only take him out to gather bamboo for the slingshot. Once the slingshot was fashioned, he also had to help the boy mold clay projectiles. With the clay balls dried, the chubby boy eagerly set out to shoot birds around the courtyard. His attempts were futile, as he couldn't hit a single one in the backyard. A monk was assigned to keep watch. Observing the chubby boy's antics, he felt uneasy but couldn't approach to intervene, opting instead to pretend not to see. When he couldn't hit the birds in the trees, the chubby boy turned his attention to the caged birds, taking shots from 10 steps away, then 7, then 5 that the frightened little birds flapped and chirped in chaos. Eventually, Changsheng could no longer bear to watch and ran to summon the monk on guard to call for the Dharma protector. When the protector arrived, he confiscated the chubby boy's slingshot and dragged him off to the central courtyard to recite scriptures as penance. With the chubby boy gone, Changsheng finally found peace and lay on his bed, mentally reciting the 5 secret manuals he had memorized. Though he possessed a remarkable memory, he dared not be careless, as his mind was filled with an overwhelming amount of information, including the invaluable prescriptions of the Qianjin Yifang, which encompassed not only diagnosis and prescriptions, but also various treatments like bone manipulation and massage techniques, as well as the properties and shapes of herbs. His practical experience was limited, relying solely on rote memorization. After a brief respite, the next morning, the chubby boy returned. The Dharma protector had taken his slingshot, and with no birds to shoot, he sought other amusements. Lu Yucheng, the governor of Yuzhou and a lay Buddhist, had excavated a release pond beneath Jingshan in his backyard, filled with fish. The chubby boy discovered that Changsheng carried a fishing hook and insisted that Changsheng fashion him a fishing rod. At merely 11 or 12 years of age, and being a wealthy child, he had no skill in fishing, and Changsheng, not wishing for him to succeed, suggested using mutton from his porridge as bait, reasoning that fish would not be inclined to nibble on mutton. However, unbeknownst to him, the release pond contained a turtle, and the chubby boy managed to hook one that the turtle flailed upon being pulled from the water, and the chubby boy was both excited and frightened, fearing a bite, yet reluctant to discard the fishing rod. Thus, he called for Changsheng to assist him in unhooking it. Knowing turtles could bite when agitated, Changsheng was reluctant to intervene. The chubby boy, left with no choice, took the turtle to the central courtyard to seek help from the monks, but he did not return. The following day, the chubby boy appeared once more as a reincarnation of the Dharma King. The monks naturally would not scold him, but confinement and admonishment were unavoidable. The chubby boy, feeling apprehensive, dared not cause trouble openly, yet his youthful spirit could not remain still, leading him to play in the backyard. Bored and restless, the chubby boy soon made another discovery. Mysteriously, he beckoned Changsheng to the northeastern corner of the backyard, where a Buddhist hall stood, a place for the Lu family's women to recite scriptures. Beneath the eaves of the hall, a wasp nest hung, not large, about the size of a fist. The chubby boy's intention was clear. He wanted Changsheng to poke the nest. However, being older, Changsheng refused, warning that wasps could sting and it was unwise to provoke them. When Changsheng did not act, the chubby boy resorted to provocation, claiming Changsheng was a coward for not daring to poke the nest. With a retort of, "I wouldn't dare poke it." "Would you?" Changsheng put the chubby boy in a difficult position, leaving him no choice but to insist, "Of course I dared, and I'll hide inside and poke it through the window paper, so the wasps won't sting me." "Forget it, don't be foolish," Changsheng replied. Being stung by wasps was no trivial matter, and he did not want the chubby boy to suffer, so he pulled him back to their quarters. Changsheng, with a mind crowded with knowledge, preferred solitude. He could sit still, but the chubby boy could not. After lunch, he dashed out again, reminding Changsheng not to come out if he heard his voice. Changsheng was lost in thought. Recalling the Qianjini Fong, he absent-mindedly replied, not taking it to heart. Before long, the sound of the chubby boy's voice echoed from the Buddhist hall. Since the chubby boy had alerted him beforehand, Changsheng recognized the ruckus was intentional rather than a sign of danger. He knew the monks tasked with protecting the chubby boy were unaware, and upon hearing his shout, they rushed to the Buddhist hall. Soon after, the chubby boy returned, doubled over with laughter. Changsheng, puzzled, inquired about the reason for his mirth, but the chubby boy could hardly contain his laughter long enough to answer. Moments later, the monks who had been guarding him approached, inviting the chubby boy to the central courtyard. Seeing their bruised faces and swollen heads, Changsheng finally grasped what the chubby boy had done. As expected, the chubby boy did not return in the afternoon. The next morning, the chubby boy regained his freedom, but did not admit to his prank, claiming he was merely testing the monk's skills and mocking them for being unable to outrun wasps. "They went to save you. Who would have thought you would endanger them?" Changsheng shook his head. "Ah, if I hadn't warned you beforehand, you would have been stung as well," the chubby boy scoffed. "I am so loyal, and you don't appreciate it." "I do appreciate it, but they are your subordinates. You must treat them kindly," Changsheng replied. "They don't listen to me. If I were allowed to go out and play, I wouldn't bother them," the chubby boy dismissed. Changsheng could only shake his head in resignation. The chubby boy's noble status, combined with his lack of spiritual cultivation, rendered him a risk to be allowed outside. Unable to remain indoors, the chubby boy insisted on having Changsheng accompany him for a stroll in the courtyard. Changsheng, bound by the Dharma protector's instructions to stay with the chubby boy, had no choice but to comply. The chubby boy picked up a twig and began swatting at the flowers in the flower bed. Fearing he would cause mischief, the Dharma protector dispatched someone to return the previously confiscated fishing rod, cautioning him to fish but absolutely not to catch turtles again. As the chubby boy fished, Changsheng stayed beside him, engaging in casual conversation. Though the chubby boy was mischievous, he had no ulterior motives and shared everything with Changsheng, including how he came to be. He revealed that his father was a wealthy businessman with no children for many years. Initially, they thought his mother was barren, leading his father to take several concubines, yet none bore children. Following a drought in Qing County, his father donated a significant portion of his wealth to establish a porridge shop to aid the victims, saving many lives. The following year, his mother became pregnant, resulting in his birth. The chubby boy was not the only one speaking. He also inquired about Changsheng's situation, and Changsheng did not conceal his past, briefly sharing his experiences before meeting Lin Daozhang. Upon learning that Changsheng was an orphan, the chubby boy expressed deep sympathy, assuring him that he would ensure the Dharma protectors healed his leg. Exactly 7 days later, the chubby boy's parents arrived. Upon seeing them, Changsheng finally understood the source of the chubby boy's willful demeanor. The couple, having entered their golden years, doted on their late-born son. 18 noon. A procession from the Galug temple arrived to welcome them. As the chubby boy prepared to depart, he came to bid farewell to Changsheng, accompanied by the 4 Dharma protectors. Changsheng, affable and approachable, was well-liked by the chubby boy, who was reluctant to part ways and implored the protectors to take Changsheng back to the Galug temple with him. However, bound by his responsibilities, Changsheng could not accompany the chubby boy. Before the protectors could respond, he graciously declined, saying that if the opportunity arose, he would visit the Galug temple. With tears in his eyes, the chubby boy left with his parents, while the 4 Dharma protectors remained in Changsheng's room. Changsheng understood that their presence was to fulfill a promise. Having been crippled for many years, he had never imagined he would one day walk normally again, and having meticulously studied the Qianjini Fong, he believed that for someone in his condition, recovery seemed utterly impossible. Chapter 53. establishing benevolent connections as a classic of traditional Chinese medicine. The Qian Fong is indeed a compendium of vast knowledge, imbued with mystique and wonder. However, the protagonist's left leg, having been fractured in childhood, presents a challenge. After years, the site of the fracture has long since calcified. Although the Qian Fong contains methods for re-breaking and resetting bones, in his case, even such interventions would fail to restore it to its original state. After the departure of the chubby boy, the leading protective master commanded the accompanying monks to close the door. While he stationed himself outside to guard, he then instructed Changsheng to stand in the center, with the four protective masters taking their seats in a cross-legged position, facing east, west, south, and north respectively. Noticing Changsheng's unease, the foremost protective master spoke reassuringly. "Young benefactor, shortly we shall employ our secretive and divine techniques to remedy the chronic affliction of your left leg. There is no need for trepidation. We shall not lay a finger upon you, nor shall you experience any pain." Despite the protective master's benevolent demeanor and gentle words, Changsheng remained apprehensive. "May I inquire, master, how long will this take?" he asked. "A mere half a stick of incense will suffice," the foremost protective master replied. "Thank you, esteemed masters," Changsheng expressed, recalling the teachings of Chen Liqiu and others regarding the sect's customs, including the proper titles: Master for Buddhists, Teacher for Daoists, and Shifu specifically for high monks within the Buddhist tradition. After nodding in acknowledgement, the protective masters closed their eyes and began to chant sacred texts. Their recitations were in Sanskrit. Although Changsheng could not comprehend the words, he felt the solemnity and compassion embedded within the chants. Despite their stillness, he sensed that the four protective masters had commenced their work. The absence of pain did not imply the absence of sensation. He distinctly felt an unusual pressure on his right leg, akin to an invisible hand gripping it, applying pressure inch by inch. Though Changsheng limped on his left leg, the peculiar sensations arose in his right. He was unaware of the reason behind the protective master's focus on his right leg, yet he trusted their expertise. As the unusual sensation traveled down to his ankle and then dissipated, the same peculiar feeling began to manifest in his left leg, also moving from top to bottom. At this juncture, Changsheng understood the intent of the four masters. They were assessing the length and dimensions of his right leg's bones to use it as a reference for restoring his left leg. Below the knee, the sensations in his left leg mirrored those in the right, manifesting as an intense pressure and squeezing. Upon reaching the site of the fracture, he experienced a profound ache and numbness. Unlike common discomforts that stem from meridians, this sensation was concentrated at the site of the bony scar. As the ache gradually descended, the protective master's chanting quickened. Despite the four masters being in a meditative state with closed eyes, Changsheng remained observant, but he could discern that their exertion was not without cost. Beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads, and a misty vapor rose from their heads. Moments later, the discomfort vanished, and the four masters simultaneously raised their hands, gathering their energy and concluding their work. The leading protective master opened his eyes first, exhaled slowly, and smiled, raising his hand. "The task is accomplished, young benefactor. You may attempt to walk." Changsheng, still anxious, turned to the leading master, who encouraged him once more. Hesitantly, Changsheng took a step that he was still limping. Puzzled, he tried a few more steps, yet he remained limping. However, this limping felt distinctly different from before. In contrast to Changsheng's anxiety, the leading protective master was composed. "Young benefactor, having endured a limp for many years, you have grown accustomed to walking in this manner. With your ailment initially healed, it is natural to find adjustment challenging. Gradually increase your activity. In due course, you will adapt." Upon hearing the protective master's words, Changsheng experienced a moment of clarity. He intended to express his heartfelt gratitude but hesitated, realizing that the effort these four protective masters had invested in healing his leg was no trivial matter. Their actions were not merely acts of kindness. They had employed profound and mysterious Buddhist techniques. The leading protective master would not have proclaimed mission accomplished lightly. The saying, "great kindness is unspoken," resonated with him. Expressing gratitude through mere words seemed insufficient for such a monumental gift. The four protective masters stood to depart, and the leading master joined his hands in parting, saying, "Namo Amitabha, young benefactor, We must escort the Dharma King back to the Golub Monastery. This is where our paths diverged. I have informed Lu, the layman here, and he will arrange transportation for your departure shortly." After the protective master's words, Changsheng remained silent. Though the Buddhist doctrine espouses compassion, the four protective masters of the esoteric tradition would not have undertaken such a monumental task for him solely out of benevolence. Their failure to articulate their reasons after the deed left him somewhat astonished. After bidding farewell, the four protective masters turned to exit. Changsheng hurriedly followed them outside. As he crossed the threshold, a sudden epiphany struck him. Earlier, when selecting the reincarnated spiritual child, he and the chubby boy had touched the Buddha's relic, which had radiated with brilliant light. Moreover, the chubby boy had eavesdropped on conversations, suggesting he was a formidable figure, albeit one who was not aligned with the chubby boy's path. At this moment, he recognized that in contemporary China, the two dominant sects were Buddhism and Taoism. The protective master's implications hinted at his profound connection to Taoism, suggesting he possessed extraordinary talents and potential. Thus, he finally understood why he had encountered celestial thunder during his residence in Luoyangzi. These were not ordinary storms, but rather tribulations of transcendence, the celestial forces sheltering him from calamity. On the day he became a disciple, his master had only allowed him to bow twice before halting further prostrations, likely sensing his innate potential, deeming him unworthy of the full 3 bows of respect. With these reflections, he comprehended why the protective masters had encouraged him to bond with the chubby boy for 7 days, and why they had chosen to aid in mending his leg. They sought to foster a friendship between him and the chubby boy, providing assistance before he revealed his true capabilities, thereby establishing a benevolent connection. At this point, the protective masters had traversed the central hall and were approaching the courtyard, with Changsheng following closely behind. Although he understood their intentions, he did not underestimate them for 2 reasons. Firstly, the historical discord between Taoism and Buddhism has often led to open conflict. The suppression of Buddhism by Emperor Wu 50 years prior is a testament to this rivalry, resulting in the destruction of over 4,000 monasteries and the forced renunciation of more than 260,000 monks and nuns, a considerable calamity for Buddhism. To describe the relationship between the 2 sects as merely incompatible would be a gross understatement. It was, in fact, a matter of mutual exclusion. The protective masters, recognizing Changsheng's Daoist background and innate potential while he currently lacked spiritual cultivation, could have easily harbored malice without anyone being the wiser. Yet, they chose instead to allow him to return to his path. Secondly, although the protective masters harbored intentions of fostering connections, they did not seek favors in return. They merely urged him to adhere to his true nature. Such magnanimity and vision are indeed worthy of admiration. As he walked behind the group toward the gates of the governor's mansion, Changsheng pondered what he should convey to them. At this moment, the chubby boy had already ascended the Dharma King's palanquin, and the area before the gates was bustling with monks and lay followers bidding farewell. The crowd was dense, and Changsheng refrained from joining the throng. Instead, he halted midway, clasped his hands, and said, "May the 4 masters journey safely. Great kindness is unspoken. Should our paths cross again with the esoteric tradition, I shall surely extend my gratitude." Upon uttering these words, Changsheng felt a flush of embarrassment. He was currently without merit, and such a declaration felt somewhat presumptuous. Yet he dared not overstate his intentions, as he was uncertain of what future interactions with the esoteric tradition might entail. Nonetheless, despite his cautious phrasing, the protective masters displayed expressions of delight, pausing to turn and bow in farewell. "Namo Amitba, young benefactor, take good care." With mutual bows exchanged, the 4 protective masters departed, their spirits uplifted. Had Changsheng spoken too boldly, they might have been skeptical. However, his careful wording, coupled with his explicit acknowledgement of goodwill toward the esoteric tradition, demonstrated his sincerity and earnestness. As the protective masters exited, the procession of several hundred individuals began their journey westward amidst the sounds of Buddhist music and chanting. Standing in the front courtyard, Changsheng watched the chubby boy and the others depart. With his belongings still in the rear courtyard, he hesitated, fearing loss, and returned to gather his things before the procession had fully left. In truth, he possessed few belongings, and after a brief tidy-up, he began to pace back and forth in his room. The protective masters were correct. His current difficulty in walking stemmed from years of limping, and the sudden restoration to normalcy felt somewhat awkward. To claim he was not pleased would be disingenuous. No one wishes to be a cripple. The weight of this generous gift from Gelug Monastery was significant, and he could not fathom when he might have the opportunity to repay it. After waiting a considerable time without anyone arriving, Changsheng remained unperturbed in the eyes of the Buddhist faithful. The Dharma king was akin to a divine being, and Governor Lu would not return until the procession had been sent off beyond the city gates. As noon approached, Governor Lu returned. The earlier protective master had briefed him, and after escorting the Dharma king, Lu personally came to meet Changsheng, inquiring about his destination and arranging transportation, provisions, and clean clothing. To reach Genzhao Mountain, one could only travel by water. The land route was far too distant. Changsheng did not disclose his intention to go to Genzhao Mountain, instead stating he was headed to Xiangzhou. Governor Lu then commanded his men to take him to the dock, where he would board an official vessel downstream. After bidding farewell to Governor Lu, Changsheng rode in a carriage toward the dock. En route, he asked the driver to stop, disembarking to purchase a dagger. His purpose in acquiring the dagger was not for self-defense, but rather to peel the bark from a phoenix tree. The branch of the phoenix tree that had been in the hands of the beggar was indeed handy, while his present attire was neat and tidy, making it somewhat incongruous to hold a branch. Changsheng was aware that in central China, there existed a great river and a grand river, yet he had never laid eyes upon either. Upon his first sight of the great river, he was filled with awe. It was currently the rainy season, and the waters swelled, rushing tumultuously toward the east. In truth, his destination was not Xiangzhou, but rather the further downstream city of Genzhou. By chance, a government vessel bound for Genzhou was docked, and the officials on board assisted him onto the ship. He sought out the officer responsible for transporting provisions and claimed to be a relative of Governor Lu, stating his intent to travel to Xiangzhou. The officer, named Ba Zuin and in his 30s, welcomed Changsheng aboard with enthusiasm, arranging accommodations for him. The vessel was substantial, spanning 3 levels and capable of transporting over 1,000 loads of grain at once. Changsheng boarded the ship in the afternoon, that he was not the sole passenger. Alongside him were nearly 100 others, primarily family members of officials, along with a handful of merchants. As night fell, the cargo hold was filled to capacity. The ship's captain rang a bell 3 times, and the vessel lifted anchor, setting sail. Chapter 54. Downstream for the very first time in his life, Changsheng embarked upon a boat, filled with a delightful sense of novelty. After the vessel set sail, he wandered back and forth across the deck, gazing upward and downward, and casting his eyes left and right. This official boat boasted 3 tiers. The 2 lower levels were designated for cargo and the oarsmen, while the uppermost deck served as living quarters, housing dozens of rooms of various sizes. However, the cabins were rather compact, somewhat constricted and cramped, which compelled the passengers to stand upon the deck, taking advantage of the fading daylight to admire the scenery along the banks of the mighty river. The majority of those aboard were the families of officials. After the departure, these women gathered in clusters across the deck. Throughout his life, Changsheng had never encountered so many women. While he harbored no ill intentions, his curiosity inevitably led him to steal a few glances. The households of officials were typically accompanied by maids, and one could discern the distinction between the young ladies and their attendants by their attire. Yet, even the maids were far more comely than the peasant women from his village. Changsheng, feeling both reluctant and intimidated in the presence of women, retreated to the stern of the boat. Seeking a secluded spot to sit, he took out a dagger to peel the bark from a sycamore branch. The branch was relatively soft, and he worked meticulously, striving to fashion it into a smooth and appealing shape. Otherwise, it would appear jarring in his hand and easily arouse suspicion that something was concealed within. After a spell of carving, darkness enveloped the scene, rendering him unable to continue. He ceased his efforts, discarding the shavings into the river before pacing back and forth at the stern. Having endured years of lameness, the sudden restoration of his mobility stirred a euphoric excitement within him, a sentiment beyond the reach of words that he had resigned himself to a life of disability, never anticipating the encounter with those esoteric monks. Receiving a favor from others carries a weight of obligation, an ever-present reminder to seek opportunities for reciprocation. Yet, in the journey of life, who among us can avoid accepting assistance and kindness? Accepting favors is not a mark of shame. It merely necessitates the return of goodwill, ensuring that those who have aided us do not feel disheartened. As the sound of the rushing waters filled his ears, Changsheng thought of Takeda Mayumi and the others, hoping that they had survived their plunge into the river and that in the future he might reunite with his fellow brothers. In the midst of his reverie, a woman's voice emerged from the right side of the boat. The speaker was unaware of his presence at the stern, and had he lingered, it might have appeared as eavesdropping. However, just as he prepared to depart from the other side, one of the women uttered a phrase that sent a shiver through him. "It has been over a month since I visited my mother. I wonder if Li Qiu has written to me." The mention of Li Qiu instantly brought to mind his third senior brother, Chen Li Qiu, who had several romantic acquaintances, including many young ladies from prominent families. Yet, like Changsheng, the name Li Qiu was quite common, leaving him uncertain whether the woman spoke of Chen Li Qiu. His curiosity piqued. He hesitated to leave. The speaker was likely a young lady, while the responder was presumably a maid. "Miss, Master Chen has joined the military. He no longer roams the Jianghu, as he once did. Even if there are no letters from him, you need not be overly concerned." Initially, Changsheng had merely taken note of the young lady's words, but upon hearing the maid's response, his excitement surged. It was undoubtedly Chen Li Qiu they spoke of, according to the maid. Chen Li Qiu seemed to have enlisted in the army. Naturally carefree and disinclined towards constraints, it was surprising that he would take up arms. However, those in the Jianghu were actively seeking him, and hiding within the military would indeed be the wisest choice. Suppressing his exhilaration, he continued to eavesdrop. The young lady expressed her concerns regarding Chen Li Qiu's military endeavors, fearing for his safety, while the maid tirelessly reassured her, insisting that Master Chen possessed extraordinary skills and could safeguard himself even in the heat of battle. The maid's assertion of Chen Li Qiu's exceptional talents solidified Changsheng's belief that they were indeed discussing his third senior brother. He had initially intended to continue listening to discern under whose command Chen Li Qiu had enlisted, but the two women soon fell silent, interrupted by a servant who summoned them back, citing the strong winds of the night and the lady's need for their return. After the two departed, Changsheng tilted his head to catch a glimpse. Though he could not discern their features, he noted their silhouettes and attire in the faint light of the lantern. The young lady was tall and slender, while the maid appeared significantly shorter. That moment, Changsheng's spirits soared. Not only had he healed his leg and successfully boarded the official boat bound for Genzhou, but he had also unexpectedly gleaned news of his senior brother, Chen Li Qiu. Previously, Chen Li Qiu had fought alongside Li Zhongyong, and if he remained unharmed, it was likely that Li Zhongyong had also escaped unscathed. Thus, it could be inferred that Takeda Mayumi, who had fallen into the water before them, would likely be safe as well. As night fully descended, most of the passengers returned below deck, dead-eyed in high spirits. Changsheng took his time returning to the cabin, leisurely walking in circles upon the deck. Aside from a few officers escorting provisions, most of the officials' families were accompanied by martial escorts. Had anyone else been seen pacing the deck, it would surely have raised suspicions. However, Changsheng, being bald, was mistaken for a monk, and it was entirely normal for a monk to walk in circles while chanting. It was not until the second watch that Changsheng returned to his quarters that on the table lay a small oil lamp, alongside a bowl of rice, with millet beneath and topped with sliced water bamboo and lettuce. The meal had likely been delivered some time ago and had grown somewhat cold, yet Changsheng devoured every grain, finding this fare to be quite exquisite. Despite the numerous trials he had faced along the way, he had finally boarded the official vessel heading to Genzhou. According to Li Zhongyong and the others, they would arrive in 2 weeks' time. Perhaps fearing that passengers might inadvertently topple the oil lamp and ignite a fire, the lamps in the cabins were quite small. Having just finished his meal, the oil in the lamp soon burned out, extinguishing the light. Lying down on the bed, Changsheng felt a profound sense of relaxation. All that remained was to wait. If all went smoothly, they would reach Genzhou in a fortnight. Though the river was currently swollen and turbulent due to the season, the official vessel on which Changsheng sailed was sturdy and massive, laden with provisions, gliding smoothly downstream. That night, Changsheng slept with remarkable peace. The following morning, he was awakened by a man named Ba Zuan, the officer overseeing the grain transport. The Ba Zuan treated him with utmost courtesy, as he was a guest under the special care of the governor. He spoke of the nearby echoes of monkeys and the light boats that had navigated past the White Emperor City, a sight immortalized in the poetry of the great Li Bai from a century prior. Once Changsheng dressed and made his way to the deck, he found it brimming with people. The White Emperor city stood on the northern bank of the river, flanked by steep cliffs on either side. To view the city from the boat required one to gaze upward. That Zuin, likely accustomed to traveling the river, began to recount tales of the White Emperor city's origins. However, Changsheng was not inclined to look into the distance. Instead, he scanned the crowd in search of the two women he had overheard the night before. Most of the passengers were officials' families, adorned in fine silks and satins. After considerable effort, Changsheng finally spotted the two women and caught a clearer glimpse of their appearances. Chun-Li Chiu was undoubtedly handsome, and the young lady beside him possessed bright eyes and a radiant smile, her beauty eclipsing that of the other women on board. Just as Changsheng was intently observing the young lady, her maid noticed his gaze and, deeming it impolite for him to stare, shot him a disdainful look. Realizing he had been caught, Changsheng quickly averted his eyes, only to discover something emerging from the river. At first, he mistook it for a piece of wood, but as the object grew larger, he realized it was an enormous greenish-brown turtle. While ordinary turtles might be no larger than a rice bowl, this one was as large as 3 houses, floating on the water like a small island. "General Ba, look!" Changsheng exclaimed with excitement, pointing. At his call, not only did Ba Zuin redirect his attention from the distance, but the others nearby also turned their gazes toward the river, witnessing the terrifying giant turtle. Gasps of astonishment erupted among the crowd. Changsheng had intended to inquire whether Ba Zuin had ever encountered such a colossal turtle before. However, seeing the same look of shock on his face as the others, he swallowed the question before it could escape his lips. The giant turtle, unperturbed by the commotion, continued to float to the surface, revealing not only its massive shell, but also its fearsome, wide head, which bore a striking resemblance to that of a bull, in stark contrast to the pointed beak of an ordinary turtle. As the turtle's head emerged, it turned to regard the official boat before slowly swimming towards it. The river at that point was over 70 zhang wide, and the turtle had surfaced from the northern side, coming within mere 20 zhang of the vessel. Witnessing the giant turtle's approach, the passengers erupted into panic, scrambling towards the southern side of the boat. The captain, seasoned in navigating the river, had likely encountered similar situations before. Shouting orders, he commanded, "Quickly, go to the hold and fetch some roosters, along with yellow paper and incense." Despite the turtle's massive size, it swam slowly, and in no time, it had drawn near the official boat. Yet it did not collide with it. Rather, it maintained a distance of about 3 zhang, lifting its head above the water as it drifted downstream alongside the vessel. At this point, fewer than 30 individuals remained on the left side of the boat, mostly soldiers and martial escorts. They were not fleeing from fear, but rather understanding that escape was futile. Moreover, to panic in plain view would strip them of their dignity and honor. 3 zhang may seem distant, yet it is not far at all. The giant turtle's head loomed high above the water, its eyes the size of bowls, glinting with an unsettling cold light. The remaining passengers on the left side trembled in fear, their legs quaking. Fortunately, it was not long before the giant turtle submerged. By the time several boatmen returned with roosters and the requested incense and yellow paper, the creature had vanished without a trace. The passengers, shaken by the encounter, hurriedly sought explanations from the captain. However, having traversed the river for decades, he had seen numerous large fish and serpents, and even some sizable turtles, yet he had never laid eyes on one so immense. As for whether its appearance was a portent of good or ill, the captain could not ascertain. There was a saying that creatures grow wise with age. Such a colossal turtle had likely lived for centuries, acquiring a form of sentience. Typically, they would not reveal themselves so readily, making this sighting in broad daylight all the more extraordinary. Many were so frightened by the giant turtle that they dared not linger on the deck, retreating into the cabin. Yet, the following days passed smoothly, with favorable winds and no further anomalies. With fewer people on deck, Changsheng seized the opportunity to sit at the bow, taking in the grandeur of the mighty river and the beauty of the landscapes on either side. On the 8th day, Changsheng noticed a change in Ba Zuin's demeanor. He appeared troubled, his brow furrowed in concern. Although he spent most of his time on deck, he remained silent. Initially, Changsheng hesitated to inquire further, but his curiosity eventually compelled him to approach the matter delicately. Upon hearing Ba Zuin's response, Changsheng's heart sank. It turned out there were 2 official boats transporting military provisions. one outbound and one returning. According to protocol, they should have encountered the returning vessel yesterday, yet no sign of it had appeared thus far. These two boats were the largest on the river, capable of weathering storms and waves, and the likelihood of them capsizing was minimal. Thus, the only plausible explanation for the absence of the other boat was that it had encountered human interference. Chapter 55. Enemies on a narrow path. Throughout the journey, Ba Zuin had taken great care of Changsheng, noticing his troubled demeanor. Compassionate, Changsheng attempted to offer solace, saying, "General, you need not worry excessively. The other official vessel is navigating upstream, and naturally, its speed cannot match ours as we move downstream. They may still be on their return journey." "My young brother, you are mistaken," Ba Zuin replied, shaking his head. "Although they are traveling against the current, they can unfurl their sails and harness the wind. Moreover, there are over 20 oarsmen aboard. Unless their vessel is intercepted mid-journey, they will undoubtedly not be delayed." Before Changsheng could respond, Ba Zuin continued, "Both of our ships are laden with military provisions. Any delay in their return is unacceptable, lest we face the consequences of military law. Would they dare to be negligent?" Initially, Changsheng had contemplated suggesting that Ba Zuin halt the vessel and wait a few days before proceeding. However, after hearing Ba Zuin's remarks, he dismissed that thought. This route was non-negotiable. Regardless of any unforeseen events affecting the other ship, theirs must continue downstream on schedule. Having grown up in a mountain village, Changsheng had limited exposure to the world. His time with Master Lin and others had been brief, and having spent 3 months secluded in the mountains, he was almost entirely oblivious to the current state of affairs. He understood that the world was tumultuous, with regional governors amassing power and engaging in constant warfare, yet he could not name these governors or comprehend the territories they would soon traverse. Lacking insight, he was unable to offer any sound advice and could only sigh in resignation. Ba Zuin remarked, "Yesterday we passed Dezhou, and by tomorrow morning we shall reach Xiangzhou. Once we arrive at Xiangzhou, you may disembark." After saying this, Ba Zuin patted Changsheng on the shoulder and turned to re-enter the cabin. Changsheng watched him depart, recalling that he had not been entirely truthful with Governor Liu, merely stating he was bound for Xiangzhou. Thus, the envoy dispatched by Liu had informed Ba Zuin of his intended destination, while in truth, Changsheng aimed for the further downstream city of Genzhou. Given the present circumstances, they could only proceed cautiously. Should conflict arise downstream, disembarking at Xiangzhou might not be unwise, although it would require additional time. The journey by boat from Xiangzhou to Genzhou would take merely 6 days, while overland travel could consume 2 to 3 months at the very least. As the official vessel sailed downstream, the captain likely sensed that the other official ship had encountered trouble and remained at the bow, inquiring about conditions downstream whenever they met vessels navigating upstream. However, these smaller boats were limited to nearby waters and had no knowledge of the situation further downriver, nor had they sighted the other official vessel. Although that day passed without incident, the mood among the crew grew increasingly somber. They had not encountered the returning official vessel, which surely indicated misfortune had befallen it. Regardless of the fate of the other ship, they could only press on downstream, burdened with military provisions, as military orders were paramount. Delays could lead to dire consequences. In the evening, Changsheng encountered Ba Zuin once more. He yearned to inquire about who might have attacked the other vessel, but restrained himself upon seeing Ba Zuin's troubled expression. Even if he learned the details, he would be of no assistance. It was better not to pry. After a restless night filled with anxiety, the following morning, their vessel docked at the Xiangzhou pier, prompting Ba Zuin and the captain to disembark immediately to gather information. Those who had boarded earlier from Zhou had disembarked in numbers, and with the ship's return to the pier, more passengers left. Changsheng remained indecisive about whether to disembark at Xiangzhou. As he grappled with his dilemma, he noticed that Madame Zhao's family was still aboard. Madame Zhao was accompanied by her daughter, the young lady who had befriended Chen Liqiu, along with a maid and 2 martial artist attendants. After much deliberation, Changsheng ultimately decided to remain on the ship for 2 reasons. Firstly, he lacked martial skills, and traveling overland would take months amidst the chaos, making it far more perilous. Secondly, Zhao's daughter was Chen Liqiu's confidant, and although he could not protect them, he might at least ascertain their fate should any calamity befall them. At the hour of Chen Ba Zuin and the captain returned, and it was only when they weighed anchor that Ba Zuin noticed Changsheng had not disembarked. "My young brother, why do you still remain aboard?" "My plans have changed. I must go to Genzhou," Changsheng replied, then inquired, "General, have there been any updates regarding that vessel?" Ba Zuin shook his head. "None. Our two ships do not fall under Xiangzhou's jurisdiction, and they pay no heed to our movements. However, it seems there are no reports of conflict downstream. If there is no conflict, what then could have intercepted that ship?" Changsheng pressed. Ba Zuin waved his hand dismissively. "As long as there is no war, I am not overly concerned. My greatest fear is insurrection by rebel forces. Ordinary bandits would not dare assault an official vessel. Perhaps that ship merely ran aground and is currently undergoing repairs." Hearing Ba Zuin's words, Changsheng felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had been tense, having hardly slept the previous night, and after Ba Zuin left, he returned to his quarters to rest. By now, the weather had grown quite warm. After lunch, Changsheng took a seat in the shade along the ship's railing. There were numerous benches available, and he chose one to sit and enjoy the cool breeze that at this point. Aside from the soldiers and oarsmen, fewer than 30 passengers remained on the ship, all bound for Genzhou, including Madame Zhao and her daughter. The great river was dotted with numerous tributaries, some flowing into it while others branched off. In the afternoon, as the hour of Shin approached, two tributaries became visible ahead, one to the north and one to the south. With the tributaries dividing the waters, the current of the great river was not as turbulent as upstream, and several small boats were casting nets for fish at the confluence of the two branches. Seeing the official vessel flowing downstream, the fishermen swiftly departed the tributaries and rowed toward the official ship. Changsheng, standing at a height, was the first to notice the unusual activity and rushed back to the cabin to alert. "General, several small boats are approaching us." Ba Zuin, who had not rested well over the past few days, was inside the cabin resting. Upon hearing Changsheng's warning, he quickly arose and rushed out. Noticing the suspicious boats, Ba Zuin immediately issued a loud command, calling the soldiers guarding the provisions to prepare for vigilance. Before all the soldiers could exit the cabin, one of the small boats suddenly had its canopy ripped away, and a figure leapt out, skimming over the waves toward the official ship. While many in the martial world possess lightness skills, achieving such mastery as to glide over water was no easy feat. There was no doubt that this individual was a formidable expert. "It is a member of the Beggar's Sect." Changsheng felt a chill run down his spine. Though he did not recognize the individual, he recognized the distinctive attire of the Beggar's Sect, with various patches of yellow cloth adorning their chests. Due to the distance, he could not count the patches but could discern that there were numerous. The individual swiftly approached the official vessel, using the ship's side to gain leverage, and gracefully vaulted onto the second deck. It seemed he was aware that the ship's helm was located above. Upon reaching the deck, he drew his sword and charged into the steering cabin. Changsheng could not see what transpired next, but before Ba Zuin and the others could reach the second deck, the official vessel began to turn and slow down. As it decelerated, the other small boats took the opportunity to close in, each carrying two members of the Beggar's Sect, one disguised as a fisherman, while the other concealed within the boat's canopy. As they neared the official vessel, those hidden beneath the canopy executed their lightness skills to board the ship. Once aboard, these individuals immediately engaged in a fierce battle with Ba Zuin and his men, and the sounds of screams quickly filled the air. Changsheng harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the members of the Beggar's Sect, fearing them greatly, for they were notorious for their nefarious deeds. The sudden turn of events left him uncertain whether the Beggar's Sect was targeting him specifically. He could swim, and the current here was relatively gentle. Should he leap into the river, he would not drown. However, the members of the Beggar's Sect had come in boats, and even if he jumped into the water, they could still pursue him. In the midst of his indecision, a member of the Beggar's Sect leapt from the second deck to the third, and upon seeing a bald man wielding a cane before him, mistook him for a monk, delivering a slap and exclaiming, "Where did this bald donkey come from?" Truly a sight for sore eyes. The force behind the slap sent Changsheng tumbling to the ground, and the Beggar's Sect member disregarded him, charging directly into the cabin. The passengers were predominantly officials and their families, many accompanied by martial artists. Upon witnessing the intruders boarding the ship, they all drew their weapons to confront the thieves. Yet the martial prowess of the beggars' sect members was formidable. They cut through their opposition with ease, and soon, none were left to stand against them. Although the beggars' sect was few in number, they were all skilled fighters. The official soldiers, despite their numbers, were no match for them. In mere moments, the soldiers had been slaughtered. The members of the beggars' sect then split into two groups. Some restrained the helmsman, commanding him to steer the official vessel into the northern tributary, while others ascended to the third deck, herding the cabin's occupants onto the deck to seize their valuables. Among the passengers were men as well. One elderly gentleman, witnessing the chaos, approached with his cane, declaring, "You rascals, do you know who I am?" "I care not who you are," a beggar's sect member retorted, swiftly drawing his blade and severing the old man's head. The old man's corpse fell not far from Changsheng, and as his head was removed, blood gushed forth, splattering Changsheng's face and hair. The pampered ladies aboard had never witnessed such a gruesome scene, and they screamed in terror. "Silence!" a beggar's sect member barked, glaring at them. "If you dare raise your voices again, you shall meet the same fate." Silenced by the threat, the passengers cowered, while several beggars' sect members brandished their blades, methodically looting the valuables of each individual. At this point, Changsheng realized that the beggars' sect was not targeting him, but rather seeking to plunder the ship's grain and the wealth of its passengers. It was likely that the other official vessel had suffered a similar fate at their hands. Just then, a member of the beggars' sect approached, having finished looting an elderly woman. Upon seeing Changsheng wiping the blood from his face, he was filled with disdain and delivered a powerful kick, sending him overboard. The force of the kick nearly knocked the wind out of Changsheng, and it was only when he hit the cold river that he gasped for breath that he could swim. And having fallen face up, he worried that the nearby beggars' sect members would close in and kill him, so he decided to remain motionless, closing his eyes and feigning death. Under the control of the beggars' sect, the official vessel changed course to the north, drifting downstream. Once they were a safe distance from the official ship, Changsheng turned over in the water, treading lightly to observe the situation. The official vessel had now entered the northern tributary, with the small boats following suit. At this moment, he found himself in the middle of the river, where the current was gentler. He had two choices: either swim south to the shore, distancing himself from the beggars' sect and avoiding the need to cross the river to reach Genzhou, or swim north to land on the northern bank. The beggars' sect's brazen robbery of the official vessel was an outright act of rebellion. Though they were notorious for their villainy, they lacked the audacity to openly rebel, and they had not masked their identities, indicating they had no intention of leaving any witnesses alive. After weighing his options, Changsheng chose to swim north. Chen Lichio's beloved confidant was still aboard, and he needed to find a way to rescue her. Chapter 56. A difficult rescue at this moment. The official vessel and the small boats had already entered the northern tributary, unseen by the members of the beggars' sect. Changsheng exerted all his strength to swim desperately. Although he was capable of swimming, he had only ever done so in rivers, and the river waters were shallower than those of the Yangtze, which were deeper and flowed more swiftly. Under the relentless push of the river, he found himself unable to swim directly towards the opposite bank, instead being carried downstream against his will. This area marked the confluence of the river streams, where the water surface was relatively broad and the current not as turbulent. However, 3 miles downstream lay a steep gorge where the waters converged again, creating a terrifyingly swift current, flanked by sheer rock walls on either side. Should he be swept there by the river, there would be no chance of landing, and carried along, he might well lose his life. Sensing the imminent danger, Changsheng employed all his limbs, struggling to paddle through the water. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he finally reached the northern shore, where the terrain was relatively gentle, though just 5 zhang downstream loomed a towering rock wall covered in moss. Exhausted and weak, Changsheng clambered up the bank, clinging to a branch, but he could not afford to pause for breath. He hastily turned the phoenix tree branch he had clutched in his hand to inspect it for leaks. Seeing that it was tightly sealed, he breathed a sigh of relief, only to remember that concealed within the lining of his clothing was a letter entrusted to him by Daoist Lin shortly before his passing, intended for the abbot of Genzhao Mountain, Luoyangzi. Fearing the letter might be soaked by the river, Changsheng hurriedly retrieved it, and fortunately, Daoist Lin had been meticulous, using waterproof oil paper for its envelope, keeping the contents dry. Concerned that the official vessel might drift further away, Changsheng dared not linger, but he tucked away the letter and turned to leave. However, as he did so, a cold sweat broke out upon him when he spotted a 5-foot-long blue-patterned viper hanging from a branch just 3 feet away. The snake, startled, flicked its tongue, poised to strike. Still reeling from the shock, he suddenly noticed another viper coiled in the grass to his left. And not just one to his right. He was nearly paralyzed with fear as a massive black python lay coiled by the water's edge. Since it was curled up, he could not ascertain its length, but its girth was certainly larger than the grinding stone used in his village. This was the first time in his life Changsheng had encountered such a colossal python, sending chills down his spine and raising the hair on his body. How could a snake be so enormous? Why were there so many snakes here? Suppressing his fear and thinking urgently, he quickly deduced the reason. He was situated between Xiangzhou and Genzhou, an area belonging to the south, where the climate was warm and humid, allowing snakes and insects to grow larger than in the north. As for the abundance of snakes in this region, it was understandable. He was at the confluence of the great river and its tributaries, with water on both sides, making such areas prime habitats for serpents. If it were anyone else, they would likely have been paralyzed with terror by now. Although Changsheng was not immobilized by fear, he was nonetheless trembling, his hair standing on end. In every direction he looked, he could see 7 or 8 venomous snakes of various sizes, with many more likely hidden from view. Yet he had no retreat. Despite his panic, he could only muster the courage to move forward. The branch of the phoenix tree still held a detoxifying pill, which would prevent him from succumbing to a snake bite that he had to move, but how should he proceed? Should he inch forward step by step, or charge through? After weighing his options, Changsheng chose the latter for a simple reason. The colors of the snakes blended closely with the grass and foliage that if he advanced slowly, he risked giving them the opportunity to strike. It was better to charge ahead, hoping to startle them into inaction. With his mind made up, he found his legs felt as heavy as lead that it was not surprising he felt this way. Anyone in his situation would be frightened and on edge. Taking a deep breath and summoning his courage, he gritted his teeth and finally surged forward, in less than 3 zhang. Changsheng realized he had underestimated the reaction speed of these venomous snakes, as one of them had already bitten his left leg. Realizing he had been bitten, panic surged through him, but he dared not stop. He could only keep running, all the while trying to turn the branch in his hand to retrieve the detoxifying pill inside. At that moment, he caught sight of several green plants ahead bearing red seeds. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the single-stem plant had 7 leaves, instantly recalling the 7-leaf flower recorded in the Changsheng Fang. Wherever there are venomous snakes, there are usually antidote herbs, and the 7-leaf flower was renowned for its effectiveness against snake bites. With this thought in mind, he ran towards the plants, snatching the red seeds and stuffing them into his mouth. The fruit of the 7-leaf flower was exceedingly bitter, but Changsheng had no time to mind such trivialities that in a frenzy, he grabbed a handful and shoved them into his mouth, pulling up the entire plants by their roots while running and chewing on the leaves. The snakes struck with lightning speed. Even as Changsheng sprinted past, they were quick to bite in just a few dozen paces. He had already lost count of how many times he had been bitten, only knowing that the sensation was akin to being pierced by a sharp awl. Compared to the snakes, Changsheng feared the pythons more. The ones by the water's edge were simply too large, capable of swallowing him whole without a second thought. Fortunately, these pythons were not particularly bold. When disturbed, they did not pursue. Instead, it was the smaller, more aggressive venomous snakes that posed a greater threat. One bright red snake, after biting him, relentlessly pursued him from behind. Before long, Changsheng began to feel a tingling sensation. Although the bites were mostly concentrated on his legs and arms, the first area to feel numb was his face. However, this did not mean that his limbs were unaffected. They simply were not as sensitive as his facial skin. The most potent part of the 7-leaf flower was its root. In this critical moment, Changsheng did not care if the roots got dirty, and he began chewing and swallowing them directly. The severity of his poisoning made it increasingly difficult to chew and swallow. After swallowing those root pieces, he hastily grabbed a handful of pink flowers. These were hibiscus flowers, which also had properties to counteract snake venom. He could not tell how long he had been running, but eventually he felt the pain dissipate. However, he was uncertain whether this was due to the onset of paralysis from the poison or simply because there were no more snakes in the vicinity. At this point, Changsheng halted. If it was the latter, that would be ideal, but if it was the former, he could not afford to run any longer. He needed to take the detoxifying pill immediately. As he paused to survey his surroundings, he noticed there were no snakes nearby. Looking further afield, he realized he had ascended to higher ground, far removed from the water's edge. Continuing to gaze into the distance, he finally spotted the official vessel. Due to the shallow tributary, the vessel was moving at a slow pace. Changsheng stuffed several hibiscus flowers into his mouth, chewing and swallowing with all his might. He then placed a branch of phoenix wood in front of him, but he did not rush to break it open. Instead, he sat beneath a large tree to inspect his wounds and press out the toxins. He had only one detoxifying pill, and he was reluctant to use it unless absolutely necessary, but he had already ingested numerous antidote herbs. If they could withstand the poison, he could save the pill for a more critical moment. At this time, his wounds were oozing blood, and his sleeves and pant legs were stained with a mottled mixture of venom and blood to facilitate the expulsion of the remaining toxins. Changsheng stripped off his clothing, methodically pressing and squeezing each wound. With nothing to wipe away the flowing toxic blood, he had to use the clothes he had removed. After wiping several areas, a sudden thought struck him. This toxic blood contained deadly venom. Lacking martial prowess, he could only devise a way to poison the band of ruffians from the beggar's sect to rescue Miss Zhao and the others. With this in mind, he pressed each wound, soaking his clothing with the toxic blood. He did not use his entire garment for this. Instead, he utilized the hem of his lower garment, which had already absorbed a considerable amount of venom during the snake's attack, maximizing the retention of toxicity. Even after expelling the residual toxic blood, he could not prevent the onset of poisoning that in addition to feeling numb all over, he now struggled to breathe, feeling a tightness in his chest and nausea. After enduring for a moment, dizziness began to set in, and he felt as though he might faint at any moment. At this point, he could wait no longer. Grabbing a stone, he aimed to smash the branch, but fearing he might damage other pills, he discarded the stone and retrieved the dagger he had previously used to cut the branch. He pried off the wooden plug that had blocked the hole in the branch. The first item to fall out was the gold piece given to him by Li Zhongyong that day, followed by several pills. When he finally found the pale green detoxifying pill, he was nearly out of breath and dared not delay. He immediately crushed the wax seal, opened his mouth, and swallowed it. As the pill entered his stomach, it took effect instantly. In a heartbeat, Changsheng was freed from the hazy, muddled sensation that had enveloped him. Moments later, his breathing eased and the numbness subsided. Anxious about Miss Zhao's safety, Changsheng did not allow himself to linger. Without waiting for the residual poison to dissipate, he exerted himself to rise, carefully sealing the remaining pills back in their place before donning his clothes and climbing higher. The elevated area was relatively dry and had fewer snakes and insects. Moments later, he reached the ridge, from where he could clearly see the official vessel moving slowly northeast. The group on the three-deck ship remained in their original place, but due to the distance, he could not discern whether Miss Zhao was among them. As the vessel drifted slowly through the water, Changsheng hastened along the bank, his mind racing with anxious thoughts that he was uncertain where the ruffians from the beggar's sect intended to take the official vessel, but he knew that the longer he delayed, the more perilous Miss Zhao's situation would become. Her extraordinary beauty made her a prime target for any nefarious intentions those ruffians might develop. Moreover, the number of ruffians attempting to seize the official vessel was not substantial. They were clearly after the cargo of rice on board, intending to transport away thousands of loads. The number of their accomplices was certainly not negligible, and should the two groups converge, rescuing her would become increasingly difficult. The urgency of the situation demanded immediate action, but it was now late afternoon, a time when people typically did not eat. Even if he could find a way to poison the food, they would have to wait until dusk to consume it. What to do? What to do? Changsheng was desperate to save her, but felt utterly powerless. Lacking martial skills and spiritual cultivation, his months of seclusion in the mountains had been spent studying the Qianjin Fang, a text meant for healing. While it could also be used for lethal purposes, he was left with the single option of poisoning. If that route proved unviable, he would truly be at a loss. Just then, he saw two ruffians from the beggar's sect ascend to the third deck. Changsheng gasped in alarm, fearing they might be seeking to harm someone. Fortunately, these two merely rummaged through the crowd on the deck before returning to the cabin, leaving the women unharmed. Though Miss Zhao had narrowly escaped that immediate danger, as long as she remained on the ship, it was only a matter of time before she would face harassment or worse. He had to devise a swift plan to rescue her. Poison was abundant and readily available. Ahead lay a patch of highly toxic chuanwu. However, the challenge was not in finding the poison, but in how to administer it. In a moment of inspiration amidst his distress, he realized that it was not strictly necessary to ingest poison to become affected. Inhaling toxic fumes could also result in poisoning. With this revelation, clarity dawned upon him. The ruffians were clearly after the supplies. If the official vessel were to catch fire, they would not abandon ship, but rush to extinguish the flames, that as long as he could place enough highly toxic herbs nearby when setting the fire, the resulting toxic smoke would be sufficient to cause them to inhale the poison unknowingly. This plan was excellent. He would proceed with it. But Chapter 57. Poison to save lives. The poison was readily available. The chuanwu was highly toxic, and before him lay a vast expanse of it. Changsheng was already well versed in the intricacies of medicinal formulations. For as the saying goes, every remedy carries a measure of poison. That a skilled physician capable of concocting life-saving elixirs could just as easily reverse the process to create lethal toxins. In comparison to devising a method for salvation, brewing poison was considerably simpler for Changsheng. Not far off, a few thundervine plants grew, also extremely toxic, easily snapped off to bind the harvested chuanwu. Once he had gathered and secured all the chuanwu, he had amassed 2 hefty bundles, which he carried forward. This area was rife with venomous creatures, and it was seldom frequented. Even herbalists seemed to avoid this place, despite the abundance of various herbs scattered about. After traversing several dozen paces, he encountered a few plants adorned with blue flowers. These were not the bellflower, but the dreadfully toxic snow on a branch of wormwood. This plant was among the most lethal, and he uprooted all 5 specimens to take with him. The official vessel had altered its course to the north, while Changsheng needed to circumvent from the southern bank. Consequently, the journey became unnecessarily prolonged. To hastened his pursuit of the official ship. Changsheng forged ahead through the thickets, exerting himself to the utmost. Even as he ran, he did not cease his search for herbs, but this time he sought not the poisonous plants, but rather those that could mitigate toxicity. The thundervine, chuanwu, and snow on a branch of wormwood, while toxic, possessed compatible properties that could amplify their effects. Should these bundles of poisonous herbs be ignited, the resulting fumes would surely be fatal. However, aboard the ship, besides the scoundrels of the beggar's sect, there were rowers and captives who must not be harmed by the poison. After stumbling forward for about 4 or 5 miles, he managed to reduce the distance to approximately 2 miles, yet he had yet to find any herbs capable of alleviating the poison's effects. The reason for this lack was not due to a scarcity of options, but rather stemmed from his indecision regarding the precise characteristics of the antidotes he sought. While it appeared complex, the solution was rather straightforward. If the ship were set ablaze, the toxic smoke would rise, making it difficult to avoid affecting those innocent souls aboard. The rogues of the beggar's sect were martial practitioners, possessing higher resistance to toxins than the rowers and captives. If he could weaken the poison, he might save the others aboard the ship, yet it would still leave the beggar's sect scoundrels unharmed. Identifying a few antidotes was simple enough, but if all were poisoned, he could not prioritize saving only Miss Zhao's family while neglecting the others on deck. Yet, he lacked both the capacity and time to rescue everyone. In a moment of respite, Changsheng contemplated fervently and, after deliberation, conceived a plan. Paralysis, he would endeavor to ensure that the fumes released from the burning poisonous herbs would render them merely paralyzed without claiming their lives. In any undertaking, the most formidable challenge is not the execution itself, but rather defining a clear and definitive goal before action is taken. Only with a lucid objective can one proceed methodically step by step. Diligence without a clear aim is akin to a headless fly, flitting about aimlessly, devoid of purpose. The herbs Wei Lingxian and Jiujie foam could alter the toxicity of the chuanwu and similar plants, diminishing their harmful effects while inducing paralysis. Unfortunately, these herbs were not found in the vicinity, so he resolved to substitute them with xianmao and nujinkeo. Together with the snake venom he had previously collected, they could produce effects akin to those of Jiujie foam. Finally, he plucked some blue flowers from the snow on a branch of wormwood for future use. Although derived from a toxic plant, it bore detoxifying properties. Having completed these preparations, the next step was the most perilous. Boarding the ship at this moment, the scoundrels from the small boats had already boarded the official vessel. The small boats were tethered to the rear of the large ship, so he could first attempt to climb aboard one of them, then use the ropes to ascend to the official ship. The stream where the official vessel lay was flanked by dense woods, and Changsheng, utilizing the cover of the foliage, stealthily approached the right side of the ship. With a dagger, he severed the hem of his garment, which had been tainted with snake venom, and stuffed it into the bundle of Chuanwu. The rogues of the beggar's sect possessed acute senses, and fearing detection, Changsheng refrained from entering the water too soon, patiently waiting until the official vessel had passed before submerging himself, dragging the bundles of herbs as he swam towards the small boat behind the official ship. Once he grasped the ship's railing and hoisted himself onto the small boat, fatigue weighed heavily upon him, yet he dared not linger. After a brief moment to catch his breath, he sat up, secured the bundles of herbs to himself, and began to scale the ropes upward. The stern of the ship was unguarded, and soon enough, he laboriously ascended to the second deck of the official vessel. Upon reaching the deck, the first action Changsheng took was to sever the ropes tethering the small boats to the rear of the ship, leaving only one small boat for his escape later. Unsure of the whereabouts of the beggar's sect rogues, he refrained from making any rash moves. After a moment of anxious contemplation, he resolved to take the risk and venture into the second deck cabin. Most of this area was filled with sacks of grain, with the steering room at the front and the kitchen at the rear. He had lost his fire starter and now required both a spark and flammable oil, which could only be found in the kitchen. Cautiously and stealthily, he pushed open the cabin door, and the sight that greeted him was one of horror. Bodies strewn across the floor. Most of these corpses belonged to the rowers, with a few kitchen maids among them. These elderly women had been mercilessly slaughtered by the beggar's sect rogues. Lying dead in the corridor leading from the kitchen to the main cabin, A.S. Changsheng crouched beside a corpse, searching for a fire starter. He caught the faint sound of footsteps from the main cabin. Panic surged through him, but he forced himself to remain calm, quietly retreating into a small room where vegetables were stored. However, this room lacked a door, and if anyone passed by, he would surely be seen. In a moment of desperation, he crouched in a corner, using the few bundles of poisonous herbs he carried to shield himself. Though they could hardly conceal him, it was better than being fully exposed. Fortunately, the intruder did not enter the kitchen, but instead began counting loudly in the main cabin, seemingly tallying the grain. Changsheng recalled hearing from Chen Liqiu and others that martial artists with spiritual cultivation possessed heightened senses compared to ordinary folk. Fearing they might hear any noise, he inhaled slowly, daring not to make a sound. 2 individuals entered the main cabin, and after a brief count, they proceeded toward the forward cabin. During their passage, one remarked, "This ship carries only the finest grains. Are we really delivering all this to Zhu Qiuanzhou? To secure his allegiance, we cannot go empty-handed," the other replied. "We've certainly taken a considerable risk. Can we keep this under wraps?" One of them expressed concern. "Leave no survivors, and who will know?" The other reassured him. "Besides, if these grains reach the court, they will surely be redirected to Li Qiong, Zhu Qiuanzhou's archrival. If we seize them en route, we would be unwittingly fulfilling Zhu Qiuanzhou's desires that I still worry. Having killed so many, if word gets out, our beggar's sect may find itself devoid of a foothold. Even the people of the Jianghu will look down upon us." "Pah! As if the people of the Jianghu ever held us in high regard," the other scoffed. "Moreover, Li Qiong has already reported to the court, accusing us of rebellion. The court has ordered a thorough investigation. If we do not act first, we may find ourselves without a grave." Their voices dwindled to silence, indicating that they had moved far away. Once they were out of earshot, Changsheng emerged from his hiding place, rummaging through one of the kitchen maids for a fire starter and then locating half a bucket of oil beneath the kitchen. With the bundles of herbs in tow, he slipped into the main cabin, where the grain was stored in burlap sacks. That he doused the sacks with oil, scattered the herbs within, and then ignited them with the fire starter. As the flames erupted, panic seized Changsheng. Amidst all his meticulous planning, he had neglected to consider an escape route. Soon, the ruffians would surely come to extinguish the fire. Where could he hide? In a moment of desperation, he rolled across the kitchen corridor, covering himself in blood, smearing his hands and face with it, and finally lying flat on the kitchen floor, feigning death. As he lay there, he suddenly noticed 2 large water jars in the kitchen, filled to the brim. Fearing that the ruffians might come to fetch water to douse the flames, he hastily crawled up to topple one of the jars. Halfway through, a thought struck him. The ruffians had yet to realize the main cabin was ablaze, that if the jar shattered and made a noise, it would alert them to his presence. Realizing this, he abandoned the jar and returned to the small room where he lay low, pretending to be dead. The burlap sacks were highly flammable, and once soaked in oil, they ignited rapidly. Soon, the main cabin filled with thick smoke. Having recently consumed an antidote, the effects lingered, allowing him to evade poisoning. The beggar's sect rogues quickly discovered the fire in the main cabin, rushing in a frenzy to extinguish it. Changsheng remained prone on the ground, unable to see the chaos around him, only hearing the shouts and curses of the beggar's sect members. Most of the rowers had been slain previously, leaving only a scant few alive. The beggar's sect members, suspecting the remaining rowers of setting the fire, vented their frustrations upon them, urging them to put it out while also taking matters into their own hands. With the cabin in disarray, Changsheng remained still, knowing that as long as even one of the beggar's sect rogues was unharmed by the poison, his life remained at risk. As the rogues and rowers worked together to extinguish the flames, the fire gradually diminished. However, once the burlap sacks ignited, they were difficult to extinguish completely, and if not entirely doused, they would continue to smolder. Soon, Changsheng overheard the rogues' curses and urgings, and it seemed that some rowers had succumbed to the poison, collapsing. The beggar's sect members, puzzled, assumed they were feigning illness and unleashed a torrent of insults upon them. Only when one of the rogues fell victim to the poison did someone finally sound the alarm, shouting, "Oh no, the smoke is toxic. Get out quickly." This realization came too late. Changsheng lay at the stern, with no one escaping that way. Following a series of thuds as bodies fell, the main cabin soon fell silent. After lying still for a moment and seeing no one enter, Changsheng finally rose, turning to survey the main cabin. He beheld a sea of bodies strewn across the corridor, the fire extinguished, leaving only embers on the burlap sacks, nearly impossible to reignite. There was little more he could do. If any remnants remained, he could only leave it to fate. Recognizing the urgency of his situation, he dared not delay, hastily fleeing the kitchen toward the third deck. Elevated above, those captives inhaled less of the toxic smoke. Aside from a few elderly and frail individuals, the majority still stood that I have rendered them unconscious. "You must flee at once," Changsheng called out loudly. Covered in blood and appearing unexpectedly, the crowd stared in shock, speechless. Unconcerned with their astonishment, Changsheng rushed to Miss Zhao, exclaiming, "Miss Zhao, come with me at once." Chapter 58. Miss Zhao had little impression of Changsheng. When she saw him suddenly rushing towards her and tugging at her, she instinctively recoiled. A maid beside her pushed Changsheng's hand away, standing protectively between them. "What do you intend to do?" "Of course, I'm here to save you," Changsheng replied urgently. "Hurry and come with me. It will be too late if you hesitate." "Who are you? And why do you want to save us?" the maid pressed further. "Why do you have so many questions?" "I have no time to explain that it's your choice to come or stay and wait for death," Changsheng retorted, pulling out the antidote blue flowers he had gathered earlier. He kept a few for himself and tossed the rest to the crowd on the deck. "These flowers can neutralize the poison. Share them among yourselves and flee for your lives." After throwing down the blue flowers, Changsheng turned to leave. He glanced back at Miss Zhao and the others at the staircase. "Let me ask you one last time. Are you coming or not?" Zhao's mother and the maid were indecisive, turning to Miss Zhao for guidance. Changsheng, having risked his life to incapacitate that group of ruffians, felt a sense of urgency that if Miss Zhao hesitated, it would signify her lack of discernment between good and evil, a foolishness unworthy of Chen Liqiu. He would leave immediately. Fortunately, Miss Zhao did not squander the opportunity. After a brief moment of contemplation, she ran towards Changsheng, followed closely by her mother and the maid. Meanwhile, the crowd on the deck was scrambling for the antidote blue flowers. One person noticed Changsheng attempting to leave and shouted, "Don't go. What will we do if you leave?" Having already endured the bite of a venomous snake and the subsequent panic, Changsheng had run several miles from the mountains, nearly exhausted. He was seething with frustration. Had it not been for the safety of those on deck, he would have let the ruffians perish from the poison. He had done everything within his power to protect them, yet they remained ungrateful. Thus, upon hearing the shout, he retorted sharply, "If you don't jump ship to escape, then stay here and wait for death." With that, he disregarded the crowd on the deck and swiftly led Miss Zhao and the others to the stern of the ship. Without further ado, Changsheng leaped into the water, placing a wooden stick into the cabin before beckoning Miss Zhao. "Quick, jump down." The maid looked down apprehensively. "It's so high. How can I jump? I'm not here to save you." "You can stay on the ship," Changsheng replied to the maid, then turned back to Miss Zhao. "I'll count to 3, and if—" Before Changsheng could finish, Miss Zhao climbed up the railing and jumped down. Seeing her bravery and her understanding of urgency, Changsheng was greatly impressed. He quickly caught her and pushed her onto the small boat. Once Miss Zhao jumped down, Zhao's mother and the maid had no choice but to leap as well. Neither could swim, and upon entering the water, they flailed about helplessly. Changsheng first helped Zhao's mother onto the boat, then reached for the maid. Before he could assist the maid onto the boat, a piercing scream echoed from the third deck, indicating that some of the ruffians had made their way up there. Hearing the screams, Changsheng could not afford to help the maid onto the boat. He hastily drew his dagger to sever the mooring lines, gripping the ship's railing with one hand while clutching the maid with the other, allowing the current to carry them downstream. The maid, frightened and panicked, struggled and cried out. That moment, the small boat had not yet distanced itself from the official ship, and fearing her cries would attract pursuers, Changsheng covered her mouth tightly to silence her. After drifting for several dozen yards, Changsheng felt a bit more at ease that he freed one hand to push the maid onto the small boat. By this time, he was utterly exhausted, lacking even the strength to climb onto the boat himself. Seeing his fatigue, Miss Zhao did not hesitate. She stepped forward, grasped his hand, and pulled him onto the small boat. Just as Changsheng managed to climb aboard, shouts and curses erupted from the stern of the official ship. Changsheng turned back to see 2 armed ruffians staggering towards the rear, furious at the sight of their escape. At this point, the small boat was merely 20 yards from the official ship, and fearing they might launch projectiles, Changsheng had no time to catch his breath. He seized an oar and began to paddle vigorously, but he strained to paddle several hundred yards without noticing anyone pursuing them, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Turning to look back, he saw a few ruffians on the deck mercilessly slaughtering those who remained aboard. It was only at that moment that the others mustered the courage to jump ship, but it was already too late for them. Before Changsheng turned to look back, Miss Zhao and the others had witnessed the horror unfolding on the official ship. The gruesome scene filled them with dread. Had the 3 of them hesitated even slightly, they would have met the same fate as those left behind. Miss Zhao and her mother looked at Changsheng with gratitude, while the maid's gaze was tinged with resentment. As Changsheng wiped the sweat from his brow, he inadvertently caught the maid's eye. "What are you staring at? Would you prefer I send you back?" Taken aback by Changsheng's stern demeanor, the maid hesitated. "Why are you so irritable? If it weren't for you, we might have already fallen victim to those ruffians." "Then why do you look at me like that?" Changsheng softened his tone. "You nearly suffocated me earlier," the maid murmured under her breath. "I covered your mouth, not your nose," Changsheng replied, continuing to row after wiping his sweat. "If I had let you scream, it would have certainly drawn them to us." Zhao's mother, being older and more understanding of etiquette, was the first to express her gratitude to Changsheng, followed by Miss Zhao and the maid. Seeing their sincere appreciation, Changsheng felt a bit bashful. "Please don't hold my brusque manner against me. I am not skilled in martial arts, and rescuing you all took considerable effort. Young hero, your chivalrous assistance is something we cannot resent," Miss Zhao interjected. "It is also a testament to your good fortune. Had there been even a moment's delay earlier, your fates would have been sealed," Changsheng insisted, gritting his teeth as he continued to row. They were still navigating a tributary where the current was slow, and true safety would only be found in the main river. Miss Zhao and her companions understood they had not yet escaped danger. Eager to help, they reached out to paddle, but with only 2 oars available, they could only assist by splashing water with their hands. "Don't bother. Just sit back and relax that I can manage on my own." Changsheng shook his head. "Your movements make it harder for me to row." Hearing Changsheng's insistence, the 3 could only sit still in the boat, breathing heavily to calm their nerves after their narrow escape. After much effort, they finally maneuvered the small boat into the main river, but Changsheng was utterly spent. "Since you came from downstream, you should know the terrain and water flow. Is there any danger or whirlpools downstream?" "No." Miss Zhao shook her head. "The current downstream is gentler than upstream." Hearing her words, Changsheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. In that case, I can relax. This small boat cannot withstand any storms with all four of us aboard. After drifting downstream for several dozen miles, Changsheng regained some strength, and Miss Zhao and her companions steadied themselves as well. Young hero, I have a question that I am unsure whether I should ask. Miss Zhao spoke softly. Are you wondering why I rescued you? Changsheng replied, countering her question. Yes, she nodded slowly. Strongmen typically possess martial skills, yet you lack such abilities. Why would you risk your life to save us? Haha, Changsheng controlled the small boat with the oars. You may take a guess. How could I possibly guess? Miss Zhao shook her head. The maid chimed in. Young hero, we come from a family of officials. My mistress is betrothed to a wealthy gentry. Your selfless act of rescue demands a reward. Before the maid could finish, Changsheng interrupted her with a frown. Your mistress is already promised to someone? Seeing his intense reaction, the maid assumed she had touched a nerve. Young hero, we will never forget your great kindness, but wait, hold on. Don't rush to speak, Changsheng interrupted again. Tell me the truth. When you mentioned your mistress's betrothal, was that genuine? Or are you simply worried I would expect a reward and hope your mistress would repay me with her hand? Caught off guard by Changsheng's astuteness, the maid found herself in a dilemma. Denying it was not an option, nor was admitting it. Seeing her flustered silence, Changsheng relaxed. You've misunderstood that I did not save you because of Miss Zhao's beauty, but for another reason. After Changsheng's declaration, the three women were increasingly perplexed. Miss Zhao spoke up. Please enlighten us. Young hero, do you recall the night you boarded the ship in Yuzhou? You two were conversing at the stern while I was there as well, Changsheng inquired. Although Miss Zhao had not seen him, the maid had, and she quickly affirmed, Yes, indeed, I was already present. You arrived after me, that I did not eavesdrop intentionally, but I overheard your conversation. Changsheng continued. The person you spoke of is someone I know. Zhao's mother looked puzzled, glancing at Miss Zhao, who, along with the maid, understood but was uncertain about the connection between the person they mentioned and Changsheng. Not keeping them in suspense, Changsheng revealed, To be frank, the person you referred to is my senior brother. At this, Miss Zhao was taken aback, scrutinizing Changsheng from head to toe. May I ask for your esteemed name? I don't know what my surname is, Changsheng replied, shaking his head. Since Miss Zhao inquired about his name, it was evident that Chen Liqiu had mentioned him in his letters. Thus she knew what he was called. His assertion of not knowing his surname indirectly answered her question. Upon hearing Changsheng's words, Miss Zhao began to scrutinize him more closely, her eyes filled with confusion. My leg was healed by someone else, and my hair was burned off in a great fire, Changsheng stated before asking, Miss Zhao, do you know my name? Are you Changsheng? Miss Zhao inquired. Yes, that's me. Changsheng smiled. I've been worried about my senior brother's safety since we parted. That day, I overheard you mention him while on the ship, and it brought me relief to know he was safe. Liqiu mentioned you in his letter, saying you possess exceptional talent and an extraordinary memory, Miss Zhao observed, her gaze towards him warming, reminiscent of a sister-in-law regarding her younger brother-in-law. My senior brother flatters me, Changsheng said, feeling a tad embarrassed. At such a young age, you display remarkable courage and strategy, Miss Zhao praised. Sister-in-law, I am not seeking accolades. I endured great hardships to save you, Changsheng replied, in high spirits as he rolled up his pant legs to reveal his injuries. Look, these are from snake bites. Snake bites? The young maid asked, puzzled. Yes, venomous snakes. There are far too many in your southern lands, Changsheng replied, gesturing. It was right over there that I swam ashore and then ran several miles through the mountains. You've truly endured much, Miss Zhao said, filled with sympathy. Not at all. Not at all, Changsheng waved his hand dismissively. My senior brother has treated me exceptionally well. What I did was merely my duty. As Changsheng conversed, Zhao's mother appeared perplexed, seemingly unaware of the relationship between her daughter and Chen Liqiu. Miss Zhao, possessing both beauty and intelligence, seized the opportunity to mention Chen Liqiu to her mother. Families of officials often look down upon those from the martial world. Yet after today's events, Zhao's mother found it difficult to oppose. Changsheng was the most delighted, having expended tremendous effort to ensure the safety of his senior brother's beloved. Had Miss Zhao fallen victim to the ruffian's cruelty, Chen Liqiu would undoubtedly be devastated, consumed by rage and despair. Chapter 59. The final journey. As they traversed a tumultuous stretch of water, the current ahead gradually softened. Since they were moving downstream, there was no need to exert much effort in rowing. They merely had to maintain a steady course to prevent the small boat from spinning. After temporarily escaping peril, Changsheng began to ponder his next steps. First, he needed to ascertain where Miss Zhao and her companions intended to go. The official vessel they had previously boarded was headed for Genzhou, and it was evident that Miss Zhao and her party were also bound for that destination, though he was uncertain about their precise whereabouts. "Sister San, where are you headed?" Changsheng inquired. This form of address caused Miss Zhao considerable embarrassment, yet she felt it inappropriate to correct him and could only respond softly. "My father is the governor of Genzhou. We reside at the government office there." Changsheng was taken aback by this revelation. While he was aware that Miss Zhao hailed from a family of officials, he had not anticipated her lineage to be so illustrious. A governor was indeed a significant official, second only to a military commissioner. This marked the second time he had referred to her as Sister San, and since she could not correct him herself, the maidservant beside her, mustering her courage, said, "Young hero, matters of marriage are dictated by parental authority and matchmakers. Your address." Changsheng understood the basic etiquette and had intentionally called her Sister San to subtly assist Chen Liqiu. Now that his aim had been achieved, he feigned realization. "Oh yes, I spoke too soon. Miss Zhao, where is the governor's office located, and how far is it from here?" Changsheng asked. "It is situated in the city of Genzhou, approximately 400 to 500 miles from here," Miss Zhao replied, somewhat uncertain. "Oh," Changsheng nodded. "I am not very familiar with this area and fear I cannot personally escort you back. Moreover, the ruffians from the beggar sect will undoubtedly not relent. They will surely devise ways to track and intercept you. How about this? We continue downstream along the river, and when we find a suitable place, we shall disembark. I will ensure you reach the county office, from where they can dispatch officials to send you home." Miss Zhao did not immediately respond but turned to her mother for confirmation. Once her mother nodded, she agreed. "Very well, but where do you intend to go?" Changsheng did not answer right away that he had revealed his identity to Miss Zhao, because Chen Liqiu had mentioned him in a letter, but he was reluctant to disclose his specific destination to anyone. Seeing Changsheng furrow his brow in hesitation, Miss Zhao assumed he had no place to go and said, "If you have nowhere else to be, you might as well accompany us back to the office and take up a minor role to make a living." "Thank you, Miss Zhao." Changsheng expressed his gratitude, then shook his head. "My situation, I am sure your third senior brother has mentioned to you, requires me to be on the move. I cannot stay in one place for too long." Upon hearing this, Miss Zhao did not insist but expressed her concern. "We have left our belongings aboard the ship and currently carry no money. If you lack funds." Before she could finish, Changsheng interrupted, No, I have ample funds." Aside from a small piece of gold, he also possessed some silver coins that the members of the Taiping escort had previously gifted him. He had given a portion to the officials who had aided him, leaving him with some remaining as for the provisions and funds that Lord Liu of Yuzhou had provided. They, like Miss Zhao and her companions, remained on the official vessel. Unfamiliar with the conditions downstream, Changsheng could only observe the surroundings in search of a suitable landing spot. Earlier, in order to protect the others aboard, he had refrained from using lethal poison, which meant that the ruffians from the Beggars' Sect were still alive. After their escape, the Beggars' Sect would certainly pursue them to silence any news. And for the safety of Miss Zhao and her companions, it would be best to disembark them as soon as possible. He would then continue downstream, allowing him to hasten to Genzhao Mountain while drawing the pursuers away. Having narrowly escaped with their lives, Miss Zhao and her party were naturally curious about the origins of those ruffians. Changsheng told them the truth, explaining that they were all disciples of the Beggars' Sect who had hijacked the official vessel to seize rice and grain to support Zhu Qiuanzhong. Upon hearing Changsheng's words, neither Zhao mother nor Miss Zhao offered any comment, but the maidservant, incensed, exclaimed, "These beggars are incredibly audacious. They should not be let off lightly." After the maidservant spoke, Changsheng recalled something. "Did they interrogate you about your origins?" "No, they did not." The maidservant shook her head. "They merely robbed us of our jewelry without inquiring who we were." "That's good," Changsheng nodded. "The Beggar Sect is a gang of the rivers and lakes. They do not fear the authorities like common folk, do that if they were to learn your backgrounds, they might come looking for you. A group of beggars, dare they rebel? The maidservant scoffed. You must understand something. Changsheng quickly corrected her misconception. The disciples of the beggar sect are not like the destitute refugees or those begging on the streets. You must not unjustly blame the innocent. The maidservant nodded. Changsheng then inquired about Chen Lichio's circumstances, to which Miss Zhao replied that he had joined the military but did not disclose his current whereabouts. Changsheng understood her reticence. He was concerned that Miss Zhao might inadvertently reveal his location, while she had to consider Chen Lichio's safety as well. Changsheng had been worried about Li Zhongyong and Wu Tianjin, so he asked Miss Zhao if Chen Lichio had mentioned them in his letters. She shook her head, saying he did not mention them. However, his letters only expressed relief at surviving the ordeal, with no sorrow for lost friends. That's good. That's good. Changsheng felt somewhat reassured. Concerned that the beggar sect might catch up, Changsheng did not dare to drift along aimlessly. After regaining some strength, he began to paddle faster. Miss Zhao and her companions, being from an official family, lacked the strength to assist and could only cling tightly to the boat's sides, remaining still. 2 hours passed without incident, and as dusk approached, they came upon a sizable dock where cargo ships were unloading and ferry boats were disembarking passengers. Miss Zhao's maternal grandmother resided in Yuzhou, and they had traveled this waterway more than once. They were now within the borders of Genzhou. This dock was an official one, and the county office was merely 50 miles away. From Zhao mother's implication, it was clear she wished to disembark here, but Changsheng hesitated. The dock was bustling with idle folk, and if Miss Zhao and her companions disembarked here, it was possible the beggar's sect might track them down by inquiring about them. However, continuing to carry them downstream was also unsafe. The small boat posed a danger at night, and there was also the risk of being pursued by the beggar's sect. Caught in indecision, the small boat soon drifted downstream, missing the opportunity to dock. Just as Changsheng began to feel troubled, he suddenly spotted a stretch of land ahead that was relatively flat and suitable for landing. He hurriedly rowed closer and allowed the three to disembark. After Miss Zhao and her companions stepped ashore, Changsheng did not leave immediately. Instead, he led them through a patch of woods and grass for 4 or 5 miles, hiding them in the underbrush. After a moment, a horse-drawn carriage approached from the north, carrying a young couple and a child of 3 or 4 years. Realizing the opportunity, Changsheng quickly stepped forward to stop the carriage, offering silver coins to persuade them to take Miss Zhao and her companions back to the county. The carriage was indeed headed back to the county, and the owner readily agreed. Miss Zhao and her companions boarded the carriage, heading south, while Changsheng watched them depart before crossing the grass back to the riverbank. With Miss Zhao and her companions safely sent off, Changsheng felt a sense of relief. Earlier, when they had passed the dock, the crowd had seen a small boat carrying 4 people heading downstream, and no one had noticed that they had disembarked not far from the dock. Thus, even if the disciples of the beggar sect came here to inquire, they would remain unaware that Miss Zhao and her companions had already left the boat. As night fell, Changsheng, lacking spiritual energy, could not see well in the dark. Yet he knew that those skilled in martial arts with spiritual energy could see clearly even at night. Traveling in the dark would only bring him trouble. After some contemplation, he decided to seek a suitable place to spend the night. He drifted downstream for 5 or 6 miles and discovered a small tributary. Though it was not large, it was visible from the river, and he could see that if he could see, the pursuers could as well. It was unsafe, and he had to search elsewhere. Drifting further downstream, he finally found a suitable hiding spot that in the southern region. Banyan trees were abundant. Near the water, these trees produced many long roots that hung down into the water, creating a thick curtain. Changsheng moored the boat and hid beneath the trees that in southern waters. Snakes were prevalent, and there were some in the trees as well. Changsheng dared not climb the tree but could only hide in the boat. Previously bitten by a venomous snake, he was uncertain whether it was residual poison or something else, but he found that mosquitoes did not bite him, which spared him considerable suffering. Exhausted from his ordeal, and with Genzhao Mountain now in sight, he fell into a deep slumber, but he slept soundly until dawn the next day, awakening after a long rest. After waking, he did not rush to set off. At this moment, the beggar sect had already begun their pursuit and interception, making it the most dangerous time to travel, as he could easily run into them. Feeling hunger pangs, he went ashore to forage for food.
The Changsheng Yifang contained detailed records of various herb shapes and characteristics, all of which he had memorized. Even unfamiliar plants he could identify with clarity. The Changsheng Yifang was not only a divine book for healing, but also a guide for survival. He dared to consume what others would not, avoiding raw flesh and blood. Hiding in the forest by the river for a day, as evening approached, the mosquitoes began to swarm. This did not deter him. He found some insect-repelling herbs in the underbrush to make a bed. Snakes, insects, mice, and ants all possess an instinct to avoid danger. They would not consume poisonous substances and would steer clear of toxic areas. On the following day, Changsheng still refrained from departing to this point. He was very close to Genzhao Mountain, and the journey had been fraught with peril. Having finally arrived here, he needed to exercise extra caution on this final stretch. He could not afford to be negligent or careless, lest all his efforts be in vain. Patiently, he remained hidden by the riverbank for 7 days before finally setting off again. 7 days would lead anyone to assume he had already drifted downstream. Now, departing was indeed the safest option. Previously, Li Zhongyong and Chen Liqiu had roughly outlined a route to Genzhao Mountain. He carefully followed along the riverbank for 2 days, entered a tributary, and traveled several tens of miles before abandoning the boat and disembarking. They were now less than 30 miles from Genzhao Mountain, and standing by the riverbank, one could even see the magnificent Daoist temple atop Genzhao Mountain. Chapter 60. Living up to expectations as the imposing figure of Genzhao Mountain loomed before him, Changsheng's heart was a tumult of emotions. Prior to encountering his master and the others, he had never ventured far from home. After his master's passing, he had braved countless dangers, journeying thousands of miles alone, enduring hardships and tribulations that at long last, he had arrived at his destination, fulfilling his master's final request. Pausing for a moment to gaze at the mountain, Changsheng withdrew his eyes and thoughts. This was not the time for nostalgia or sorrow. Until he stepped through the gates of Genzhao Mountain, unforeseen events could still transpire. With several more miles to traverse, he had to exercise utmost caution. Any misstep could lead to calamity, that he had disembarked not at a dock, but rather at a grassy bank, fearing that the small boat left unattended might attract unwanted attention. Thus, he exerted considerable effort to drag the skiff into the thicket. After concealing the vessel, he dared not tread the main path, opting instead to navigate through the surrounding woods and fields, where he could observe the situation on the road. To his surprise, there were far more travelers than he had anticipated. Not only were there common folk and wanderers, but also a multitude of Daoists clad in varying styles of robes. Initially, he assumed these Daoists were all affiliated with Genzhao Mountain, but soon realized their attire differed slightly, suggesting they hailed from various temples. The groups of wandering practitioners too were dressed in a myriad of fashions, some mounted on horses, others in carriages, yet he noted the absence of any members of the beggars' sect. The bustling throng of travelers left Changsheng puzzled. This road led to Genzhao Mountain, and while the commoners might be villagers from nearby hamlets, what could possibly draw this many wanderers and Daoists to the mountain? Burdened with questions, he cautiously pressed on for several miles, aware that not only the beggars' sect posed a threat. Any faction with designs on the secret manual could potentially target him. By now, he could clearly discern the mountain's features. Genzhao Mountain appeared quite different from his expectations. He had imagined it to be merely a solitary peak, but now recognized it as a sprawling range of mountains, with 5 imposing summits enclosed by walls, each crowned with its own temple. He could not ascertain which of these was truly Genzhao Mountain. Nevertheless, he spotted the entrance to the mountain, situated at the foot of Yanglu Mountain, marked by a grand stone archway that loomed large and majestic. Due to the distance, he could not discern whether there were any inscriptions upon it. Flanking the entrance were several elegant wooden houses, likely designated for welcoming guests. Outside the gates lay a vast square, paved with stone slabs and circular in shape, covering an area of at least 2 miles. At present, the expansive plaza was filled with carriages and palanquins, while numerous horses were tethered along the edges of the surrounding woodlands. Although Changsheng was oblivious to the underlying circumstances, he sensed that such a crowd was unusual for Genzhao Mountain, a place typically known for its tranquility. Even if there were visitors for sustenance, it was implausible for the atmosphere to be so raucous. Moreover, the cheerful demeanor and laughter among the crowd suggested they were not there to seek vengeance or cause trouble. It was likely that something significant was occurring at Genzhao Mountain,
drawing a multitude to partake in the commotion. With uncertainty clouding his mind, Changsheng dared not reveal himself recklessly and chose to remain concealed in the woods. He picked up a few roots of wild herbs, chewing them while he observed. After a prolonged vigil, he noted the presence of many welcoming Daoists. Each time a group of guests arrived, a Daoist would greet them and usher them into the mountain. After escorting the guests, the Daoists hurriedly returned to welcome the next arrivals. There were at least a dozen such Daoists, and even if Genzhao Mountain was a large temple, it seemed excessive to have so many welcoming attendants. If his suspicions were accurate, many of these Daoists had likely been dispatched from elsewhere to assist temporarily. Upon entering the mountain, guests seemed to present something to the welcoming Daoists. However, due to the distance, Changsheng was unable to discern what they held, only speculating that it resembled some form of invitation. Time passed until the afternoon hours, and the throng of guests began to dwindle. Seizing the opportunity, Changsheng made his way onto the path, striding purposefully toward the mountain gate. As he neared the entrance, a young Daoist emerged from the nearby woods, adjusting his robes as he walked. Clearly, he had rushed out for a moment of relief. "Greetings, Daoist." Changsheng promptly saluted the young man. Luoyangzi, the young Daoist, returned the gesture with a bow. "Young benefactor, what brings you here?" "Daoist, I have traveled from afar and urgently seek an audience with Master Luoyangzi." Changsheng replied earnestly. "Ah, you have arrived at an inopportune time." The young Daoist shook his head. "This year, our Genzhao Mountain is hosting the Changsheng Dharma Assembly, and practitioners from various sects have gathered from all corners. Master Luoyangzi is currently preoccupied with attending to our distant brethren and the leaders of other sects who have come to witness the event." Changsheng was not surprised by the young Daoist's words. With no one in sight, he quickly produced a silver coin and discreetly offered it. "Daoist, I genuinely have pressing matters to discuss with Master Luoyangzi that I would greatly appreciate it if you could convey my request." "Young benefactor, what are you doing?" The young Daoist waved his hand in refusal. "It is not that I am intentionally making things difficult for you, but the master truly cannot be disturbed at this time. He is overwhelmed with responsibilities that if I were to report now, it would only serve to embarrass myself. Then I shall wait here until it is convenient for you to inform him." Changsheng insisted, continuing to extend the silver coin. "You mustn't do this, young benefactor. Please take back your silver," the young Daoist said, exasperated. The Changsheng Dharma Assembly occurs once every 3 years, and it is a solemn occasion that lasts several days. For the duration of this event, Genzhao Mountain is not receiving guests. Changsheng forcefully pressed the silver coin into the young man's hand and turned to retreat into the woods. "Thank you, Daoist, for clarifying the situation. You may attend to your duties. I shall wait here until you are free to inform Master Luoyangzi. You must understand, this is not permissible." The young Daoist attempted to return the silver, but Changsheng had already taken several steps away. In a state of dilemma, the young Daoist called out after him, "Wait." As Changsheng turned back, the young Daoist added, "During the Changsheng Dharma Assembly, we do not welcome guests. This is a directive from the headmaster and cannot be altered. Should you choose to wait, that is your prerogative, but you must adhere to the rules. Do not attempt to breach the low walls of Dongshan that if discovered, you will not face severe punishment, but you will be brought before the master to be questioned and subsequently expelled from the mountain." Yes, thank you for your warning, Daoist." Changsheng expressed his gratitude repeatedly. "I did not merely remind you. I was warning you." The young Daoist tossed the silver back towards Changsheng before departing. Changsheng picked up the silver coin from the ground, filled with gratitude as he watched the young Daoist leave. Once the young man was out of sight, Changsheng began his journey into the mountain, walking for several miles until he came upon the winding, towering walls that he kept close to the base of the wall, heading towards Dongshan. After an arduous hour, he finally reached Dongshan. Though the walls here were not low, standing at 9 feet just like the others, the elevated terrain outside made it easy to scale them. Feeling a sense of relief, Changsheng removed the wooden stopper and retrieved the Huaitian golden elixir concealed within. Despite the tumultuous journey, the elixir remained intact, though the wax seal had worn slightly from being tucked among the branches of a parasol tree. In addition to the Huaitian golden elixir, his wooden staff contained a small amount of gold, a healing elixir, and another Huaitian elixir. While the staff had served him well over the thousands of miles, he could not bring himself to discard it. After extracting its contents, he retained the staff in hand, Soon, he would meet Luoyangzi. Changsheng retrieved the letter his master, Luoyangzi, had penned for Luoyangzi from within his clothing. Upon inspection, he was nearly struck with panic. The oil paper envelope was damaged, and the wax seal had come undone. Fearing the letter might have become damp and illegible, he hastily withdrew it for inspection. To his dismay, it had indeed become moist, with the ink bleeding through to the reverse side. Though he typically disapproved of reading others' letters, Changsheng could not afford to concern himself with propriety, that he unfolded the letter in haste, relieved to find that despite the smudged ink, the message remained mostly intact due to its brevity. The letter contained only a few lines. Once I acquire another, please facilitate its delivery. Aware that my time is drawing near, I wish to obtain 3 in total, fulfilling my prior promise without regret. There are several young ones accompanying me. Please consider taking them in, though their names are not provided. Upon reading the letter, Changsheng folded it carefully and returned it to its place. He was not taken aback by its content. During his journey to Yongzhou, Daoist Lin had mentioned that the Medicine King's ancient site should also contain a Huaiqian golden elixir. He distinctly remembered the word also, indicating that Daoist Lin had previously located a Huaiqian golden elixir. The letter confirmed his suspicions. Over the years, Daoist Lin had indeed found 3 Huaiqian golden elixirs. That Luoyangzi, the abbot of Genzhao Mountain, was merely the messenger for the elixirs did not surprise him either. However, he was left wondering who had ultimately received these 3 elixirs. With the letter and Huaiqian golden elixir secured close to him, Changsheng craned his neck to survey the area. The interior was also a dense grove, devoid of paths or people. After taking a moment to observe, he climbed the wall and jumped inside. His intention was to be seen and subsequently taken to meet Luoyangzi, so he made no effort to conceal his movements, proceeding directly westward. From the eastern mountain to the southern mountain, Changsheng finally beheld the true visage of Genzhao Mountain. Encircled by 5 peaks, the central area beneath them was expansive and flat. While each of the 5 summits housed its own temple, the largest temple was situated in the flat area at the heart of the peaks. As Changsheng gazed upward, a passing Daoist spotted him. Dressed in tattered clothing, he was clearly not a guest. Given the ongoing Changsheng Dharma assembly, the scrutiny was particularly stringent, and he was promptly apprehended from Dongshan and taken to a secluded, quiet chamber where he was confined. Though Changsheng found himself imprisoned, he was not frightened, for he overheard voices outside the door saying, "Watch him closely. I will summon the abbot for questioning." The room in which he was confined appeared to be a place for errant disciples to reflect upon their misdeeds. It was quite barren, containing nothing but a few clumps of straw and devoid of any light or candles. As dusk approached, the room grew silent and eerie. Before long, he heard voices outside once more. "Greetings, master." Accompanied by a curt the door was pushed open, revealing a middle-aged Daoist clad in a purple robe who stepped inside. Using the faint light from outside, Changsheng discerned the features of Luoyangzi, a man likely between 35 and 40 years of age, with a square face, prominent nose, and wide mouth, adorned in a richly embroidered purple robe. "You are Luoyangzi?" Changsheng inquired. "Yes," Luoyangzi replied, his expression one of disdain. "Who are you? State your origins." With the man's stern demeanor, Changsheng felt a twinge of trepidation. Rather than attempt to explain himself, he decided it prudent to present his master's letter directly. With that thought, he reverently produced the letter from his bosom and extended it. Luoyangzi glanced at Changsheng, but did not accept the letter. Instead, he coldly commanded, "Open it." Changsheng was bewildered by Luoyangzi's refusal to open it himself, and complied, extracting the letter and presenting it with both hands. "Unfold it," Luoyangzi instructed in a chilling tone. Changsheng, already anxious, grew even more fearful at his frosty manner, and so he unfolded the letter and offered it once more. Only then did Luoyangzi reach out to take the letter. After reading it, his expression shifted dramatically, and he urgently inquired, "Where is the item?" Changsheng hastily produced the Huaiqian golden elixir and handed it over. Luoyangzi scrutinized the elixir, and a smile finally graced his face. "What else do you possess?" "I have a wooden staff and a dagger," Changsheng replied, retrieving the dagger from his waist. "And a bit of silver." Before he could finish, Luoyangzi abruptly lunged forward, striking Changsheng's chest with an open palm. "Bold assassin! How dare you attempt to attack me?" Chapter 61.
A narrow-escaped Changsheng could hardly fathom that Luoyangzi would suddenly strike against him. Caught completely off guard, he received the blow squarely, instantly coughing up blood and being sent hurtling backwards until he collided with the rear wall, collapsing to the ground in violent convulsions, repeatedly spitting blood. Hearing the commotion inside, two Taoist guards stationed outside hurriedly pushed open the door and rushed in, their expressions one of utter shock upon seeing Changsheng sprawled on the floor. "Abbot, what has happened?" Luoyangzi's right hand trembled slightly as the letter in his grasp ignited spontaneously. This little scoundrel, under some misguided influence, dared to poison me, attempting to carry out an insidious plot. Upon hearing Luoyangzi's words and noticing the dagger that had fallen beside Changsheng, the two men suspected nothing amiss, assuming that Changsheng harbored malicious intentions and sought to assassinate. "What sort of duty are you performing?" Luoyangzi scolded with a dark expression. "To allow such an unknown person to enter without a thorough search." The two, chastised, quickly bowed their heads in submission. "The abbot speaks true. It is indeed our negligence." With a cold snort, Luoyangzi turned and exited. "What shall we do with this assassin?" the two men urgently inquired. "Drag him out and bury him," Luoyangzi replied casually. Upon hearing this, the two hastily stepped forward, eager to seize him. Just then Luoyangzi's voice echoed from outside. "Enough! The Dharma assembly is imminent, and many fellow practitioners are present in the mountains. If they witness this, it would only bring bad luck. Leave him here for now. We shall bury him after the assembly concludes." As Changsheng lay there, convulsing and spitting blood, the two men, already reluctant to intervene, quickly retreated upon hearing Luoyangzi's words. "Lock the door. This matter must not be leaked," Luoyangzi commanded. The two responded in unison, promptly securing the door. Not a single word of Luoyangzi's conversation reached Changsheng's ears. As a master of the purple qi, Luoyangzi's strike had displaced his organs and shattered his insides. The excruciating pain compelled his body to curl up in spasms, and with severe lung injuries, he struggled to breathe, each attempt resulting in more blood. The inability to breathe led to overwhelming suffocation, accompanied by splitting headaches. In the face of death, every individual strives for survival, and Changsheng was no exception to this moment. His thoughts were not on why Luoyangzi sought to kill him, but rather on how he could continue to live. The first thought that came to mind was that he still had two pills on him, one for healing and the other for revival. Luoyangzi, intent on taking his life, showed no mercy. Changsheng understood that his demise was imminent. He dared not hesitate for a moment. Enduring the agonizing pain, he managed to roll over and, with great effort, fumbled in his robe for the two pills. In his desperation, he could not afford to be discerning. He simply shoved both pills into his mouth. Having done this, he teetered on the edge of unconsciousness, summoning his last ounce of strength to crush the wax seal and swallow the pills. In that disoriented state, Changsheng felt an unusual calm wash over him. Although Luoyangzi sought to end his life, he harbored no regrets about the arduous journey that had brought him here. He had fulfilled his promise to his master, successfully delivering the golden pill of revival to Genzhao Mountain. As consciousness gradually faded, Changsheng closed his eyes, knowing he had done all he could. What lay ahead, life or death, would be left to fate. Just as the last vestiges of awareness were slipping away, a sudden, piercing pain erupted from his chest and abdomen, yanking him back from the brink of unconsciousness. This sensation was not unfamiliar. He had experienced it as a child when he broke his leg, the intense agony that accompanied the grinding of fractured bones. The excruciating pain sent shockwaves through the back of his head, causing him to involuntarily emit a muffled groan. Yet before the pain could subside, his chest and abdomen were assaulted once more by an equally intense ache, reminiscent of the previous torment, the relentless suffering of broken bones grinding against one another. This time he could not restrain himself, letting out a cry of anguish. However, he managed to stifle it midway, aware that despite the seclusion of the room, a loud outburst might draw unwanted attention. In a desperate attempt to cope with the unbearable pain, his hands flailed and unexpectedly grasped a wooden stick, which he quickly shoved into his mouth. As he bit down on the stick, another wave of searing pain surged through his chest and abdomen, causing involuntary convulsions. Gritting his teeth, he held on, instantly crushing the stick in his grip, but he had no idea if a fourth wave of similar torment would follow. He could only cling tightly to the stick, his heart racing as he awaited the next onslaught. And indeed, it came, a fourth wave of the bone-grinding agony, accompanied by the unsettling sound of bones realigning. To AT that moment, Changsheng finally understood the source of his suffering. The pills he had swallowed were taking effect, their potent properties working to mend his broken bones. He could not discern which of the two pills was responsible, but he was certain that ordinary pills lacked such tremendous power that as he braced himself for the sixth wave of pain, Changsheng was astonished to discover that he could breathe more easily. Though each breath still brought a sharp, needle-like pain to his lungs, it was no longer the suffocating struggle it had been before. 7th, 8th, 9th. Though with each wave of pain induced by the realignment of his bones, Changsheng realized he was not fated to die. Each bout of agony deepened his resentment towards Luoyangzi. For every wave of pain signified a broken bone mended. He could surmise the reason behind Luoyangzi's attack. Murder to silence him. But he could not fathom how Luoyangzi could bring himself to do such a thing. His journey had been fraught with hardship, and even in the absence of rewards or consolation, he should not have been met with betrayal. Changsheng was still young, and as he reflected on the trials he had endured, tears of grievance welled up within him. The agonizing pain would not dissipate simply because he cried. The torment from the realignment continued to assail him until, after a relentless 18 waves, it finally ceased. The area Luoyangzi had struck could not encompass 18 bones, indicating that his earlier blow had been delivered with all his might, shattering not only the bones in Changsheng's chest but also those in his back. Once the pain from the realignment subsided, the medicinal properties began to repair his damaged organs. Unlike the anguish brought about by the realignment, the healing of his organs was not unbearable. It felt as though a cool stream was slowly coursing through his insides. Though he lacked the spiritual insight to perceive the flow, he could distinctly sense the medicine reaching its destination. The repair of his organs was slow, and Changsheng lay flat, motionless. Regardless of Luoyangzi's motives, he vowed never to forgive him. One day, when he had mastered formidable martial arts, he would return to exact revenge, ensuring that he inflicted 18 wounds upon him, a fitting retribution for his grievances. Having resolved this, Changsheng began to ponder why Luoyangzi sought to silence him. The reasons remained elusive. He lacked the context to deduce why. However, one thing was certain. His master, Luoyangzi, would never have anticipated such treachery from Luoyangzi. In his master's eyes, Luoyangzi was a good man. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted him with his care and his letters. Judging by Luoyangzi's actions, it was evident that he had deceived his master, likely withholding the 3 golden pills of revival Luoyangzi had painstakingly sought from the rightful recipients. This realization sent a chill through Changsheng's body. His master had likely been duped by Luoyangzi. Yet, that was all he could conclude. Beyond that, he could not speculate further. In any case, he could no longer remain at Genzhao Mountain. The immediate priority was to escape swiftly. But when to flee was not within his control, it depended on the improvement of his injuries. Having lost significant blood, his mind was foggy, and he soon drifted into unconsciousness. He awoke to the sound of music, and upon opening his eyes, he found that dawn had broken. From the direction of the Changsheng Hall to the east, the sounds of gongs and drums resonated, accompanied by the melodies of flutes and reeds. After a brief moment of clarity, Changsheng pushed himself up. The situation was better than he had anticipated. Both miraculous pills had taken effect, and the previously fatal injuries had healed completely. However, due to excessive blood loss, he felt slightly weak and lightheaded. Approaching the window, he tore through the paper to peer outside and discovered that no one was guarding the area. The Dharma assembly was to be held at Genzhao Mountain today, and the Taoists were likely gathered near the main hall. That if he did not flee now, when would he? Changsheng returned to the original spot to retrieve the dagger, and also picked up a stick. The room had no back window, so he could only exit through the front. Although the door was locked, the window was merely latched from inside. But he opened the window, turned sideways, and climbed out, surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was present before stumbling westward. The dwelling was situated on the west side of the main hall, and just over 100 paces to the west lay the forest. That as long as he could reach the woods, he would be safe from detection. The escape went smoothly. He encountered not a single Taoist along the way, and soon he found himself within the forest. From his vantage point near the hall, the sound of Daoist music continued to play. The western mountains were elevated, allowing him to catch a glimpse of the square before the hall, filled to capacity with people. Thousands of Taoists and several hundred martial artists from the Jianghu. After a brief moment of distant observation, Changsheng turned his gaze westward. Yet after taking a few steps, he halted. While he stood to gain nothing by merely walking away, his master, Luoyangzi, would bear the brunt of the blame, his reputation unjustly tarnished. Even now, he did not know whom his master sought the golden pills of revival for, but he was certain that Luoyangzi had not delivered those hard-earned pills to their rightful recipients. He had once read a letter from his master to Luoyangzi, which contained the phrase, "to fulfill promises made," indicating that his master and Luoyangzi had previously made mutual commitments. His master had honored his promise, yet Luoyangzi had not. Moreover, his master had been expelled from the sect, burdened with sorrow, a grievance that had consumed him. Chen Liqiu had once mentioned that the abbot was the second in command of the Taoist temple, destined to become the leader. Had Luoyangzi been sincere in protecting his master, the latter would not have faced expulsion. All signs pointed to Luoyangzi being a treacherous hypocrite, while his master remained a victim, oblivious to the deceit until the end. No, he could not simply walk away. He needed to find a way to vindicate his master. With Taoists and many martial artists gathered at Genzhao Mountain for the assembly, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that he must seize. Changsheng closed his eyes, weighing the pros and cons should he appear in such a setting. He would have to reveal his identity. Once the crowd recognized him, they would undoubtedly trace the whereabouts of the secret manuals back to him, placing him in grave danger, leaving him without peace. He lacked martial skills and had no means of self-defense. The wisest course of action would be to protect himself and bide his time, as the saying goes. A gentleman's revenge is not too late to be sought after 10 years. Once he mastered his skills, he would have the chance to avenge his master. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he opened his eyes, preparing to take action, but suddenly the image of his master, Luoyangzi, flashed through his mind, causing him to reconsider. What self-preservation was merely cowardice. What a gentleman's revenge is not too late was simply an excuse for retreat. Not to mention that his master had left him a wealth of secret manuals. Even if it were just for the time his master had intervened to prevent those villagers from feasting on Lao Huang when he was isolated and helpless, he owed it to his master to seek justice. He could not allow his master's memory to fade into obscurity simply because he was no longer present. He would not be ungrateful. Resolute in his decision, he hesitated no longer, turning away from the woods and walking eastward. Chapter 62. Moss to the flame. Changsheng did not proceed directly to the square in front of the Great Hall. Rather, he navigated cautiously, evading detection. The individuals here were adept martial artists, and should he be intercepted midway, he would forfeit any chance of approaching the square. As he advanced, a sense of urgency consumed him. Although he was unaware of the specifics of a Changsheng Dharma assembly, he recognized its grandeur, attracting not only the practitioners of Genzhao Mountain, but also numerous outsiders and martial artists come to observe. To recklessly disrupt the assembly would certainly elicit opposition. Leaving him with scant time to speak, it was imperative that he convey the truth succinctly before the order-maintaining practitioners could drag him away. His actions were akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Should he falter in his speech, failing to articulate his intent, he would undoubtedly squander his opportunity, that if the audience did not grasp the situation promptly, he would be expelled from the square before they could comprehend the unfolding events. Thus, his voice needed to resonate, his mind must remain clear, and he should strive to elucidate the matter in just a few words. Only by igniting doubt among the spectators could he hope to remain in the square long enough to confront Luoyangzi. Utilizing the cover of the surrounding bamboo and flora, Changsheng gradually approached the square that moment. The sound of Daoist music resonated from outside the hall, and the square was brimming with people. The closer he drew, the more his anxiety escalated. The scale of the assembly was overwhelming, and it required tremendous courage to charge in amidst the throng. Despite his intense trepidation, he dared not linger, for those seated on the eastern side of the square faced westward, and a few had already been glancing toward the thicket where he concealed himself, undoubtedly aware of his presence. Taking a deep breath and summoning his courage, Changsheng strode towards the square. There stood several welcoming practitioners around the perimeter, but those on the west side failed to notice him, while those on the east, although they spotted him, were too late to intervene. Changsheng passed by several of the welcoming practitioners, and due to the suddenness of his appearance, their confusion prevented them from intercepting him in time that I end their moment of astonishment. He slipped through the gap between two sects and entered the square, where a yellow carpet marked the north-south passage. By the time he stood upon the carpet, the welcoming practitioners had not pursued him, not out of lack of awareness, but rather due to the unprecedented nature of the situation, leaving them uncertain of how to respond. In an instant, every gaze in the square converged upon Changsheng, that he could no longer afford to succumb to fear and trepidation. He immediately called out, "I am Changsheng, the disciple of Luoyangzi. Before my master passed away, he entrusted me with a Huaiqian golden pill to deliver to the abbot Luoyangzi of Genzhao Mountain. I arrived here yesterday evening and handed the Huaiqian golden pill to Luoyangzi, only for him to attempt to kill me and silence me." As Changsheng spoke, the welcoming practitioners at the edge of the square began rushing toward him. Aware that time was of the essence, he could not afford to hesitate. He urgently proclaimed, "My master found 3 Huaiqian golden pills in total and entrusted them to Luoyangzi for delivery to another person. I do not know to whom my master intended to give the Huaiqian golden pill, but that person must understand that these 3 pills were procured by my master through great hardship." Upon hearing Changsheng's words, murmurs erupted both inside and outside the square, as several welcoming practitioners surged forth to seize him. Changsheng, feeble and frail, could not resist, and he cried out, "Luoyangzi seeks to kill me and silence me. The Huaiqian golden pill was found by my master Luoyangzi. It can only cure ailments and cannot enhance cultivation, that he must have given it to someone else, and that individual must know that the 3 golden pills were painstakingly acquired by my master." Changsheng's unexpected intrusion interrupted the resonant Daoist music, and now all eyes were fixed upon him. Just as he was about to be dragged from the square, a deep voice suddenly emanated from the northern Great Hall. "Do not drag the youth. Allow him to finish speaking." The speaker was within the Great Hall, and Changsheng could not discern their appearance, but the voice, low and aged, was certainly not Luoyangzi's. Upon hearing this, the welcoming practitioners had no choice but to release their grip. Changsheng turned and dashed back into the square, looking northward to see an elderly Daoist clad in a red and yellow robe slowly emerging from the hall. 2 other elderly Daoists, also dressed in red and yellow, followed closely behind him, accompanied by over a dozen practitioners in purple robes, among whom was Luoyangzi. Before the white-bearded elder could pose a question, Changsheng raised his voice. "Old immortal, I am Changsheng, that my master is Lin Dongyang, originally a Daoist of Genzhao Mountain, known as Luoyangzi. However, he was expelled from your sect. Half a year ago, my master succumbed to poison, and before his passing, he entrusted me with a Huaiqian golden pill to deliver to Genzhao Mountain, to be given to Luoyangzi for further distribution. Yet yesterday, upon my arrival, after handing over my master's letter and the Huaiqian golden pill to Luoyangzi, he falsely accused me of being an assassin and attempted to take my life." Changsheng spoke without pausing for breath, continuing, "He was unaware that I carried healing pills and the Huaiqian pill on my person. After he struck me, I consumed both pills to preserve my life. I have not practiced martial arts, nor do I possess any spiritual cultivation. How could I assassinate him? 2 practitioners were present at the entrance when he attacked me. You may summon them to inquire if Luoyangzi indeed assaulted me yesterday evening." Having lost considerable blood and feeling faint from hunger, Changsheng spoke fervently, but he dared not pause. Just as he prepared to continue, the white-bearded elder instructed, "There is no need for haste. Take your time to explain." Gratefully, Changsheng nodded, then resumed, "Before his demise, my master wrote me a letter to deliver to Luoyangzi. Yesterday, the letter became damp, blurring the text, which is why I only recently discerned its contents. It revealed that my master, Luoyangzi, had discovered 3 Huaiqian golden pills over the years, all of which he entrusted to Luoyangzi for delivery to others, that I do not know to whom Luoyangzi has given the Huaiqian golden pills. They were all found by my master, not by him." After Changsheng finished speaking, the white-bearded elder's expression grew grave as he gestured towards the crowd. "Blessings to all. This incident has unfolded unexpectedly. I ask you all to bear with us for a moment while we ascertain the truth before resuming the Dharma assembly." Upon concluding his statement, the white-bearded elder instructed a nearby welcoming practitioner, "Bring a chair for the youth and a pot of tea." The welcoming practitioner promptly complied, placing a wooden stool not in the center of the yellow carpet, but at the edge on the west side. Having said all he needed, Changsheng approached and seated himself. Before long, tea was served, yet Changsheng did not take it, merely bowing his head in silence. With Changsheng settled, the white-bearded elder turned to Luoyangzi. Luoyangzi, is what the youth has stated true? Master, I assure you I have never encountered that youth, and I am entirely unaware of the matters he speaks of. Luoyangzi vehemently denied that I was brought down from the East Mountain by several practitioners, 2 of whom remained at the entrance watching over me. Changsheng insisted urgently. He injured me in that room without a back window. I was bleeding heavily and can still discern what transpired. After Changsheng spoke, the white-bearded elder turned to the purple-robed practitioners behind him and exchanged a few words. Immediately, 2 purple-robed practitioners hastened away. One went to inspect the room Changsheng mentioned, while the other summoned the on-duty practitioners to inquire about the events of yesterday. Despite his courage to seek justice for his master, Changsheng lacked the fortitude to meet the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, awkwardly remaining seated at the edge of the square. Before long, the 2 purple-robed practitioners returned, and the white-bearded elder asked sternly, Luoyangzi, did anyone witness that youth being held in confinement on the East Mountain yesterday? Master, I have already inquired among the on-duty disciples, and no one has seen this individual, the purple-robed practitioner responded loudly. Changsheng's heart sank at this revelation. Just as he contemplated speaking up in rebuttal, the white-bearded elder turned to another purple-robed practitioner, Luoyangzi. Was there any blood left in the confinement area? Master, the confinement area has not been used for many days. It is filled only with dust, and there are no traces of blood, the purple-robed practitioner replied with a bow. At this, Changsheng felt a chill sweep over him. These practitioners were all lying. He recalled the welcoming practitioner he had seen coming down the mountain yesterday, but ultimately chose not to mention it, not wishing to implicate that individual. Moreover, he realized that even if he did speak up, no one would believe him. The purple-robed practitioner, known as Luoyangzi, bowed to the white-bearded elder. Master, Luoyangzi is a man of integrity and rarely smiles. He has traveled the world for years, inevitably making enemies along the way. It is likely that someone with ulterior motives has intentionally chosen this moment to frame him, that I beseech you, Master, to investigate this matter thoroughly and impart fair judgment. The white-bearded elder did not respond, but instead turned his gaze back to Changsheng. Young man, you mentioned that Luoyangzi once had a letter for you. Where is that letter now? Luoyangzi burned it. Changsheng shook his head, realizing that Genzhao Mountain was biased in its support, rendering any words he spoke futile. Young man, considering your youth and ignorance, this matter will not be pursued further. You may descend the mountain, but do not be swayed by others in the future, nor speak ill of them. The white-bearded elder intoned gently. Changsheng, filled with indignation, raised his voice. The golden pill, the Huaitian golden pill. Luoyangzi is not ill. That pill is of no use to him. He must have given it to someone. Who received that golden pill? There were 2 others before it. To whom were they given? To his surprise, a female Daoist seated on the eastern side spoke up. What is the appearance of the Huaitian golden pill you speak of? Changsheng looked up at the female Daoist, noting her striking beauty and tall stature, appearing to be in her 30s. Junior, the white-bearded elder, furrowed his brow. Father, let him speak, the female Daoist insisted, her gaze fixed on Changsheng. It is no larger than a bean, golden in color and round in shape, Changsheng replied urgently. Upon hearing this, the female Daoist's expression darkened as she turned to Luoyangzi at the entrance of the great hall. Before Luoyangzi could respond, Luoyangzi, standing nearby, scoffed, "Humph, your inquiries are quite thorough. That Snow Lotus Life Extension pill was purchased at a high price by our senior brother from the snowy regions of the north. He was occupied yesterday, and I personally retrieved it. We do not know who has instigated you to come and slander our senior brother. But should you continue to spread baseless accusations that tarnish the reputation of Genzhao Mountain, do not blame us for our ruthless measures." Changsheng disregarded Luoyangzi's words and continued to fixate on the beautiful female Daoist. I do not know who you are, but you surely received the pill yesterday. You must have previously received 2 similar pills before. While I have not seen the earlier 2, the one you received yesterday was delivered by me personally. That I do not know if you consumed that pill, but if not, please inspect it closely. The wax seal on that pill is not perfectly round. It is oval-shaped. This is because when I concealed it in my staff, the wax seals on both ends were slightly pressed down. As Changsheng finished speaking, the female Daoist's expression shifted dramatically, leaving her stunned and speechless. I have delivered the pills as promised to my master. Changsheng rose numbly, taking uncertain steps. My master is already deceased, and you will not speak a fair word on his behalf. This sect is muddled in its principles and entangled in its grudges. Perhaps it is best that I do not belong. You slander without a shred of evidence. Luoyangzi leapt into the air, reaching out to grab Changsheng. Stay right there. Clarify your words before you leave. Just as Luoyangzi was about to seize Changsheng's shoulder, a figure suddenly emerged from the seats on the west side, grasping Changsheng's sleeve and pulling him away. At the same time, this individual struck out with their left palm, sending Luoyangzi reeling backward. Changsheng stumbled, unable to discern the rescuer's appearance, but he caught a faint whiff of orchid fragrance emanating from them.